Chapter 1. The Various Fruits, Sur d'Est Island. Nestled within the Grand Line, it stands as the rightmost isle among the 7 routes, adjacent to the first island on the Calm Belt route, the Kingdom of Colo. This realm is the sole nation upon Sur d'Est Island, boasting a populace of approximately 64 million, and is one of the member states of the world government. This kingdom, which enjoys a perpetual spring and was once tranquil and harmonious, encountered an enigmatic nationwide incident 5 years ago, the incident of the tree aboard. On that fateful day, in the central square of the kingdom, amidst the gaze of thousands, a green light descended from the heavens and merged with the earth. As spectators stood in bewilderment, a tender green sprout burst forth from the soil in the blink of an eye. The sapling soared to a height of 3 meters, and with another breath, it shot up to 10 meters. By the time the kingdom's military sensed the anomaly and rushed to investigate, the sprout had transformed into a towering giant tree, reaching heights of hundreds of meters, its branches laden with lush foliage, presenting a magnificent spectacle to the kingdom's denizens, who bore witness to the sapling's rapid growth into a colossal tree, were either left agape in astonishment or gripped by terror. How could it grow so swiftly? In a minute? No. Perhaps it was merely a matter of several seconds. Such an extraordinary phenomenon sent many timid souls trembling and scrambling away, while the more courageous among them chose to stand and gaze in wonder. Everyone, retreat to a distance of 500 meters. No one is to approach it until commanded by the king. The captain of the arriving forces ordered the crowd to disperse, instructing his subordinates to establish a perimeter. Such an uncanny occurrence could not possibly adhere to the laws of nature. Being in the Grand Line, he was no stranger to the treasures of the sea, the devil fruits. This must be the work of an unknown ability. User creating such a commotion cannot be merely for a single tree. What is your true intent? Humph. Regardless of your clandestine motives, I, Captain Captana, shall not permit your schemes to succeed. Captain Captana scoffed sternly, but suddenly the crowd, isolated beyond the 500-meter mark, erupted into chaos. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the giant tree and was met with a grim sight. The verdant leaves of the towering tree were shedding countless green luminescent particles, which floated away in the gentle breeze, scattering in all directions. Retreat. Fall back as far as you can. Kingdom forces, heed my command. Half of you organize the crowd to retreat further away, while the rest accompany me to halt the spread of these mysterious green particles. Captain Captana issued his orders with urgency, his attention no longer on the frenzied crowd. Drawing his sword with a clang, he struck out at the cascade of green light, attempting to disperse them into the higher skies with the force of his blade. The unknown demanded caution until they understood the nature of these myriad green particles. They must avoid contact at all costs. Bang! Bang! Half of the kingdom's soldiers followed suit, firing their muskets, filling the air with the sound of gunfire, heightening the tension. Swish! 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 With each slice of his sword, Captana sent numerous green particles soaring into the air, yet his expression grew increasingly grim, for the tree's emission of green light surpassed his efforts in efficiency. Realizing that merely driving away the green light would only serve as a temporary remedy, Captana's gaze shifted back to the giant tree. Everyone, aim your firearms at the giant tree. Shatter it. Aye, Captain. The soldiers of the kingdom responded in unison, promptly lowering their gun barrels to fire at the colossal tree. A more intense barrage of gunfire erupted, however. In comparison to the tree's immense stature, the minuscule bullets inflicted damage akin to that of an ant attempting to shake a tree. Failing to stir any significant reaction, Captain Kaputna observed the results with keen awareness, instantly realizing that while ordinary bullets could create indentations upon the giant trunk, such actions were ultimately futile. Silently contemplative, he steeled his expression, resolutely sheathing his dagger. With a decisive step, he assumed the stance for a drawn slash technique. In the next moment, what could be deemed his most powerful drawn slash surged forth, slicing through the tree's trunk in a fleeting flash, continuing onward into the distance, sweeping away a multitude of green dots. Is it successful? Kaputna murmured internally as he anticipated the outcome. A diagonal white streak suddenly illuminated the trunk of the giant tree. The upper portion gradually slid down before crashing heavily to the ground, the leaves dispersing their final wave of green light before ceasing their activity. With a heavy exhale, he suppressed the pride swelling within him for delivering such a magnificent strike, silently relieved that it should be over now. The giant tree had been severed. Captain Kaputna, you must look. What on earth is happening? A sudden exclamation broke the moment of relief, and from the depths of his astonishment, Kaputna turned to behold a scene that left him agape. The tree had indeed been cut down, Yet the multitude of green dots released by its leaves was overwhelming. Each of his slashes could only disperse a limited number, ultimately allowing the majority of the green dust to drift towards the fleeing crowd. Upon contact with their skin, these dots seamlessly integrated into their bodies, and in an instant, a pair of tender, palm-sized green sprouts emerged atop their heads, vibrant. With Life Kaputna's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld the unfolding scene, some individuals anxiously touched the sprouts on their heads, while others attempted to pull them off. Unfortunately, the roots were remarkably resilient, stretching to twice their length yet remaining firmly affixed him. In his moment of astonishment, green light particles began to settle upon Kaputna himself. By the time he became aware, it was already too late. With a peculiar sound, the tender leaves took root on his head. As Kaputna stiffly turned his head, the succulent leaves swayed up and down in tandem. The dispersed and undispersed green dots, carried by the gentle breeze, spread outward for miles, encompassing the entire island. Within just a few short hours, the entire populace of the island was ensconced in green. The king of the kingdom was inevitably ensnared as well, and henceforth, the dual-leaf sprouts became a standard trait among the citizens of Kilo. Who is orchestrating this? The king's expression grew grave as he listened to Captain Kaputna's report. He immediately dispatched the entire royal army to investigate the shadowy figure behind this incident. The outcome was predictable. Despite conducting 3 exhaustive searches across the entire kingdom, they uncovered nothing. Over time, the intensity of the investigation waned. After all, none among the populace, including the king and the royal army, felt any discomfort. No. Rather, they might even be said to have benefited under the gentle caress of sunlight. The tender buds of the double leaves exude a stream of invigorating energy that nourishes them. Even as night descends, the energy they have amassed can invigorate one's spirit, rendering sleep an unnecessary indulgence. A month later, with no fruitful findings from the investigation, the king, upon consulting the testimonies of the witnesses and observing the verdant points that had sprouted lush vegetation across the island, categorized the incident as the Bodhi tree event, thus bringing the matter to a close. In Moreland Town, within a vibrant courtyard, Li Shu reclined in a rocking chair beneath the double-leafed buds, basking in the sunlight. In his early 20s, he possessed a fair complexion, a smooth visage, and striking features. Such an innocuous and handsome figure would hardly lead anyone to suspect that he was the mastermind behind the Bodhi tree event 5 years prior. Li Shu, a traverser who had usurped this body 9 years ago, had arrived in the world of pirates as a wielder of the paramecia fruit power at the age of 12. Through a serendipitous turn of events, he became a devil fruit user. I have arrived to conquer. I shall shatter all darkness in the world with thunder. Unlike his ambitious compatriots who aspired to become the king of the world, wielding their swords for slaughter and reveling in the company of beautiful women, Li Shu's pursuit, upon his arrival, was to fully embrace the desires of his past life through the art of seclusion. Otaku attributes. During his time on Earth, his otaku attributes had already reached a profound level, and upon his transference, they awakened completely. The notion of becoming the Pirate King holds no allure for me. Rather, I find joy in secluding myself to witness various grand events. The paramecia fruit, it holds tremendous potential for development. Thus, I shall endeavor to orchestrate even more significant events, making the surging seas even more magnificent. 9 years ago, after acquiring the paramecia fruit, he mused aloud, and for the next 4 years, he devoted himself entirely to the development of his abilities. Fortune smiled upon him. 5 years ago, through his modern understanding of the paramecia fruit, he successfully advanced it to the awakened level. The Bodhi tree event was but a preliminary experiment. Following this awakening, yielding satisfactory results that indulged his mischievous nature while simultaneously establishing connections with the island's inhabitants, he then hastened towards greater pursuits in development. The tangible development has reached its zenith. It is time to expand into the realm of concepts. Soul transference, perhaps, without any so-called golden finger or system. I too have arrived in the world of pirates. Might I surmise that my soul possesses certain attributes? From this, I can extend my efforts, first utilizing the paramecia fruit to cultivate a medium, then constructing concepts and filling in the settings, ultimately nurturing them. Perhaps I could also conjure people and things from other worlds. Oh, how I look forward to it. Chapter 2. Years of achievement. 5 years ago, in Moreland Town, within the courtyard, seclusion does not equate to laziness. Determined to pursue his lofty ambitions, Li Shu immediately immersed himself in a quest for higher exploration. He first concentrated his thoughts to create a blank seed, constructing its concept through the power of his mind and enriching it with his own capabilities. Through diligent effort, the first conceptual seed was successfully birthed. He delved into the earth, sowed the seed, covered it with soil, and dripped his own blood upon it. For 7 consecutive days, he nourished it with his life essence, until the moment of emergence finally arrived. He sighed. Though it took 7 days, it has ultimately sprouted, affirming that my previous conjectures hold the promise of success. Excellent. Exhaling a breath of anxiety, a relaxed smile graced Li Shu's face, he then raised his hand to summon the abilities of the seed, and in an instant, the surrounding grass surged upward, coalescing into 5 figures formed of vines and foliage. The ivy sentinels. In profound silence, Li Shu waved his arm again. Unleashing the power of the seed, each of the 5 ivy sentinels suddenly produced a walnut-sized, nourishing seed in their hands. Go forth and hunt the beasts. With this command resonating in his mind, they obediently sank into the earth, vanishing from the courtyard as they stealthily navigated toward the dense forests of the northern. All the term hunting beasts refers to the act of slaying them to collect nourishing seeds, which, when accumulated in sufficient quantity, are to be returned to this very place. Nourishing seeds are akin to spatially encapsulated seeds, works born from the awakening of abilities within the conceptual framework Li Shu constructed. He had included a stipulation, using his own blood as nourishment, with the duration of growth determined by the complexity of the task. After the seed had sprouted, he would no longer need to irrigate it with his own blood. Instead, he could cultivate it using the flesh of other creatures. As the 5 ivy sentinels disappeared into the ground, he tirelessly commenced the pursuit of even greater challenges. 4 years ago, a hearty laugh escaped his lips as he grasped the animal seed, a more advanced venture that had now reached a moment of success. 3 years prior, a silent smile graced his face. According to his own hierarchy of beings, humans, animals, tools, she had finally completed the initial framework for all 3, marking a significant milestone. 2 years ago, the seeds of imagination had blossomed into reality, with successful instances of all 3 emerging in the world of pirates. Now, in the year 1520 of the Sea Circle era, within the courtyard, a youthful Li Shu basked in the sunlight. The sound of footsteps approached, and a serious and maturely handsome man, known as Mr. Su, presented a platter of meticulously cut and artfully arranged fruits. He leaned down to place it beside Li Shu's rocking chair, adjusting its angle slightly until it was perfectly aligned before retracting his arm. Mr. Su, your compulsive attention to detail could use some moderation, Li Shu remarked with a light-hearted chuckle, casting a glance at the fruit platter. Mr. Su, whose true name is Susunu, is an anthropomorphic divine tool with formidable combat prowess. Though it may be said, Li Shu's conceptualization of cultivating him was not driven by the aimless need for guardianship or the safeguarding of his life. For someone awakening to a homebody trait, who could possibly resist the allure of a flawless caretaker, adept in household skills, proficient in cleaning and laundry, and capable of preparing over 1,000 exquisite dishes? Long live Mr. Su! With his youthful sprouts, deep blue hair, and 2 horn-like protrusions, Suzukin donned a pristine white robe, his beard gently swaying as he replied, as a guardian-type imperial tool, I hold myself to the highest standards without a hint of complacency. Ringling, a charming little creature, measuring 60 centimeters in length with a suction cup atop its head and a round little face, its lower 2/3 adorned with flowing ribbons, chimed in with a melodious hum while deftly binding Suzukin's eyes. Its eyes sparkled like golden beans, crescent-shaped and utterly adorable. The tool, Suzukin the creature, Winchim. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, did I not tell you? Even Winchim can't help but seek your affection. Li Shu reveled in the serene, tranquil atmosphere, laughing heartily in jest. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he turned his gaze towards the harbor. More feed has arrived at our doorstep. 5 years ago, an excess of green specks blanketed the entire island, fostering a lush growth of vegetation. As these were transformed by various fruits' abilities, no disturbance on the island could escape his keen perception. Action has commenced. A thought was transmitted through the vegetation to a certain individual on the island, who is currently honing his magical prowess with reckless bolts of lightning. At the harbor, the captain of the water snake pirates, known as Water Snake Watsunako, with a bounty of 40 million berries, had just landed, accompanied by 32 crew members advancing menacingly toward the nearest town by the port. Hey, ha 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 ha. Listen up, lads. We have finally set foot on the first island of the Grand Line. To hell with the unpredictable sea currents. We are pirates who embody the essence of the ocean, with freedom as our banner. Today veins throbbed ominously as the formidable Laxus Dreyer, an S-class dragon slayer of lightning, made his entrance. His countenance was etched with fury. He had long anticipated the derision that would greet him from the outsiders upon his unceremonious appearance. Yet, despite his vehement objections, Lion Faz insisted that he must embody the island standard, claiming that he too was entitled to possess that which others bore. Who cares? He scoffed, inwardly crackling with energy. The restless lightning mirrored Laxus' own turbulent emotions, naturally reticent and disinterested in conversing with those on the brink of demise. He found himself bereft of any desire to engage with the shameless mockery directed at him. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured his lightning magic, vanishing from sight in an instant. A bounty of 40 million. Was that truly formidable? Such a sum did not warrant the invocation of his Dragon Slayer magic. Golden lightning flickered as Laxus surged through the throng, materializing behind the onlookers after a couple of deliberate strides. He came to a halt, casting off the arcs of electricity that enveloped him. In that moment, the sound of bodies collapsing to the ground echoed incessantly. He turned around, casting a disdainful glance at the pirates who had just mocked him, now lying lifeless, their eyes rolled back and mouths agape. Faint sparks of lightning flickering from them. TCH. A displeased sound escaped his lips, though it was unclear whether it was directed at the corpses or at someone who often commanded him to deal with trash. Regardless of the indignation brewing within, Laxus found himself unable to sing a different tune. From the moment of his creation, his core essence was defined by obedience. Silently, he withdrew a walnut-sized gray seed from his pocket, touching each corpse with it, absorbing them all into the seed. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity danced around him as he sprinted towards the courtyard. Chapter 3. The Vine of Spirits within the courtyard. Crackles of electricity heralded Laxus' sudden appearance. As his plush cloak billowed down, he first nodded in acknowledgement of the strength of the figure beside him, Susanoo, before casting a disdainful look at Li Shu. Flicking his thumb, he tossed the seed to him, declaring, in the future, send the Ivy servants to handle such insignificant characters. Do not waste my time with trifles. I have no leisure to play house while striving to enhance my power and earn the right to venture forth. Receiving the seed, Li Shu emitted an enigmatic sound, casting a glance at the wind chime, which understood instantly and acted upon it. A melodious, ethereal sound resonated, drifting to Laxus, soothing his lingering resentment. Humph. Glancing at the figure retreating to the backyard with the seed in hand, Laxus snorted softly, yet the next moment, a tender smile crept across his lips as he pointed. Long time no see, wind chime. Despite his fondness for blending classical music with rock, he remained utterly defenseless against the healing tones of wind chime. Each fleeting moment spent in the estate, he would inevitably follow closely behind it, trailing wherever it floated. Laxus. Eat some fruit. Suddenly, Susanoo approached with a platter of fruit, his usually calm eyes reflecting a hint of human-like animosity. After all, few could resist the allure of wind chime's voice, not even divine instruments. In the backyard, with Li Shu's arrival, the ordinary green grass that had filled the scene just moments before seemed to come alive, swaying rapidly and intertwining. The grass twisted into vines, which then coiled together to form a plant. The lower part twisted into a single stalk, while the middle bulged outward in a lantern shape. And the top entwined twice before extending in 3 directions, each vine adorned with 3 leaves. 17 distinct plants materialized, coalescing into a vibrant array. The Vine of Spirits. Having confirmed that various fruits could conceptually yield beings, objects, and tools from other anime, Li Shu's confidence soared. With practiced ease, he constructed these 17 Vines of Spirits, corresponding to the 17 elemental Pokemon from the beloved franchise. Let the excitement commence. Let the excitement commence. Let the excitement commence. Awakened by the allure of his latent otaku tendencies, Li Shu finds little interest in the pursuit of the hollow title of Pirate King. Instead, he chooses to immerse himself in the pleasures reminiscent of his earthly existence, reveling in monumental events from various anime, such as the epic Marineford War in the pirate world. Alas, upon surveying the narratives that have been aired thus far, it becomes evident that the pirate realm lacks in truly climactic incidents. Yet, since he finds himself confined within this world, the scarcity of grand events matters not. I am here. I shall make my mark. Wielding the myriad powers of the devil fruits. With only 3 categories, Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan, within the devil fruit system, it is remarkably limited. But behold, I shall forge a 4th category, transcending the existing 3, the special contract type known as Spirit. What does it mean to transcend? It is simple. It is widely acknowledged that one can consume only a single devil fruit. To attempt a second would result in a fatal explosion of one's body. But what if? What if the special contract type that Li Shu develops is devoid of this limitation? Take Akiji, for instance. His Hi-Hi-No-Mi, a Logia-type fruit, is undeniably powerful. Yet its potential peaks upon awakening, leaving no further avenues for advancement. To continue enhancing his strength, he must turn to physical prowess and haki. Imagine if Akiji were to form a contract with an ice element spirit. Then, by harnessing the abilities of the High Nomi to activate the spirit's powers, new pathways would emerge, raising the ceiling of his potential. Of course, Li Shu understands that while utilizing the fruit's powers to activate spirit abilities could yield higher damage output, the disparity between this new ceiling and the original limits of the High Nomi may not represent a significant leap in tier. Fear not. Prior to planting the Vine of Spirits, he had meticulously optimized the parameters to ensure the spirit's seamless integration into the pirate power system. For instance, when conjuring Laxus, does the pirate world even possess magic? Irrespective of that fact, the parameters can be altered. The magical system is refined such that any magic within Laxus is converted into beneficial substances that nourish his own being, enhancing his physique and stamina. Consequently, when he utilizes magic, it is powered by his physical strength, thus becoming inherently pirate-like. The spirits will function similarly. When a spirit manifests, both those with abilities and those without, as well as swordsmen, can engage in battle upon discovering the spirit, defeating it until it loses consciousness, at which point a blood contract is formed. The spirit will then transform into a red light, merging into the victor's forehead, revealing itself in a pattern. During combat, the first parameter is activated, transformation. The spirit appears in its original form, assisting the contractor in battle. Advantages: collaborative combat, shared intentions, harmonious coordination, and formidable skill power. Disadvantages: the combined effort consumes the contractor's stamina, making it less advantageous for prolonged battles. The second parameter, fusion. During combat, disregarding the first stipulation, one may directly opt for a fusion with the emblem on the forehead. The appearance of the contractor post-fusion will be influenced by the sprite, resulting in a transformation. Simultaneously, the amalgamation of two powers will engender a qualitative change, significantly enhancing one's prowess. The advantages of the fused state are manifest. Throughout the duration of one's physical stamina, the augmented overall strength can be fully exerted, making a comeback amidst adversity not merely a dream. However, upon the dissolution of the fusion, one will succumb to a weakened state, the duration of which is contingent upon the contractor's physical constitution. Should the opponent possess sufficient vitality, they may bypass the weakened condition. The third stipulation introduces a remarkable state known as Berserk mode. When confronted with an adversary deemed unbeatable even in fusion, the contractor may enter this mode, amplifying their power limit by an additional 13 times for a duration of half an hour. Regardless of victory or defeat, the emblem on the forehead will enter a 6-month cooldown period. The advantages include a counterattack from the brink and the treatment of a protagonist, while the drawbacks entail a 6-month cooldown and a -30 reduction in all attributes for 1 month. Transformation, fusion, and berserk. The addition of these 3 stipulations for the sprite renders the special contract series a true representation of its name, unrestricted by contracts and capable of synergizing with fruit abilities. I eagerly await your maturation. Li Shu gazed intently at the 17 sprouting vines of the sprite, murmuring as he tossed a seed aloft, which detonated above the plants. Over 30 corpses plummeted to the ground, and as soon as the feet appeared, they were instantly drawn in by the scent of blood. In an instant, nearly 100 roots surged from the earth, competing for today's feast, a scene too gruesome to behold. Ignoring the bloody tableau, he meticulously scrutinized the central bulge of the plant, where 17 colors representing various elemental attributes, black, brown, blue, green, yellow, flickered in light and shadow. The luminous moments far outnumbering the dim, only 70% maturity. Too slow. Based on previous successful cases, reaching full maturity is merely the beginning. Nourishment must continue to yield the fruit sprites. Once the feed was consumed by the roots, they retracted into the earth, leaving only the 17 sprouting vines standing silently. Li Shu waved his hand, restoring their guise to ordinary green grass, before turning to leave, having traversed for over 9 years. I wish to create a significant event before the 10-year anniversary. Relying solely on the sporadic visits of pirates for feed is ultimately too slow. I need to diversify my resources. Hey, isn't Laxus always yearning to explore the outside world? I shall offer you the opportunity. Chapter 4. Majestic Presence Around Midday. After relishing a meal prepared by Susanoo, Li Shu reclined contentedly in his chair, his hands naturally resting at his sides, neck pressed against the backrest, basking in the warm sunlight, utterly unconcerned about his appearance. Moments later, having diligently tidied the dishes, Susanoo, with a hint of attentiveness, caught Li Shu's eye as he slightly turned his head towards the equally sated Laxus, inquiring, Laxus, did you just mention that your rigorous training is aimed at defeating me to earn the right to venture out and explore the seas? Laxus chose to turn a deaf ear, gaining the liberty to embark on a journey, contingent upon the defeat of a certain individual. However, due to his very nature as a being artificially created, he was inherently bound by a core code that forbade any act of rebellion. I recall now. A certain someone smirked, seemingly enlightened. Without permission, you absolutely cannot lay a hand on me. TSK, how frustrating this must be for you. You must yearn to pummel my handsome visage with those oversized fists of yours, no? Laxus glared furiously, his eyes alight with wrathful lightning, crackling ominously around him, radiating an aura of desperation that indicated he could no longer tolerate the situation. Hey, Li Shu chuckled defiantly, waving a hand dismissively. Do you wish to bring about mutual destruction? Be cautious, for in order to bring you into existence, the beasts of the entire island could be exterminated. Their vengeful spirits are watching you. As their legacy, do not narrow your path. Boom. Lightning surged skyward, whipping the winds into a frenzy as Laxus's eyes transformed into orbs of thunder. A formidable pressure enveloped the courtyard. Did this fellow truly speak of the continuation of beasts? One may kill but cannot humiliate. I am Laxus Dola, the Dragon Slayer Mage of Thunder. Oh? Li Shu observed Laxus's dramatic display with amusement, promptly raising a hand. 3 robust vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the furious pillar of lightning, constricting and compressing until, with a crack, it shattered into countless errant arcs of electricity, vanishing without a trace. Anger is one thing, but what need is there for such theatrics? It does not intimidate me, yet do not expose my idyllic sanctuary. Remember, any eruption elsewhere on the island is inconsequential, but do not disturb the tranquility I cherish here. Humph. After a moment of silence, Laxus grunted, his expression grave. From the ease with which this individual had obliterated his column of lightning, it was evident that his strength was exceedingly formidable. Mutual destruction? The prospect seemed bleak. As the thunderous gaze returned to normal, Laxus, burdened with a heavy heart, fixed his gaze on Li Shu for several seconds before resolutely turning away and striding out of the courtyard. He would double his training and grow stronger. Hey, Li Shu called out just as Laxus was departing. You don't truly believe that my prohibition on your excursions is an attempt to imprison your freedom, do you? Laxus halted momentarily, his back turned to Li Shu, remaining still to listen to the forthcoming words. Turning your back on the world? Who do you think you are? He silently scoffed. Li Shu continued, your elemental magic, the Dragon Slayer magic, is indeed powerful. Once, your immense magical power was transformed into a formidable physique, exhibiting astonishing endurance. However, on this ocean, beyond the devil fruits, there exists a realm of other power systems that are utterly foreign to you. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Before mastering the dual-color Haki, you left this island. In the earlier part of this paradise, it can be considered a realm for the first tier of the strong. However, based on my understanding of you, the new world is the place you truly yearn for, isn't it? In that realm, dual-color Haki is as common as dirt. Or rather, dual-color Haki serves as the ticket to the new world. Without it, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon your arrival. Dog? Laxus's expression darkened. Having just been insulted as the son of a beast, this was a further affront. You, Li, are the real coward. After all this, with a voice low and simmering, Laxus struggled to contain his anger and suddenly turned to roar. Why don't you teach me then? And why have you never mentioned the existence of Haki before? Icha grew more furious, his deranged demeanor suggesting he would consume someone whole. Li Shu chuckled awkwardly, choosing to bypass the question entirely. Thus, I have decided to temporarily permit you to venture out and assist me in hunting 100 sea kings. Upon your return, I shall offer you 2 choices. 1. I shall impart to you the authentic methods of mastering dual-color Haki. 2. I shall assist you in cultivating the fruits of dual-color Haki. The choice is yours. At a loss for words, Laxus found himself speechless at this abrupt topic shift, striving to quell his ire. He extended his hands towards Li Shu, who immediately understood his intention. With a flick of his abilities, 10 enormous seeds materialized in the air, which he gently pushed towards Laxus. After securing the seeds, Laxus maintained a stern expression and inquired, once I master dual-color Haki, I can officially leave the island to explore, correct? Please give me a definitive answer. Absolutely. Observing Li Shu's playful demeanor, Laxus clenched his fists, feeling a nagging sense of unreliability in his words. Yet what could he do but choose to believe him? With a flourish of his plush cloak, he strode away. As Laxus's figure receded into the distance, Susanoo returned his gaze, offering freshly squeezed juice to Li Shu. Can I also cultivate dual-color haki? As a Guardian-type Imperial tool, upon encountering a new power system, I should endeavor to master it, thereby enhancing my capabilities to fulfill my protective duties. Li Shu took a sip of the juice, rolling his eyes internally. Why does this all-purpose caretaker incessantly think about battle? Ensuring my daily needs is your greatest value. Why is this caretaker so ambitious? By the way, since bioanthropomorphic Imperial tools, while still fundamentally Imperial tools, have been designated with a biological prefix, should they not also be able to master haki? Let us wait for Laxus to return and see how he chooses. At that time, Mr. Su, you may listen in. Very well. At the port, Laxus, dressed only in a pair of light blue swim trunks after discarding his cloak and trousers, cast a wary glance at the pirate ship docked nearby. Suspected to belong to the water snake pirate crew, with determination, he leaped into the air, deciding to swim across the sea. Traversing towards the calm zone where sea kings congregate. Observing Laxus diving into the ocean from afar, Li Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Reflecting on the unfortunate plight of the Dragonslayer mage, unable to utilize any means of transportation. Chapter 5. Utter Brutality in the Courtyard. A reliable aide had procured the necessary feed. Li Shu raised his gaze to the sun. Recognizing that it was once again the time of day when sunlight was most abundant, signaling the opportunity to reap and fulfill his daily tasks. The barred tree incident from 5 years ago had sown twin leaf sprouts above the heads of the island's inhabitants. This was not merely to indulge his own dark whims. Seated upon the grass, Li Shu summoned the awakening power of various fruits. A nameless wind surged forth from within him, radiating across the island at a speed surpassing sound. On the island, diligent farmers toiled, skilled artisans crafted their masterpieces, and robust guards stood watch. As the nameless wind brushed past them, they remained blissfully unaware, continuing their lives as usual. However, once the wind had passed, a faint glow erupted from their bodies for just a fleeting moment, concealed by the sunlight, allowing them to remain unnoticed for 5 long years. A glow? No, it was vitality. Indeed, Li Shu had just harvested a wave of life force across the island, and those from whom it was taken exhibited no adverse reactions. This was due to 2 reasons. Firstly, the amount of vitality he siphoned from each individual was minimal. Secondly, the twin leaf sprouts provided a form of sustenance in return. Why did the Kilo Kingdom abandon the investigation into the masterminds behind the barred tree incident from years past? Due to the potential for profit, if one were to transcend the island and survey the vast maritime route, it would become evident that the overall strength of the Kingdom of Kila has consistently improved each year since 5 years ago. The King's General, Captain Na, who was merely a swordsman 5 years prior, has experienced rapid enhancement in his abilities through the nurturing of the twin leaf buds over the years. He now stands on the precipice of becoming a grand swordsman. Perhaps a fierce battle for his life or a moment of enlightenment regarding his sword path is all that is needed to grasp that esteemed level. It can be asserted that following the Bodhi tree incident, Li Shu has established a mutually beneficial relationship with the people of the entire island. In the courtyard, Li Shu sits cross-legged, enveloped in a warm, white light that merges with his breath, nourishing every cell in his body, strengthening his organs, and elevating his physical prowess and stamina limits. With a population of 6 per million on the island, even a small contribution of vitality from each individual culminates in an immense quantity. Moreover, after 5 uninterrupted years of nurturing through the twin leaf buds, their physical constitution has become remarkably robust, allowing them to offer far more than just a modest amount of vitality. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, a quarter of an hour later, Li Shu opens his eyes, silently gazing at the blinding white light that obscures his vision. With practiced ease, he retrieves a pearl-like seed of life, capturing the abundant life force within it. In an instant, his normal vision returns. The absorption rate is nearly negligible. A gentle smile graces his lips as he acknowledges his own condition. After 5 years of cultivating vitality, his physique has reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. The recent practice has merely become a habit. He savors the sensation of being enveloped in life force. Warm and comforting, were it not for the fact that, after a quarter of an hour, it would dissipate swiftly. He would relish it for at least another half hour. My physique has reached the limits of this world. Any further advancement will likely require me to cultivate the Dragon Balls and make a wish to the dragon, he muses, shaking his head as visions of the future flicker in his mind. There is no rush. He possesses ample life force to squander. And the giants are merely younger siblings in this endeavor. This one is also filled to capacity, holding the life seed, which emanates a mystical glow. Li Shu smacks his lips, lifting his robe to reveal a satchel hanging at his waist. He opens the bag and tosses the seed inside, producing a crisp clink. With the supplementary feed from Loxus, the maturation of the elven vines is imminent. Thus, it is time to begin constructing the protagonist for the next grand event. Without rising, he reclines on the grass, basking in the sunlight as he slowly closes his eyes, contemplating the new protagonist that will emerge after the elves come into existence. Once the elves manifest, the greatest beneficiaries will undoubtedly be the capable ones. As long as they acquire elves that align with their abilities, their practical combat level will multiply. Consequently, non-capable individuals and swordsmen will find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Next, I must consider the welfare of the non-capable individuals. Should it be the swordsman as well? Rubbing his head, he came to a realization. If he were to cultivate a brand new concept of power specifically for the non-ability users, it seemed that both ability users and swordsmen would benefit. Yet, in the end, the original objective would remain unfulfilled. Thus, there was no need to deliberately enhance the non-ability users. As the ocean becomes increasingly vibrant with various systems of power, if they wished to keep pace with the times, they could not maintain their own purity. They would inevitably open their hearts to embrace and master the very powers they once resisted. With this understanding, he determined that it would be the Zanpakuto. The direction in which the world would evolve depended solely on his will. Without any hesitation, he would cultivate whichever system resonated with him, aligning with his desires. Having decided on the new concept he was about to construct, Li Shu sat up energetically, his fingers stroking his chin as he murmured to himself, "Spiritual power? That feels rather unpirate-like. Erase it. Each Zanpakuto possesses its own unique abilities? Should that aspect be retained?" After a lengthy contemplation, he slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing the Zanpakuto is a benefit prepared for all swordsmen. Whether they desire those extravagant abilities should be left to their discretion. Why expend energy on that? With a rough idea forming in his mind, he seized the moment. Li Shu raised his hand to conjure a blank seed, crossing his thumbs as he placed it in the palm of his hand, activating various fruit abilities to envelop the seed and commence the conceptual development of a new system. The Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and abilities are forged from the very soul of the Shinigami, known through sword meditation, calling its true name to wield its power. The notion of a soul feels too ethereal. It requires refinement. One could emulate a certain individual from the Zero Division, mass-producing shallow strikes, allowing swordsmen to gradually merge with their souls over time, transforming shallow strikes into tangible prototypes of the Zanpakuto. Sword meditation allows for communication, dialogue, and the comprehension of its true name, unleashing the power of the Zanpakuto. As for Shurkai and Bankai, these two aspects require significant optimization. Truly accomplished swordsmen, the great swordsmen, pursue the way of the sword with remarkable purity. I possess a sword that can shatter myriad laws and cleave the heavens. For them, no matter how daunting the challenge, with sword in hand, they would stride forth unyieldingly. Thus, the effects of Shurkai and Bankai could be established to amplify their own powers. Perhaps, upon calling the true name of the Zanpakuto and activating Shurkai, physical attributes could surge threefold, enhancing strength, agility, and reaction speed across the board, potentially yielding an overall combat power 5 times greater than normal, worthy of the effects of Shurkai. And for Bankai, he pondered, if Shurkai enhances physical attributes, could Bankai amplify the power of Slash's 5-fold? Might that be excessively brutal? With physical attributes elevated 3 to 5 times, delivering a strike with 5-fold amplified power. If it were the likes of Mihawk wielding the supreme black blade, he could likely cleave Kaido in half, wouldn't he? Li Shu found himself in a quandary, pondering deeply with lowered eyes for quite some time. Finally, with a sudden glimmer of resolve, he arrived at a decision. Chapter 6. The Spirit Seated Upon the Grassy Expanse. After a moment's contemplation, inspiration struck him. Achieving Bankai is no trivial feat. Perhaps in a few years, I may cultivate some other extraordinary system. By then, Bankai will merely be a matter of course. Yes, it is prudent to proceed cautiously. I shall stipulate that the physical exertion required for using Bankai will increase exponentially. Thus, I have prepared the Zanpakuto for those who tread the path of pure swordsmanship. Compassion. One must embrace compassion, for it is the love for all beings. In self-reflection, Li Shu resolved not to show favoritism. While there are sword masters dedicated to the purity of their craft, there are also those who revel in flamboyance. For these swordmasters, the approach is far simpler. One need only retain the original attributes of the Zanpakuto. Upon Shirkai, a brand new ability shall be granted. Coupled with a doubling of physical prowess, no more than that. The Bankai ability will undergo a transformation, amplifying its power fivefold, while physical attributes remain unchanged. However, the rate of stamina depletion will increase. Pure or extravagant, I shall leave the choice to you. Having established the two modes of the Zanpakuto, Li Shu commenced the vigorous activation of various fruits, employing his mind as the quill and the awakened tier of abilities as ink, meticulously inscribing the refined parameters into the blank seed. A day passed, 3 days, a week, half a month later. At last, I have succeeded. With a triumphant thought, Li Shu opened his eyes, gently cradling his palm to reveal a seed shaped like a blade, hovering above his hand. Leaning in to listen, he could faintly discern the sound of life within, akin to a fetal movement, a sign of successful development. The most challenging seed had been completed. The subsequent ones would be mere replication. The repetitive process posed no difficulty, yet he resolved to take a moment's respite. The prolonged exertion of manifesting the fruit's powers had not fatigued his body, but the strain on his spirit was significant. Moreover, today marked the return of Laxus. Dingling, dingling. The sound of wind chimes floated through the air, producing a series of melodious, healing tones that soothed Li Shu's weary soul. A smile graced his lips as he gently stroked the adorable little head of the chime, whispering softly, "Thank you, wind chime. I feel much better now. You are truly remarkable." The gentle tinkling of the wind chime, with its golden bean-like eyes, completed the crescent shape, bringing joy to itself for being able to assist Li Shu. In the next moment, with remarkable skill, it deftly bound Li Shu's eyes, expressing its affectionate sentiment in its own unique manner. Hey, you're blocking my view," Li Shu protested, though he showed no intention of removing it. Even without employing his observation abilities, the verdant grass and foliage of the island served as his senses. If it was bound, so be it. After all, how could he deny the happiness of the wind chime? After enjoying lunch and rejuvenating his vitality, he reclined in a chair for over an hour until the grass in the courtyard finally rustled. Back already? It's been quite a wait. With the foliage as his eyes, Li Shu perceived a tuft of golden hair swiftly approaching the island from the horizon. It was Laxus, returning from a month-long expedition, laden with goods. Half an hour passed unnoticed in anticipation. With a crackle of thunder, Laxus materialized in his preferred attire, his furry cloak fluttering behind him. "I have exceeded your request with 127 sea kings worth of resources." 10 seeds arced towards Li Shu, who raised his hand to catch them all, his ability allowing him to sense the contents within. A smile graced his lips. "Well done, Laxus. Exceeded your request, you say? The extra 27 seem to indicate you've made a decision regarding the dual-colored domineering power. They must be intended for cultivating the domineering tree. You truly understand me." Unfazed by Li Shu's teasing, Laxus maintained a stoic demeanor as he articulated his needs. "I choose an immediate method to obtain the domineering power. Cultivating the dual-colored domineering power and hastening the growth of the domineering tree will necessitate nurturing resources. Given your nature, those resources won't produce themselves. Since they will ultimately fall to me, isn't it only prudent to prepare in advance? Thumbs up to you, truly a clever little sprite." Li Shu praised him generously before turning towards the backyard. "Come along, let us witness the moment the little spirit officially enters the world." Laxus remained silent, stepping forward to follow the figure closely associated with him, as the three of them, along with a pet, ventured into the usually inaccessible backyard. As Laxus arrived in this simultaneously strange and familiar place, a serene look in his eyes gave way to a gentle reminiscence. 2 years prior, he had awakened here. According to Li Shu, the beings and items he cultivates are replicas optimized from a certain template. This means that in that world, I continue to be a mage of the guild, teaming up with my companions to undertake missions and striving to grow stronger for their safety. Standing resolutely on the front lines, how wonderful. Laxus, cultivating the dual essence of the domineering aura, could indeed reach maturity with merely 27 sea kings as nourishment. Or so my experience would suggest. However, it would only suffice to master the initial stage of this aura. The voice of Li Shu jolted Laxus back to reality, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. Was there more than one stage to this aura? A question arose in his mind. And just as he was about to inquire further, he observed Li Shu casting 10 seedlings into the air. Under his command, a sea creature over 100 meters in length emerged, and in the next heartbeat, a multitude of roots surged from the ground, clamoring to devour the Sea King's feet. the acrid scent of blood swiftly enveloping the entire backyard. Ferocious and terrifying, Laxus gazed at the numerous roots, which seemed to embody the essence of malevolent spirits as they fought for sustenance. He silently closed his mouth, his heart trembling. Was I born of this chaos as well? 1, 10, 20. As the 36th creature was consumed, 17 elven vines sprang forth from the ground, each glowing with an array of colors. They had reached maturity. Oh, he murmured inwardly, while Li Shu, undeterred by the pungent aroma of blood, fixed his expectant gaze upon the 17 vines. Spring sows a single grain. Autumn reaps a myriad of seeds. After such a long wait, the moment of harvest has finally arrived. Before his eyes, the roots continued their frenzy, voraciously consuming the sea kings and drawing in more nourishment. With each bite, the glow emitted by the 17 elven vines grew ever more brilliant, and within their swelling centers, the silhouettes of tiny sprites became discernible. 45. As the 45th sea creature was devoured, the vine representing the ice element trembled violently. The 3 azure vines entwined at its apex slowly unfurled, and as the bulging part rapidly contracted, a beam of white light erupted forth, heralding the birth of the second sprite following the chime of the wind bell. Chapter 7. The Lizard King Whoosh. A flash of brilliance revealed a sprite with azure skin and a shell-like carapace before Li Shu's eyes. Ride the dragon. A smile graced Li Shu's lips as he uttered the sprite's name. His spirits lifted. His affection for it was palpable, and more significantly, its arrival signified that the time for harvest was nigh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Indeed, in the next moment, the remaining 16 elven vines each gave rise to their corresponding sprites, the fire element's Black Ligia, the steel element's Cocodola, the grass element's Cunning Tengu, the flying element's Big Mouth Sparrow, and the electric element's Shock Monster. The roots remained in their frenzied feast, and as the 54th sea creature was seized, the second wave of maturation commenced, yielding the rock element's Sun Coral, the ghost element's Night Skeleton, and the insect element's Moth. 9 sprites. 9 sea creature carcasses can nurture a batch of sprites. Dividing among the 17 vines, it appears that, on average, half a sea creature can give rise to a single sprite. Li Shu exhaled lightly, contemplating the situation, and silently calculated the transformation efficiency. His already joyful spirit soared even higher. He had not anticipated that nurturing them to maturity would consume so much time. Yet the transition from the maturation of the elven vine to the harvest stage proved remarkably effortless. Unable to restrain his delight, he chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance towards the direction of Laxus. Ah, Laxus, with your competitive nature, upon discovering that the dominance has several stages, I am certain you will not be satisfied with merely having entered the initial level. Therefore, before your departure, allow me to seize a handful. 99. The 7th harvest. Collect. As the ability of the fruit activated and the 99th sea creature was summoned forth, completing the 7th harvest of the diminutive spirits, Li Shu commanded the nurturing entity to cease its operations, raising his hand to summon it back to his palm, leaving the last one for Laxus as a tip for his maritime procurement. Gently toying with the nurturing entity in his hand, Li Shu observed the more than 100 bewildered little spirits surveying their surroundings. He turned to Laxus and Susanoo, only to find the two locked in a fierce stare down, their eyes brimming with hostility, vying for the ownership of a particular spirit. The second wind chime. Mr. Susanoo, your companion already possesses one, and you have been inseparable for years. You are essentially one and the same. Is it necessary to compete with me for the ownership of a second wind chime? Are you not concerned that having 2 wind chimes living together may lead to discord in their kind, potentially resulting in conflict and harm to one another? Allow me to take it. In the contest for the wind chime, the brave would triumph in this narrow encounter. Laxus attempted to reason with Susanoo, only to receive a more vigilant gaze in return. Laxus, perhaps after today you will depart. The seas are fraught with peril. It is not a suitable abode for them to accompany you. Keeping both will ensure a more harmonious coexistence. With my presence, neither will come to harm. No. You are mistaken, Mr. Susanoo, Laxus declared with unwavering determination. As a dragon slayer mage, I possess no exclusive feline companion. The wind chime is my partner, regardless of how tumultuous the seas may become, or the lurking dangers that await. I can assure you that before the wind chime lies only my silhouette and the serene beauty of the passing years. Danger? I shall obliterate it with thunderous might. Observing Laxus's fervent conviction, Susanoo shook his head in denial. No, Laxus, you are overly arrogant. Beyond the overtly powerful, there are many unknown entities lurking in the depths of the ocean. While a blatant arrow may be easily dodged, a hidden dagger is much harder to evade. The risk of the wind chime accompanying you is far too great. I cannot agree. Li Shu found himself momentarily speechless. Well, until they reached a consensus on the ownership of the second wind chime, it would be prudent for him to refrain from meddling. He turned his gaze towards a particular creature among the 100 tiny spirits. Ah, the grass-type lizard king, a delightful companion that complements my abilities. Let us forge a contract. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the lizard king before him. Curling his middle finger, he struck the creature's forehead with a resounding pop. In the blink of an eye, the bewildered lizard king was overwhelmed by an irresistible force, its eyes spinning as it collapsed to the ground. After expending considerable effort, a drop of blood fell from his fingertips onto the unconscious lizard king. Instantly, the blood merged with the creature, transforming it into a beam of red light that shot into Li Shu's forehead, manifesting as a pattern resembling the lizard king. The contract was successful. Fusion, transformation, explosive growth, he proclaimed. Let me first experience this newly configured application of Pokemon power. Fusion, silently whispering the command within his heart. The pattern on his forehead erupted in a burst of emerald light, enveloping Li Shu entirely. Drawn by the verdant radiance, Laxus and Susanoo turned their attention towards the figure shrouded in light. In the next moment, the brilliance detonated, revealing Li Shu in his fused form. His eyes remained the same, yet a ring of crimson shadow now adorned them, exuding a striking allure. His previous attire vanished, replaced by a form-fitting green combat suit that accentuated his physique, radiating elegance. At his waist, a red satin ribbon was tied, with two sheathed blades, both green, protruding on either side, projecting an imposing presence. Around his neck, a long red scarf fluttered weightlessly, its ends adorned with a blend of gold and yellow. Is this the transformation I had envisioned? The change that occurs upon merging with a spirit? He mused, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Indeed, the metamorphosis post-fusion was quite remarkable. After a moment of admiration for his new attire, he drew the blade from his waist, its polished surface reflecting his visage. He was met with another delightful surprise. The crimson shadow around his eyes added a touch of elegance and allure. However, when he angled the blade to glimpse his hair, he found himself slightly dismayed. It was styled into a spiky green hedgehog-like dew, growing upwards. Well, green is green, he thought. Being grass-type, it signifies vitality and vigor. 2 lifetimes as a single man. No big deal. With a swift motion, he brandished his blade, slicing through the air with a sound that cleaved the atmosphere. The energy-formed blade of his skill whistled forth, dissipating after traveling nearly 10,000 meters. In a flash of speed akin to teleportation, he returned the blade to its sheath, channeling his physical strength to activate the Lizard King's abilities. He suddenly appeared before a grand tree in the backyard. With a powerful strike, a scarf, defying the pull of gravity, replaced the Lizard King's tail and struck the trunk with a fierce gust, echoing with a resounding boom. The seemingly delicate scarf effortlessly severed the mighty tree, showcasing a formidable force. As the tree lost its support, it toppled to one side. Li Shu raised his hand, conjuring crimson energy in his palm. In an instant, a robust crimson energy cannon erupted forth, obliterating the tree into dust before it could fully descend. Carried away by the wind, having briefly experimented with several of the Lizard King's skills, he released the fusion mode, donning a green combat suit, a sheathed sword, and a red scarf that coalesced into a radiant flow at his forehead, revealing the emblem of the Lizard King, while his original attire reappeared. Indeed. There was not a hint of weakness. After a brief assessment of his condition, Li Shu felt no discomfort. Evidently, his physique was extraordinarily robust. Completely disregarding any adverse status, shall I attempt the transformation again? With a mere thought, a beam of red light surged from his forehead, and the Lizard King materialized before him, its eyes sparkling with eagerness as it gazed at its contractor. The memories of their recent brief fusion echoed in his mind, powerful, truly overwhelming. Sharing in the contractor's vitality to replenish its own strength, the Lizard King felt capable of tearing apart divine beasts and effortlessly dominating its foes. Yielding willingly, the proud Lizard King knelt, bowing beneath the weight of its contractor's might. Chapter 8. The past. Witnessing the Lizard King kneel, Li Shu chuckled softly. A patch of green grass sprouted rapidly, lifting the Lizard King back to its feet. From this day forth, we shall be partners, equals. A formidable being may choose to bow, but the knee shall not bend. As my contract spirit, Lizard King, stand tall and embody your regal pride until I fall. A startled expression crossed the Lizard King's face, but it quickly steeled its resolve, puffing out its chest and taking its place behind Li Shu as a loyal guardian. Gently patting its angular head, Li Shu's joy was palpable. Yet, upon further inspection, he felt something was amiss. With a light smack to his forehead, he realized what was lacking. He lifted his garments and retrieved a vibrant orb brimming with life energy from his sash, activating the powers of various fruits to transform it into a branch adorned with a single green leaf. He bent down and offered it to the Lizard King. Now, this is perfect. With a branch nestled in its grasp, the King of Lizards gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder. A relentless vitality surged from the branch, continuously infusing his being, coursing rapidly through him, permeating every part of his form, an overwhelming sense of power manifesting within. Do not be astonished, as my companion. What Sirsu possesses, you equally deserve to attain. With a brief explanation to the King of Lizards, Li Shu had no intention of attempting the third burst mode, which would impose a 6-month cooldown on the creature. Instead, he approached the now quiet Laxus and Susanoo. Have you ceased your quarrel? As he spoke, 2 wind chimes, curving like crescent moons, floated to either side of him, each emitting ethereal tones that were similar yet distinct. No 2 leaves in the world are identical, and neither are the little sprites. You truly are obstinate. Li Shu teased the 2 wind chimes with his fingers, continuing. Since the second has appeared, providing sufficient nourishment to cultivate a third wind chime is merely a matter of time. Are you both devoid of intellect? Oh, how foolish of me, Susanoo suddenly realized, having overlooked this simple logic, perhaps constrained by his own preoccupations. Laxus remained silent, rolling his eyes inwardly. Did he really need Li Shu to point this out? He had considered the possibility when cultivating the second wind chime, but had been disheartened by the repetition. Moreover, he was preparing to venture into the vast ocean. If he did not seize this opportunity, when would he have the chance for a third? It was far wiser to cherish the present. You mentioned that the aura of dominance is divided into several tiers. How many are there? If I desire to attain the highest tier of dual-colored aura, how much nourishment must I provide? Laxus's inquiry reached Li Shu's ears, who smirked and shrugged. 50 to 100 is no less, 200 to 300 is no more. Of course, if you prepare ample nourishment. The prospect of a third wind chime is not a mere fantasy. There is even a chance of cultivating a sprite perfectly suited to you, possessing both dragon and electric dual attributes. Laxus, are you trying to exploit me? Just say it. A week had passed since Laxus last set forth. During this time, Susanoo meticulously tended to over 100 little sprites. In this process, he attempted to forge contracts with several sprites, all of which ended in failure. Biologically humanoid artifacts are, after all, not true humans. Even with the sprites' willing cooperation, the attempts culminated in disappointment. Mr. Su, Li Shu, having just enjoyed a leisurely lunch, reclined in a rocking chair soaking up the sun. He cast a glance at Susanoo, surrounded by sprites, and languidly murmured, there is no need for concern. The inability to form contracts with sprites now does not preclude future success. Be patient. Someday, I shall aid you in breaking free from the constraints of the artifacts, allowing you to become a fully realized human being. Surrounded by mischievous sprites, the cacophony of their chatter drowned out Li Shu's murmurs. After meticulously grooming the sculpted feathers, the stoic visage of Susanoo softened into a sincere smile. Li Shu gently lifted the corners of his lips, then turned his gaze away, resting his head upon his hands, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the azure sky dotted with white clouds. Once Laxus returns and attains what he desires, this remarkably efficient tool will set sail for the sea. One can understand, the thunder dragon, deprived of freedom, cannot roar across the skies. The boundless and vibrant ocean is indeed his rightful home. However, he pondered, in his absence, I must seek out a new tool. With the graduation from the fairy system imminent, and the path of the Zanpakuto still fraught with challenges, how long must I wait for the fruits of labor without a capable assistant to hunt the sea kings? The urgency to find a replacement became apparent. Closing his eyes momentarily, Li Shu summoned the diverse abilities of his fruits, and in an instant, the island's vegetation stirred without a breeze, scouting and relaying images to his mind. After a period of sifting through the information, 2 figures emerged from the depths of his thoughts. The first was Captain Capitana, the commander of the Royal Guard, a master swordsman on the brink of a breakthrough to Grandmaster status, should he fully comprehend his sword path. The second was Bartra, an old pirate residing on the island, a superhuman with the abilities of the bottle fruit, now 87 years old, having awakened the full potential of his powers and adept in dual hockey. How fortuitous, Li Shu chuckled at the sight of Capitana's silhouette. 5 years prior, it was he who severed the tree of betrayal, and now, 5 years later, their paths were destined to cross once more. Indeed, the tides of fate are ever changing. he mused. Extending his left hand, he caressed the grass beside him, transmitting 2 messages through the power of his fruit. Mr. Susanoo, please prepare some fruits and pastries. We shall soon have 2 guests. Guests? Susanoo's heart stirred with curiosity as he recalled the memories of all that had blossomed. Aside from Laxus, it seemed this courtyard had never truly welcomed visitors before. Very well. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, yet he answered obediently. Rising to make his way to the kitchen. Chapter 9. The two outside the palace, at the military encampment of the kingdom, on the expansive grassy field. A young man in his 20s, breathless and gripping a long sword, assumed his strongest stance, cautioning his mentor Capitana. Master, be careful. Unleash your full strength. Let me see if you can bear the weight of the responsibility of the next captain. At an age barely touching 40, with a resolute countenance and a robust physique. Captain Tana pointed his exquisite blade, he sway, at the young man, his steady gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. Unveil your brilliance and earn my recognition. Subsequently, assume the responsibilities of a captain to safeguard the kingdom. I shall embark on a quest for my own path of the sword, aspiring to become a formidable swordsman and behold even grander vistas. With utmost exertion, the youth summoned every ounce of his strength, transforming his surging aura into a pitch-black crow, which then surged toward Captain Tana, accompanied by a fierce aura of killing intent. Excellent! Captain Tana exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with admiration as he leaned slightly forward, instantly accelerating. In a flash of blade light, he appeared behind the young man, the dark crow dissipating slowly, leaving them 3 meters apart, standing still in their respective places. Crack! The young man's eyes trembled as they fixated on the shattered blade. He had lost, though he was aware he was no match for his master. Despite delivering a full-force strike, he had failed to provoke his master's swordsmanship, and instead, his blade had broken. It was a complete and utter defeat. Exhaling a breath of stale air, the young man adeptly regulated his mindset, not allowing despair to take root. Turning around, he bowed his head in shame, saying, I apologize. Master, I am indeed still far from sufficient. With such strength, I fear I cannot bear the weight of protecting the kingdom. No, Captain Tana sheathed his sword, gazing at the undaunted young man with satisfaction. Lift your head. From this day forth, you shall be the new commander of the kingdom's army. What? The young man, astonished, looked up. How could this be? His strength was undeniably feeble compared to Captain Tana's. How could he possibly bear the title of captain? Noticing the uncertainty in the young man's eyes, Captain Tana reassured him. Mon boy, the role of captain necessitates strength. Yet it does not solely hinge on the measure of that strength. Though you are young, I have faith in your future. Approaching the youth, he placed his right hand firmly on his shoulder. Embrace this responsibility. When you truly stand as captain to protect the kingdom, you will also gain boundless motivation. Growing stronger for the sake of your convictions, you will undoubtedly surpass me, becoming a true pillar of the nation, safeguarding its peace. Mon boy, one day, you shall be the pride of your master, a hero of the realm, my successor. Cultivate your confidence. Tears welled in the young man's eyes as he gazed at his mentor, striving to suppress his urge to weep. With resolute determination, he nodded firmly, declaring, Yes, master. I, Mon boy, pledge to you that day will not be far off. Ha ha ha. I eagerly await that day, Captain Tana boisterously laughed, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. His gaze fell to the young man's broken blade. This fine 50-crafted blade, he sway, shall be entrusted to you as a token of my congratulations on your ascension as captain. How could that be? Hisui has accompanied you longer than I. Before Monbois could finish his sentence, the surrounding grass rustled ominously. A message surged into Captain Tana's mind. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he abruptly turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Master, what is the matter? Perceiving the unusual demeanor of Capitana, Monbois could not help but inquire. Startled, he tightly grasped the still unhanded Hisui, his eyes twitching involuntarily in embarrassment as he cleared his throat. Ahem. You make a valid point. Having it by my side indeed brings me a certain comfort, particularly as I am about to encounter that mysterious ability wielder who has contacted me without clear intent. At the Aka Tavern, the silver-haired, aged Bartlow leaned on the table, his chin resting on his palm, gazing intently at the dozen or so patrons reveling within the establishment. No, his true focus lay on the verdant, tender shoots sprouting above their heads. That time is approaching. Through the window, Bartlow observed the brilliant sunlight outside. In half an hour, it would be the finest moment of the day, and that individual, poised to reap their daily sustenance, could not be kept waiting. As thoughts swirled, he pushed himself up from the table, weariness etched on his face, and with an apologetic demeanor, He addressed the patrons. I am terribly sorry, everyone. But we must close soon. Those wishing to take advantage of discounts may begin to prepare. What? Don't be like that, old man. I've only just begun to enjoy myself. Indeed, a few extra hours wouldn't hurt, would it? Closing so early each day hardly seems wise for business. Upon hearing the imminent closure, many patrons expressed their discontent, urging him to reconsider. After all, the tavern's exquisite beverages, rich and fragrant, seemed to possess the essence of time itself, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Silence. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the clamor, and the patrons turned to see the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the speaker, they obediently fell silent. It was Floridaki, the notorious bully of the city. The owner is merely aging, and it's normal to feel tired and need rest at noon. Let us be considerate and form an orderly line to seek today's discounts. Shall we? What is all this fuss about? Floridaki's authoritative presence swiftly quelled the unrest, though he cast a furtive glance at Bartla, who responded with a gentle smile, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, the hardships I've endured, he reflected on the past 5 years, recalling when he was the leader of the city's underworld, commanding over 400 subordinates, with all who encountered him choosing to steer clear. Truly, he was a tyrant of the city. Yet that reign crumbled the moment he faced Bartla, particularly when the latter produced a glass bottle and absorbed over 300 of his minions into it in an instant. 5 years, 5 years. Who knows the struggles I have faced during this time? It was painful, a desire to weep. But he lifted his chin defiantly, barking, "Someone, bring out the punch strength tester. TSK. How lacking in perception you are. Can't you see the guests have lined up?" Oh, I'll go do that right away. An innocent customer became the target of his pent-up frustrations, unable to retort, and compelled to engage in obligatory labor. Shortly thereafter, a glass-made strength tester was presented at the forefront of the queue. With a resounding thud, Floridaki clenched his fist tightly and struck the impact zone, producing a dull sound as a value of 8. One illuminated on the glass display. "Oh, congratulations, you have received a discount of 8. 1. Batla's voice drifted into his ears. Floridaki, with a hint of fatigue in his smile, disregarded the fleeting sensation of vitality being siphoned from his being upon striking the tester. He stood tall, proudly dismissing the customers lining up behind him. 8. 1 off. Impressive. ISNT 19 vitality points. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit." As he accepted the payment, Batla observed the rapid rejuvenation of Floridaki, thanks to the nurturing essence of the twin sprouts, and marveled at the practicality of such a fruitability. A few minutes later, once all customers had departed, he approached the glass tester. In an instant, it spontaneously softened and contracted, transforming into a transparent glass orb filled with the siphoned vitality. Grasping the orb, Batla summoned a bottle that could thwart any prying eyes. Recognizing that time was fleeting, he was no mere chive to be harvested at will. At his age, accumulating vitality was no simple feat, and it was prudent to remain concealed. Suddenly, an unusual rustling from the grass pierced the silence, delivering a message to the individual wishing to retreat into the bottle. In that moment, Batla's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had been caught in the act of indulgence. Chapter 10. Recruitment in the Kingdom of Korahut. The royal palace. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Captain Na did not immediately proceed to the location indicated in the message. After some contemplation, he arrived at the palace to fully disclose the intelligence to the king for deliberation. King Jerry's, in his early 60s, displayed no signs of aging, exuding vitality with flourishing twin sprouts atop his head. Silently absorbing Captain Na's report, he pondered deeply. Once he had meticulously organized the information in his mind, he spoke. "The other party has provided you with a location, yet it remains shrouded in mystery, as it cannot be clearly articulated. Nonetheless, it seems there is no malice intended. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the trouble of inviting you for a meeting. Your Majesty agrees? I concur and even encourage your visit." Upon hearing this, he noticed Captain Na's expression of confusion. The king continued, "It has been 5 years, and now a mysterious individual has chosen to unveil themselves. Why should we refuse? Of course, this is but one consideration. More importantly, I hope this journey will assist you in unraveling the emotional knots that have burdened you for 5 long years." Emotional knots? As Captain Nader's gaze darkened, memories of the Tree of Bode incident from 5 years prior resurfaced in his mind. If he had been stronger back then, might the citizens of the nation have been spared the burden of dual shoots sprouting from their heads? Though this phenomenon had brought benefits to all, enhanced vigor and vitality, it also posed a looming threat. What if, one day, the puppeteer behind it all harbored malevolent intentions? Was the nation's security truly at the mercy of such whims? No, this cannot be, he exclaimed. A nation unable to govern its own fate has no future. With a respectful bow, Captain Nader addressed the king. Your Majesty, Monbois is fit to succeed me. Though young, he possesses great potential. With your guidance, he could flourish rapidly. If I do not return, then so be it. The king furrowed his brow at Nader's words and admonished, what foolishness is this? I command you to return alive. Monbois is indeed promising, but he is still young. You must guide him meticulously to become a competent captain. After that, whether you unlock your heart and ascend to the rank of Grand Sword Master to venture into the world or pursue another path, I shall not interfere in your life. But for now, as he spoke, the king descended from his throne, pausing as he brushed past Captain Nader, his tone imbued with hope. Return alive. More than half an hour later, as Captain Nader stepped onto the grass outside the courtyard, he encountered the hesitant and troubled Bartla. Their eyes met. Each surprised. Were they mere passers-by, or perhaps fellow invitees? Suddenly, a soft and steady cadence of footsteps reached their ears. Turning to look, they beheld the stern visage of a man named Susano, who greeted them. The guests have been awaited. Please follow me. Observing the retreating figure of Susano, each man harbored his own thoughts as they stepped forward to follow. Inside the courtyard, a square table was set in the center, laden with an array of fruits and pastries. Li Shu, seated at the head of the table, smiled as he welcomed the two newcomers. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Remaining silent, adhering to a philosophy of listening and observing, the two men complied with the host's invitation and sat down, maintaining their silence. Li Shu broke the tension with a laugh, glancing at the inquisitive yet silent Captain Nader and the perplexed but mute Bartla. He shook his head and said, Since you both are so reserved, allow me to introduce myself on your behalf. He gestured toward Captain Nader. This is Captain Nader, the leader of the kingdom's army. An exceptional swordsman of the highest caliber, revered by the people as the sword of the nation. Over his 12-year tenure, he has vanquished nearly 60 pirate crews and claimed the lives of over 1,000 foes, earning him the status of a national hero. And he remains unmarried. A notable bachelor. An aging bachelor? Captain Keptana raised an eyebrow, striving to maintain his composure, yet failing miserably. His already tumultuous thoughts became even more disordered. It was none other than the esteemed Captain Bartla of the kingdom's army, as if just realizing the true identity of the man before him. Bartla regarded Keptana with an appropriately expressive smile and a nod, a silent greeting exchanged. Ignoring the discontented grunt of a certain individual. Li Shu continued to gesture towards Bartla, clicking his tongue in admiration. This one is formidable. The artist Bartla, a user of the superhuman bottle fruit. Awakened and proficient in the dual-color hockey. He once followed his captain into the New World and made quite a name for himself, with a bounty of 473 million. By the way, this bounty is from over 40 years ago. A pirate? Upon learning of Bartla's piratical identity, Keptana was taken aback. As the captain of the guard, he ought to be at odds with pirates. Yet after many years in service, he had encountered some pirates who left a favorable impression on him. Moreover, given Bartla's aged demeanor, he was clearly at an age of retirement, having chosen to live quietly within the kingdom without furthering his nefarious deeds, presumably unaware of the circumstances. Oh dear, I have not been a pirate for many years now. To reveal my past identity in front of Captain Keptana seems somewhat unkind to an old man. How could that be? Li Shu replied with a radiant smile. Captain Keptana is a swordsman of clear moral distinction. Even during his tenure, he could count some pirates who set sail for their dreams among his good friends. Furthermore, he has resigned merely half an hour ago, free from the responsibilities of governance. As for someone like you, a law-abiding elder in retirement, turning a blind eye to past misdeeds is merely a trivial matter. It seems I have been overly concerned. Bartla laughed heartily, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, concealing a flicker of surprise. Resigned? Just half an hour ago. He is already aware. Such formidable intelligence. If that is the case, my actions over the years must have long been laid bare before him. The subject of the conversation, Keptana, also expressed astonishment, his gaze sharpening instantaneously as his mind raced to contemplate the potential means of information leakage. In a fleeting moment, he conjured a possibility. It must be the burgeoning twins above us. Who would have thought they played a role in surveilling the entire island? No one holds any secrets here. Such a practical ability. Alas, the prolonged sound of denial signified his discontent. It should not be stated thus. I still possess the basic courtesy to respect others' privacy. However, the two of you, being the partners I intend to recruit, it's only reasonable that I conduct a slight investigation beforehand. Wouldn't you agree? Recruit. The moment these words left his lips, both Captana and Bartla willingly overlooked the fact of being monitored. Bartla's heart stirred, his half-closed eyes widening in surprise, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in their depths. Recruit us? At my advanced age, surely I hold no value for recruitment anymore? Huh. Li Shu inexplicably smiled, his eyes glinting with mockery, as he gazed at the elderly visage of his companion and remarked, Senior, there is no need to conceal anything in front of a discerning person. A discount event for the strength testing device? While it may seem somewhat petty, the accumulation over 5 years has resulted in a substantial reservoir of vitality, enough to rejuvenate you by several years. Is it not time to abandon this fade of old age? Chapter 11. 50-50 Absorbing Vitality? Rejuvenated by several years? Upon hearing Li Shu's revelation, Captana was taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Patella. The information was staggering. The ability to siphon vitality from others to restore oneself, to turn back the clock? Indeed. The secret laid bare, Patella thought to himself, realizing that every move he made was under scrutiny. To continue hiding would be a display of insincerity. Resolute in his decision, he ceased to disguise his appearance with unique methods. Activating the power of the bottle fruit, he exhaled the vitality he had accumulated over the years. In an instant, his silver hair returned to its raven hue, and the signs of aging faded, revealing the robust visage of his youth, as Captana's pupils contracted in astonishment. Time is but a fleeting grain of sand, and aging is merely a passage of years. This face bore the resolute charm of weathered experience, sculpted by the hands of time with a depth and steadiness that exuded masculinity. After enduring the tempest of life, the withered tree blossoms anew, shedding its disguise before the world. Observing the now unmasked Patella, Li Shu chuckled. Now that's more like it. An old tree bearing fresh branches, returning to youth. With such potential, why not be honest? Youth? Patella dared not acknowledge it. He chuckled lightly and resumed the previous topic. So, your so-called recruitment involves establishing a pirate crew? Setting sail upon the seas to seize the great treasure left by the Pirate King? One Piece? Shaking his head in disinterest, Li Shu replied, I am quite the homebody. A monotonous life adrift at sea does not suit me. I find contentment at home, waking naturally each day to the culinary delights prepared by Mr. Su. After enjoying a meal, I relish some fruits and pastries, basking in the sunlight. Such leisurely and stable days are the essence of my preferred existence. Patella was perplexed. I do not understand. You already possess such a life. Why invite us here to reveal your presence? Wouldn't it be better to remain in the shadows? Furthermore, your so-called recruitment, without the intention of forming a pirate crew or setting sail, what significance does it hold? Same question. Captana remained silent, suppressing the multitude of questions arising within him, his gaze toward Li Shu laden with similar confusion. Do they truly conflict? With a broad smile, I confessed my inclination towards solitude, expressing my aversion to distant travels. I lead a self-sufficient life, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I anticipate that my excursions in the forthcoming years will be quite limited. However, once free from life's burdens, I too harbor aspirations. To gather companions like you is essential for the pursuit of my ambitions. Batara, will you become my ally? Should you choose to join me? I can assure you an abundance of vitality. I can restore you to your prime, even if you wish to live for a century or a millennium. I shall provide until the moment you tire of living. Therefore, join me. Silence enveloped the air as Batara gazed at Li Shu, whose penetrating eyes were fixed upon him, extending a hand in invitation. You offer to restore me to my peak condition and provide ample life force until I grow weary of existence? Such a beguiling promise. He mused, feeling a stir of intrigue. Yet, what is it that you seek? Although my inclinations lean towards agreement, I must first inquire about your pursuits to ascertain whether it is worthy of my dedication and effort. Li Shu, momentarily disheartened, retracted his hand, realizing that his persuasive words had faltered. Very well. I shall candidly share my ambitions. However, take heed, should you choose not to join me. I possess means to erase your recent memories. Half an hour later, in a certain corner of the kingdom of Karo, a sudden gust of wind arose. And in an instant, the greenery of a meadow began to grow wildly, soaring to a height of 3 meters. Soon after, as if fulfilling a mission, the plants swiftly retracted, returning to their original form, leaving the meadow untouched, but now bearing the unconscious form of a slumbering figure. Capitana. lying on the grass. Capitana was devoid of consciousness, caught in a deep coma, his pallid face marred by blood at the corners of his mouth. And the tender twin shoots atop his head drooping, as if recently subjected to a grievous blow. In the courtyard, Batara's expression was one of shock. His gaze fixated on the transparent crystal memory shard clutched in Li Shu's hand. Within the crystalline sphere, a series of scenes unfold from a first-person perspective. The journey to this place, the encounter with Batla, the moment when he and Li Shu sit around a table, the shared experience of listening to Li Shu's aspirations, and finally, the scene where Li Shu, with a mere glance, renders one helpless, causing a fierce resistance against the erasure of memories, leading to a fainting spell. With a decisive snap of his fingers, Li Shu crushes the memory crystal, scattering its fragments into the air like shimmering dust. Remarkable! An ordinary superhuman fruit has been developed to such an extent by you. Although I too have awakened my fruit abilities, I am humbled in comparison, Batla remarked, utterly captivated by Li Shu's narrative of ambition and the impressive methods employed. Just moments prior, Captain Na had resolutely declined an invitation, only to be overwhelmed by an indescribable burst of conqueror's haki, leaving him unconscious. Subsequently, Li Shu had placed a seed upon Captain Na's forehead, nurturing it with memories until it bore the extraordinary memory crystal. Such an unfathomable technique had been merely a trivial display before his new leader, who audaciously sought to fabricate concepts and establish an entirely unique power system upon the vast sea. And astonishingly, there were already successful precedents. What kind of enigmatic figure have I chosen to follow? Batla pondered, still reeling from the revelations after half an hour. Laughing lightly, Li Shu gazed skyward. The potential of fruit abilities knows no bounds. The larger one's heart, the greater the stage. It is merely you, all of you, who are constrained by your inherent perceptions. Perhaps. Batla replied, acknowledging that he believed he had pushed his own fruit abilities to their limits, finding his thoughts rigid and lacking in creativity. Unable to conceive of a stronger developmental direction, he decided to shift the topic. Now that I have chosen to join, how should I address you, Captain? It seems inappropriate, as we have not yet formed a pirate crew. Just like Mr. Su, you may call me young master. Batla's curiosity was piqued. Mr. Su? Was he the man who welcomed them inside? He recalled that he had referred to him as master at that time. With a wry smile, Li Shu replied, though I am his possessor, master, I consider him more of a companion, a partner. Honestly, there is no need to elevate my status at the expense of lowering yours. Possessor? Another intriguing piece of information, Batla mused silently, choosing not to pursue it further. Recognizing that he had just joined and was not in a rush to delve into the deeper connections between them. Indeed, this further highlights Mr. Su's loyalty to the young master, he added, tactfully acknowledging their closeness. By the way, since entering, I have yet to see Mr. Su. As a newcomer, I should certainly make his acquaintance. That is true. Nodding in agreement, Li Shu gestured for Batla to look to the left. At that moment, the robust and towering vines rapidly retracted into the ground, revealing over 100 colorful sprites alongside the extremely serious figure of Susanoo. Li Shu? Chapter 12. Batla's kitchen. As the vines withdrew, Li Shu met Susanoo's icy gaze, feeling an inexplicable chill within. Master, during your encounter with an attack, you utilized your abilities to shield me, an imperial tool, in your presence. Such actions contradict my duties and undermine my very existence. The chilling inquiry from Susanoo echoed in his ears, and Li Shu instantly comprehended the gravity of Susanoo's demeanor. Slightly flustered, he couldn't help but scratch the corner of his mouth, chuckling nervously. Mr. Su, after all these years of your attentive care, I've grown quite plump. It's rare to have someone stir up trouble at home, and in a moment of impulse, I simply wanted to stretch my limbs. Who would have thought the opponent would be so feeble, collapsing at a mere glance? So, strictly speaking, it wasn't he an attack, right? No need to fret. Susanoo remained unmoved by Li Shu's explanation, continuing to fix him with a cold, unyielding stare. What could he do? I apologize. It won't happen again. If I do not possess a complete assurance of success in inviting strangers here, I will refrain from putting myself in potentially perilous situations. Naturally, even if I believe I have 100% certainty, I will ensure Mr. Su is by my side next time. With a sincere bow of contrition, Li Shu offered his verbal reflection. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Susanoo's serious expression finally softened, returning to its usual state of composure. Batla, who had been quietly observing, interjected at the opportune moment. Young Master S' temperament is indeed quite amicable. It seems my days ahead will not be so bleak. Chuckling lightly, Li Shu chose to shift the topic. The superhuman-type bottle fruit seems to lack any particularly compatible sprites among the 17 types. Batla, do you have any sprites that you particularly favor and that complement your abilities? In the previous half hour of conversation, he had provided a general introduction to the sprites of the 17 types. Indeed, Batla replied affirmatively, his eyes alight with wonder as he observed the array of sprites before him. As for the superhuman type, I am well versed in dual color dominance, but I find myself most adept with fruit abilities. Among the 17 types, telekinesis from the superhuman category might be quite suitable. It can assist me in better controlling the blades and bottles I create for combat. Moreover, a significant advantage is that telekinesis allows for flight, granting me dominion over both land and air. If I can engage, I shall, and if not, it facilitates a swift escape. You? Li Shu laughed, shaking his head in amusement, respecting his choice, and then offered guidance. Well, let us hold off on the superhuman type for now. The sprites we've cultivated so far are of average quality. I recommend you contract with Mutewell, a divine beast-level sprite. We must choose the very best for our own. Legendary Pokemon Mutewell? Batla silently repeated in his mind, gladly accepting the recommendation of the new boss for this little creature. A legendary being, indeed. Why wait? Is it to anticipate the return of that companion who ventured out to hunt the Sea King? Perhaps it is unnecessary. Oh, unexpectedly. Li Shu turned his head slightly to glance at him, patiently awaiting his next words. After the awakening of my fruit ability, I developed a skill I take great pride in, Subspace Bottle. As he spoke, Batla reached up to remove the necklace adorning his neck, revealing a gourd-shaped silver glass bottle at its end. The Subspace Bottle contains an expansive realm, which I have partitioned into numerous independent spaces. Anyone or any creature confined within is imprisoned in separate cages, their consciousness plunging into an absolute stupor. However, time within the bottle flows at the same rate as the outside world. As time progresses, they will succumb to hunger and death, their minds sinking into utter darkness, signifying their demise. Oh, Li Shu exclaimed with a drawn-out tone, admiring Batla's eloquence. Such imaginative prowess transcends dimensions. Indeed, Batla, this singular skill is enough to earn my respect? Ha ha ha, one cannot compare, my lord. The potential of your fruit ability far surpasses mine. I was merely young and naive, seeking to elegantly capture my foes in battle, believing it would appear quite impressive, thus I developed this application. With hearty laughter and a humble demeanor, Batla continued earnestly, enemies imprisoned within the subspace bottle, dangerous beings, may perish, yet their remains, preserved relatively intact by the bottle, could be repurposed as nutrients to cultivate new little Pokemon, as you suggested, my lord, thus harnessing their residual value. Quite well indeed. Upholding the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Li Shu expressed his agreement before turning towards the backyard. Come along, it is not a place everyone can tread freely unless you are present to release the nutrients contained within. Mr. Su, would you like to join? Fair and square. Very well. In the backyard, upon the arrival of Li Shu and the others, the 17 vines of the Pokemon had resumed their original forms, with thousands of tendril-like roots springing forth from the ground, swaying erratically, poised for the next feeding. Not this time, Li Shu interjected. Given the unique circumstances, someone has prepared a special diet for the psychic vines. You need not crowd around. He raised his hand, gently suppressing the other 16 vines of the Pokemon, reverting them to their guise as ordinary grass, leaving only the psychic-type vine. Let us begin. All right. Suppressing the astonishment that filled his heart, Batala gazed at the remaining strands of the elven vine before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He then hurled the precious vial into the air, and in the next instant, the vial, no larger than a fingernail, expanded hundreds of times in size, its mouth facing downward, releasing nearly 40 years' worth of accumulated resources. From below, dozens of tendrils surged upward, eagerly welcoming all who fell, regardless of how long they had been deceased, swiftly consuming and absorbing the fallen bounty. After the descent of 127 corpses, the elven vine bore forth a brand new little Hippowdon, close to 130. Li Shu murmured as he counted the consumed numbers. 130 is merely equivalent to half a feed for the Sea King class. Well, that's acceptable, I suppose. Although the quantity is substantial, it pales in comparison to the weight. Young master, what is this little sprite? Batala inquired, looking at the pink creature before him. Oh, it's a Hippowdon, a water and psychic dual attribute sprite, far from our intended target. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Hearing Li Shu's casual response, Batala felt a momentary pang of disappointment, yet he quickly intensified the pouring of resources. After all, it was just over 100 bodies. Having traversed the seas for nearly half a century, he had amassed nothing but hidden scars and a collection of captive corpses. The title of artist was not earned without merit. As the elven vine continued to yield results, various sprites emerged, and within 5 minutes, the backyard had become home to 21 new creations. Telekinetic golem, Batala mused as he observed another peculiar sprite with numerous large eyes. Is this one not it? Not quite. Ah, very well. With each new sprite summoned, he inquired once more, experiencing disappointment 22 times in succession. Though somewhat disheartened, this only ignited his inner resilience. Good things come to those who wait. The longer the wait, the better the reward. Mutwo, I am determined to have you. Chapter 13. Contract sprite standing at the height of an arm. This creature was entirely pink and resembled a cat. Its nose was short and wide, with triangular ears standing erect, and behind it was a long, slender tail, tapering to an olive shape, while its blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. Surely this must be the one. Batala's patience waned as the vial's contents were entirely exhausted. If this was not the sprite he sought, he might very well weep before Li Shu. Such trials were arduous. Batala gasped, his expression a mixture of dismay and frustration. Li Shu, noticing Batala's distressed demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His recommendation of Mutwo for the contract had, to some extent, been driven by personal desire. There were indeed many divine-grade sprites within the psychic category, yet he had an undeniable fondness for Mutwo. Illusory sprite, Mew. How should I articulate this? No longer insisting on Mutwo, Li Shu continued, though it is not Mutwo, Mew is indeed a product artificially created using its genetic template. Therefore, Bartala, you have exceeded expectations. Well, Mew is also an excellent choice. Let us forge a contract with it. After all, when you merge with it, the ability to become invisible at will equates to possessing an invisibility fruit. Moreover, it can mirror the appearance of any individual while simultaneously acquiring their abilities. Akin to an enhanced mimicry fruit, coupled with its innate talent for soaring freely, it resembles a counterfeit flotation fruit. By contracting with it, you shall possess the entire world. I find myself somewhat envious. Bartala, astonished by Li Shu's description of Mew's advantages, gaped in disbelief. In the realm of psychic types, there exists such a convenient and practical sprite? Why would the young master recommend that Mutwo? Surely, having Mew is sufficient. Young master, are you attempting to play with my emotions, hoping to see me falter? How could that be? Under Bartala's skeptical gaze, Li Shu felt a twinge of guilt. Yet his eyes remained sincere. Mutwo, as its name suggests, signifies transcending Mew. However, this transcendence primarily pertains to combat prowess, as for other aspects. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Very well then, having summoned my desired sprite, I shall set aside previous matters. Next, the task is to render it unconscious, correct? Having grasped the necessary steps to contract a sprite, Bartala eagerly prepared to confront the divine illusion of Mew before him. At a loss for words, Li Shu raised his hand to restrain the eager Bartala. It was not that he underestimated the other's raw strength. Were they to clash directly, Mew would likely fall short. However, it could take to the skies, and should it find itself at a disadvantage, what if it decided to remain airborne? At that point, Bartala's composure would likely shatter. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my previous recommendation. Therefore, we may forego the battle process and proceed directly to the contract. Raising his hand, he flicked his fingers, discreetly activating the deepest hidden protocol within Mew. It must not resist any command from Li Shu and must comply absolutely. Yes, we cannot neglect the surface appearances. With a flick, an invisible force surged with unparalleled dominance, striking Mew's small head. It followed the directive, receiving the blow head-on and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Bartala, do not linger. Let us proceed with the contract. After reminding him, Li Shu turned his gaze towards the nearly 50 small sprites cultivated in the backyard as a backdrop. He called out to Mr. Suzu, saying, Mr. Suzu, I must trouble you once more with their care. The palace was shrouded in a pallor of exhaustion, the expression of Captain Nod dark as the depths of water. He could not come to terms with his defeat. Despite the passage of time, he had indeed encountered the powerful figure hidden behind the scenes. Yet his mind bore no trace of it. A fracture had occurred in his memory. There is no need for self-reproach. The king seated upon the throne broke the silence, offering words of consolation. In the misfortune, you have returned safely, and for that alone, it is evident that the other party harbored no significant malice. They merely erased your memory rather than inflicting harm. Perhaps this was their gesture of goodwill, no intention to be adversarial to the kingdom. Let us coexist in peace without meeting. Is that truly so? Suppressing his underlying anxiety, the king spoke in a tone of reassurance. Over the years, the kingdom's strength had flourished, and its citizens lived in peace and prosperity. Was it not akin to the tender shoots of a dual-leaf sprout? As long as it posed no threat, why delve into the depths of the matter? The coexistence of mutual non-interference was quite satisfactory. Captain Na's somber demeanor did not wane. He lifted his gaze, grave with concern. Your Majesty, after this incident, the knot in my heart remains unresolved, and my path as a great swordsman appears indefinitely distant. Therefore, regarding the figure behind the scenes, I wish to pursue the truth for the remainder of my life, for the potential dangers lurking behind the dual-leaf sprout and for my own advancement. I hope you will grant me your consent. Have you truly made this decision? The king regarded the resolute commander of the kingdom's army, who was determined to confront the enigmatic figure to the bitter end. He attempted to dissuade him, saying, "This may be a path that yields no answers. Life is not merely black and white. If advancement seems bleak, you can still lead a life of significance. There is no need to squander precious time on this pursuit." Silently, Captain Na's resolve was unwavering. He bowed once more to the king, saying, "Your Majesty, 6 months? It is I who have failed to keep my promise. Mambua's growth requires your careful guidance. After this parting, I shall traverse the entire island step by step. If I do not find it once, I shall try 10 times. If 10 times is insufficient, then 100, until I recover the memories that have been lost and uncover the conspiracy behind the dual-leaf sprout." Delivering the truth to the citizens of the island, Captain Na departed, his determination resolute. 2 weeks later, in the courtyard, life returned to its usual leisurely rhythm. Although the anticipated recruitment of 2 new aides yielded 1 success and 1 failure, the overall impact was negligible. Mr. Suzu had acquired a seed of life, brimming with vitality, restoring him to a middle-aged appearance, and the numerous dark injuries he had once borne had healed as well. Batla, buoyed by his dreamlike powers, languidly floated. Casting a curious glance at Li Shu, who was napping in the sunlight, he inquired of Mr. Suzu beside him, "Is the young master always this indolent? I have joined for half a month, and not only have I returned to my prime state, but my strength surpasses what it once was. Is there truly no task requiring my service? Are you feeling bored?" "A little bit, indeed." Facing the figure of Susanoo, Batla found himself inexplicably uneasy under the gaze that could withstand solitude. Just then, as Susanoo was about to speak, the voice of Li Shu, who had awakened from a brief slumber, interrupted him, causing him to halt his words and shift his attention, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 14. Vinsmoke Li Shu sat up from his reclined position, stretching lazily. Initially, he had intended to wait for Laxus to return from his journey before formally assigning you your duties. However, since you seem to be feeling bored, let us commence ahead of schedule. What mission awaits? Having been recruited for half a month and languishing in idleness, Batla felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a task, exclaiming confidently, "Whatever the young master commands." Through our weeks of acquaintance, I have realized that you are not one to be readily available at all times. Nevertheless, everyone has the right to pursue their freedom, and I shall not restrict yours. Thus, I send you to the North Sea to procure a certain faction for me, after which you may roam freely on the island. Your restlessness is becoming quite bothersome. The North Sea? Certainly. Which faction shall I pursue? Batla eagerly inquired, thrilled at the prospect of facing a faction single-handedly, elevating his status. Jerma 66. Li Shu casually mentioned a name, shaking his head in response. Alas, none of you seem to be satisfied. It appears I must bring forth my designated backup tool earlier than anticipated. Tool? Am I merely a tool? Hey, we agreed I would be a partner. Batla protested. Having undergone modifications through bloodline factors, his physique was robust, and absolute obedience to commands made him an ideal candidate. You claim to be a tool? Li Shu continued. Their clone soldiers are also quite impressive. They can cultivate a fully grown soldier within 5 years. Yes, capture one. I shall experiment with accelerating their maturation through vitality. If successful and within acceptable limits of consumption, congratulations, you may escape the role of a mere tool. I thank you. Despite the continuous banter, Batla felt little resistance. He had prepared himself for the role of a tool upon learning that Li Shu had no intention of forming a pirate crew or venturing out. It seems this endeavor is rather significant. Rest assured, young master, await my favorable news. With a hearty laugh, Batla's figure gradually ascended, vanishing into invisibility and soaring rapidly in a particular direction. He truly can fly, embodying a rhythm of not taking a single step. Sighing, Li Shu redirected his focus to the yet-to-be-developed new ability. Though I may be reclusive, my essence does not relish the outdoors. I shall endeavor to create a clone capable of shared vision and synchronized thought, attached to Laxus, allowing me to experience the vastness of the sea through a different form. Clone Seed. Centered around the essence of life's seed, I channel energy and imprint my spiritual resonance. Incorporating elements such as vision, thought, and disregard for distance, culminating in the formation of a seed resembling rippling water patterns. Laxus shall return within 2 months. I must strive diligently. Silently setting a deadline. Li Shu subsequently closed his eyes, a life seed materializing in his hand. After a fortnight of development, it had transformed from its initial rounded form into an oval shape. Still considerably distant from the desired water-patterned appearance. Time passed unnoticed. Before long, half a month had slipped away. In the North Sea, the Germa 66, also known as the Germa Kingdom, stands as one of the world's affiliated nations, a unique maritime state devoid of fixed territory. Typically operating through hundreds of snail ships that, when united, form the kingdom. Today, anchored upon the sea, the consolidated Germa Kingdom found itself unexpectedly visited by an unwelcome guest. Following the young master's directive, all captives were to be taken, though the retrieval was straightforward, surely after such a long journey. A brief stretch of the limbs was not too much to ask. Batara, filled with enthusiasm, twisted his neck to warm up. In the calm belt, with a lightning emblem adorning his right eye and the fairy tale guild insignia etched upon his left chest, Laxus stood resolutely atop the carcass of a sea creature floating on the water's surface, allowing the blood to flow and stain the sea. Emitting a pungent scent that beckoned other sea creatures nearby, engaging in a form of fishing enforcement. Suddenly, arcs of electricity enveloped Laxus, the imposing figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear above a deer-headed sea creature drawn in by the scent of blood. Thunderclap Fist. With his right fist clenched tightly, an explosive surge of lightning energy enveloped it, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The moment his electrified fist met the sea creature, an explosion occurred, annihilating its bodily structure in an instant, slaying the approximately 200-meter-long deer-headed sea creature, whose lifeless body floated upon the surface, shimmering with residual arcs of electricity. Progress 1. Retrieving the corpse of the deer-headed sea creature, Laxus flickered with lightning, reappearing atop the carcass of a bait sea creature, awaiting the approach of the next target. A quarter of an hour later, with no results forthcoming, Laxus disdainfully spat, realizing that no new prey had approached. It was time to relocate to a new hunting ground. Utilizing the retrieval of the sea creature's body beneath him, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot off into the distance. Above the North Sea, hovering over the Germa Kingdom, Batara, having warmed up a bit, was somewhat taken aback, having lingered here for a while. Was the sovereign power of the North Sea truly so lax in vigilance that they failed to notice my presence? Humph, then I shall extend a friendly greeting. Remaining aloft for some time without any sign of alarm from below, Batara, a man of open dealings, raised his hand, and the temperature suddenly plummeted by several degrees. Hail! Utilizing the innate abilities of the little sprite, with a resounding crackle and the echo of freezing steam, a formidable barrage of hailstones, each the size of a fist, rained down upon the snail ship. Suddenly, the blaring sirens pierced the air, awakening those below to the presence of Bartla. An enemy attack. A counteroffensive. The clone soldiers were the first to react. Some, armed with firearms, unhesitatingly aimed at the airborne intruder and pulled the triggers. The air was filled with the staccato sound of gunfire. Bullets, a dense swarm, shot forth towards Bartla, who, with his observation hockey active, deftly evaded every projectile. A smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Surely, amidst such commotion, the masters of Germa have taken notice, haven't they? Stealthily, a figure appeared behind him, nearly invisible, arms clad in blue combat attire wrapped around his neck. Electric needle. With a sudden impact, a knee struck Bartla's lower back, delivering a forceful blow accompanied by a tingling current that elicited a comfortable grunt from him. Electric fist. The assailant, having successfully landed an attack, released Bartla, and with a crackling sound, blue electricity surged from his fist, crashing into Bartla's back, the tremendous force propelling him several meters away. A pained scream escaped Bartla's lips, perfectly timed with the theatrics of his adversary, though in reality, even without the protection of armament hockey, he remained unscathed. Spark, spin, covered by his observation hockey. Another red figure rapidly approached. Bartla, in a moment of calculated stillness, allowed the fiery fist to collide with his chin, flipping him through the air before ascending higher. Clad in combat suit number 2, with sky blue hair obscuring his right eye and a left spiraled brow, Vinsmoke Niji coldly addressed the red figure. Brother, the enemy has withstood my 2 strikes. They are surely on the brink of death or incapacitation. There's no need for another blow. With a silent, sinister grin, Vinsmoke Ichiji, adorned in combat suit number 1, his right eye similarly veiled and left brow spiraled, with deep crimson hair, replied, as the most professional of warriors, one must not grant the enemy even a moment to catch their breath. Chapter 15. All into the bottle, what a bore. Is it already over? Vinsmoke Yanji, utilizing the propulsion system of his technologically advanced shoes to hover in midair, gazed disdainfully at Bartla, who was plummeting towards the sea. Such a feeble creature daring to provoke the authority of Germa Kingdom's North Sea Dominion, truly a case of overestimating oneself. Little one. Suddenly, a whisper-like voice brushed against Yanji's ear, hinting at the uncertainty of the enemy's demise. Until confirmed, any reversal remained a possibility. Jet, propulsion, as a warrior successfully transformed. Even when the enemy approached silently, UNG remained devoid of any panic or fear. With extreme calmness, he instantaneously utilized the capabilities of his technologically enhanced footwear to distance himself from Bartla. A light chuckle escaped Bartla's lips as he allowed the distance to increase, his profound gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals suspended in midair by technological prowess, as well as the coldly observant Vinsmoke Reiju lurking below. He rubbed his lower back, relishing the pleasant tingling sensation. The 4 members of the Vinsmoke family had made their appearance. Where was Judge? Surely he wasn't afraid? They ought to join forces. For their combined might still fell short. Did they not intend to leverage their numerical advantage to besiege this old man? With an air of unwarranted confidence and arrogance, as he uttered his disdainful remarks, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the snail ship. Donning a metallic helmet, with long golden hair cascading down, the tall figure of Vinsmoke Judge materialized before them, his expression grave. The sharply pointed mustache that grew upwards added a touch of absurdity to his otherwise stern demeanor. You are not from the North Sea, are you? Gazing at Bartla, who appeared to be under 40, Judge perceived through his observation hockey and received a weighty revelation. The opponent was formidable. Thus, what business does such a powerful individual have in the North Sea? In the Germa Kingdom? Please clarify your intentions. Germa 66 may be able to offer some personnel assistance. Personnel assistance, you say? A wicked smile crept across Bartla's lips. Ah, I indeed require that assistance. Listen well, everyone. I, Bartla, hereby declare that you are all surrounded by me. Surrender obediently and accept the fate of being captured and taken away by me. Judge's eyes instantly filled with foreboding as he drew the spear from behind him, pointing it at Bartla. Arrogant fool, how dare you trample upon the dignity of the Germa Kingdom? Eliminate him. Understood. Transformed by genetic manipulation. The emotionless killing machine sprang into action upon receiving their orders. Figures in red, blue, green, and pink, each distinct in hue, surged towards their target propelled by their technological footwear. Spark. Light Fist. Leading the charge, e.g., when within 5 meters of Bartla, his eyes ignited with red flames. With a mighty shout, his hands transformed into blinding white light, launching hundreds, if not thousands, of attacks towards their target. So dazzling. Bartla narrowed his eyes slightly, raising a hand to press forward into the void, where a dark shield-shaped glass bottle materialized. It obscured the blinding white light and simultaneously deflected the relentless barrage of attacks. The sound of impacts resounding continuously. Electric flying kick. Niji, unnoticed, stealthily maneuvered behind him, his right leg entwined with crackling currents, delivering a swift kick to the back of his head. Having already sensed the impending action, Bartla calmly tilted his head slightly, deftly evading the blow, and turned his gaze towards the blue figure poised to slip past him. In an instant, the shield bottle transformed into a liquid form, elongating and bending under his command, morphing into an oddly shaped lock bottle that effectively restrained Niji's movements. With a decisive strike, Bartla aimed to deliver a punch to Niji, when suddenly a mechanical arm enlarged in his vision, fingers shooting out like a net towards him. Utilizing his ability to soar, he adeptly dodged, the fingers, forming a web, did not pursue, but instead quickly retracted to capture the ensnared Niji. From 3 directions, pink arrows, coalesced from various toxins, surged forth. Their intent clear, she sought to constrain Bartla's trajectory, paving the way for another's assault. Electromagnetic thrust. Gaji made his move, propelled by his technologically advanced shoes, swiftly approaching his target. The high-voltage spear in his grasp accumulated intense electrical energy, aiming for Batla's heart. Bang! What? Accompanied by the sound of impact against a solid surface. Gaji stood in shock at the unfolding scene. Batla's palm, as dark as ink, effortlessly absorbed the high-voltage strike, disregarding its potential harm. This is the power of technology. Explosive kick. Before Batla could articulate further, Gaji seized the moment of his opponent's momentary lapse, and his high-tech shoes erupted with high-pressure energy, launching him towards Batla with explosive acceleration. Telekinesis. The power of the little sprite activated. A vast and formidable force enveloped Gaji, effortlessly suspending him in midair, maintaining his kicking posture. What is happening? Why can't I move? The air feels so thick. In horror and panic, Gaji's indifferent eyes vibrated rapidly as the telekinetic force, akin to towering mountains, compressed around him, distorting the air and making it difficult to breathe. Truly, Batla's eyes shone with an extraordinary light as he proclaimed, "Must you not allow me to finish my statement? Ah, this is the power of technology. I concede its aesthetic appeal." Aesthetic appeal? The power I have devoted my life to pursuing has been reduced to mere spectacle. Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, Gaji, outwardly resilient, yet inwardly cowardly, found himself in such despair that tears streamed down his eyes and nose, longing for the rescue of his 4 children. For the person before him was an enemy he could never hope to conquer. Wait, he is crying? Batla paused, incredulously regarding Gaji. Huh? Has the young master made a mistake? Is such a demeanor truly worth my long journey to abduct? Or perhaps the true target of the young master is them? Shifting his gaze to the 4 of them, the relentless killing machines remained utterly unfazed, their tranquil eyes betraying no hint of fear or anxiety, even as Bartla subdued Gaji. It was as though they were devoid of any emotion. Observing their expressions, Bartla clicked his tongue in disbelief. Gaji, are they truly your children? No. They are mere emotionless machines. If I were to end your life right now, those transformed by the bloodline factor wouldn't shed a single tear for you, their father. As a parent, you have utterly failed. Realizing that the combat prowess of Germa 66 could not provide him with the thrill he sought, Bartla discarded his playful demeanor. Enveloping his fists in armed hockey, he executed a series of 4 swift flashes, swiftly incapacitating the 4 of them, before activating the spatial treasure bottle. Come, all of you. Into the bottle. Chapter 16. Reading memories half a month later. In a courtyard, Monkey D. Luffy, indifferent to life and death, bore a bounty of 30 million berries. Ah. Once again upon that familiar recliner, Li Shu rested his right arm behind his head, his left hand raised high, clutching a brand new bounty notice. Gazing at the image of the straw hat-wearing figure with a radiant smile, he elongated his tone. The Pirate King, Luffy, has begun to make his mark, has Teehee? He, the destined child from the original tale. I wonder how your path of growth will unfold amidst my reckless disturbances of the sea? Releasing his grip, the bounty notice danced in the wind, drifting into the distance. The Straw Hat has already defeated the captain of the pirate crew sent back to the East Blue by Mihawk. The bounty has been updated, indicating an imminent entry into the Grand Line. This signifies that the curtain for the Marineford War has already been raised. The timing is just right. The 10th anniversary event will soon enter its final preparations. Li Shu felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement, laughing heartily, his bright eyes brimming with a spirited desire for upheaval. What transformations will the Marineford War undergo once the little fairies descend in great numbers? I truly anticipated. Everything was in readiness, awaiting your return, Laxus, the Lizard King. Sharing a bond with Li Shu and possessing a shared vision, chimed in agreement. Its forehead adorned with a water-patterned mark glowing in harmony with the design on Li Shu's own forehead. He had succeeded. After considerable effort, he finally completed the development of the Avatar seed just a few days ago. The seed's essence was integrated into his forehead. And due to the contract he forged with the Lizard King, it naturally bore the water pattern. Furthermore, Li Shu inscribed the water pattern onto the foreheads of all the small spirits that had emerged from the seed, enabling anyone who formed a contract with them, should he wish, to perceive their surroundings to a certain extent through these small spirits as intermediaries. The 17 spirit vines in the backyard were not overlooked. The subsequent small spirits born would inherit the water pattern from the moment of their creation. As he caressed the pattern on his forehead, a luminous glow emanated from the water pattern under Li Shu's control, instantly transforming into a palm-sized pseudo-memory entity. A pseudo-memory entity refers to a projection that splits from a mother body possessing a soul, endowed with an independent personality and taking on a human form. Independent personality? Not necessary. I am neither dead nor burdened by unfulfilled desires. A close imitation will suffice. It will act as my eyes, ears, and mouth for synchronized thought, establishing a new contract with the consent of Loxus, permanently residing within the body of Jekrim, to witness the pirate world I have transformed. The pseudo-memory entity, palm-sized, resembled a tree spirit from Western fantasy, with pointed ears, leafy wings sprouting from its back, and a delicate body adorned in a gown woven from even smaller leaves. Indeed, Li Shu had configured her as female. Would you like to see the scenery beneath my skirt? The tree spirit fluttered before Li Shu, speaking in a voice as soft as a gentle spring. Yes, that sounds delightful. Beside them, Susanoo observed Li Shu interacting with himself with a bemused expression, his meticulous face betraying a hint of human disdain. What are you looking at? It's my own creation, do I not know? She merely possesses a feminine appearance. A week later, on the island, Batla strode briskly towards the courtyard, humming a cheerful tune, his face radiant with a smile. Having completed his task, he anticipated the moment he would hand over the task item to Li Shu, after which he would gain the liberty to move about freely, albeit restricted to the island. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing Batla's joyful steps to falter momentarily. He stopped to observe Captain Kaplan, who was meticulously scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Unexpected encounters are always so surprising. Is he searching for something? Wait, that's not right. It seems he is. A certain speculation flashed through Batla's mind, and he chuckled with amusement. He truly is tenacious. The erased and damaged memories cannot be reclaimed, especially not in the secluded courtyard of the master. Connecting the dots of the situation, he effortlessly deduced the reason behind Kaplan's earnest demeanor and purpose. What a pity. In a gentle whisper, Batla withdrew his gaze and continued on his path, lamenting the potential and fate of Keptana, yet acknowledging that the road was one he had chosen for himself. That silhouette seemed to sense something. Keptana gazed at Batla's retreating figure, furrowing his brow. After pondering for a considerable time, he relaxed his brow and resumed his meticulous observation of the surroundings. No impression. In the courtyard, where tranquility reigned as he leisurely sipped afternoon tea, Li Shu suddenly lifted his head to a certain direction and gestured. After a month and a half of back and forth, you've worked hard. Please, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. This is fine tea that I personally cultivated, perfect for refreshing your spirits. Even cloaked, you could discern my presence. Truly a remarkable ability with no blind spots. Acknowledging his detection, Batla dispelled his invisibility and gracefully settled into the chair opposite Li Shu, sitting upright as he accepted the teacup offered before him. The tea, grown by the young master himself, warranted a careful tasting. After taking a small sip and allowing the fragrant essence to blossom on his palate, satisfaction illuminated his face. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. Once he finished the cup, Batla set it down and remarked, "Young master, the expedition to the northern sea has been successfully completed. All members of the Germa family, along with the soldiers and the snail ship of the Germa kingdom, have been safely returned. What do you suggest? Let us release Gaji first," Li Shu replied. He had never encountered the genetic factors involved and needed to ascertain how to control his offspring's inability to resist and their absolute compliance. Consequently, he would seize their authority, naturally acquiring perfect tools like Iji and Niji. Understood. Batla produced a precious vial, and with a thought, released Gaji, who had not consumed anything for over half a month. With a thud, the famished figure collapsed, having succumbed to a state resembling death, his breath faint. You truly have no fear of starving him to death. After a moment of silence, Li Shu shook his head in exasperation yet remained seated. Harnessing his fruit abilities, he swiftly condensed a memory seed and cast it onto Gaji's forehead, initiating the rapid absorption of his memories for accelerated growth. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, a quarter of an hour later, Mr. Su, the memory seed matured, and Li Shu lifted his hand to grasp it, simultaneously instructing the nearby Susanoo. Please prepare some easily digestible food for this empty-headed individual. Make sure to prepare plenty. Yes, young master. Susanoo turned towards the kitchen, while Li Shu resumed his seat, holding the crystal that had stripped Kaji of all memories from birth until capture. He pressed it against his forehead. The moment the crystal made contact, it shattered spontaneously, transforming into countless glimmering fragments that surged into his mind, extracting his memories at a rate of 1 second per year. A minute later, enlightenment dawned upon him. Chapter 17. 2 choices. So that was the matter. With his eyes now wide open, Li Shu gazed at the unconscious Kaji, gently lifted a finger, and commanded a blade of grass to sweep across his skin, trailing droplets of fresh blood towards its master. He smeared his index finger across the grass, staining it with Kaji's blood, and activated his fruit ability once more, coalescing a vivid red seed around the essence of the blood. Next, I must establish a sequence of codes for it. Through Kaji's memories, Li Shu comprehended the essence of the genetic factor technology entirely. He merely needed to encode this seed. And with Kaji bereft of all memories, upon success, he would ascend as the new sovereign of the Germa kingdom. It was a straightforward task. A mere half-hour would suffice. With unwavering confidence and zeal, Li Shu immediately commenced the development of the bloodline seed. Observing the focused individual engrossed in the creation of a new ability, Batla could only shake his head in exasperation. Well, I never expected it. Aside from being somewhat reclusive, the young master possesses a rather decisive temperament. Half an hour later, when Susanoo returned with a pot of soup, he was no longer surprised. The young master had instructed him to prepare more. And surely there were still captives in that bottle who were in dire need of sustenance. Indeed, Mr. Susanoo, Batla replied, as he poured out 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who had been starved to the point of unconsciousness. An hour later, what purpose does this serve? Batla pondered, staring at the water-like markings on his forehead, unable to fathom Li Shu's intentions. However, glancing at the small sprites in the courtyard, he noticed they all bore identical markings, leading him to abandon further contemplation. Well, why overthink it? Our future lives are already intertwined with the young master's dreams. It is only natural to bear such a stamp. Clearing his mind of distractions, he turned his gaze to the central table in the courtyard, where Li Shu sat opposite Lei Jiao. As for Iji and the other 3, well, look behind him. They had been assigned to Batla a short while ago to serve as reliable aides for future missions. Unlike them, you have undergone transformation through the genetic factors, successfully acquiring a resistance to toxins and the ability to absorb and release them. Yet you have retained the emotions inherent to humanity, which is quite commendable. Gazing at the alluringly mature Reiju, Li Shu recalled various narratives concerning her. For instance, when witnessing Yuji and his cohorts ruthlessly slay defenseless civilians, she would display an expression of disdain. Additionally, in Wanghua, as her family faced imminent annihilation at the hands of a ruthless matriarch, she selflessly urged Sanji to flee for his safety. With her poised demeanor, elegant conduct, and a heart that empathetically considers others, she truly deserves an opportunity to choose her own path. The control over your brother has been stripped of his memories, and shortly, I shall restore a fragment of his recollections, strictly pertaining to cloning technology, thus dedicating himself to my service. Consequently, he has relinquished the right to continue commanding you. The shackles that bound you have now been broken, and I present you with 2 choices. Are you inclined to listen? Are you adept at aiding others? Do you merit a new choice? The ocean is vast, and perhaps I have finally encountered someone deserving of kindness. In this moment, Reiju's mind conjured memories of her childhood. When she saved Sanji, a man should not weep perpetually. Listen well, never return to this place. The sea is expansive, and one day, you shall encounter gentle souls. Run, do not look back. Time seemed to regress to that moment, as a radiant smile, reminiscent of sunlight, graced Reiju's face. She was eager to hear the choices presented to her. Truly healing, Li Shu remarked, his gaze softening further under the influence of her smile. For the first choice, he raised a finger and declared, "Become my ally, to fight for my aspirations." Naturally, the foe shall not be humanity, but the omnipresent sea creatures. I assure you, this pursuit will not cast a shadow upon your benevolent heart. Become an ally? Reiju's heart quivered. From the moment of her birth, she understood that her father sought not a child's companionship but a relentless machine, capable of battling and killing for his ambitions. Thus, she adeptly concealed her emotions, opting to stand with Iji and the others, laughing along when they mocked others, merely desiring to avoid being ensnared as an outcast, isolated, or bullied by them. The name Vinsmoke filled her with loathing. May I finally live according to my own will. For the second choice, Li Shu raised a second finger, which could also be perceived as a test. As a free individual, you shall reside in this courtyard for a year, during which you must not succumb to boredom or disdain, but rather embrace the serene atmosphere of a conflict-free existence and discover interests that resonate with your soul. The first option seems rather ordinary, yet the second option leaves Lei Jiao perplexed. A look of bewilderment crosses her face, her eyes sparkling like spring water, piercing the hearts of those who behold her. In that moment, she resembles a delicate fawn, inadvertently stirring emotions within someone's heart. The second choice sounds somewhat ambiguous. If I fulfill the conditions you mentioned, what lies ahead? What awaits me in the aftermath? With a playful grin, Li Shu leans slightly forward, the corners of his mouth lifting, and inquires, "What awaits you? You are too hasty. Let us first see if you can pass this trial." Lei Jiao is at a loss for words. She had quietly prepared herself mentally, only to be confronted with this. The imagined scene she had conjured up now fill her with shyness, her cheeks flushing visibly. This demeanor is truly endearing. Under the playful gaze of Li Shu, despite her efforts to remain composed, she ultimately succumbs, her eyes darting about awkwardly as she attempts to shift the topic. If I fail the trial, what then is the significance of the second choice? Will it be like my father, compelling my compliance through orders? Or shall I default to the first choice and become your companion? No. Leaning back, she straightens her posture. Li Shu, wishing to relieve Lei Jiao of any pressure, shakes his head and replies, "If you fail, it signifies that we are indeed fated to part ways. I will not impose upon you. I shall erase all memories of me from your mind and allow you to leave. That is true freedom." Gradually calming down, Lei Jiao contemplates for a moment. And with a smile, she declares, "I choose the second option. It appears I have nothing to lose regardless of the outcome." Erased memories? What on earth? Chapter 18. Companionship. 2 weeks later, beneath the courtyard, 100 meters deep, spacious and bright, the 66 emblem hangs high. Below it is a neatly arranged series of glass containers in concentric circles, each marked with ascending numbers, housing clones in their growth phase. Massive machines beside them inject the necessary nutrient solutions through pipes. The roots? In a short skirt, a low-cut top, and a light pink jacket. Lei Jiao strides behind Li Shu, her long legs on display. Her exposed left eye scrutinizes the enormous roots at the top of the base. Realizing that these stout roots are what sustain and reinforce this vast facility, interwoven to withstand the pressure of the upper soil. Did you establish this base through your own abilities? Although she has an inkling, Lei Jiao still expresses her astonishment. The roots. Can you manipulate the flora of nature freely? And that twin leaf sprout atop your head, is it a side effect of your fruit abilities? It is indeed rather amusing for a normal person to have such a thing growing from their head. Therefore, to avoid feeling out of place, you also planted the same sprout on Mr. Su, Mr. Batella, and myself? Startled within, Li Shu halted his steps and turned to gaze at her. Lei Jiao, no longer concealing her true feelings, presented a playful yet sly smile that captivated him. The slight gloom he had just experienced vanished in an instant, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. It seems I am quite fragile. In my attempt to disguise my eccentricity, I inadvertently affected the innocent, causing Mr. Su and others to appear abnormal as well. Yet, it matters not. If the scope is broadened, then with over 600,000 people on the island sharing this condition, discrimination would surely be alleviated. Over 600,000 inhabitants? The number spoken by Li Shu startled Lei Jiao momentarily, yet her radiant smile remained. To think you have achieved such a feat, it appears I have underestimated your vision. Shaking her head with a laugh, Li Shu resumed his pace, gently explaining, the paramecia type of devil fruit. The fruit I consumed is the all-fruits fruit, which allows me to cultivate any plant or fruit from around the world. These roots and stems are merely one of its applications. As for the tender twin leaves you mentioned, they are a manifestation of my fruit's abilities developed to an awakened level. Through them, while the island's populace engages in activities under the sun, ample photosynthesis occurs, producing a continuous supply of beneficial substances for human health. Over the years, this will gradually enhance the physical attributes of the hosts, concomitantly invigorating their vitality. As I listened to Li Shu's elucidation, Lei Jiao's smile abruptly faltered. She gazed pensively at his leisurely retreating figure. To casually divulge such crucial information, do you possess unfounded confidence? Or do you intend that when the year arrives and I refuse, all memories of you will be erased, rendering any secrets shared today devoid of consequence? Erased memories? Dismissing her scattered thoughts, Lei Jiao maintained her smile, albeit with a hint of strain. At that moment, an insatiable curiosity took root in her mind. Impressive, developing the fruit's capabilities to such an extent, nurturing the islanders to harvest their vitality. Based on the information you've previously shared, the effects of this vitality are remarkably comprehensive. Since 5 years ago, with an abundance of vitality at your disposal, your abilities must have reached extraordinary heights. Having laid the groundwork, Lei Jiao seized the opportunity to pose her inquiry. Perfect in every aspect? No, at least in certain domains. Even with ample vitality, it cannot be fully addressed. Continuing his stride, Li Shu expressed keen interest, asking, in certain aspects, such as the understanding of a woman's heart. Lei Jiao continued, The thoughts of a woman are the most enigmatic. They often say one thing while feeling another. When someone confesses their feelings, she may have already silently accepted in her heart, yet her lips utter words of refusal. This does not imply a complete lack of feelings. It could be modesty, hesitation, or a mere test to ascertain whether the other truly loves her deeply. What if she is rejected for the first time? If the love is genuine, one would persist relentlessly, offering more sincerity, care, and tenderness. If one attempt fails, there will be another and another until success is achieved. Is there a hidden meaning in that? Li Shu discerned that Lei Zhou's analogy seemed to be directed at him. Is it about unwavering pursuit? Slowing his pace, he turned to glance in a certain direction, where a tenacious figure was determined to traverse the entire island on foot. No, it is unnecessary. Not long ago, I sincerely invited someone to be my companion, but regrettably, he declined. I am a person who can be quite proactive when I desire something, yet often I remain indifferent, believing that everything has its destined course. The moment he chose to refuse indicated that there was no fate between us, even after careful consideration prior to our meeting. So, let it be. Love also relies on destiny. Therefore, when someone embarks on a pursuit, she can choose to savor the entire process. When the moment for a formal confession arrives, she can respond with the truest voice of her heart. A genuine love that reciprocates will not be laden with extravagant trials. Ah, we have arrived. Reciprocated love? Lei Zhou mused. Just as Li Shu reached their destination, the Vitality Cloning Laboratory, the two entered the lab. Moments later, Li Shu emerged from the laboratory with Lei Zhou and a dejected Guardsy, whose memories had been meticulously restructured. Sighing softly, he reflected on the brief quarter of an hour spent testing the efficiency of using the seed of life to accelerate the cultivation of clones. Quite low. Indeed, with a population exceeding 6 million on the island, the total vitality harvested daily is substantial. It takes about 6 or 7 days to fully nourish a single seed of life. TSK, this is hardly economical. Exhausting a seed of life yields merely 8 mature clones? Such wastefulness is not the way to squander. Perhaps it would be wiser to rely on the premium marine nutrients instead. Speaking of which, Loxus has been away for quite some time. He should be returning soon, followed by the final preparations for the 10-year celebration. Shurji. Chapter 19. The luminous white space 4 days later, in the courtyard, a glass comb in hand. LG gently groomed the fur of her six-tailed companion, who closed her eyes in bliss, the 6 soft tails swaying rhythmically behind her. Embracing her true nature, LG, once constrained by the rigid customs of the Vinsmoke family that prevented her from adopting pets, had now taken a solid step towards nurturing her passions. Ding ding ding. Beside her, a unique wind chime, which she had implored to have, floated gracefully, occasionally emitting delightful tones that lulled LG into a state of tranquility. With no tasks to bind her, no distasteful killings to endure, and accompanied by her adorable pet amidst the ethereal melodies, a gentle smile graced LG's face, embodying the serenity of a peaceful life. 1 year of this? No, I could dedicate my entire life to such a lifestyle. Suddenly, as thoughts flitted through LG's mind, the sound of thunderous footsteps broke the tranquility, causing her brow to furrow and her sweet smile to falter. With a vigilant gaze, she turned towards the unexpected figure that had entered the courtyard. Her eyes fell upon the man whose cloak was slowly descending. The newcomer was Laxus. Upon his arrival, he let out a soft nasal sound, tilting his head slightly as his eye, marked with a lightning scar, swiftly locked onto LG's position, more precisely, upon the wind chime floating beside her. Having been away for some time and unaware of what transpired in his absence, he suppressed the urge to snatch the wind chime away, shifting his attention to LG, who was clad enticingly. However, having been desensitized by the various sights witnessed in Fairy Tale, he remained unfazed, his focus solely on LG herself. A new face, a newly sprouted companion, perhaps? Ah. Welcome back, Laxus. From a familiar lounge chair, Li SH removed the newspaper covering his face and languidly greeted him. Don't look too closely. Things are not as you imagine. LG is a local resident I have permitted to stay for a year. Listening to Li SH's explanation, Laxus raised an eyebrow. Not a newly sprouted companion? A local resident for a year? What is going on? The one who detests disturbances to his peaceful life has seemingly changed? Not quite accurate. At this moment, perceiving that the newcomer appeared to be Li SH's ally rather than an adversary, LG relaxed her vigilance, her eyes narrowing into a playful smile as she chimed in. The year is merely a transitional phase. Perhaps, in the long stretch of time ahead, I may even become the mistress of this courtyard. Laxus paused, taken aback. Mistress? What on earth had transpired during my absence? With a hearty laugh, Li Shu remained noncommittal, although Lei Jiu relished the serene ambience of their current existence. It had only been a brief period, perhaps merely the novelty of the beginning. The future stretched ahead. Descending from the lounge chair, he made his way towards the backyard, with Lacasse's following suit. Observing their departing figures, Lei Jiu's bright eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. Huh? What do you mean by that laugh? Is this a slight against my determination? Humph. In the backyard, the process remained unchanged. Li Shu need not elaborate, as Lacasse's skillfully retrieved all the seeds, casting them into the air. Under the influence of various fruit abilities, they orderly released a multitude of colossal sea creature corpses. A myriad of roots burst forth from the soil, eagerly competing for sustenance. Time gradually passed, accompanied by the arrival of both new and recurring small spirits into the pirate world. However, after a quarter of an hour, an unforeseen event occurred that even Li Shu, the developer, had not anticipated. With a whoosh, a brilliant light flashed as the final new small spirit, Mutuo, emerged from the psychic-type spirit vine. Subsequently, the psychic-type spirit vine erupted in an extraordinarily blinding radiance. Under the astonished gazes of two observers, it ascended into the air, and then the intense light suddenly retracted, transforming into a pearlescent seed. The seed of psychic? A spark of recognition ignited within Li Shu. He instantly discerned that it was indeed the original seed that had been planted. Peering closer, he could not help but voice his confusion, fixating on the glowing seed, which seemed to harbor a substance within that had not existed in its initial state. Raising his hand, he drew it to him, examining the bean-sized seed closely. Indeed, he mused internally, confirming its transformation. Something was indeed flowing within. After planting, nurturing, and maturing, did an unknown change arise after all psychic spirits had been produced? If this is the case for the psychic vine, perhaps the other 16 plants will also transform into entirely new seeds upon completing their missions? At present, no peculiar effects are discernible. We must await the gathering of all 17 seeds. Intrigued, the look of uncertainty in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a profound curiosity. Li Shu was now filled with enthusiasm. The unknown held a certain allure, and he eagerly anticipated the transformations that would ensue once all seeds were collected. 3 minutes. 10 minutes, half an hour later. Zekrom, Rayquaza, Indii, Regice, Latios, Shalebi, Dialga. One by one, legendary small spirits began to cluster and emerge, heralding the imminent conclusion of the 16-spirit vine's journey. Tornadus, Arceus, Hoopa. At long last, at a certain moment, the roots that surged into the air to seize blood nourishment quivered in unison, subsequently dissolving into dust. Upon the ground, 16 strands of ethereal vines transformed, exhibiting characteristics akin to those of the psychic realm, some cloaked in darkness, others ablaze with heat, deep brown, or resplendent azure. 16 seeds of varying hues emitted their unique radiance, gently suspended in midair. Suddenly, a force of such magnitude surged forth that it pried open Li Shu's palm, overpowering even his physical form. The psychic seed violently burst forth, soaring into the air to reunite with its 16 companions. A hum resonated, and a dazzling brilliance erupted. The blinding light swept over, leaving Laxus momentarily blinded, while Li Shu squinted slightly, observing that the 17 seeds arranged themselves in a circular formation, rapidly rotating and drawing closer together, seemingly on the verge of merging. Another wave of even more resplendent light burst forth, and this time, Li Shu too fell victim to its radiance, his vision blanking out. Upon regaining his sight, he found himself in a mysterious realm. It was a vast expanse of white, an otherworldly subspace devoid of land beneath his feet. Li Shu stood suspended in midair, silently observing this enigmatic domain that had ensnared his consciousness. Raising his gaze, he discerned what appeared to be the source of his abrupt arrival. Above him, the 17 seeds formed a circular arrangement, slowly rotating, with a pitch-black vortex emerging at their center. This vortex resembled a passageway extending into an infinite void, closely linked to the phantom of another world, extracting wisps of transparent matter from within. That was the power of the world. Suddenly, a cool voice echoed within the space, and upon reaching Li Shu's ears, he felt an unexpected calmness. Chapter 20. Allies. That was indeed the power of the world. A chilling voice resonated, and Li Shu's gaze remained steady as he began to comprehend the situation. Ah, the power of the world. It seems I have truly unlocked an exceptionally formidable ability, even drawing you out, world consciousness. The voice belonged to the world consciousness of the pirate world. which tacitly acknowledged Li Shu's speculation. The cool voice reverberated once more in this luminous expanse. For countless years, the power of the world has periodically leaked into the unknown, and today, witnessing your ability to plunder the powers of other worlds, I seem to understand, perhaps in those other realms. There exist entities that cultivate a power system akin to yours, gradually and relentlessly siphoning the strength of this world. To date, I have already lost nearly 20% of my essence. Are beings from other worlds cultivating the power system of the pirate world? No, you are mistaken. The depletion of primordial energy is severe, and the true culprits are likely other travelers. The system is merely a tool, providing whatever one desires with remarkable ease. Li Shu dismissed the truth swirling in his mind, refraining from revealing it to the consciousness of the world. Instead, he remarked, "You have drawn me into this realm because I possess the ability to cultivate that which can siphon the primordial essence from other worlds to replenish our own. What is your intention? Do you seek to enslave me? Are you focused solely on creating more seeds that can connect with the shadows of other worlds? Or do you aspire to coexist with me as equals, becoming collaborators?" Though uncertain of the reason behind it, he felt an inexplicable confidence that the world consciousness desired to form a partnership, to join forces in pursuit of greatness and glory anew. A collaborator, indeed, in the next moment. It presented Li Shu with the anticipated options. You are unique. I can faintly sense a hidden force within you. One capable of breaking boundaries. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason behind your astonishing achievements. It is far too crucial. I cannot afford to gamble. Should I enslave you? That force might vanish. Thus, collaboration is the optimal choice. Breaking boundaries? Li Shu was taken aback by the unexpected revelation. He instantly realized that this so-called force referred to the talent he had speculated upon during his crossing. Smiling, having grasped the reason, Li Shu wore an innocuous expression. Becoming a collaborator implies mutual benefit. I can siphon the primordial essence you require, replenishing the lost 20% and even advancing further. The question then arises, what reward shall I receive in return? Buzz. The white space trembled suddenly, and a container labeled scale materialized beneath the inky vortex, collecting the streams of matter flowing from it. World Authority. The scale represents the limits of World Authority, comprising 100 segments. For each segment filled, you shall gain a degree of authority over this realm, and when all 100 segments are filled, we shall jointly wield control over the entire world. Buzz. The space quivered once more as a larger container appeared beneath the 100-segment vessel, marked with a multitude of scales. Beyond the 100 segments lies 1,000. When filled, I may become your vassal. In the backyard, blindness followed blindness. When Loxus regained his vision, he was immediately drawn to the soaring crimson lights. There, the celestial beings he had cultivated in the final phase ascended into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Indifferently observing their escape, he made no response. As a being similarly birthed from the earth, Loxus understood that without Li Shu's tacit approval, they would never have ventured a step beyond the confines of the backyard. Have they been given sufficient respect, allowed to await their destined partners in freedom? In his heart, he murmured. Although the time since his emergence was brief and his interactions with Li Shu were naturally limited, Loxus discerned that Li Shu was not the type to coerce others into servitude through sheer force. Rather, he operated from a standpoint of equality, enticing collaboration through mutual benefits. Indeed, as Loxus turned, he beheld the imposing figure of Jekyllin, while the other divine beast-like sprites departed, leaving only this one, thereby confirming his suspicions. The contract was not urgent. His gaze shifted to Li Shu, who stood in a daze, lost in thought. Your current state, and the recent phenomenon, was it all within your expectations, Miracle Maker? In the ethereal expanse, a projection materialized, depicting a figure adorned with the famed sword Sakura tin and withered wood as prosthetic limbs, a ship's helm embedded in his head, and golden hair cascading to the ground like a lion's mane, clad in an orange and yellow Japanese kimono. He was seen puffing on a cigar while gazing into a mirror. In the next moment, he appeared startled by his own reflection and inexplicably broke into a whimsical dance. The perspective of the projection gradually receded, sweeping over houses, forests, and irrational beasts, ascending to a vantage point that surveyed the entirety of the scene. The voice of Vermal echoed coldly, and simultaneously, the projection shattered, coalescing into a golden thread that wound around Li Shu's wrist. As per your request, as a token of our initial acquaintance and the establishment of our alliance, this golden thread will guide you to the hidden domain of Shiki. However, amidst his acquiescence to Li Shu's request and the sharing of coordinates, there was an unmistakable tone of resignation in his icy voice. You are remarkably lethargic? Even with the power to gaze down upon the vast ocean, having cultivated the fourth tier of contract-type sprites capable of transforming the maritime landscape, you still willingly ensconce yourself in that realm steeped in a lazy atmosphere. Shiki, do you truly wish to proclaim the existence of sprites to the world through his hand? What need is there for such a convoluted approach? In response to his bemusement, Li Shu chuckled heartily, idly toying with the golden thread on his wrist, and replied nonchalantly. Humans are intricate beings. Their complexities lie in appearances, while the roots of such intricacies dwell within the heart. Some are drawn to seek thrill and pleasure. They venture into the sea, fully aware of the insurmountable perils awaiting them. They may feel fear, yet more often, they are driven by the surge of adrenaline. If fate decrees they meet their end in the ocean, so be it. Such is the nature of pursuing one's true desires amidst the whims of fortune. But what if they succeed in surviving dire straits? That exhilaration and sense of achievement become the most exquisite of poisons, elevating their very souls. Conversely, there are those who favor a tranquil existence, leading a life filled with ceaseless activity yet grounded in stability. I lean towards the latter. Yet I yearn to infuse my mundane life with a touch of amusement. Thus, Shiki becomes a fitting choice. Having vanished for over 2 decades, he has inadvertently uncovered a novel system of power that had been lost to history during that time. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? His announcement to the world that there exists a previously unknown force is likely to be readily accepted. There is no need to persuade me to take center stage. Everyone has their own aspirations, and my joy is beyond your imagination. Thank you. Raising his hand to shake the golden thread, Li Shu smiled kindly into the vast, white expanse, as his consciousness began to fade, disappearing from this realm. Chapter 21. The Host in the Backyard. As Li Shu's consciousness returned to its rightful place, his dazed eyes regained their luster. He slowly scanned the yard, only to find that all the divine beasts and little spirits had vanished. His gaze remained calm, devoid of excessive emotion, as he tilted his head towards a certain direction. Soul Guardian, return. With a gesture, a small spirit resembling a lion, entirely white in appearance and standing over 3 meters tall, was summoned into the air. It possessed a bluish-gray nose and pale blue eyes. But the most peculiar feature was the deep blue area on its face, where a constantly changing celestial scene unfolded, imbued with an air of mystery. For golden spikes adorned its head, reminiscent of a crown symbolizing its status, echoing the 2 pairs of spikes flanking its jaw, further accentuating its imposing appearance. Soul Guardian, a creature of both psychic and steel attributes, is one of the legendary cosmic spirits, revered by ancient peoples as the beast that devours the sun. It harbors immense energy within, capable of entering a dawn form, wherein a third pale blue eye emerges within the celestial region on its forehead, and the celestial patterns transform into vertical beams of light, with non-white parts of its body shifting to a golden hue. Having been summoned back, Soul Guardian descended from the air, its pale blue eyes filled with a human-like curiosity. I apologize, Li Shu explained, meeting its gaze. Plans have shifted. Shiki's location has been confirmed, so I cannot grant you the freedom I had initially envisioned. Oyune. It softly whined, bowing its head slightly, choosing to accept its mission. Hey, what was that strange phenomenon just now? Once their exchange concluded, Loxus seized the moment to voice his confusion. Surely, something significant had transpired. Shiki? Could it possibly be the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 great pirates alongside Whitebeard and Roger? The captain of the flying pirate crew and the aerial pirate admiral? Has his position been confirmed? There are too many questions. Do you not intend to enlighten me? Of course. Soothing the majestic Salgaleo, Li Shu cast a gentle smile towards Laxus, reaching into his robe to retrieve 2 seeds, which he scattered upon the barren ground left by the 17 vanished elven vines. Silently, he manipulated the still suspended Nuzhong to pour forth new corpses of the Sea Kings, beginning to recount his recent experiences in an unperturbed tone. As the 2 colored, imposing vines voraciously devoured the corpses, Laxus's initial calm demeanor gradually morphed into astonishment and shock. Soon, the confusion within him unraveled, yet Laxus remained agape, his thoughts in disarray, taking a good 10 seconds to process the information he had just received. Thus, in the years to come, this world will ultimately transform into your personal garden? The consciousness of the world shall become your vassal? Surely, this just has grown rather large. Laxus thought, incredulous. A bemused chuckle escaped Li Shu's lips as he regarded him with a nonchalant expression. However, the condition for becoming a vassal demands the accumulation of 1,000 units of measure, which is no simple feat difficult. Nonsense. Laxus nearly let a curse slip. He was well aware of Li Shu's nature. While he might be reclusive, his motivation for stirring up trouble was immense. Now, with the enticing prospect of becoming the true master of the world, how could he possibly lack the drive? With the twin saplings providing vitality, the length of his life stretched infinitely before him. 1,000 units of measure? It is merely a matter of time. Should I offer my early congratulations on becoming the sovereign of the world, granting you the freedom to orchestrate grand events at will? How tragic for this world to fall into the hands of someone as quirky and delightfully eccentric as you. Hey, that's excessive. Li Shu rolled his eyes in response, glancing back at the two imposing vines, which, with ample nourishment, were thriving rapidly, already bearing the early forms of fruit. Laxus softly called out Li Shu's name, a note of seriousness creeping into his tone. Yes. Responding casually, Laxus' gaze also shifted to the magnificent vines, eagerly anticipating their moment of fruition. There is a matter that requires your consent beforehand. His tone grew more earnest. The word consent striking Laxus with the realization that what was to follow would be of great significance to him. Speak. Your succinct manner is quite amusing. Li Shu remarked with a smile, stealing a glance at him. You know me well, an introverted soul, averse to venturing outdoors. However, the ocean is about to become far more vibrant and lively due to my efforts. After toiling for several years, if I cannot witness the magnificent scenery of this new era with my own eyes, would it not feel akin to donning fine garments while traveling at night? Laxus crossed his arms, staring intently at the two imposing vines. Reclusive? Witnessing it with my own eyes? These are two contradictory options, and he refrains from commenting, aware that his inquiry has yet to reach a critical juncture. Thus, I have devised a pseudo-emotional entity that synchronizes with my thoughts and shares my vision, enabling her to witness the ocean's vibrant splendor on my behalf. However, she requires a host for this purpose. Behold, it is she. The tree spirit emerged from Li Shu's forehead, a diminutive figure the size of a palm, adorned in a delicate gown crafted from leaves. With wings made of foliage fluttering behind her, she danced gracefully before Laxus, her innocent, sparkling eyes alight with curiosity. In a melodious voice, she inquired, "Could you be my host?" With her charming appearance and pitiable gaze, Laxus felt momentarily bereft of speech. As he gazed at the tree spirit, he attempted to extend his hand to catch her. Yet, as his arm rose, he abruptly turned to glare at Li Shu, synchronizing thoughts and sharing vision. So, this is also your doing? I consent. His gaze darkened, becoming unsettlingly cruel, as he roughly seized the tree spirit, his thumb pressing forcefully against her face, rubbing and rubbing. Ugh. Meanwhile, Li Shu stood aghast, feeling an intangible force kneading his own face with an unparalleled intensity. Hey, one must be gentle with women. Unable to contain himself, Li Shu shouted at Laxus, "How can you bear to treat such a lovely tree spirit this way?" Humph. Laxus scoffed, ignoring the reprimand. Even gripping the tree spirit's delicate wings, spinning her around 3 times before reversing the motion 6 times, seemingly venting all his pent-up frustrations from recent years. Stop. What enmity do you harbor? If you possess any courage, direct it at me. The tree spirit is innocent. As the world spun around them, Li Shu, despite knowing this slight torment would not affect him in the least, played along with Laxus' theatrics, nodding and swaying as if genuinely disoriented. Humph. With one final scoff, Laxus ceased his actions, releasing the tree spirit to hover freely in the air. Having vented his inner turmoil, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Her, I have adopted. What must I do next to become her host? I suddenly find myself regretting this. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider? Less chatter, speak. Chapter 22. Are you instructing me on how to work? Half a month later, in a certain expanse of the Great Sea, the cloak of Laxus gracefully draped down, remaining entirely unaffected by the gusts of wind, despite his swift motion. Zekrom, a mythical creature embodying both dragon and electric attributes, is one of the 3 dragons of the path. According to legend, this sprite possesses the power to scorch the world with lightning. Its form is a blend of a dinosaur and a western dragon, adorned with a crown of gray, lightning-shaped horns atop its head. An engine-like tail trails behind it, emitting a brilliant blue glow when in overclocked mode, enveloping its crown and entire body in a luminous blue aura, generating formidable power that can be utilized for attacks or to create a gravitational field, allowing flight unimpeded by air resistance or gravity. Having forged a pact with Zekrom, Laxus was currently soaring through the skies, propelled by the gravity-defying force it conjured. Ahaha. Perched on Laxus's right shoulder, the tree spirit supported its chin with its hands, elbows resting on its knees, and chimed in a clear voice, "What a perfect match." With gravity nullified, the Dragon Slayer mage need not fear the limitations of any mode of transportation. Tinkling like chimes, a unique wind chime belonging to Laxus floated beside him, its silken lower half swaying gently, producing a melodious sound. For of them, Battler diligently nurtured the extraordinary energy of the Tengu, resulting in the birth of 4 wind chimes during the process of cultivating a mutuo. One was bestowed upon him at the request of Requio, while the remaining 3 found their respective owners. Li Shu had originally possessed one, and the Susanoo had long accompanied him, essentially making that one his as well. However, in a bid to ensure fairness, a certain someone gifted him another exclusive wind chime, bringing him double the joy with 2. The other 2 were owned by Laxus and Batlera. Laxus acknowledged the tree spirit's teasing. With this newfound ability, he could bid farewell to any means of transportation. For him, the practicality of this gravity-defying capability surpassed even the prowess granted by Zekrom. Batlera, is it? A memory from a week prior suddenly surfaced in his mind, recalling the man who had replaced him as the new tool, an individual of mature, robust appearance, exuding an aura of seasoned experience. The strength emanating from him was formidable, imparting a significant pressure upon Laxus. Very strong, and that sprite of his is quite troublesome as well, employing a myriad of tactics. As he thought of the information Li Shu had shared regarding Batlera, Laxus's gaze involuntarily drifted to the neck of the tree spirit, where it wore a silver necklace, at the end of which dangled a miniature glass vial, an improved version of the subspace treasure bottle. He mused. The design of the bottle has been modified to create a habitable subspace spanning 10,000 meters, akin to the Nasu type, yet more refined in its capacity for storage and habitation. He withdrew his scrutinizing gaze as Laxus invoked the name of the Treant. As your essence articulates, you serve merely as his lens to observe the ever-shifting tides of the world. Although endowed with the damage transfer attribute, all attacks directed at you will be deflected onto your essence, bearing the brunt of the harm to ensure your indestructibility. Yet, the truth remains that you possess no considerable strength. Are you truly so untroubled by the prospect of unforeseen circumstances while carrying all those little spirits with you? Yi tilted her exquisite face, pondering. Unforeseen circumstances? Is it not you who stands by? Are you concerned that your power may falter, Laxus? Laxus's expression darkened. He realized he should not have posed the question. Oh, it matters not, she chuckled lightly. Shiki is no longer the former golden lion. You can prevail, even if you should falter. I can attempt to persuade him with my words. Besides, did we not journey to the Sky Island to further augment your strength? Once we seized that nature-aligned rumble fruit, a devil fruit, alongside Haki and Dragon Slayer magic, and the power of Zekrom, 4 forces combined. If you cannot overpower Shiki, it would be rather disappointing, wouldn't it, Laxus? Laxus's expression darkened even further at the mention of Shiki. When we meet, do not blame me for being too harsh. It is he who stirs the pot. A disgruntled grunt echoed above a certain sea, the source of the sound having vanished into the horizon. 10,000 meters above, on Skypea Island, within the temple. For drums adorned with 3 comma-shaped symbols were strung together with metallic rings and affixed to the back of a figure, wearing a white headscarf, with elongated ears adorned with earrings hanging before his chest, and clad in voluminous lantern pants. Enel lounged lazily upon a throne that symbolized his divine identity. He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, barefoot, rhythmically tapping in time with an unseen beat, his upper body bare, showcasing his robust physique. With a yawn that bespoke indolence, his defiant visage reflected his boredom. Propping his head with one hand, he reached for a nearby fruit platter, seizing a crimson apple and bringing it to his lips. Today, there are no discordant voices among the citizens of the divine realm to defame my authority. What to do? How dreadfully dull. Perhaps I shall randomly select a fortunate soul to enact divine retribution. Beneath the facade of nonchalance lies a heart of cruelty. Enneru devoured an apple with remarkable swiftness, leaving not even the core untouched, before he raised a golden staff and pointed it skyward. A thunderous rumble echoed across the Sky Island, as a colossal bolt of lightning descended with tremendous force, illuminating the vicinity with its blinding radiance. Countless inhabitants of the Sky Island trembled in fear at this sudden onslaught, desperately attempting to suppress any rebellious thoughts against the divine. As the pillar of thunder dissipated, its brilliance dimmed, revealing a fortunate soul charred black, lying lifeless at the bottom of a deep pit. Ha ha! with the voice of a certain individual extinguished. Enel erupted into a boisterous laugh, reveling in the terror emanating from his fellow citizens in the divine realm, a poignant tribute to the supremacy of a god. His arrogant and brutal laughter echoed through the temple, reaching the ears of 4 distinct priests below. Their demeanor remained unchanged. It had been 6 years since the god took dominion over Sky Island, and they had grown accustomed to such mirthful laughter as a daily occurrence. In the distant expanse of the sky, Laxus, who had been searching tirelessly for his destination without success, suddenly turned his head, sensing a powerful surge of thunderous energy. "Is it you, wielder of the thunder fruit, guiding me toward my path?" Changing direction, he sped forth, regardless of whether it was truly a sign. With no clear indicator to lead him, he decided to investigate. Approximately 15 minutes later, the outline of a sky island came into view. Its white waves resembling a genuine ocean, rising and falling with tumultuous grace. "Ah, how delightful!" Laxus gazed at the rapidly approaching island, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Fate. What an extraordinary thing it is. After searching tirelessly, I suddenly hear your call, illuminating the beacon of invitation. Laxus, you have been entrusted with the seed of blankness. Do not forget the steps. Otherwise, once the target perishes, who can foretell where the new thunder fruit will be reborn? Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" A flash of impatience crossed Laxus's mind as he nodded silently. Steps? Mere trifles. It was simply a matter of inserting the seed into the heart upon the target's demise. Such a straightforward and crude task hardly warranted a reminder. In the temple, pop, 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 apples soared and fell, caught by Enel only to be tossed into the air again. One hand delved into his ear while the other juggled the apple, reclining on his throne as if in a trance. The life of a god, apart from occasionally showcasing divine power, was indeed monotonous and dreary. "Oh, it appears this is the place, Laxus." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice penetrated his consciousness through the fusion of his mind net and perception, sending a ripple through his thoughts. With a prolonged nasal hum, Enel abruptly opened his icy eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. An unfamiliar aura, could it be yet another invader from Qinghai? In an instant, his body transformed, and with a soft sound, he vanished within the temple, leaving the 4 priests exchanging bewildered glances. "Here it comes." In the realm of anti-gravity, a tempestuous bolt of lightning surged toward Laxus, perceived through his observation hockey. The blue arcs of electricity erupted, gradually coalescing into a figure. Ah! The convenience of elemental transformation, the fundamental application of a nature-type fruit, is indeed remarkable, Laxus mused, observing the bizarre form before him while raising his hand to touch the wind chime. With a whoosh, it transformed into a red light, darting into the glass ring adorning his ring finger. A metallic staff appeared in mid-air, with Enel seated upon it. One hand propping up his chin while the other grasped the staff, utilizing its weight-bearing power. His eyes, filled with a mix of disdain and peculiar curiosity, fixated on the ring Laxus wore. A ring capable of housing living beings? How intriguing. Mortal, offer it to the god, and the god shall forgive your transgression of trespassing into the divine realm. Ah, how terrifying. The leaf-wing fairy fluttered behind Laxus, capable of deflecting damage, yet not wishing to unwittingly endure a strike of lightning. Her petite frame preferred to retreat behind someone stronger. Casting a silent glance at the tree spirit, Laxus began to scrutinize Enel closely, such elongated earlobes. At that moment, Enel, meeting Laxus's peculiar gaze, suddenly noticed a glimmer of brilliance. His eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be? Why could the gods not hear your voices? With such an expression, you must be harboring some profoundly offensive thoughts. Abominations. You are all abominations, intolerable to the divine. The gods have decreed that such anomalies must be purified by the symbolic punishment of lightning, and as abominations, all your possessions shall be surrendered to the dominion of the divine. Electrocute, 20 million volts. A blinding radiance erupted as arcs of electricity ravaged Enel's form. And in the next moment, a formidable blue lightning bolt surged toward Laxus. However, in the face of this formidable assault, Laxus inhaled deeply, drawing all the incoming lightning into his mouth, crunching delightfully a taste of electricity. Thank you for the treat. It's quite palatable. Enel, witnessing this unfathomable spectacle, felt as if his eyes might burst from their sockets, his mouth agape to an unprecedented degree, tears of disbelief streaming down his face. What? Staring in shock, his mind reeling, Enel was stunned by Laxus's audacious appetite for lightning. 20 million volts, and not only did it fail to inflict any harm, but he merely remarked that it was quite tasty. Unacceptable. A surge of lightning coursed through his abdomen, and Laxus felt invigorated. eyeing the still-dazed Enel with a fierce smile that radiated his fighting spirit. To borrow a phrase from Gray, the weather was about to shift. A torrent of violent golden lightning coalesced in his fist as he surged forward, an intricate and arcane golden magic circle unfolding around him, heralding the commencement of battle. Thunder Punch. With this tentative strike, he aimed not only to attack but also to rouse the unsteady Enel from his stupor. The impact resonated violently upon contact, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Laxus deftly maneuvered past, shattering half of Enel's form. Crackling blue lightning flickered as Enel regained his composure. His battered body was rejuvenated by the electric energy. Gripping his metallic staff, he pivoted into a combat stance, the look of panic evaporating, replaced by disdain and arrogance. Fool! Do not presume that your flashy antics have truly disturbed a deity. I am the god of knowledge, an eternal and indestructible being. You shall pay dearly for your transgression against divine authority. With a dismissive scoff, Laxus, his eye adorned with a lightning emblem, regarded him disdainfully. Eternal and indestructible? Merely a rudimentary application of natural abilities. The only reason I have not crippled you with hockey is due to my curiosity about your fruit's capabilities. Suddenly, Enel erupted in a maniacal laugh, his eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury. How dare you declare a god a mere frog at the bottom of a well? Remember, you have thoroughly offended a deity. The god of knowledge shall now toy with you until your demise. You shall not strike me again. As retribution for his blatant affront, Enel summoned 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Striking a drum atop his left shoulder, blue lightning erupted as a wolf-like Thunder Beast charged forth. Its fierce countenance and menacing speed directed at Laxus. Mindless beast, do you dare to harm me? Laxus sneered, conjuring a powerful magic circle, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coalesced into a lance of light to meet the oncoming threat. Thunder Spear. Boom. The blue and gold lightning clashed in midair, igniting an explosion of blinding brilliance, unleashing razor-sharp gales that swept outward, drawing the attention of many below. God, show me your true power. There is no need for these inconsequential probes. Effortlessly countering his opponent's assault with lightning element magic, Laxus felt disheartened. Was this truly the extent of the Rumble fruit's prowess? How dull. You have truly angered me. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. With a resounding thump, Enel struck the drum twice, unleashing a broader range of azure lightning, which coalesced into a colossal Thunder Dragon that soared and twisted toward Laxus. Thunder Dragon? Laxus, who had previously regarded the attack with disdain, suddenly grew earnest. Was this technique truly named Thunder Dragon? Chapter 24. The advantage is mine. Is this technique really called Thunder Dragon? Laxus pondered, staring intently at the Eastern-inspired Thunder Dragon barreling towards him. Sensing its feeble power through his observation hockey, a surge of fury welled within him. Who dares to sully the name of dragons? As a dragon slayer, he held an innate reverence for such creatures, and though this Thunder Dragon bore little resemblance to the dragons of his memory, he would not allow any weakling to tarnish the esteemed title of dragon. Dragons are not mere figments of superficiality. How dare you casually bestow the name Thunder Dragon upon such a technique? His voice thundered, golden lightning erupting from his mouth as he spoke. No sooner had he finished his words than an even more magnificent magic circle began to coalesce before him, with the energy of the Thunder Dragon accumulating within his chest. The roar of the Thunder Dragon, a tempestuous force, its concentrated lightning could obliterate all in its path. He unleashed it, casting a golden radiance that illuminated the sky, shattering Enel's azure Thunder Dragon with relentless force, and the attack continued its onslaught towards Enel's true form. Sensing the trajectory of the roaring assault, his hockey captured its formidable essence, prompting Enel to instantly elementalize, evading the brunt of its power. The Thunder Dragon's crushing fist. Laxus too wielded observation hockey, his mastery surpassing even Enel's. As Enel evaded, Laxus anticipated his movements, unleashing a crushing fist that met him at the perfect moment. What? Enel's gaze sharpened as the attack closed in, leaving him no room to escape. In a desperate bid, he elementalized once more, but in the next instant, Laxus's crushing fist enveloped him entirely. A sudden, anguished scream escaped the elementalized Enel, the sound fading as he was propelled backward into the high sky by the force of the blow. Moments later, as the lightning from the crushing fist dissipated, a sight emerged in the distance. Enel, having reverted from elemental form, wore a glistening crimson at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The speed of his elementalization had faltered just slightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wiping the blood from his lips, Enel stared at the crimson stain on his fingertip in panic. How could the god of all knowledge fail to evade your attack? How could a deity who commanded lightning be harmed by it? A freak. Are you the nemesis of the gods? No. A god is the most perfect being in existence. There can be no nemesis. You, a forbidden aberration, shall perish beneath the aesthetic of divinity. Unable to accept this reality, Enel's disdain and arrogance evaporated in the wake of his injury, leaving only an intense madness to flourish. He would utterly annihilate this foe before him, manifesting the mightiest form of a god. 200 million volts, thunder god, with a frenzied countenance. He unleashed the entirety of his lightning power, enveloped in a staggering 200 million volts. In the next instant, countless bolts of lightning converged, transforming into the formidable visage of a colossal thunder god, retaining the features of Enel, surrounded by azure arcs of electricity that crackled with an electrifying sound. Is this your utmost form, thunder god? Very well, I must concede the worth of the rumble fruit, declared Laxus, filled with fervor. In this state, Enel possessed the merit to be vanquished. It was a contest of thunder against thunder. As for hockey, the previous strike had not been enhanced, and it was impossible to do so now. Raising his right arm high, fingers grasping at emptiness, a resplendent magical array unfurled in the air. Lightning coursed through Laxus's outstretched hand, morphing into a brilliant golden halberd that exuded an aura of devastation. Thunder Dragon Halberd! With unmatched might, Laxus hurled the halberd, its speed akin to lightning, reaching Enel in an instant. However, the thunder god lifted his colossal hand to meet the oncoming strike. With a deafening crackle, the halberd was sent flying back over 100 meters, and as Enel grasped it with his fingers, it shattered with a resounding crunch, dispersing into a myriad of golden arcs that faded into nothingness. Ha 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 ha. Abnormal creature, do not waste your struggles. Before the thunder god, all resistance is futile. Enel's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the corners of the Sky Island. The four priests within the temple, the former god gone fall, and the warriors of Sandia listened intently, their gazes filled with astonishment at the extraordinary figure. Was this truly a power that could be rivaled by mere mortals? With a gentle exhale, Laxus felt no sense of defeat as the halberd had been easily countered. His expression remained serious as he regarded the thunder god, who exuded an overwhelming pressure. Awakening level. Indeed, I may have underestimated the strength of this world. That fellow, relying solely on a variety of paramecia fruits, has had his awakened abilities acknowledged by him. Naturally, it is to be expected of the rumble fruit, a natural type, far rarer and more precious than paramecia. But humans differ from one another. You have desecrated the rumble fruit. The one most suited to wield it is I, Laxus Dreyer. Channeling all his strength into his hands, Laxus unleashed a powerful strike, unleashing chaotic arcs of golden lightning that engulfed Enel at an incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. The bolts of lightning struck their target, erupting into an overwhelming surge of electricity that battered Enel's thunder god form, leaving it riddled with wounds. Useless, transformed into the embodiment of the thunder god. I am an immortal deity. All your assaults shall be in vain. Despair, O aberration, and succumb to the divine judgment amidst your endless hopelessness. Ha ha. The Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique has yet to inflict any substantial damage. Laxus remains confidently poised, casting a disdainful glance at the smug Enel, who still finds amusement in this predicament. You have failed to grasp the reality, for as the wielder of the thunder fruit, this confrontation with the Dragon Slayer of Thunder has devolved into a battle of attrition. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he surged forth towards Enel, inhaling deeply, arcs of electricity dancing at the corners of his mouth. It is undeniably I, roar of the thunder dragon. A magnificent magical circle erupted into existence, and powerful, robust lightning surged forth from within. I have already stated it is futile. Is your mind void of substance? Enel retorted impatiently, raising his immense hand to unleash a similarly styled counterattack. Divine retribution. With a resounding clash, the two attacks collided violently, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, ultimately dispersing into a tumultuous maelstrom of blue and gold lightning. Suddenly, Laxus darted into the fray, wearing a triumphant grin, and began to consume the intertwining blue and gold lightning, invigorating his spirit and replenishing his drained energy. Huh? Witnessing his opponent's inexplicable ability to absorb lightning once more, Enel's astonishment was palpable. His eyes widened in disbelief. This flavor is even more exquisite. As a token of gratitude, Laxus declared, his fists clenched tightly, invigorated. As he soared into the air above Enel, compressing the formidable lightning into a devastating strike. Jaw of the Thunder Dragon. As the sun set and the moon rose, the night that should have been shrouded in darkness was illuminated by golden and blue hues, each claiming half of the sky. With a rapid and rhythmic cacophony of thunder reverberating through the air, that night, countless souls were destined to lie awake. Chapter 25. Crimson Thunder. The battle raged from day into night, and as the dawn illuminated the earth from the east, the fierce clash of two figures continued, transforming from an initial stalemate into a relentless chase of blue evading gold. In the courtyard, why persistently pursue? The deity has acknowledged your power. Why continue this senseless conflict? Meaning, defeating you is the very essence of meaning. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Multitasking. Li Shu observed the distant battlefield through the eyes of a tree spirit while pondering his own questions in the courtyard. It has lost 2/10 of its essence, vanishing into an untraceable unknown realm. If my thoughts are correct, it must be that fellow travelers have acquired a golden finger, a system perhaps, with their concealment. The reasons for its untraceability may become clear. I possess no system. The realm of sprites is inconsequential. It ought to lack a consciousness of its own. Or perhaps its awareness is exceedingly chaotic. The true dominators remain those god-beast-level sprites, plundering at will, even if they become aware of the existence of this world. Capturing one or two poses no significant challenge. But what if? If I were to cultivate a specter with the power to shatter stars, like the Dragon Balls, would they descend through the channels that seize the essence of its world? And then, with a single strike, cause a cataclysm? Would everyone be reduced to mere ashes? This represents an unknown peril. Alas, I am devoid of a system. Furthermore, it was said that I possessed the attribute of world-breaking. With this foundation, the concepts I developed were able to flourish. Might this force, which brought about my own transmutation, be a hidden boon? A soft chuckle escaped Li Shu as he shook his head, dismissing his excessive thoughts. The more knowledge one acquires, the more insignificant one feels, and with that comes concern. Better to be prudent. Exhaling a breath laden with tangled emotions, he whispered his resolve. Until the existence of a potential threat is confirmed, I shall temporarily exclude the powerful systems of high-risk worlds, such as Dragon Balls, from my grand plans. Your words remain within my grasp. Reclining on the same chair, resting his left hand beneath his head, he raised his right hand, gracefully tracing the air. 108 blade-like seeds materialized before him. Yamamoto, Yuhua, Aizen Ichigo. I eagerly await to see who among you will traverse the web to confront me, attempting to slay me, or perhaps meet your own demise instead. The pirate world devoid of spiritual energy is our absolute domain. Hey, what are you muttering to yourself about? If you're truly at leisure, why not assist me in gathering some flowers? At his side, Lei Jio, clad in a pink nightgown, her graceful figure barely concealed, smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as she spoke softly to Li Shu. Certainly. With a snap of his fingers, inspired by Lei Jio's smile, he summoned 4 wild grasses that transformed into vine-like attendants, only to vanish into the earth. Arranging flowers, a delightful pastime. His gaze wandered, and he noticed the table before Lei Jio was adorned with an array of vases filled with various flowers, while the ground bore few remaining blossoms. Six Tails, the red one. Upon receiving the command, Six Tails, with crescent-shaped eyes, scampered towards a red flower, snatching it up and returning to Lei Jio, lifting its head. After she gently petted its fluffy head and accepted the flower, she pondered where to place it for the most aesthetic appeal, replying, "Does your courtyard not require some exquisite embellishment amidst all this grass and trees? Is it necessary? A landscape filled with flora and foliage signifies vibrancy, does it not? Ah, you do labor tirelessly." Indifferent to the response, Li Shu waved his hand to gather the 100 or so Zanpakuto seeds, rising from his reclined position and making his way towards the backyard. Simultaneously, he conveyed a mission directive through the grass. In the backyard, he skillfully buried all the seeds in the soil, then with a gesture like a blade, he sliced open the artery on his right wrist, restraining the muscle tissue eager to heal rapidly, allowing his warm blood to spurt forth and irrigate the seeds below. Once a sufficient number of Zanpakuto prototypes have been cultivated, it should lead to remarkable transformations, ultimately constructing a phantom that connects to the world of the Soul Reapers. The phantom of the fairy realm was purely accidental. Li Shu lacked a precise method to replicate it. After days of contemplation, he arrived at a rough hypothesis, yet it remained to be validated. Perhaps it cannot be accomplished. For aside from the Zanpakuto, the Soul Reaper world harbors numerous other forms of power. Nonetheless, these seeds will serve as significant evidence. Somewhere on the island, the grass rustled without wind, delivering a message to Bartla. Within a year, 10,000 Sea Kings. The carbon embers rose with intense heat, roasting a wild boar with a golden-brown exterior, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. As Bartlett gazed at the delectable feast, an unexpected loss of appetite washed over him. Ah, has my leisurely time come to an end? It's time for me to officially commence my duties. Upon receiving the directive, Bartlett found himself unable to refuse. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the three figures behind him. And with a smile, he remarked, "Itchy, you should all sample the old man's culinary skills. Eat well, for after this meal, you shall have your hands full." Finally, a task? Itchy's lips curled into a smile, devoid of emotion, yet fervently enthusiastic about the mission. The three gathered around and began to feast on the wild boar, devouring it heartily, eager to fulfill their purpose as they sought to realize their worth. A year, you say? That implies I have a whole year to leave the island. Bartlett remained silent, observing the three indulge. His thoughts raced as he pondered the operational space within the task's timeline, contemplating how to ensure the mission's completion while not delaying his vacation of free movement. In the skies beyond the floating island, golden lightning streaked through the air, chasing down blue arcs. Laxus clenched his fist and struck downwards, unleashing the fury of his electric power upon the elemental Enel. Amidst the crackling sounds, waves of blue electricity erupted, scattering under the tremendous impact. Taking a deep breath, Laxus consumed the errant currents, transforming them into sustenance to restore his strength and enhance his endurance. It has been a day and a night. A day and a night. Why? Why do you persist in this entanglement? The elemental lightning coalesced, revealing Enel's upper body, while his lower half continued to flee amidst the storm. His eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor languid, and his expression was utterly consumed by a frenzied madness. Incomprehensible. You are utterly incomprehensible. I have already made a promise to the divine, as long as we unite. The boundless earth shall be within our grasp. Side by side as gods, sharing the divine realm. Why, oh why, do you remain indifferent to the divine promise? Why are you so fixated on the desecration of divine authority? However, the response came in the form of one of Laxus's most formidable techniques, following his completion state. Let us end this cat-and-mouse game, shall we, God? Pitiful wretch, descend into the abyss with your nebulous delusions. Raijin, Crimson Thunder. A supreme compression of lightning erupted from Laxus, manifesting as a liquid crimson-black energy. Under his masterful control, the red-black lightning surged forth, enveloping Enel in a shroud. Chapter 26. Fusion Raijin, Crimson Thunder. Laxus bellowed, channeling his energy as the crimson-black lightning intertwined and coalesced into a sphere, eliminating any possibility of Enel's escape. With a powerful shout, he constricted the high-voltage energy surrounding Enel, causing it to compress, expand, and ultimately explode. Boom. In that instant, the sky dimmed, overtaken by a mesmerizing expanse of black and red, dazzling and resplendent. Coughing. Within the brilliant display of crimson and ebony, Enel's eyes rolled back, blood spewed from his mouth, and he was forced to reveal his true form, utterly drained of energy, plummeting downwards. Finally, it's over. He glanced at the unconscious Enel, descending from the sky, and flapped his leaf-like wings to hover beside the panting Laxus. TSK, TSK, TSK. You could have ended this battle much sooner. Why not simply use your armed color to dispatch him swiftly? Instead, you fought for an entire day and night, exhausted like a dog. Humph. Regulating his erratic breath, Laxus snorted, straightening his back. Dragon Slayer's Thunder versus Natural Thunder, Victor, Laxus Strayer. Well, you've won a battle of pride, yet you still feel as if you stand triumphant. He rolled his eyes, reluctant to engage with someone basking in a nonsensical sense of achievement, but could not resist saying, "Hey, if you don't act soon, the fruits of your victory will slip away." Zing. A flash of lightning, and Laxus swiftly vanished into the high skies, with he following closely, his speed rivaling that of lightning itself. With an elegant curve to slow his descent, Ye's agile form halted before Laxus, with Enel suspended in midair between them due to the anti-gravity field. Reaching into his garment, Laxus retrieved the seed gifted to him by Li Shu before his departure and placed it over Enel's heart. In the next moment, it took root, its tendrils piercing the skin to connect with the heart. Yes, that will suffice. With a crackle, upon confirming that the preparations were complete and offering a clear response, Laxus clenched his fist, summoning an awe-inspiring golden lightning, which he unleashed with ferocity. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion resonated, yet Enel remained unperturbed, as if he were not suspended in midair, but rather reclining upon an extraordinarily solid surface, thereby enduring the full brunt of the impact. White, red, fragments of bone, and grotesque substances scattered, but under Laxus' deliberate control, none splattered upon the two individuals. And thus it began. In that very moment of Enel's demise, a seed that had been nestled within his heart burst forth, sprouting with an unfathomable rapidity. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a blue plant, half his height, crowned with a fruit that bore a rugged surface adorned with lightning-like patterns. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute later, a crisp sound echoed in their ears as the azure fruit reached maturity, detaching itself from the plant. Before it could even contemplate falling, Laxus, who had been patiently waiting, grasped it in his hand. A fruit? With astonishment and curiosity, he examined the pristine thunder fruit in his grasp. As a first-time witness to a devil fruit, Laxus was somewhat taken aback. Reflecting on his own situation, he had anticipated it to be akin to the dragon crystal implanted within him. Indeed, it is a fruit. Do take a bite. The flavor of a devil fruit is a rarity in this world, Ye said with a beaming smile, eager to witness Laxus, who always masked his true self with an icy exterior, display his reactions after consuming the devil fruit, satisfying her own mischievous curiosity. Hey. A flavor that is a rarity? Are you pulling my leg? Your insincere gaze has betrayed you, Laxus retorted, realizing the potential issues with the devil fruit in his hand. With no alternative, he resolved to embrace this newfound power, even if it bore complications. With a crunch, he bit into the fruit, and the moment it touched his palate, an overwhelming taste surged forth. Laxus' expression froze, his stomach convulsing incessantly. What on earth was this ghastly flavor? Chewing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He fought against the urge to retch, swallowing the fruit's flesh whole, instantly regretting having taken such a large bite. As the fruit settled in his belly, lightning erupted from his hands, pulverizing the remaining fruit into dust. The indescribable flavor that defied all words was one he would never consume again, for it was unnecessary. Zzz. Lightning, a brilliant blue, danced around him, imbuing him with an entirely new power, just as he was about to experiment with it. Huh. Two exclamations of surprise rang out simultaneously, as the blue lightning enveloping Laxus suddenly retracted, replaced by flickering golden arcs. Dragon crystal? As he meticulously attuned himself to his condition, Laxus discerned that the dragon crystal implanted within him seemed to have come alive. With a resounding roar, the dragon crystal suddenly unleashed a tempestuous surge of lightning, manifesting into a formidable thunder dragon, accompanied by a vast sea of thunder. The thunder dragon, fierce and menacing, let out a roar imbued with tremendous draconic majesty, while the sea of thunder remained steadfast, pulsating endlessly with vibrant blue electricity. Yeah, with exceptionally bright eyes, Ye marveled at the spectacle unfolding in the sky, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible! Truly remarkable! Laxus, if my conjecture holds true, you are on the verge of attaining extreme enhancement, although not explicitly stated." As the possessor of the dragon crystal and the new host of the thunder fruit, Laxus, in his bewilderment, seemed to grasp that these forces, as his own power, were on the brink of a transformative fusion. Just as the two anticipated, in the next moment, the thunder dragon unfurled its robust wings and soared into the sea of thunder. With a soul-stirring roar, the dragon opened its terrifying maw and consumed the thunderous sea, which offered no resistance and flowed seamlessly into its being. Concurrently, arcs of golden and blue electricity danced across the dragon's scales, shimmering for a full 3 minutes before fading, revealing the intricate blue patterns of a magic circle. Upon its metamorphosis, the thunder dragon roared triumphantly, having undergone a striking transformation, its form now predominantly golden, accented with blue patterns, was dazzling, powerful, fearsome, and mysterious, a true feast for the eyes. As the fusion concluded, the newly reborn thunder dragon dove downwards, and midway, the blue patterns on its body glimmered subtly, transforming into a surge of elemental lightning in gold and blue, which then entered Laxus, residing within the dragon crystal. Power. An overwhelming surge of strength coursed through his entire being. Laxus clenched his fist, the air compressing with a crackling sound, and in that moment, he felt capable of obliterating a 1,000-meter sea monster with a single punch. Come on. Sensing Laxus's eagerness to test the limits of his newfound power, you decided to indulge his desire, especially since someone far away in the courtyard was equally intrigued. Unleash your full strength. Let him measure your current prowess. Are you certain? After a brief silence, Laxus brimmed with confidence, eager to test himself, declaring, "With this punch, you might just perish." Chapter 27. The Power of Yi. 7 pieces with this punch, you might just perish. Huh. Has your mindset inflated along with your newfound strength? You gazed intently at the overly confident Laxus, a chuckle echoing in his mind from someone within the courtyard. Perish? You understand nothing of power. Unleash your strongest attack. This time, I permit you to defy the norm. Thus, Laxus could no longer suppress the overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath upon a certain individual. With a swift retreat, he distanced himself by several meters, and the emblem of Zekrom illuminated upon his forehead. In that moment, he invoked the devastating dragon-slaying magic, the Thunder Fruit, the spirit of the contract, and his fierce demeanor, declaring, I shall deliver upon your request with my most destructive strike. Fusion. The Zekrom emblem radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the conjurer in a resplendent glow. As the brilliance dimmed, a remarkable transformation overtook Laxus. He was clad in an imposing suit of jet-black armor, his visage obscured by a mask that revealed only his piercing eyes, which had turned a fierce crimson hue, exuding an aura of ferocity. The electric engine tail of Zekrom morphed into a spectacularly sci-fi apparatus composed of 3 interlocking rings, hovering majestically behind Laxus, occasionally flickering with blue luminescence, signaling its readiness to provide immense power. "Ah, how cool!" exclaimed he, her eyes shimmering with admiration for Laxus's fusion form, resembling a mech. With a power core akin to a nuclear reactor, this was indeed the epitome of masculinity, brimming with elegance. Unaware of Ye's envious sentiments, Laxus silently activated Zekrom's abilities, the power apparatus behind him glowing with azure brilliance. This move, which would typically plunge into chaos post-attack, became a status skill that amplified his attack potency as wielded by its conjurer. A fierce pressure emanated from him, sweeping past Yi and radiating in all directions, parting the clouds above and revealing a vast expanse of clear skies. The essence of dragon slaying surged forth as a dragon-like entity composed of lightning surged skyward from behind Laxus, unfurling its mighty wings and roaring to the heavens. Accompanied by a tempest of blue and gold lightning, a prelude to destruction. Above it, a grand and resplendent magical array bloomed forth, once more invoking the spirit's abilities. Laxus summoned 9 smaller magical circles that appeared out of thin air, rotating gracefully around the central grand array. With a thunderous roar, the Thunder Dragon surged into the colossal magical array, and in an instant, each of the larger and smaller circles unleashed menacing dragon heads. Their colossal eyes, one gold and one blue, brimming with tempestuous lightning energy. The essence of armor flowed into the magical array, darkening the 10 dragon heads to a deep black, harmonizing with their scales and presenting a visage of even greater ferocity. Finally, a word of caution. If you are aware that you cannot withstand my combination attack, it would be a foolhardy choice to endure. That said, prepare yourself for the onslaught of the armed Thunder Dragon's billion shockwave. With a resounding cry, Laxus commanded, his hand thrusting towards Yi. The dragon heads within the massive magic circle roared in unison, surging forth with the swiftness of lightning. One charged straight ahead, while the other 9 spun around it in a furious whirl, creating a tempest that threatened to rend the very fabric of space itself. Oh, such an all-out effort. Laxus, you seem intent on either annihilating or gravely injuring me, he mused, floating serenely in the air, observing the imminent onslaught with an air of admiration. In the courtyard, before the attack even arrived, the gale unleashed by the impending force wreaked havoc, causing trees to sway violently and leaves to be torn from their branches, spiraling upwards. To shield my tranquil sanctuary from the chaos, I shall meet your strike in the sky. With a gentle push from his toes, Li Shu ascended effortlessly, rising several dozen meters into the air, and, utilizing the fallen leaves as leverage, he soared even higher, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, accompanied by a flurry of green foliage. Perched upon 2 leaves, Li Shu stood with poise, awaiting the arriving attack. Meanwhile, Yi, with her delicate arms crossed, accentuated her petite, yet curvaceous form. The 10 dragon strikes approached, but as they neared her, the initial assault vanished without a trace. The subsequent waves continued for a full 3 seconds before they too were diverted, leaving an eerie stillness in the air, disrupted only by the gentle breeze that danced around her skirt. Here it comes. On this side, the hardened defensive armament? Non-existent. Li Shu, with his hands clasped behind his back, placed absolute trust in his own physical prowess, choosing to receive Laxus's combined ultimate move without any form of defense. Madness. He chuckled lightly, but before his laughter could fade, the void before him twisted violently. With a thunderous crash, a formidable attack materialized just 10 meters away. Accompanied by the awe-inspiring roar of a dragon, the armament, billion shockwaves of the Thunder Dragon converged, a fusion of dragon-slaying essence, the thunder fruit, the spirit of contract, and the force of dominance. It struck him with overwhelming force, crashing into his exposed form. Boom. As the impact landed, Li Shu's upright posture bent slightly, while a tremendous explosion erupted behind him, whipping the green leaves into a frenzied dance. Boom, 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 boom. The initial blast was soon followed by 8 more, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to breaking the sound barrier, and the price was a further dip in Li Shu's already slightly bent figure. Boom. After the resounding 9 notes, a formidable main attack followed, unleashing an immense shockwave that shattered the previously grand scene in an instant. A colossal air sphere, measuring 1,000 feet in diameter, blossomed magnificently. Even from 10,000 meters above, the inhabitants of the island below beheld this wondrous spectacle. Compared to the preceding 9 impacts, this strike was of unparalleled strength. The 2 leaves beneath him, unable to bear the force, crumbled, propelling Li Shu backward. The ferocious recoil of the Thunder Dragon God thrust him back several meters. And as he landed on 2 additional leaves, they too met the same fate, disintegrating under the pressure. Their sacrifice was not in vain. In that fleeting moment of relief, Li Shu straightened his posture once more, sliding back several more meters until he found himself atop the 5th and 6th leaves, which absorbed a greater portion of the residual force. Shifting his right leg, he forcefully crushed the 7th leaf, leaving only the lingering aftermath of the impact. As his left leg alternated to the 8th leaf, it emitted a faint cracking sound but remained intact, finally halting his backward momentum. As the aftershocks dissipated, he glanced down at his exposed 8 abdominal muscles, a carefree smile gracing his lips. With a wave, he brushed away the tattered remnants of his clothing. Activating his fruit abilities, the fabric sprang to life, weaving itself back together, restoring his torn attire to its former state. Impressive strength indeed. The leaf power is complete with 7 leaves. Chapter 28. The King's Potential with Li Shu's assessment made. On the other side, Yi, in sync with his thoughts, gazed at the panting Laxus with a bright smile. Ah, Laxus, that brilliant strike of yours has earned a 7-leaf power rating from the essence itself. You are not far from a level worthy of his acknowledgement. 7-leaf power? Laxus, still catching his breath, exhibited a look of confusion, though he clearly heard Ye's subsequent words. Was it possible that his strongest attack had not merited recognition? Unwilling to accept such an evaluation, Laxus, in a state of inflated pride, disregarded his still ragged breathing as the technological apparatus behind him illuminated, supplying power. Enveloped in armor, his unwillingness to confront reality was obscured, save for the twin scarlet eyes flickering with an even deeper fervor. The aftermath of my strike will not leave you unscathed. To feign superiority is a mark of weakness. I, Laxus Dolia, allow your strength to surpass mine. But please recognize the truth. True strength is never defined merely by the magnitude of power. Therefore, even if it defies the norm, I shall compel you to see your true self. Heart and conviction, these are the true sources of humanity's might. Embrace the baptism of reality. The shadow of the Thunder Dragon reemerges, resonating with the power source behind it. Armed hockey surges forth as Laxus inhales deeply. The magic circle blossoms before the menacing maw of the dragon. Armed Thunder Dragon's destructive roar. As the Thunder Dragon opens its jaws, the crimson radiance of annihilation flares momentarily, only to be supplanted by the obsidian hue of hockey, an effect rendered by the Dragon Slayer magic and the thunderous might. Boom. The inky black destruction armed with azure and golden lightning strikes fearfully towards the treant. Yi. She stands silent, unmoved by the impending assault. Though Laxus's condition elicits a furrowed brow. On the island, unscathed from the recent blow, Li Shu descends upon the leaves as if traversing stairs. When he is less than 4,000 meters from the ground, he pauses, gazing skyward. A baptism of reality? His expression shifts subtly as he contemplates Laxus's reckless defiance of the established order. While he would not seize this opportunity to impose severe punishment, a transgression warrants a firm reprimand. Considering it a first offense, stemming from a misguided sense of concern for me, even if this concern is laced with ulterior motives, it is somewhat forgivable. Very well, let us administer a wave of reality's baptism as a fitting punishment. Meanwhile, the enhanced destructive force bears down upon Yi. She flaps her wings to meet the formidable attack head-on, redirecting the assault to her corporeal form, transforming into a streak of green light that pierces Laxus's brow. Even the impenetrable armor cannot obstruct her movement. A peculiar sound resonates, and before Laxus's eyes, a vision materializes in the void. In this image, Li Shu stands upon a leaf suspended in midair. In the next moment, an attack emerges from thin air, directed at him. The Li Shu in the vision glances at Laxus before raising his left hand and effortlessly swiping backward. With a resounding clap, the amalgamation of four powers, the armed Thunder Dragon's destructive roar, shatters under his casual touch, transforming into a tempest of wild energy that gradually dissipates. Laxus, this is a one-time warning. Do not let it happen again. Li Shu's voice echoes in Laxus's mind. His crimson eyes tremble violently, disbelief washing over him as he gazes at the scene unfolding within the vision. Was his attack truly so feeble? Could it be so easily obliterated without even the use of haki? No, wait. Suddenly, Laxus' gaze sharpens on the leaf beneath Li Shu's feet, and as he observes the act of Li Shu effortlessly obliterating the attack, his scarlet eyes dim with realization. With a pop, the vision dissipates, and Yi reappears from his brow. Laxus silently relinquishes his fused state. The black armor vanishes, reverting to his previous attire. Astonishing. An overwhelming shock reverberated within. As Laxus's confidence was thoroughly subdued by a certain individual, his eyes seemingly devoid of light, staring blankly at the floating figure of Yi. Hey, could the power of the 7 leaves he mentioned refer to the act of standing upon the leaves in midair, neutralizing my attack, while merely crushing 7 leaves in the process? Oh. He elongated the sound, his small eyes fixated on Laxus, who was in a state of disarray, suffering from a significant blow and slightly recovering from the effects of merging. He replied, to be precise, it is upon 7 leaves, just shy of the 8th. You are very close to attaining the esteemed power of the 8 leaves. Ah, the esteemed power of the 8 leaves. Laxus let out a bitter laugh, then fell silent. Gazing up at the distant sky, his wounded spirit overwhelmed with an indescribable sorrow. So, it turns out I am the one who overestimates my abilities. Have I come to terms with reality? Yes, but it feels so utterly powerless. In a moment of despair, Laxus found himself succumbing to self-doubt. Tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. As he felt the warm tears tracing down his face, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Raising his hand to wipe away the moisture from his chin, inspecting it closely. I cried? I actually shed tears. How could I, the great Laxus, be reduced to tears? In that instant, all confusion, despair, and shock vanished, replaced by an insatiable fury that began to swell within him. The crackling thunder surged violently, vaporizing all remnants of his preceding emotions. No, this is not me. Shedding tears due to a setback is not my nature. Boom. The furious, savage thunder erupted around him. Enveloped in a tempest of blue and gold lightning, the once proud and formidable Laxus returned. How could he be extinguished by a mere trial? I am Laxus, the king of the Thunder God tribe, the Dragon Slayer Mage of Lightning. Suddenly, a surge of unprecedented power, previously unknown to him, erupted forth, a draconic might. A tyrant's pressure sweeping across the sky, causing the very air to crackle and the clouds, pushed far away, to surge and retreat once more. The aura of the tyrant. Laxus had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, awakening a new power that bestowed upon him the qualities of a king. Oh my! He stared with wide, astonished eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It seems I was overly concerned. Not only did he swiftly emerge from the shadows, but he also ascended to new heights, securing a place among the world's strongest. Congratulations, Laxus. The entity on the other side is already aware of your transformation. He has entrusted me to convey to you that when you attain the title of world's strongest, he will accept your challenge, an unrestricted challenge, until one side is utterly defeated. Feeling a surge of newfound power coursing through him, Laxus clenched his fists and declared with fervor, convey to him that, when the time comes, I shall utterly vanquish the evil dragon that hovers above me, all in the name of my dignity as a dragon slayer. Yea, unable to contain her laughter, nodded in agreement and relayed the message. He says, don't cry when the time comes, tender thunder dragon. Silence. Chapter 29. Ignited. Realizing the vast chasm that lay between him and that fellow, Laxus let out a cold snort to mask his embarrassment and swiftly redirected the conversation. Our mission has been successfully accomplished. Now we must turn our attention to the legendary pirates. Indeed, Ye replied with a slight smile, choosing not to expose his intentions. She lifted her delicate arm, and the golden thread that had coiled around her hand spontaneously flew before them, swirling through the air before darting off in a specific direction. Anti-gravity field. With a slight weight on his right shoulder, Laxus sensed that Ye was prepared. He conjured the wind chimes that had been contained within his ring. And as they embraced freedom once more, their melodious chime resonated, causing them to vanish from their original spot in pursuit of the guiding entity ahead. In the meantime, Dr. Indigo, donned in a doctor's coat and an amusing scarf, with hair growing askew, approached a dazed figure with a series of comical steps that resembled flatulence. Shiki glanced at his ship's doctor and combatant, noticing Indigo's exaggerated gestures as he performed a pantomime, his lack of skill as painfully evident as his appearance. Surprisingly, Shiki watched attentively until he concluded the performance, nodding earnestly, "I understand. We're having barbecue for lunch, not barbecue." Upon realizing Shiki had misconstrued his message, Indigo exclaimed in denial, "Wait, you can talk." With wide eyes of astonishment, Shiki nearly dropped the cigar from his mouth, and in the next moment, the two stood side by side striking silly poses. Yubu, yubu, yubu. Nearby, a gorilla clad in human clothing let out a hearty laugh, joining in the whimsical and comedic atmosphere. "Eh, mother?" Turning to Scary-Doo, Shiki, in a moment of confusion, blurted out a mortifying title. "What? It's just a gorilla." "Oh, I see. I thought my mother had come to call me for a meal." Yubu, yubu. In a delightful exchange, the trio found themselves uncontrollably striking more goofy poses, and in an instant, they returned to their original positions as if everything that had transpired was but a figment of the imagination, cackling with delight. The captain shared some exhilarating news. The research on IQ had reached its final stages. After 2 decades of patience, it was finally time to plunge the world into an abyss of endless terror. Had this moment truly arrived? With a rare moment of lucidity, Shiki, amidst his boisterous laughter, gazed towards the East Sea. "Roger, you have willingly met your demise at the hands of the feeble navy for the absurdity of the great pirate era. As a man, I acknowledge. I shall now use the entire East Sea, your homeland, as your grave. What of the great treasure? What of Raftel? My aim is to instill panic across the globe and ascend as the sovereign of this world." Indigo commenced the sending of invitations as per our original plan. Gather all the nefarious souls of the sea to partake in this cataclysmic feast. That domain shall ultimately transform into a hell on earth beneath the feet of countless ferocious beasts. Suddenly, arcs of electricity crackled through the air. Accompanied by the thud of 2 charred corpses hitting the ground, Laxus and Leaf materialized before Shiki. "Ah, how fortuitous your arrival is," Leaf's melodious voice flowed like a gentle string, disregarding the smoking bodies at their feet and regarding Shiki with an innocent gaze. "Seeking to recruit the villains of the sea, to annihilate the East Sea, to plunge the world into terror? Spare us your folly. The sea is my paradise. Do refrain from meddling, Shiki, unless you wish to become my messenger." Indigo, Shikolito, witnessed the demise of his last 2 loyal subordinates. A cunning strategist with a heart of ice, Shiki murmured their names with a cold, regretful glint in his eyes, yet devoid of genuine sorrow. "Ah, what a most unconventional reunion. You have slain my subordinates, yet I offer you a choice. Join me. Lightning, you are the wielder of the Thunderfruit, are you not? With your prowess and abilities, you are far more suited to be my subordinate than they were to share in the impending grandeur." The merciless nature of Shiki was laid bare as he extended such an invitation to the very murderer of his loyal followers. After years of scheming, he had devised a flawless plan to obliterate the East Sea. "Join me, become my right hand. Let the world be engulfed in perpetual dread, compelling the world government to bow before us, and resurrect the glory of the flying pirate crew. Wealth, power, and fame shall all be within our grasp." Casting a cold gaze upon the deluded Shiki, Laxus turned to Leaf, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "Is this truly the representative you have chosen? A messenger? To obliterate the East Sea and force the world government into submission? Merely a senile lion lost in his reveries. Ugh, must you be so painfully direct?" The 2 individuals disregarded Shiki's invitation, engaging in a light-hearted conversation. He was able to discern the reality of the situation, which spared me some trouble. Otherwise, you cast a glance at the other party and murmured, to help him reconfigure his memory would suffice, after all. What he values is merely Shiki's legendary title in the dormant period of over 20 years. "Ha ha ha. I have been thoroughly toyed with," Shiki laughed. Through the candid exchange between Laxus and Yi, Shiki grasped the current predicament. They had come prepared, with the intent to subdue him as some kind of envoy. The atmosphere darkened. Following his laughter, Shiki's gaze, akin to that of a lion, was shrouded in gloom. The aura of a legendary pirate and the accumulated killing intent from countless battles surged towards the 2. "You young ones have successfully provoked my wrath." Wave. Suddenly, he unleashed a formidable sword energy, which sliced through Laxus, and then soared outward, effortlessly cleaving the entire room from the ground beneath. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is the thunder fruit. Youngster, do you truly believe that elemental transformation in the natural realm equates to invincibility? With a crackling sound, the divided elements of lightning intertwined, rejoining Laxus's split form. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Without employing hockey, you wish to test my limits. I shall provide you with an answer. Let us engage in earnest now. The air crackled with violent electricity, his battle spirit ignited. Recently having undergone a severe trial, the implications of his existence were one matter, but for you, the legendary pirate, even in the twilight of your glory, you might gauge my true level. How worthy are you of my evaluation? It's time to ignite. Chapter 30. The confrontation facing the legendary pirate. It's time to ignite. Fusion. The pattern of Jekrum glowed upon his forehead, and Laxus entered a state of fusion once more. His armor enveloping him, and his crimson eyes radiated an enchanting glow as a sci-fi engine apparatus rose behind him. Unlike his mentality during the confrontation with Enel, he understood that the clash of lightning should not rely on another's strength. Having faced defeat once, he now sought to unleash his peak power, aiming for a decisive victory to prove his might. He's donned armor. By the way, I seem to recall having acquired a set myself. Where did I put it? Let me think. With wide eyes of surprise, Shiki's thoughts inexplicably drifted elsewhere as he crossed his arms and scratched his chin in contemplation, completely forgetting that a foe still loomed nearby. Crack, 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 crack. The fist, encased in armor, clenched tightly, and Laxus's crimson gaze intensified. Lost in thought? You dare underestimate me. The roar of the thunder dragon. With a sudden tilt of his head, a magical circle erupted, unleashing a formidable assault of gold and blue. Fueled by indignation, Laxus, with a boldness akin to his own, refrained from launching a covertly stronger attack to catch his opponent off guard. Instead, he unleashed a powerful roar that marked the commencement of the battle. Lion Slice Valley. The observation hockey alerted him to the peril, and in that instant, Shiki realized that his wave slash was no match for the impending threat. He swiftly executed 8 or 9 more powerful wave slashes, hurtling towards the attack. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a violent explosion engulfed the entire room, accompanied by a dense cloud of black smoke. With a swift motion, Shiki emerged from the smoke. Utilizing the abilities of the float fruit to hover in midair, his expression dark as he gazed down at the flickering arcs of electricity within the obscuring haze. Suddenly, Laxus burst forth, defying gravity as he hovered 20 meters away from Shiki. You can fly too? Ha ha ha. I increasingly hold you in high regard. I extend another invitation. Join me, and you shall become my first mate as we together overturn this mundane world. Overturning, instilling fear, exerting control. The world of your delusions is indeed monotonous. A surge of the Conqueror's hockey, still somewhat unrefined, emanated from Laxus, and he voiced his disdain with conviction. Shiki, you have grown old. Since you severed your own legs to escape Impel Down, the once mighty pirate admiral who roamed the seas and roared like a lion has perished. The audacious pirate who dared to assault the Navy headquarters alone, seeking to engulf the 4 seas, is no more. The current you is merely a shell of a legendary pirate, dreaming of wreaking havoc upon the East Blue, a remnant of a bygone era feared by the world government. Your ambition has withered, your peak has vanished. What right do you have to extend an invitation to me, as you attempt to borrow from others? Murderous intent, piercing the heart. Amidst the backdrop of the Conqueror's hockey, Laxus's inquiries resonated like thunder in Shiki's heart. Yet, for the unwilling remnants of a bygone era, no matter how deafening the sound, it could not awaken the resolve of those feigning slumber. No, you understand nothing. Stung at his core, Shiki screamed in madness. Denying the truth, Roger was wrong. Only by joining forces can we save this world and eradicate those swine-like celestial dragons. But he repeatedly rejected me. The Battle of Eitwall cost me most of my fleet. It mattered not, for he was a man I respected. Yet, he was publicly executed by the Navy after obtaining the title of Pirate King? I cannot believe that such a man would be apprehended by the weak Navy. So I attacked the Navy headquarters, seeking an answer. But he indeed died for the fictitious new era, merely to unveil the dawn of the pirate age. Why? If only we unite. With his strength and my influence, we could just as easily overthrow the world government. He was mistaken. Roger was gravely mistaken. If there is an error, it must be punished. Lowtown? East Blue? The homeland of the Pirate King? Ha 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 ha. For 2 decades, I have meticulously devised a flawless plan, poised to utterly engulf the East Sea, compelling Roger to pay a hellish price for his transgressions. Do you dare to thwart me? Come forth, for though the lion may be aged, its remnants of ferocity still linger. Lion's Might, Elegy of the Black Moon. In a frenzy of madness, Shiki plunged deeply into the tumult of his memories, the abilities of the float fruit propelling his body in a dizzying spin. With each rotation, two formidable blade-like prosthetics slice through the air, imbued with a potent aura of armament haki, unleashing a colossal crescent wave of slashing energy. As it traversed, the air was cleaved, producing a cacophony of strange sounds. Roar. The shadow of the thunder dragon bellowed towards the sky, its sharp intent reverberating against the obsidian armor with a resonant clang. Laxus raised his hand, forming a claw, synchronizing with the thunder dragon behind him, its form cloaked in armament haki, its razor-sharp claws and impenetrable scales stained in deep black. With a fierce thrust, the imposing shadow of the thunder dragon boldly confronted the ebony crescent slash. Armament, claw of the thunder dragon. Boom. As the two forces collided, the thunder dragon's shadow grasped the wave, halting its advance in a contest of strength. A torrent of ferocious winds erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. With renewed force, the dragon's claws pressed down, creating visible fissures resembling tangible waves. With a sharp crack, its robust arm crushed the attack into stardust, scattering it into oblivion. Arrogant youth. Let yourself be buried beneath the earth. Shiki was not surprised that his wave could be withstood, but to see it shattered by bare hands? This spectacle further provoked his frenzied psyche. Extending his hand outward, he raised it with an open palm, maximizing the capabilities of the float fruit. Lion's Might, Imperial Domain. The ground trembled violently as the earth within a 1,000-meter radius surged, coalescing into majestic lion heads that defied gravity, soaring to great heights. 18 earthen lions dove down in a concerted assault towards Laxus suspended in the air. Looking up, the sky darkened abruptly, and as he beheld the descending lion heads, Laxus remained undaunted. The engines behind him roared to life, enveloping him in a blazing blue light. Roar. The shadow of the thunder dragon unleashed its wrath, the armament haki swirling in an imposing surge. He chose to confront the assault head-on, for the realm of the thunder dragon lay in the vastness of the sky. How dare mere earthen lions attempt to bury the pride of a dragon? Armament, Thunder God's 100,000 strikes. With a furious shout, the shadow of the thunder dragon flickered, activating the shadow clone technique, creating over 20 duplicates. Their dark bodies pulsated, wings crashing against the lion heads with unparalleled force, slicing through them effortlessly as if they were mere tofu, obliterating each one as they ascended into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder dragon's clones erupted high above, transforming into over 20 spheres of high-pressure thunder, and in the next instant, these spheres unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped lightning towards Shiki. Lion's Might, Limitless Thousand Cuts Valley. The dragon-shaped lightning magnified infinitely in Shiki's pupils, blocking all avenues of escape. In a moment of terror, he hastily unleashed the highest frequency of his cutting waves in an attempt to resist. However, the dragon-shaped lightning effortlessly shattered the dense barrage of waves, enveloping his hardened body in armed color, triggering a series of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 31. Persuasion. Detached from the chaos, the tree spirit, Yi, expressed a sense of wonder, pondering how the legendary pirate had met his downfall. She was not surprised by this outcome. Shiki was no longer at his zenith. Once a legendary pirate who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, he had succumbed due to the helm upon his head, the waning of his ambitions, or perhaps other factors. Now, he could not even summon the Conqueror's haki. Reduced to a mad lion living solely for revenge, his defeat was a foregone conclusion. Roger, 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 constantly invoking Roger's name. It seems his fixation and inner turmoil revolve around him. Can you truly not accept that a man you acknowledged as powerful has ended in such a manner? Having diagnosed the affliction, Yi knew that persuading him would be straightforward. She murmured to herself, having a clear target for her upcoming verbal tactics. It was merely his unwillingness to accept the situation, after all. With a crackle, Shiki collapsed to the ground, the rampant arcs of electricity coursing over him. He gradually returned to consciousness from the madness of his memories, his once ambitious gaze now dimmed, staring vacantly at the clear sky above. With a flicker of electricity, Laxus emerged beside Shiki, his expression indifferent as he spoke. Surprisingly, you did not fall into unconsciousness from taking my blow. Though your strength is not at its peak, your physical resilience has not diminished significantly. As Shiki regained his senses, he turned his head with great difficulty to behold Laxus's youthful visage. A glimmer of light flickered in his dimmed eyes. It seemed he glimpsed the shadow of his former rival and friend, the ever-optimistic Roger. Is this the new era you envisioned? I suddenly comprehend. Go ahead, young one. Claim my head and carve your own name in the world. Ha 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 ha. At the end of my life. If I can serve as a stepping stone for a formidable individual like you to step onto the world stage, ushering in the new generation after Roger, it is the least I can do for him. Ha 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 ha. With a hearty laugh, even in his moment of defeat, tears welled in the corners of Shiki's eyes. In a daze, he found himself back amidst the vast seas of his past, behind him a colossal fleet of airships, drifting further into the horizon against the rising sun. Roger. Calmly closing his eyes, Shiki awaited his destined curtain call with tranquility. Ah, you swooped in. Casting a glance at the willingly sacrificial Shiki, somewhat surprised, she remarked, have you come to terms with it? This scene of generous acceptance of death is rather touching. Laxus, indifferent to the surrounding matters, called out, by his standards, what commendation could the remnants of this era possibly receive? Ye's small eyes sparkled with profound curiosity. As the one tasked with evaluating him, shouldn't the answer to his rating be provided by himself? In order to bask leisurely in the sunlight. I have been quite diligent in my evasion. Very well. With a resigned gaze upward, Laxus chose not to dwell on the inquiry. As for the rating he could provide, perhaps 3 leaves, no more, for he had not even unleashed his true potential, effortlessly defeating Shiki. Don't sleep, open your eyes. Ye fluttered her leaf-like wings, gracefully landing atop the helm of Shiki's head, leaning down to whisper, this is not the place where the curtain falls, on the contrary. It is the starting point for you to pen a new chapter, provided, of course, that you become his messenger. As Shiki slowly opened his eyes, he beheld a delicate visage before him. The echoes of Ye's words reverberated in his mind, stirring the still waters of his heart. Messenger? He repeated the term he had first encountered upon their meeting in a feeble voice, yet he did not delve further into its meaning. The turbulence within him calmed once more. He need not say much. Shiki could accept defeat and death, but submission? Impossible. He would never lower himself to survive as a subordinate. Ah, don't speak so definitively. Ye began to weave her words gently. The title of messenger did not imply an oath to join his ranks, merely a nominal distinction. What he valued was your identity and experience, not imposing a subordinate relationship, but rather fostering an equal and loose alliance of cooperation. For reasons he could not disclose, he resided in a secluded corner of the world, leading a simple yet fulfilling life. Beneath his seemingly unassuming exterior, however, beat a restless heart, yearning to stir the winds of change while refraining from standing at the forefront. Thus, Shiki became his most fitting partner, under the name of messenger. Shiki remained silent, offering no response. TSK, 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 Ye clicked her tongue. Don't play dead. Aren't you curious about the benefits and privileges of becoming a messenger? Silence prevailed. Shiki, resolute in his fatalistic mindset, remained unresponsive to the allure of Ye's promised benefits, exhibiting an attitude akin to that of a pig unbothered by boiling water. Reluctantly, she resorted to highlighting the key term. Not even the slightest desire to communicate? TSK, here lies an opportunity before you, one that could surpass Roger. And you do not wish to hear about it? Roger? Indeed, Ye thought to herself, it was as she suspected. Shiki, who could face death with composure, could not maintain his calm when confronted with the name of Roger. An opportunity to surpass Roger? What do you mean? The dimmed eyes flickered with brilliance, as Shiki's previously tranquil heart surged with tumultuous waves. Ah, now this is more like it. The ability to communicate and engage in dialogue lends significance to our continued discourse. Speaking of you, Shiki, it appears that the pivotal moments of your life revolve around Roger. At the Battle of Whitewall, you sacrificed a significant portion of your fleet because of him. During the confrontation with the Navy headquarters, you were imprisoned and lost your legs due to him. You have paid such a heavy price, yet what of him? He chose to surrender for the sake of his dreams, facing public execution and igniting the era of great pirates at the cost of his life. Even today, tales of his legend continue to echo across the seas, marking his success. Now, look at you. With the helm driven into your skull, your legs replaced with prosthetics, you've become a rather ludicrous figure. The Conqueror's Haki, once emblematic of your royal potential, has vanished, and the grandeur of your past has faded. Wouldn't you feel a sense of bitterness? After more than 20 years in seclusion, aside from the pirates of the bygone era, how many still remember your title, the Flying Admiral? When contemporary pirates speak of the Golden Lion, Shiki, what do they think? Ah, isn't he the one who was defeated by Roger, captured by the Navy only to escape? Now living in retirement, a relic of a bygone age, a failed remnant of the past that the new era has no place for? How discontented you must feel. Time has passed, and now on the seas, the name Roger the Pirate King reverberates through the heavens, while the title of Whitebeard, the strongest in the world, instills dread in the new world. And what of you, who once stood alongside them? You have long been forgotten, gradually eroded by the relentless passage of history. Are you truly at peace with this fate? To be swept into the annals of history, becoming a mere afterthought for others, a subject of ridicule and jest? Is this the life you sought? Every man who aspires to conquer the seas, if he cannot leave an indelible mark in his era for future generations to revere and remember, that is the true definition of a failed life. Chapter 32. The time is ripe. Are you content? Are you content? Are you content? The relentless questioning and elaboration stirred tumult within Shiki, waves of emotion rising higher and higher, shaking the very resolve with which he faced death. Suddenly, Shiki's eyes regained their lion-like sharpness, and he erupted into a maniacal laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. Enough. He stilled his manic laughter, channeling boundless determination. And with sheer will, he overcame the paralyzing arcs coursing through him, propping himself upright. Ah! The leaves ascended from the helm, hovering before Shiki, who could not help but admire such tenacious spirit. It seems you are but a moment away from reclaiming your conqueror's haki. Ah! Let us return to the crux of the matter. I am now quite intrigued by the messenger you mentioned. As the arcs of electricity danced across his body, Shiki appeared oblivious. Inquiring about his concerns, the prospect of surpassing Roger. The title of Pirate King is regarded as the utmost honor in the world. What does it mean to transcend it? I listened intently. Ah, the Pirate King is the highest honor? Such a statement is an exaggeration. Ye expressed her dissent. Recalling that ancient weapons were categorized as heavenly kings, sea kings, and underworld kings, how could the Pirate King be the pinnacle? She brushed over these points, choosing not to elaborate on their capacity to obliterate islands and annihilate nations. After many years, perhaps any moderately renowned pirate, armed with various powers, would be no more than that. What is the origin of the title of Pirate King? It simply stems from Roger being the first to reach Raftel. Given that the sea holds a place called Raftel, who can deny the existence of a sky island? With the potential for the first discoverer to be the Sky King? A sky island? The Sky King? Shiki's gaze sharpened as he pondered the implications of Ye's words. A flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could it be that this is merely a fabrication of yours? You've missed the essence. You gently guided. The existence of something is inconsequential. If we assert it exists, then it becomes a reality. After 2 decades of obscurity, a fruit user capable of soaring through the skies could announce to the world, under the legendary pirate's name, the discovery of Sky Island, thus claiming the title of the conqueror of the skies. No one would question its authenticity. One exists in the heavens, the other on the earth. In terms of reputation, you would come to rival Roger directly. A falsehood? Shiki, unable to accept it, stared blankly, his turbulent emotions suddenly subdued. The fervor within him deflating. He collapsed back to the ground, wishing for a swift conclusion. To surpass Roger through deceit is not the path I, Shiki, desire. Just end it. Ah, such a prideful sense of self. Glancing at the prostrate Shiki, Yi anticipated a bumpy road ahead. It is not a falsehood. He will make Sky Island a reality, veritably existing. The sole distinction lies in the fact that Roger discovered Raftel on his own, while you will be elevated to that position by our collective efforts. Should your pride be unable to accept this concession, I will have no choice but to activate the contingency he has prepared. He. Again, this he. Shiki could no longer contain his bewilderment. Little one. Who is this he you constantly mention? The reason Raftel symbolizes the Pirate King is due to the alluring secrets it contains. Can it truly lend credibility to the non-existent Sky Island? How so? Attempt to persuade me. I can yield on this point. Ah, it seems that one does not release the eagle without first seeing the rabbit. It is evident that Shiki is wavering. He understands that a lie is ultimately but a fragile illusion, easily shattered. If there truly exists a treasure to be materialized, the King of the Skies, perhaps, he is willing to bear the honor of equaling Roger. The title of Pirate King has already transformed into your essence, Roger. Even if I become the second, I shall continue to thrive under your radiant legacy. To surpass you requires a complete transcendence. The King of the Skies, indeed, aligns perfectly with my aspirations. Laxus, he calls out to the onlooker, come, Let us dispel our invoice final uncertainties. Ding. Your assistant has now activated. Silently orchestrating the role of his assistant, Laxus could not refuse. He approached Shiki and, with an impassive expression, stated, "Observe closely. This is a dual power system that transcends this world." Transformation. With a mere thought, the emblem of Zekrom on his forehead suddenly illuminated, and a red light surged forth. Morphing midair into the original form of Zekrom, a figure shrouded in darkness, resembling a dragon, with an engine-like tail trailing behind. Zekrom, a creature of dual attributes, dragon and electric. One of the three dragons of the path, my contracted companion. Shadow clone. By issuing a mental command, Zekrom flickered, and numerous identical clones materialized from thin air. During our recent skirmish, your observation hockey must have sensed this. I had employed the effects of this skill then. 100,000 volts, thunder. The engine tail of Zekrom ignited with a blue luminescence, unleashing two skills upon an empty expanse, resulting in a resounding crash as powerful lightning carved gorges into the earth. This combination of skills was the very technique that led to your defeat. Shiki gazed vacantly at Zekrom's form. Through its demonstration, Laxus's elucidation, and the recollection of their battle, he became convinced that all spoken was indeed true. Next, we shall explore another power system. ZZZZZ. Blue and golden arcs of electricity erupted as Laxus gradually elementalized himself, skillfully manipulating the force of lightning. Eventually, amidst the dual-hued lightning, a crystalline object materialized before Shiki's eyes. Dragon Crystal. I am the second-generation Thunder Dragon Slayer. This crystal is the source of my dragon-slaying power, also not of this world's power system. With a brief explanation concluded, the shadow of a thunder dragon suddenly manifested behind him, its terrifying maw agape, and a resplendent magic circle ignited. It unleashed a robust roar that soared into the sky. The roar of the thunder dragon, however, has been completely fused with the thunder fruit, hence I have named this strike the roar of the thunder dragon god. That is all. Ding. Your assistant has now deactivated. With a somewhat perfunctory completion of the process, Laxus dissipated the surging lightning and retracted his embodiment of Zekrom, silently retreating to the side. Shiki's gaze followed closely, akin to a seeker of a rare treasure, profoundly astonished. Ha. At a certain moment, laughter erupted from him, more unrestrained than ever. Two entirely new systems of power, elves? Dragon crystals? Ha. This truly broadens my horizons. Roger, this new era must be something you never anticipated. The age of great pirates? No. This shall be my, Shiki's, new era, the era of the King of the Skies. Ha. Done. With a beaming smile directed at the exhilarated Shiki, his eyes curved into crescents, the final piece of the celebration of his true form's decade-long journey completed. It was time to orchestrate a grand event. Chapter 33. The pirate half an hour later. Hey, Junior. Bursting with vitality, the helm above his head vanished, revealing his somewhat balding yet resplendent golden mane. After consuming a seed of life, Shiki returned to his peak condition and appearance, not yet 40. Solgaleo, his solar beast, stood proudly beside him, the majestic lion form complementing Shiki perfectly. He had mastered a brand new power system, and an incredible sense of strength filled his being, both unbelievable and palpably real. Buzz. The Conqueror's haki surged back into him, a forceful aura emanating as Shiki fixed his determined gaze upon Laxus. Let us engage in battle once more. Buzz. Under the immense pressure of Shiki's Conqueror's haki, Laxus summoned his own, albeit less refined, to counter. His cape billowed high, his spirit unwavering as they clashed. What a familiar sensation of expansion. It seems your baptism must be more thorough. The two conquerors' haki collided fiercely, causing the very heavens to tremble, while Yi, basking in the winds generated by their confrontation, rolled his eyes. They say a gift of a goose feather over 1,000 miles carries deep sentiment. Well, my true form. This wave of residual conquerors' haki sent over a long distance. Look, you understand, in such a wide range, I cannot evade it. Lion merch. With his spirit soaring in his restored peak state, Shiki yearned for an exhilarating battle to express his fervor. However, upon issuing the command to merge, Solgaleo did not comply as he had hoped. The clash of their energies momentarily faltered, both retracting their overflowing haki. Shiki turned, and what met his eyes was Solgaleo, quietly lying on the ground, completely disregarding his command, as if the recently completed contract ceremony had been a mere illusion. As his gaze fell upon the creature, a shadow of gloom enveloped him. Shiki, with a deepening contemplation, understood that this power bestowed by him harbored potential dangers. Ahaha, please don't wear such a frightening expression. Yifei approached Solgaleo, gently stroking it as he spoke. As proud as you are, it is time to temper your unruly thoughts and fulfill the duties of a messenger. He shall forever be your steadfast support. Ha ha ha. Shiki's boisterous laughter masked his inner thoughts, while Laxus cast him a disdainful glance. Unaware of the true weight of certain fists. Unruly thoughts? Humph, merely in need of a baptism. In the tranquil and serene courtyard, Li Shu sipped juice under the sun. Susanoo set down a platter of fruit and walked toward Leggio, having prepared a delicious and sweet fruit platter for her. Leggio lounged on a beach chair, dressed lightly, engrossed in the slow turning of the pages of a book. Suddenly, two conflicting waves of conquerors' haki erupted, enveloping the entire courtyard and imposing an overwhelming presence. Yet, Susanoo's steps remained unperturbed, showing no signs of disturbance. Leggio let out a muffled exclamation, her pupils dilating in shock. The oppressive aura drained the color from her face, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks as she found herself in an unexpected predicament. Li Shu scratched his head in silence, taken aback by the abruptness of it all, wishing for just a moment to react. Alas! Leggio was once again in a flurry. Crash! The sound of a vase shattering echoed through the air. The conqueror's haki came suddenly and receded just as quickly. As the residual pressure dissipated, Leggio trembled slightly, drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, her hand pressed against her wildly beating heart. Before she could regain her composure, her gaze fell upon the scattered shards of the broken vase and the scattered flowers, her eyes widening in disbelief. Li Shu, Mr. Su, do not hold me back. I shall confront him. Do not be so agitated. This was merely an accident, a wake-up call, perhaps. In the days to come, such occurrences may happen from time to time. One must simply grow accustomed to it. It is all about maintaining a balanced mindset. With anger still lingering, Leggio fell into a state of confusion. Thus, she pondered, would she need to remain vigilant at all times? Otherwise, the constant surprises might lead her to a state of nervous breakdown. Roar, 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 roar. Binks, utilizing his dreamlike abilities, rendered himself invisible, leisurely floating in midair with his hands behind his head and legs crossed. After handing over the tasks assigned by Li Shu to Ichi and the others, he indulged in a vacation-like serenity, humming the tune of Binks Sake, infusing the leisurely holiday atmosphere with joy. However, boom. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the skies, followed by a fierce gust of wind sweeping through, causing the sea to surge in tumultuous waves to crash into the depths of the ocean. In the aftermath of the joyous moments turned tumultuous by the echoes of battle, Bartla's composed and mature gaze momentarily shifted, his supine form seamlessly transitioning into a poised stance. Surveying the island where fierce combat raged, a glance revealed a stunning spectacle several dozen nautical miles ahead, one half engulfed in billowing black smoke, the other ablaze with ferocious flames, the two forces clashing brilliantly, illuminating the sky above. Two practitioners of nature-based abilities were locked in conflict. Bartla's curiosity piqued. He maintained his cloaked state and soared toward the heart of the skirmish. En route, the stalemate between the two powers had already resolved, with the flames succumbing to the encroaching darkness, ultimately vanquished and engulfed in shadow. On Bonero Island, the battleground was strewn with the debris of demolished structures, the fierce aftermath of collisions fading into silence. A young man, bare-chested and on the brink of collapse, knelt on the ground, blood and sweat conspicuously marking his handsome visage. Across from him stood a rugged, burly middle-aged man, his body adorned with thick hair, laughing boastfully with a mouth missing several teeth. Against the backdrop of the rising black smoke, he embodied the quintessential villain. What a pity, Ace. The era of your father is about to be relegated to history. Refusing to become my ally, you shall instead serve as the captain of my second crew, aiding me in my ascent to the title of Warlord of the Sea. Then, under this guise, I shall venture forth to that place and recruit formidable allies. There are more than enough ruthless individuals to choose from, and with their allegiance, the throne of the Pirate King will be within my grasp. Marshal D. Teach. A man who had patiently harbored his ambitions for decades within the Whitebeard pirates while awaiting the dark fruit, had finally realized his aspirations, his long-suppressed ambition no longer concealed. He intended to use the warlords as a springboard to infiltrate Impel Down, seeking the vicious and powerful world criminals imprisoned on the 6th level, aiming for supremacy. Pirate King? No. The one destined to become the next Pirate King is none other than your father. Gasping for breath, Ace, despite his grievous injuries, held his head high. fixing his proud gaze upon Teach. His vision gradually blurred, and the voice within him grew too faint to articulate. With a thud, he finally collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. As Ace lay defeated on the ground, Teach raised his hands in mock surrender, reveling in his triumph with a maniacal laugh. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? Just wait and see. The vacant throne, long unclaimed for over 20 years, will soon find its master. Whitebeard has grown old. My era has only just begun. Once I capture you and present you to the Navy, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to make a public execution. Indeed, even if the Navy is reluctant to provoke Whitebeard completely, the world government behind them will seize the opportunity. At that moment, the Navy will engage in a fierce battle with the world's strongest man and his captains. I shall take advantage of the situation to recruit subordinates and expand my influence, ultimately reaping the power that arises. Ha 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 ha. A monumental event, a grand spectacle that will sweep across the entire ocean, is imminent. On the battlefield that gathers the world's attention, I, Teach, shall make a grand entrance, providing the world with a breathtaking stage. Ace, let your life unveil the curtain of my new chapter. Ambition surging, Teach strides towards the unconscious figure, his tenacious and greedy gaze brimming with visions of the future. In concealment, Bartra's outstretched hand suddenly pauses. He had intended to rescue the young man lying on the ground. However, the echo of Teach's prophecy about the great event reverberates in his ears, conjuring the image of someone in his mind. A great event? Isn't this the kind of commotion that delights the young master? The downfall of this youth will serve as the catalyst for the grand event? Ha ha ha. It seems I am not suited to intervene. Withdrawing his hand, Bartra gracefully ascends into the air, witnessing Teach lift Ace as if he were a trophy, striding purposefully in a certain direction. As the performance concludes and the battlefield lies in ruins, an orange cowboy hat remains still amidst the debris, its smile and sadness badges reflecting the emotions of its departed owner. A hand enters the scene. Bartra retrieves the hat, brushing off the dust that has settled upon it, placing it atop his own head, slightly lowering it to shield his weary eyes. The sea symbolizes boundless freedom. One must be prepared to confront life and death without hesitation. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, has become the harbinger of this grand event. This must be your destiny. Removing the cowboy hat, he hurls it into the sky, where it catches the sea breeze and drifts away toward the endless ocean. Gazing towards the direction Teach has vanished, Bartra reflects on the final words he just heard. Reap that power? What could that mean? Furthermore, the devil fruit he consumed is of the Logia type, evoking a peculiar sensation. Let me see what abilities it possesses. Having witnessed Teach firsthand and observed the manifestation of his fruit's power, the conditions are met. Transform. The dreamlike ability activates, a symbol glowing on his forehead. And in the next moment, Bartra's form begins to change, Teach reappearing amidst the aftermath of the battle. The Logia-type dark fruit. Upon activating the fruit's ability, my body is enveloped in black smoke. I possess the ability to draw in, compress, and shatter objects and attacks within a dark space. Cannot elementalize. Touching the user can temporarily nullify their fruit abilities, regardless of type. A torrent of thoughts surged through Battler's mind, his eyes widening in astonishment. With a mere flicker of intent, a dense black smoke began to rise from his palm. Could such a perilous ability truly exist in this world? The power to nullify fruits? How absurd. A walking cypress in stone? As the black smoke coiled around his hand, he continued to sense the transformations of his new body. To his astonishment, Battler discovered that Teach possessed an extraordinarily unique physique, a bizarre anatomical structure. Was it possible that another being resided within this body? Harvest that power. Suddenly, Battler recalled Teach's words, and an earth-shattering thought struck him. The cruel and malevolent visage of Teach was now etched with horror. No, it couldn't be. Startled by his own conjecture, Battler gasped in disbelief. Harvest that power. Could it possibly refer to Whitebeard's Quake fruit ability? A monster. This body is indeed a monstrosity. To become an unprecedented dual fruit user? While this notion would upend the world's understanding, the sheer strangeness of this body suggests he might truly succeed. With his mouth agape, Battler instantly dispelled the transformation, returning to his original form, causing the sense of strangeness to vanish. His gaze flickered toward the direction in which Teach had departed. Marshal D. Teach, you have truly opened my eyes. Capturing Ace, instigating the war between the Navy and Whitebeard, and then reaping the benefits. Masterfully controlling all ability users with darkness, while simultaneously assaulting the mightiest Quake. The synergy of these two powers incites a profound dread within me regarding your formidable future. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a piece of Laxus's life paper, feeling a twinge of conflict as he remained by his side. After a mental struggle, Batla steeled his resolve. If discovered, so be it. What of it? As long as the mission is completed satisfactorily, there should be no significant issue. I must personally verify whether, after merging with the contracted spirit, I can circumvent the constraints of the dark fruit. Otherwise, my sense of security is woefully inadequate. The dark fruit, I would deem the most treacherous of all devil fruits. Let us hope that the outcome of my verification is not the worst possible conclusion. Teach. Otherwise, with a chilling grunt, Batla withdrew his gaze, palm outstretched to hold the life paper. As it subtly shifted to indicate a direction, he vanished from sight and soared into the depths of the ocean. Haha. They mayor. No. It is now renamed Sky Island. The island's inhabitants have been entirely exiled by Shiki, returned to someplace in the East Blue. Meanwhile, the vast multitude of beasts within the forest, ravaged by IQ, have all been captured by Laxus, packed into a breeding supply to be presented to a certain individual upon their return. My dear little ones, are you ready to serve as the backdrop to my title of Sky King? As he gazed upon the forest, where sprightly sprites replaced the wild beasts, Shiki hovered midair, erupting in exuberant laughter. Having been away from the sea for so long, it was time to greet my old friends among the navy, in the grand style of my golden lion. Perched upon Laxus's shoulder, he observed Shiki's triumphant demeanor with keen anticipation. Is a spectacle from the realm of the strong about to unfold? Chapter 35. A scene of the strong naval headquarters. Marineford in the office of the Fleet Admiral, bent over his desk. Adorned with the phrase justice that reigns over the world, a bespectacled figure with a braided mustache, and a navy cap embellished with a seagull symbolizing the navy. The renowned strategist, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, was diligently attending to a myriad of documents. Suddenly, the phone bug on the desk began to ring. With a swift motion, Sengoku answered the phone bug while handing a document to the goat responsible for its destruction, speaking steadily. This is Sengoku. What seems to be the matter? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It's bad. We have been attacked. The assailants are, amidst chaos and horror. The Marine on the other end stammered out their report, but before finishing, a shrill scream interrupted, leaving an unsettling silence. An attack? Who has assaulted you? Hello? Speak. Where was the location of the attack? With a heavy thud, Sengoku struck the desk, remaining composed despite the shock, attempting to maintain communication with the attacked Marine. However, the only sounds transmitted through the phone bug were frantic screams of terror. Clutching the receiver tightly, a surge of fury enveloped him. How dare they brazenly assault a vessel of the naval headquarters? Surely, it must be pirates. What audacious crew would challenge the Navy's might so openly? After a brief wait, with no response forthcoming, Sengoku, though reluctant to admit it, had to accept the grim reality of their demise. Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign cackle pierced the air, causing Sengoku to feel as if struck by lightning. He recognized that laughter all too well. Long time no see, my old friend Sengoku. Shiki's voice echoed again, confirming Sengoku's suspicions. Shiki? He uttered, his expression darkening as he grasped the gravity of the situation. After more than 20 years of absence, you chose to re-emerge upon the seas, did you? Such a brazen assault on the Navy is certainly the hallmark of the legendary pirate. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku. Brace yourself. This is merely the beginning. I shall present the naval headquarters with a most sincere gift of introduction. With that, the phone bug was violently crushed, abruptly ending the call, leaving Sengoku in a profound silence, his wrath simmering beneath the surface. Guards! With a loud bang, the door swung open, and the awaiting Marines saluted. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, at your command. Notify Carp that his holiday has been cancelled. He must return to Marineford with utmost haste. Trouble is brewing on the road. Yes. The Marine swiftly set off, while Sengoku gazed intently at the door, lost in contemplation before dialing a specific phone snail. Hello? A languid voice emerged, belonging to one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Kizuru, or Borsalino. Sengoku, the celestial dragons have already been returned to their sacred land. Is it truly necessary to confirm such trivial matters over the phone? You seem quite burdened. Indeed, Borsalino, return to headquarters immediately. A significant event is unfolding. The Golden Lion Shiki, who vanished for 2 decades, has attacked a Navy vessel and is now heading towards Marineford. Oh, the legendary pirate Shiki? So he is making a comeback. How terrifying. Despite the shocking news, the voice on the other end remained nonchalant, responding in a relaxed tone. Bang. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in exasperation. This is an urgent situation. Pay attention and return at once to arrange defensive measures. Understood, came the reply before the phone was abruptly hung up. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Sengoku rose and approached the window, gazing solemnly at the vast sea. Shiki, after such a long period of seclusion, could no longer restrain his ambitions and sought to stir the tides of chaos. Was it not better to remain a legend? The sea of today is no longer the same as in our era. As memories resurfaced, he recalled that fateful day when Shiki single-handedly invaded Marineford. Clashing with both him and Carp, they had paid a heavy price, losing much of their headquarters to capture him. Would history repeat itself? Sengoku was uncertain. That time, Shiki had come with a determination to fight to the death, and even when gravely injured, his desire to confront Roger had enabled his eventual capture. This time, the future was unpredictable. 2 days later, under Kizaru's coordination, the Navy headquarters had made ample preparations. The families of high-ranking officers were being relocated and protected in an orderly manner. During this time, Sengoku received numerous reports of attacks, and with the failure of the Marines to respond to calls, the total number of Navy vessels at Shiki's mercy had reached 26. On this day at dusk, the fiery clouds painted half the sky crimson. "They're here." Carp, clad in his justice coat, stretched his observation haki to sense the approaching objects in the distant sky. Breaking the tense atmosphere with a grave expression, Carp, Sengoku, Kizaru. 3 elite forces from the naval headquarters stood in formation, their vigilant gazes fixed upon the distant scarlet sky. Suddenly, dark specks emerged, gradually magnifying as they approached. The resonant blare of alarms shattered the tranquility, enveloping the entire Marineford. Even the far-off Shambadi archipelago could faintly discern the palpable tension in the air, drawing the attention of numerous observers fixated on the naval headquarters. Quickly. Everyone return to your posts. Remain alert. That individual, bearing his ominous presence, is about to arrive. For the honor of the headquarters, for justice. Amidst the frantic deployment of sailors, each countenance bore a grave expression. Their voices rose in unison, proclaiming their convictions to alleviate the mounting anxiety. Before long, a cacophony of raucous laughter echoed from above Marineford. Shiki, the notorious pirate, had returned to the naval headquarters, rejuvenated and brimming with vitality, his silhouette suspended in the air. The ship's wheel that once adorned his head was gone, and his lush, golden mane glowed in the fiery hues of the sunset, a legendary figure reborn from the ashes. His prosthetic limbs, a constant reminder of his past humiliation as a captive of the Navy, replaced the legs that could have healed under the seeds of life. How could this be? How was it possible? Even in the dim light, with crimson clouds engulfing the sky, Garp and Sengoku, who had engaged in a fierce rivalry with Shiki for decades, instantly recognized the youthful visage that defied the passage of time. How terrifying. "The legendary flying admiral has returned to his prime," remarked Kizaru, his brown-tinted sunglasses reflecting a golden-red hue as he tilted his head, casually expressing his astonishment. Sengoku shouted, while Shiki disdainfully eyed the 3 figures below him. With a mere gesture, over 20 ships floating behind him began their descent, plummeting toward the unsuspecting sailors below, who awaited their fates with trepidation. "After many years apart, accept this grand gift I have prepared for you," he cackled maniacally. Boom. The ships crashed to the ground, the tremendous impact igniting the ammunition aboard, engulfing the vessels in a fiery inferno, sealing the fates of the sailors within. With a series of explosive detonations, the once serene skies above the naval headquarters reverberated with the sounds of chaos, the anguished cries of despairing sailors mingling with the tumult below. This is utterly insane. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, a tragic spectacle unfolded before the eyes of Sengoku, who bore witness to the cacophony of voices fading into silence. Within his shadowed gaze, a fierce inferno of indignation blazed. The only man capable of such devastation was none other than you, Shiki. With a solemn demeanor, Kizaru, revealing his steel teeth, gazed skyward, his fists clenched with an ominous crackle as he beheld the lives of countless young Marines extinguished. Their dreams and ideals shattered at what should have been the sanctuary of the Navy headquarters. Such irony was palpable. At this moment, even the usually whimsical Kizaru fell into silence. Tugging at the heavy admiral's cloak draped over his shoulders, the weight of justice behind him grew increasingly burdensome. No matter how ambiguous or languid one might be, justice has its limits. Boom. Following the last explosive sound, the Marines on the ground sprang into action to extinguish the flames, clinging to the hope that some of their comrades remained alive, unwilling to relinquish any glimmer of survival. Ha ha. Shiki's laughter, reveling in his own creation, resonated harshly in the ears of the three below. Kazara raised his pinky to his ear, bemused by the audacity displayed. "Admiral Sengoku, shall I send them a token of reciprocation?" As he spoke, his form began to shimmer with elemental energy, a brilliance rivaling that of a lion's mane. "Wait," Sengoku exclaimed, halting Kizaru's inquiry, his eyes reflecting the silhouette of Shiki. He noticed that Shiki had produced a transponder snail, casting it towards a seemingly inconspicuous object they had overlooked. Simultaneously, on the Sabaody archipelago, Laxus transformed into lightning, swiftly traversing various locales, deploying transponder snails in crowded areas. Upon completing the task assigned by Leaf in District 13, he suddenly sensed a prying presence upon him. The arc of electricity hesitated momentarily before darting toward the next destination. At the knock-in bar, the silver-haired Rayleigh, brimming with vitality, set down his bottle of liquor, a glint flashing in his scarred right eye. "Electricity? Is it the long-lost fruit? Such a formidable aura. Have they discovered me? Don't you want to take a look?" Inside the bar, the alluring Shuki exhaled a plume of smoke, resting her elbows on the counter, her gaze drifting toward the direction of the Navy headquarters. The faint alarm just now, coupled with intercepted confidential information, suggests that the legendary figure has arrived at the Navy headquarters, along with the movements of an unfamiliar ability user. Perhaps something significant is about to unfold. "Shiki, huh?" With a decisive gulp, Rayleigh drained the remaining spirits from his bottle, setting it aside as he rose to his feet. He strolled out of the tavern, only to vanish in an instant, leaving Shuki lost in contemplation. In this era of rising supernovas, Shiki, what tempest will your resurgence unleash? As the live broadcast of the telephone insect commenced, a multitude had already gathered around, engaged in hushed conversations, the cacophony of voices ringing incessantly. Reluctant to join the fray, Riley quietly positioned himself in an inconspicuous corner, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Suddenly, with a click, the dormant telephone insect sprang to life, its large, snail-like eyes opening to project an image of the Navy headquarters into the void, a scene mirrored across various locations. The raucous laughter of Shiki filled the air, his boisterous form vividly captured within the frame. Amidst the fiery hues of dusk, Shiki's resplendent figure stood prominently, suspended in midair, his arrogant laughter echoing through the heavens, amplifying the grim tableau below. In the midst of his raucous mirth, Shiki abruptly leaned forward, shouting fervently, his youthful visage now clearer than ever to the three observers, simultaneously broadcasted to the onlookers of the Sabaody archipelago. Those of the previous generation, familiar with Shiki, were taken aback by his rejuvenated appearance, their pupils quivering in astonishment. Even the composed Riley was not exempt from this reaction. "What are your thoughts on the welcome gift from this old man? The feeble Navy must be trembling in fear by now, I presume." The director's acumen was evident as Yi, fluttering the leaves like wings, captured close-ups of the burning scene, broadcasting the shocking visuals to distant audiences. Oh dear, the stricken headquarters was not a sight fit for ostentatious display, the yellow ape chirped, raising his hand as radiant laser beams coalesced at his fingertips. "For the sake of the Navy's dignity, my dear, would you permit me to destroy what you possess?" With a swift motion, a golden light shot forth, accurately targeting U.S. agile form. Shiki observed this scene with narrowed eyes, his contemplative demeanor revealing no intention to intervene. After all, he remained unaware of her true nature. Why hinder someone else's test? As the laser approached, Yi effortlessly evaded it, suspended in midair, her gaze directed enigmatically towards the yellow ape. The legends of the past murmured in nostalgia, is it not better to simply glide along? This interruption has soured someone's pleasant dining experience. You've narrowed the path. Well, it matters not. Given his affable nature, he is unlikely to take offense. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted, as figures like Sengoku and Garp discerned that the yellow ape's attack had not been simply resisted, but had rather been diverted through some unknown means. Soured someone's pleasant dining experience? Sengoku mused, his scrutinizing gaze fixating on Yi. Could it be that Shiki's resurgence is being orchestrated by someone behind the scenes? This situation is becoming increasingly troubling. How terrifying. You've narrowed the path? One strike failed to achieve its purpose, and the leisurely Huang Yuan, recognizing the situation, remarked, "As a high-ranking general, it would be unwise to act in such a moment. Sengoku, the commander-in-chief, may very well withhold my salary." The young one, Yi, chuckled lightly in understanding, replying, "Indeed, it is you, General Huang Yuan. With your salary secure, you remain a mere shadow of the four emperors." Diverting some of his attention to Yi, Sengoku let out a cold snort in refutation of Shiki's mockery. A person of justice could never be intimidated by evil. State your intentions, he demanded. A man like you, bearing significant gifts, could not merely be here for trivial reminiscences. Haha. Shiki suppressed his speculation about Yi and returned to the matter at hand. Sengoku, and everyone present before the broadcast, lend me your ears. Raftel truly exists. Chapter 37. Iteration Raftel truly exists. At the climax of Shiki's proclamation, the crowd observing on the Sabeti archipelago was suddenly struck with disbelief. It had been 20 years since the death of Pirate King Roger, and no one had managed to claim the title again. Many of the pirates currently roaming the seas began to doubt the authenticity of his final words. Yet, on this unexpected evening, the legendary pirate Shiki re-emerged to reaffirm their truth. From his concealed position, Rayleigh's gaze reflected a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Shiki, both foe and ally, would so boldly propel the era forward. With his name as validation, the seas would undoubtedly become more tumultuous. However, before Rayleigh could fully ponder this, the golden figure in the broadcast continued to speak. But the great pirate era that Roger ignited at the cost of his life is not the entirety of this world. The sea is vast, brimming with freedom and infinite possibilities, yet it is merely confined to the ocean. Have you all overlooked the sky? The sky is an expanse even more boundless than the sea. Ha! Shiki's exuberant laughter echoed, and as he spoke, Sengoku, the astute strategist, suddenly grasped the implications of his words. Perhaps his forthcoming inquiry would usher the world into an unknown turning point. But what does Shiki mean? What does he imply by saying, the sky is more vast than the sea? After 2 decades of seclusion since his retreat from Impel Down, what has he discovered? Tell me, Shiki. The query, though composed of merely a few words, seemed to drain Sengoku of all his strength. Ignoring his inexplicable fatigue, he fixated his intense gaze on the figure suspended in the air, anticipating the arrival of the world's turning point. Sengoku, oh Sengoku, with your position. You have posed these questions, indicating your readiness to embrace the impending era, one far more tumultuous than the current tide of time. Excellent. Attention, all viewers of the live broadcast, heed my words. Arriving at Laugh Tale symbolizes the essence of the Pirate King, and high above, there exists an island in the sky, known as Skypea, which resonates with this notion. Those who successfully reach it shall be hailed as the King of the Sky. I, the captain of the flying pirate crew, the admiral of the skies, Golden Lion Shiki, return today adorned with the crown of the Sky King to proclaim to the world that there exists a throne, long buried by history, that stands on par with the Pirate King. It rises high into the heavens, aligning with the sun and the moon, having existed since time immemorial, overseeing the world. Skypea is indeed real. As the fervent speech concluded, the Navy headquarters fell into a profound silence, akin to a sudden stillness. On the other end of the transponder snail, the Sabeti archipelago also succumbed to a brief moment of quietude due to Shiki's explosive revelation. The faces of onlookers were painted with shock as they stared blankly at the live broadcast. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the sound of swallowed breaths shattered the tranquility. Chaos erupted throughout the Sabeti archipelago. A cacophony of noise filled the air, accompanied by the incessant ringing of transponder snails. The world plunged into madness at that moment. Rayleigh, unable to conceal his astonishment, gazed at the figure on the screen, overwhelmed with disbelief. Skypea? The sky island buried beneath the dust of history? The symbol of the King of the Sky? Does it truly exist? Roger struggled to calm the tumult within him, softly murmuring the name of his captain. Have we all missed the era? The journey of freedom knows no end. Beyond the sea lies the sky. Marine Admiral Sengoku stared in astonishment, eyes wide with incredulity, his heart racing and pupils constricting. At this moment, he seemed to lose the ability to articulate. Regret washed over him for having posed those questions. Another throne had emerged, destined to plunge the world into a new frenzy, placing immense pressure on the Navy. Alas, Yellow Monkey spoke with a languid tone laced with gravity, his gaze fixed on the legendary figure in the sky. Such audacity, such declarations, I am once again witnessing history. However, Skypea, positioned 10,000 meters above, with current technology, the widespread use of airships seems improbable. I hope this does not excessively burden my workload. As these words reached Sengoku's ears, he abruptly turned to glare at Yellow Monkey. What are you saying? At a time like this, your concern is your own workload? The world is about to veer into the unknown. Feeling the weight of his superior's gaze, Yellow Monkey surrendered, internally exclaiming, how terrifying. Hey, Shiki, Carp interjected, nonchalantly picking his nose, entirely disregarding the title of the Sky King, and posed the question he was truly concerned about. The Pirate King? The King of the Sky? The old man shows no interest. However, I cannot help but wonder how you have suddenly rejuvenated. What method did you employ? Share your secrets, and I shall exchange them for some sabé, of which I have an abundance hidden within the office of the Warring States. Kong furrows his brow. The countenance of Warring States is marred with an intricate web of frowns. One must maintain decorum, even when faced with such absurdity. Yet, the query he poses is undoubtedly one he is eager to unravel. Shiki, you have achieved your objective. As the live broadcast unfolds, Warring States, mindful of the image of the fleet admiral, refrains from engaging in a petty quarrel with Kong and turns his gaze back to Shiki. Pressing further, as the King of the Skies embarking on a new chapter, the declaration you wish to make must surely encompass more than mere words. Roger opened the door to a new era with his life, riches, power, and status. What about you? Empty rhetoric lacks persuasive force, even when cloaked in your legendary name. There is no turning back. The situation has solidified. Rather than obscuring the truth, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to extract further intelligence, thus providing a foundation for future actions. Ha 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 ha. You've touched upon a pivotal point, Warring States. With such cooperation, I can solidify my claim over Skypiea. After today, the position of Fleet Admiral may become precarious. The world government lurking behind the Navy will undoubtedly present their challenges. Join me. I acknowledge your strength. Recruitment is a bold endeavor, openly undermining the world government's authority. Shiki has never been immune to the allure of gathering formidable allies, wielding his metaphorical scythe as he seeks to recruit his first subordinate since his return before the eyes of the world. The outcome is, of course, evident. I refuse. Coldly rebuffed by Warring States, Shiki shrugs with nonchalance, lamenting, "What a pity. You shall miss the opportunity to reclaim your youth." Moreover, a symbol resembling Salgaleo flickers, heralding the first official appearance of his little sprite to the world. You will also forfeit this entirely new power, the fourth type, independent of the three traditional devil fruit categories. An ancient power system buried beneath the sands of history. The last mainstream iteration of power. Chapter 38. Navy Conference. A week has elapsed since Shiki graced the Navy headquarters, heralding the dawn of a new era. During these 7 days, the sensational content broadcasted across the seas, the Grand Line, and the New World has reverberated throughout the globe. Countless self-proclaimed powerful pirates, hunters, and free souls now fix their eyes on the skies, captivated by Shiki's declarations. Hey, did you know? There exists a spring on that sky island that can restore youth. Drinking from it grants eternal vitality. Skypiea. It is indeed Skypiea, akin to the sky island of Raftel. What is that power? The contract with the fourth type sprite? Iterations? A mainstream power from another era before the world's destruction? Does this world truly experience iterations? And not just once, but with various power systems corresponding to each iteration? Who knows how many new powers the King of the Skies, Lord Shiki, possesses? This is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the undeniable existence of the first revealed contract spirit. The legendary Sky King, Lord Shiki, has elucidated and confirmed their existence. Transformation, fusion, explosion. With a contract spirit of one's own, an individual's strength can be amplified twofold from its original capacity. And in an explosive state, it can surge even further. What an extravagant effect. Indeed, the enhancement of power is one facet. But do you not find Lord Shiki's transformation in the fused state to be exceptionally striking? Absolutely. His golden hair has transformed into a platinum hue, and his already magnificent mane flows like a lioness, exuding an even greater aura, especially with the cosmic phenomenon behind him, mysterious and vast, captivating all who gaze upon it. Why has no one mentioned the advanced dawn state? The platinum turns to crimson gold, and amidst the cosmic spectacle, a third eye emerges. I was at Sabaody Archipelago at the time. Even from a distance through the screen, it felt as if my entire being was laid bare, devoid of any secrets. Where are you going? Rather than engaging in idle chatter about the shock, it would be wiser to take action. In comparison to those renowned powerhouses, they have already begun to receive the permanent pointers gifted by Lord Shiki over these past few days, granting them entry to the grand feast. Anyone who conquers the skies and successfully approaches Lord Shiki will be afforded the opportunity to choose a spirit contract. My strength has not yet reached the requisite standard, but Lord Shiki has not abandoned us. He has scattered 100 permanent pointers across the seas, and if we do not seize this chance, We shall inevitably be crushed into dust by the wheels of history. Indeed, I shall join you. The times have changed. All the famous powerhouses of the world have set their plans in motion. Contract spirits will become a prerequisite for stepping into the realm of the strong. Lacking them will lead to falling behind the times, cast aside, and expelled from the ranks of the formidable. You all go ahead. My meager strength is hardly worthy of joining the fray. Even a mere ordinary spirit is beyond my aspirations, let alone a demigod or higher divine beast. Alas, I shall simply live my life in peace. The sea is no longer a realm suitable for my involvement. Yes, live well, one day. My name shall also resonate across the sea. Unwilling to embrace mediocrity, ambitious souls embark on their journeys, yearning for that fleeting opportunity, dreaming of a future as formidable beings. In the eye of the storm that heralds a new era, Marine Admiral Sengoku's office is a gathering place for the titans of the Navy, Garp, Tsuru, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, all present in this pivotal moment. The winds of the New World are stirring as all factions, including the four emperors, rally their forces in preparation for the impending feast a month hence. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who typically remain indifferent to the struggle for supremacy, have begun to mobilize with a singular purpose: to acquire that new power, to roam the seas freely for the sake of their family, and to ensure the prosperity of their sheltered islands. Whitebeard has compelling reasons to act. Consequently, Akainu and Akiji, stationed in the New World, have been summoned back to headquarters, leaving only essential personnel to monitor the movements of various factions. Sengoku gazes silently at the still and poised eternal pointer resting on the table, lost in contemplation, until finally, Shiki has left them a pointer indicating the direction of Sky Island. What a pity, mused Kizaru, casting a glance at the pondering Sengoku, casually filing his nails. The mythical beast-class spirit, has the Admiral truly relinquished it so easily? It is of the same caliber as the King of the Skies, Shiki. Bang. Sengoku snaps back to attention, slamming his hand on the table with a fierce glare. Roaring in indignation. Are you suggesting that I submit before pirates in front of the world? This is utterly unacceptable. Calm down, Sengoku, interjects Vice Admiral Tsuru, striving to ease the tension. Her wise eyes scan the eternal pointer before she looks out the window towards the vast sky. The mythical beast-class spirit? That was merely a hollow promise made by Shiki. He mentioned that, apart from himself, only one indigenous inhabitant, who has lived on the island for generations, had gained the spirit's recognition and formed a contract. The remaining spirits returned to the sky, sea, and earth following the unsealing, awaiting encounters with those most attuned to them. What truly captivates my attention is that peculiar creature accompanying Shiki. Could she be akin to the ship's spirit, or perhaps the island's spirit of Skypea, which has withstood numerous iterations? Though it seems preposterous, I cannot help but let my thoughts wander in this direction. Little Tsuru, if your conjecture holds any weight, Sengoku continues, we should perhaps direct more of our focus towards her. The world has undergone many iterations, each giving rise to new systems of power. If we gain control over her, subsequent systems following the spirit could be governed by the Navy, creating a balance that ensures the radiance of justice permeates every corner of the seas, utterly extinguishing the pirate's realm of existence. Indeed, that would herald the most stable era the world has ever known. On the weathered face of Admiral Tsuru, a glimmer of hope flickered. Yet she was acutely aware of the world's darker facets. She understood that as long as the world government existed, various forms of exploitation and oppression would persist, and the fertile ground for piracy would endure, rendering peace and stability merely relative concepts. Capturing that peculiar creature? Suddenly, the yellow monkey, the sole individual to point at Leaf, jolted with a memory of that moment. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, he spoke. Spare me, for you may not believe it, but when I acted against her and received her warning, an unprecedented chill engulfed me. Only after I instinctively explained did that sensation dissipate. Thus, I advise you both to tread carefully. The experience of feeling disdained by the entire world is truly dreadful. Disdained by the entire world? Coupled with the existence she once mentioned. Could it possibly allude to the will of the world? Listening silently to the yellow monkey's account, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru exchanged profound thoughts, each gravely choosing to believe. Such an extensive discourse could not have been uttered without genuine sentiment, given his character. Yet, how could this be? Chapter 39, Reunion Humph. The iron-willed man, Akainu, scoffed at the yellow monkey's trepidation. With a dismissive snort, he chose not to dwell on the matter, firmly believing in his strength. He preferred to confront pirates face to face, burying them beneath molten lava. Do we need to mobilize? Under the banner of absolute justice, he would not permit rampant piracy. This might be an opportunity to annihilate the clustered pirates in one fell swoop, achieving a decisive victory. You are far too radical, Sakazuki. The man known as Akiji interjected, challenging his plan to gather and annihilate the core of the pirate forces, setting aside the question of success. How many lives of our sailors would be sacrificed in the process? We cannot afford to risk igniting a war that could leave the Navy headquarters reeling. Cowardice. Akainu retorted coldly, holding Akiji's indecisiveness in disdain. As long as we can effectively eradicate the pirate threat, necessary sacrifices are entirely acceptable. To perish in battle is the noblest end for a sailor, a true manifestation of justice. I reiterate, you are far too radical, Akiji asserted. Refusing to engage in a verbal spar with him, his tone icy as he emphasized his convictions. Kazan. With emotions running high, Akainu's body dripped with searing magma, sizzling as it struck the ground. Control yourself, Sakazuki. Sengoku interjected, halting Akainu from further damaging the headquarters. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he continued. We must not be absent from this grand era. If the strength of the pirate forces is enhanced while we remain stagnant, the world's balance will be disrupted. To prevent a passive future, Garp, in my capacity as Fleet Admiral, I appoint you to lead Akiji, the Yellow Monkey, and all the admirals of the headquarters. 1 month hence, prepare to rendezvous and act according to the situation. The contract is signed. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. Garp laughed heartily, gladly accepting Sengoku's command. Gurgle, gurgle, a torrent of magma flowed from Akainu, who clenched his fists tightly, though he vehemently opposed being excluded from the arrangements. His soldiers' resolve compelled him to obey orders, leaving him only with the means to express his dissatisfaction in his own way. The meeting is adjourned. Casting a glance at Akainu, whose expression was grim yet unwavering in execution, Sengoku declared the high-level conference concluded. Here it ends, having reached a consensus. While the 5 elders in the Holy Land continued their discussions, their focus fixated on iteration. Even with comprehensive knowledge of history, the time-honored world government, after a week of deliberation, still could not fathom the essence of iteration, nor comprehend why each iteration birthed a new power system. Let them delve into it slowly. If they can unravel this mystery, I, Lee, would willingly step out of my confines and bow an apology at the Holy Land. Yes, indeed. It was all orchestrated by me. My sincerest apologies, for to verify this falsehood, you have all gone bald. New World, Whitebeard Pirates, Moby Dick. Revered as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat at the center of the ship, his towering form adorned with numerous foredrips. Under the relentless assault of time and illness, even the mightiest man had succumbed to the frailty of age. Yet, his eyes remained bright and defiant against the ravages of time, a fierce brilliance that commanded respect. The iconic white, crescent-shaped mustache stood proudly as his hearty, unique laughter reverberated. And a golden figure floated before him, gently descending. Gulalala, it has been ages since I've seen such a youthful visage. Shiki, after 20 years. The once triumvirate of the seas reunited. Upon their first glance, they exchanged mutual reflections on each other's appearances. Whitebeard lamented the merciless passage of time, realizing how many years had silently slipped away. He recalled the days as crew members of the Rocks Pirates, when Shiki bore a similarly youthful countenance. Newgate, you have grown old. Gazing upon Whitebeard's deteriorated form, Shiki's eyes darkened, his thoughts plunging into melancholy. They were of similar age, and according to the original trajectory of life, he too had entered the twilight years, whether he wished to admit it or not. A messenger, perhaps the most prudent choice I have made. Gulalala, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Time, that relentless force, falls upon us year by year, day by day, second by second, carving its marks upon our very beings. It is difficult not to age, however, you. King of the Skies? What a grand title. By the way, does Skypiea truly possess a spring that can restore youth? Ha 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 ha. Shiki chuckled heartily, extinguishing the chaotic thoughts within him. Upon hearing Whitebeard's inquiry, he could not help but laugh. Do you wish to live for several more decades to safeguard these youngsters? Join me. Bring along all the captains and affiliated pirate crews under my banner, and I can restore your youth. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, scratched his pineapple-shaped head and gazed skyward in exasperation. Well, this is clearly not the direction we were meant to take. To merge with the flying pirate crew? There's no way Dad would agree to that. Ha. Whitebeard shook his head, laughing softly. You haven't changed a bit. Once obsessed with Roger. Now you've fixed your sights on me. I refuse. They are my family, not mere pawns for the sake of youth. Indeed, Shiki was not offended, as old friends. He understood his counterpart's temperament all too well. You are just like Roger, possessing that infuriating stubbornness. Huh, are you not the same? Knowing full well Roger would decline. Yet you still extend your invitations time and again. With that, the two shared a hearty laugh, rekindling the camaraderie they once had as companions. Memories of trusting one another returned vividly, as if they had unfolded just yesterday. In a moment of unrestrained laughter, a fissure broke open in the heart of Shiki, which had been sealed for decades. Beneath that crack lay the benevolence he had chosen to suppress after departing from his original captain. He understood that while the sea offered freedom, schemes and treachery lurked everywhere. The figure that once shielded him from all underhanded plots had long since vanished. To survive, he had to bury those sentiments deep within, leaving only calculation, malice, and cruelty, elements that would aid him in enduring life. Hey, continue. With a swift motion, a beam of white light shot towards Whitebeard, who effortlessly caught it in his hand. He opened his broad palm to reveal a dimly glowing, pearlescent orb resting quietly within. What is this? He questioned aloud, while a wave of emotions surged within him. Whitebeard sensed it too. The orb contained an immense vitality. He could feel that if he consumed this pearl, he might not achieve eternal youth, but he could at least regain a decade of his life. Is this the concentrated essence of the fountain of life? Chapter 40. The banquet. Is this truly the concentrated essence of the fountain of life? Huh! Whitebeard exclaimed in surprise, while Shiki, clearly displeased, interjected, Stop feigning ignorance and consume it immediately, or I shall come to regret it. Dad, this is... Marco, who had been quietly observing, felt a tremor in his heart. Listening to their conversation and gazing at the pearlescent orb in Whitebeard's hand, he breathed rapidly in astonishment. Could this be the crystallized form of the fabled fountain of youth? Such a rich essence of life. What? Is it that miraculous spring? Father, please consume it quickly. Indeed. Dear father, this is the treasured elixir you so desperately need. Once your body rejuvenates, all ailments shall be rendered inconsequential. We have unwavering faith in Marco's medical expertise. Do not hesitate, father. Since the arrival of Shiki, all captains aboard the ship have voluntarily maintained a solemn silence. However, upon the unveiling of the fabled treasure, their composure waned, and they urged their father to swallow it promptly, lest Shiki be afforded a chance for regret. Gulalala. Whitebeard remained serene, pinching the luminous orb between his formidable fingers, showing no inclination to ingest it. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at Shiki. Without the helm, you are the Shiki I remember. This seemingly ambiguous remark ignited a spark within Shiki. His mane bristled, and a sinister expression contorted his features. I regret this. Give it back to me now. Gulalala. Whitebeard chuckled, raising his hand to toss the radiant orb into his mouth. Witnessing this action, his sons collectively exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Shiki's regret had come too late. While Shiki silently rolled his eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Even though Whitebeard had already expended a substantial portion of his vitality, the remaining life force, though reduced to a mere 20%, surged robustly as the orb entered his being. A profound silence enveloped the ship as all eyes fixated on the transformations occurring within Whitebeard. His wrinkled skin began to smooth, and the scars upon his chest gradually faded. Externally, he appeared rejuvenated, while internally, the hidden injuries inflicted by the tremor fruit rapidly healed. Minutes passed. Gulalala. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes flew open, liberating himself from the overwhelming sensation of revitalization. He felt an unprecedented comfort coursing through him. Rising to his feet, he tore away the intravenous tube embedded in his body, raising his hand to grasp the formidable supreme blade, the 12-worked Songyun cut. Buzz. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated from him, surging with exuberance as he directed a powerful strike toward Shiki. Buzz. Simultaneously, Shiki's own Conqueror's Haki reacted, a defiant smile gracing his lips. The float fruit hovered in the air as Sakura 10 boldly met the descending blade. Boom. The collision of two equally formidable Conqueror's Haki unleashed a cataclysmic clash, a moment that left all but a few of the most powerful captains awestruck, as they were overwhelmed by the sheer force emanating from the two figures. The clouds above rolled ominously, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse, prompting the marine soldiers stationed at a distance to instinctively retrieve their transponder snails to report the extraordinary occurrence. After a brief stalemate, both combatants tacitly withdrew their powers, the Conqueror's Haki subsiding, thereby concluding this spontaneous friendly greeting. Gather around, everyone, it's time for the feast. With a resounding declaration, the atmosphere transformed into a bustling celebration. as chefs hurried to prepare the ingredients while the idle crew busied themselves with arranging the venue. Marco observed the rare moment of joy radiating from Whitebeard, reflecting on his rejuvenated physical state, and shook his head. Well, I suppose I won't curtail Dad's enthusiasm for drinking today. His gaze shifted toward Shiki, and he respectfully bowed in gratitude. The earlier semblance of regret was merely a facade, based on his understanding of Whitebeard, if Shiki truly intended to retract his offer. No matter how precious the treasure, it would never be claimed without permission. Yes, this is solely for friends who are acknowledged. A melodic voice echoed, accompanied by the ethereal presence of the tree spirit, Yi, who appeared beside Marco. May I add 2 more seats? I trust you won't mind, right? The charming Yi floated before Marco, who managed to suppress his astonishment at her proximity and greeted her with a warm smile. As the Whitebeard pirates were always welcoming of more friends at their festivities. Is that the owner of that voice? Having carefully scrutinized the recorded footage, he recognized his identity. Remembering how the dazzling ray of attack had failed to leave a mark on her, that moment had piqued his interest. Hey, Laxus, it's all set. Waving her small hand, Yi beckoned Laxus, who was floating above in defiance of gravity, to join her below, inviting him to partake in the complimentary feast. Could you refrain from being so loud? It's rather embarrassing. Laxus landed on the ship, his seemingly cold demeanor masking a reluctance to engage with unfamiliar faces. Who are they? Whitebeard, already aware of their presence through his observation hockey, finally inquired of Shiki as the 2 individuals materialized. The beast contract holder Laxus, the spirit of Sky. A simple introduction was met with a sudden, palpable silence among the Whitebeard pirates, which was swiftly shattered by a cacophony of astonished exclamations. A beast contract holder? The spirit of Sky? A throng of curious onlookers encircled Yi and Laxus, their eyes wide with astonishment, observing with an intensity unmatched in their lives. Oh! Do not frighten our guests, disperse, everyone, came the admonition. Fear not, old man, the crew replied dismissively, as various captains and sailors clamored to voice their inquiries. A divine beast? Which one? Might we witness its incarnation to sate our curiosity? Indeed, I must be among the fortunate few to behold the second divine beast. Is it the spirit of the island? Does that mean you possess extensive knowledge about everything on Scar Island? What follows the spirits in the hierarchy? And what of iteration? Prior to iteration, were humans the prevalent beings in the world, or was there another extraordinary life form? Let us focus on the crux. How many iterations have transpired to date? What other systems lie buried in the annals of history? As questions bombarded him, he felt relatively composed, yet Laxus, overwhelmed, could scarcely endure the interrogation. Had he not been a guest aboard, he would have unleashed his paralyzing electric arcs long ago. With a flash of brilliance emanating from his forehead, he forsook Zekrom, employing it as a shield. A crimson light coalesced, revealing the visage of a diminutive spirit. Wow! How splendid! Look at that peculiar tail, so stylish. It seems there is another one. With a sigh of relief, Laxus extricated himself from the crowd, exhaling deeply. Such fervor from these people is almost overwhelming. Well done, Laxus. As the onlookers marveled at Zekrom, you seized the opportunity to evade the relentless questioning, mentally lamenting. I can hardly endure this. Truly, the excitement belongs to others. This atmosphere is not suited for me. I shall merely observe. Chapter 41. Joyous revelry. The banquet continued late into the night, the atmosphere of merriment akin to an ocean, with each face alight with joyous smiles. During the festivities, Laxus found himself targeted as several captains persistently poured drinks for him. Once the alcohol took effect, their intentions were easily realized. Fusion. With a flushed complexion, Laxus was goaded into entering his combined form. As the ebony armor enveloping his body emerged, the atmosphere of the banquet soared to new heights, captivating all with its brilliance. Despite the intoxication of the moment, his reason remained intact, and he refrained from excessively flaunting his power. Instead, he approached the venerable Whitebeard, a large wine bowl in hand, and exclaimed, "Ah, the world's strongest man, I eagerly await the day you acquire your own contract spirit. At that time, I, Laxus Doria, shall formally issue a challenge to take your place." He paused, momentarily lost in thought, recalling Li Shu's promise that upon obtaining the title of the strongest, he could challenge him until one of them succumbed. However, Laxus understood that to engage now would be self-defeating. So he wisely chose to temper his bravado and play it safe. Ha ha ha. I am Whitebeard, unafraid of any challenge. I await the day you stand before me. The two shared a hearty drink, marking the conclusion of this episode. But once Laxus retook his seat, he was subjected to even more vigorous toasts from the various captains aboard the ship. Naturally, as the spirit of Sky Island, the enigmatic Yi was not spared from scrutiny. The outcome was rather absurd. She unexpectedly leaped into an oversized bowl that could serve as a pool for her petite frame, triggering an unintended diversion that splashed a certain someone in the courtyard with wine. What is this? That's cheating. Enough, enough. This is utterly dull. The revelry ended on a sour note, leaving only a couple of self-proclaimed heavyweights eager to test their limits, and thus, the matter faded away. The following day aboard the Moby Dick, a tangled mass of hungover revelers lay sprawled about, as the morning light cascaded over them, dispelling the chill of the night. Whitebeard and Shiki, the renowned drinkers of their era, showed no signs of inebriation. After downing the last sip of their drink, Shiki looked up at the well-composed Whitebeard, momentarily speechless. Are we leaving now, Shiki? Whitebeard did not meet his gaze, instead peering toward the gentle morning sun, its warm rays coursing through him, revitalizing his being. I truly owe you a great debt. Ha ha ha. Your favor is rare indeed. It warrants careful consideration. How about you lead your forces to assault the Navy headquarters? Shiki jested, unaware that this offhand remark would soon manifest into reality. With a chuckle, Whitebeard chose not to respond further, glancing at Laxus, who was shaking off the remnants of sleep. It dawned on him that the time for parting had indeed arrived. All festivities must eventually conclude. He expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality. Noticing Laxus awakening, Shiki reached into his pocket to retrieve a stack of drawings depicting tiny spirits, meticulously detailing their racial attributes and names, with annotations at the bottom indicating their potential for mega evolution. As a gesture of gratitude, this material suffices. The flap-flap fruit, upon contact with paper, gracefully disperses before Whitebeard, filling the air with approximately 40 instances. Simultaneously, Shiki, Laxus, and Leaf ascend into the sky, poised for departure. Glancing over the blueprints before him, Whitebeard instantly comprehends their significance. They contain the most invaluable information about fairies in the current world. Shiki, ha 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 ha. Without allowing Whitebeard to utter any sentimental words, Shiki's boisterous laughter drowns out the moment as he departs, his voice echoing across the horizon. The new era approaches relentlessly. Continue to fortify your position and do not fade away at the dawn of this new chapter. Without you, the ocean would lack its allure. Newgate momentarily falls silent. But then his boundless spirit erupts into a hearty smile. Taking a deep breath, he proclaims, I am Whitebeard Shiki. The powerful sound waves scatter the blueprints before him, one of which flutters to Marco, who catches it with outstretched hands. His gaze sweeps over the formidable image of the fiery chicken depicted, focusing intently on the annotation at the bottom. Mega evolution. Flashes of known information race through his mind. Ordinary, demigod, divine beast, yet there is no mention of mega. Marco realizes this and tightly grips the blueprint, gazing wistfully in the direction Shiki vanished. Father. He has certainly resolved to have us assault the Navy headquarters. This information chuckling, Whitebeard beckons the children who were startled awake by the earlier commotion, saying, Come and take a look. Choose the fairy that resonates with your heart. To assault the Navy headquarters? Isn't this a reward earned from our banquet? Yes, father. The captains and crew gather excitedly, causing a momentary chaos. Observing this, Marco quietly tucks the blueprint into his coat. On their way out, Leaf chuckles lightly, dancing gracefully in front of Shiki. How unexpected, given your nature, to have so easily given away information that surely came at a cost. Shall we not discuss a trade? Humph. Shiki scoffs. I will honor the terms you propose, but how I choose to utilize this information is my prerogative, is it not? Suit yourself, Leaf shrugs nonchalantly. Considering the scene at our eventual parting might bring a smile to someone's face, I've decided to offer you a choice. Would you prefer to lower the difficulty of the task or accumulate joy points? The latter, once amassed to a certain extent, will reward you with a brand new seed of life, filled to the brim. Suddenly, two exclamations echoed simultaneously, with Shurji expressing astonishment at the revelation that there existed such a means to regain the seed of life. Given such favorable conditions, the choice was undoubtedly the latter. Laxus gazed ahead into the void, his observation haki sensing a faint, elusive sound that drifted uncertainly. It seemed to exist in a specific direction yet melded into a portion of the sky, making it impossible to pinpoint its source accurately. What are you all doing running about aimlessly? Chasing from the Grand Line to the New World, I almost strained my old back. Batara arrived. Chapter 42, The Plunder Game. Batara. The exasperated Batara materialized, flying towards the three with a look of complaint. Noticing the gaze from Yi, he averted his eyes sheepishly, awkwardly scratching his head and saying, Ah, well, I assure you I haven't been slacking off. The task is proceeding methodically and won't miss the deadline. Absolutely not. Oh, he elongated the sound, having anticipated Batara's tendency to play hooky. When the task was assigned a one-year deadline, it implicitly allowed for his leisure time. Thus, his brazen appearance before me warranted some form of reprimand. Otherwise, it would be quite unbecoming. Oh, come on, hear me out. Let me explain. In his flustered state, Batara hastily sought to rectify the situation, his expression rapidly turning grave as he continued. During the task, I inadvertently uncovered a critical grave issue. That individual is a monster. An absolute aberration. His abilities are exceedingly perilous. To verify a certain matter swiftly, I had no choice. Even knowing you were around, I could only proceed despite my trepidation. Huh? Proceed despite your trepidation? You truly are a character. That guy, an aberration? Abilities? Huh. You must be referring to him. Through several key phrases. You deduced the identity of the person Batara was speaking of, teasingly feigning ignorance and asking, what monster could frighten you so? I am quite curious about his abilities. Care to demonstrate? The fruit that counters all abilities, faced with the contract spirit, how will your notorious ferocity fare? I await your display. Transform. Batara's heart stirred. His form gradually swelling, his attire changing accordingly, and in an instant, Teach appeared before the trio. Ha 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 ha. The distinctive laughter of a certain individual resonated. Teach was enveloped in swirling black smoke, an immense gravitational pull erupting from his palm, unexpectedly drawing Laxus towards him. With the formidable force pulling him, Laxus could easily negate the anti-gravity field, yet he chose not to resist. Instead, he allowed Teach to bring him closer. Grasping his neck with an unfriendly demeanor, he questioned, what is the meaning of this? Eh? A look of great surprise appeared on Teach's grotesque visage. What do you mean? What is the meaning? Don't you feel it? Like your fruit ability is inoperative? Electric arcs suddenly erupted as Laxus entered a state of elemental transformation, detaching from his opponent's grasp. Upon reappearing, a slight furrow formed on his brow. While the ability was indeed usable, its execution felt somewhat awkward. What? Just awkward? Blackbeard struggled to accept this outcome, feeling that it was not right. Even though he was not the original, having witnessed the ability's application firsthand, albeit without any physical contact, the replication should have reached a limit of 70 to 80%. How could the result be as it currently stood? It must be due to the complete fusion of the Thunder fruit and the Dragon Crystal. Bartolomeo, unaware of the changes within Laxus, had no intention of revealing the core secret. Laxus, try entering the combined state once more. Very well, clad in pitch-black armor. With a futuristic power engine rising from his back, Laxus beckoned Bartolomeo to come closer. The dark waters surged forth, drawing the fully equipped Laxus to the forefront. How does it feel? What is it like? With crimson eyes fixed coldly on Blackbeard's eager face, Laxus raised his fist, conjuring a tempest of gold and blue lightning that thundered down, striking Blackbeard squarely in the face. This feels incredible. There is no abnormality whatsoever. Ah, it hurts. How can it hurt so much? Bartolomeo, halting his backward flight, clutched his face and shouted hoarsely. The pain was real, yet joy filled his heart. Indeed. The combined state could nullify constraints. Beside him, Bartolomeo chuckled heartily, thoroughly satisfied with the results of the experiment. I choose the second option. Huh? A quarter of an hour later, in a stretch of sky, Bartolomeo lay sprawled out, his eyes devoid of hope as he gazed at the azure expanse above. At his side, Leaf reclined in a similar posture, seemingly at ease. TSK, what is this nonsense? Bartolomeo thought in exasperation, having been caught skipping work, leading to inevitable punishment. Under duress, he had no choice but to agree to re-establish a contract with Leaf, permitting her to dwell within the dreamlike patterns of his heart. Embarking on a journey across the seas together. Sigh, let us think positively. At least there will be no more skipping work. And we are no longer bound by a one-year limit. We can roam freely and explore as we please. Blessings and misfortunes coexist. Leaf softly called his name, and Bartolomeo, seemingly casually, inquired, since Laxus and I have consented to this contract, you may freely traverse between us. By the way, aren't Shiki and the others preparing for a grand feast? Such a significant event must be quite lively. Aren't you tempted to go there? Ah, no rush. There is plenty of time. Laxus will remind us when the moment comes. For now, the considerate me has chosen to keep you company, my lonely elder. Isn't that touching? No, I can't move at all. The mature gentleman, Batla, possessed a countenance replete with masculine charm, silently gazing downward at Yi, who lay comfortably upon his chest, expressing his reluctance to move. Unlike Laxus, who wielded a gravity-defying field enabling her to float freely, Batla's dreamlike ability to soar was limited to himself alone. Consequently, the indolent Yi could only rest upon him. "TSK, I can fly, after all," Batla mused internally. Just then, he heard Ye's voice again, inquiring about the entertainment options ahead. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, prompting Batla to chuckle. "How about we engage in a plunder game? On our way here, I spotted a naval ship transporting criminals. According to my calculations, it should not have yet reached Impel Down." That sounds intriguing. "Let us go." On the Grand Line, aboard the naval vessel, stood a naval commander draped in a coat of justice, with two renowned swords hanging at his waist. He maintained a stoic demeanor, eyes closed, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his long black beard, which hung down to his navel. He wore an unusually high hat, its peculiar design fitting snugly atop his elongated skull. This was Stalaberry, a vice admiral of the Navy, under the command of the Yellow Monkey, who had severely wounded Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates. A master of the dual-color hockey, he was among the Navy's pivotal forces. "Report, Vice Admiral. Impel Down has communicated that they are fully prepared to receive the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile Dracula." Stalaberry murmured with a nasal tone, eyes still shut. "Maintain vigilance. We must not relent until we reach Impel Down and successfully hand over the criminals." "Yes, Vice Admiral Stalaberry." Chapter 43, Crocodile Usurped the Nation. On the deck of the military ship, Stalaberry slightly opened his tightly shut eyes, peering out at the sea ahead, feeling a surge of anger. Pirates are untrustworthy, those with the legitimate right to plunder. The warlords of the sea are even more so. Each one is a blatant opportunist, joining for their own clandestine reasons. Crocodile is hardly an exception. "Elves," he muttered, burdened by the weight of his thoughts, before closing his eyes once more. In this new power structure, what fate awaits this sea? Ultimately, it is the common folk of the world who will suffer. A month later, at the impending grand banquet, "I shall devote my utmost efforts to secure sufficient elves for the Navy to instill fear across the seas, all in the name of justice." Quietly resolving to his purpose, his hands instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Who goes there?" Clang. His observation hockey sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching, yet he could not precisely pinpoint their location. Stalaberry resolutely drew his sword, unleashing a swift, sharp strike into the empty air before him. "Alert! Enemy attack!" With a loud shout, he brandished his twin blades. Alert and vigilant, warning the sailors aboard the ship to prepare for combat. The soldiers, trained rigorously as members of the naval headquarters, swiftly readied their firearms and unsheathed their swords upon hearing their commander's call. Their eyes, sharp and watchful, scanned the surroundings for any sign of the enemy. Are they not planning to reveal themselves? With narrowed eyes, Stalaberry remained expressionless, his arms suddenly surging with energy as he unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at the estimated position of the foe. Twin blades technique, instant 100 slashes. In an instant, 100 razor-sharp attacks enveloped a particular void, the disturbed air bursting forth violently, attempting to force the hidden adversary, shrouded in unknown powers, into the open. In a state of invisibility, Batara sat perched on the shoulder of Yi, skillfully predicting the trajectory of each assault and effortlessly evading them, untouched by harm. Twin blades technique, heavy one slash. Realizing that his previous attacks had failed to yield results, General Stalaberry raised his twin blades to his left side, the muscles in his arms bulging with strength. He executed a colossal strike, powerful enough to cleave mountains. Suddenly, a sound of smacking lips resonated through the void. Batara had finally dispelled his invisibility and revealed himself. His weathered eyes sparkled with mirth as he raised his hand, coating his palm with an armament color, ready to meet the oncoming strike. Boom! Accompanied by a tumultuous gust of wind, his dark hand firmly grasped the immense slash, his fingers applying pressure until it shattered effortlessly. Impressive power, a score of 60, just barely passing. With ample space to maneuver, Yi leapt into action, darting towards the ship's cabin amidst the echoes of gunfire. Stalaberry, his previously narrowed eyes now wide open, gazed intently as he flew unimpeded into the cabin. His brown eyes flickered with intensity. It's her, the extraordinary being responsible for documenting the attack on the naval headquarters, mentioned in the report from the Warring States Marshal, suspected to be the spirit of Skarai Island. How did she come to be here? In that moment, his thoughts spiraled into chaos, and he contemplated immediately contacting the naval headquarters to relay the situation. Hey. How rude. Are you going to distract me in the midst of battle and leave me open for a sneak attack? Batara, proud of his seniority, could not stoop to the level of an octogenarian launching a surprise assault on a younger opponent. His voice carried a note of displeasure. This is serious. The sudden appearance of the spirit of Skarai Island made Stalaberry realize that events might spiral beyond his control. However, when he turned to look at Batara suspended in midair, his heart raced with disbelief. The pattern of the sprite. How is this possible? Stalaberry could hardly comprehend, taking a step back in panic. The banquet had yet to commence. How could one have contracted a spirit? No, that spirit of Skypea, is it really her? No, that can't be right. According to the intelligence reported by the Warring States Marshal to the upper echelons of the Navy, she should merely be a unique existence, an island spirit born from iteration. Perhaps she possesses knowledge of many buried tales from history, yet she likely lacks actual authority. Otherwise, why would she only manifest after Shiki's arrival on Skypea? Eliminating impossible scenarios, a more alarming possibility suddenly blossomed in his rapidly spinning mind. Based on Shiki's statements that day, apart from him and the local inhabitant who had resided on Skypea for generations, all remaining divine beast spirits returned to nature the moment they were unsealed. This leads to the deduction. You are the divine beast attuner. Hence, the island spirit appears by your side. She mistook you for a remnant of the humans who have lived on Skypea for generations. Unquestionably, Vice Admiral Stolobelli was now convinced that his deduction could not be wrong. The enemy attacking the Navy before him was, in fact, the first divine beast attuner from the unknown intelligence, and he adeptly exercised his imagination to rationalize the possibility of Ye's appearance, selectively ignoring another possibility. What is going on here? For a fleeting moment, Bartolomeo shook his head in exasperation, saying, "Hey, that's a bit much. Be careful, or I might not let you survive this chapter." Inside the cabin, Crocodile, styled with a slick-back hairdo and draped in a fur coat, exuded the aura of a mafia boss as he lay bound by a C-prism stone chain on the wooden floor, staring blankly upwards. Regardless of the cacophony of gunfire outside, he maintained an air of indifference, ensnared in a cycle of self-doubt following his recent defeat. I have failed. Utterly failed. Years of scheming culminated in nothing. Hades is not an Alabasta. External resources are elusive, and my own strength has diminished. Defeated by a fledgling pirate? A mere bucket of water? Wahaha. In my youth, I had fought many heroes without faltering, and yet today I succumbed to a bucket of water. Tragic. Regrettable. Even laughable. Weakness is a sin. I was wrong. Ultimately, external factors are mere aids. One's own strength is paramount. It's so noisy outside. Is someone battling the Navy? Who is it? The sound of hurried footsteps invaded his ears, accompanied by urgent shouts. Quick, stop that thing. Don't let her near the prisoner. Gunfire is ineffective. Try swords. The opponent might be a devil fruit user. Fetch the spare C-prism stone gear. Oh no. She has flown into the iron cage where the prisoners are kept. Sensing someone approaching, Crocodile weakly tilted his head. The cold indifference in his eyes, accentuated by the scar that stretched horizontally across his nose, rendered him even more aloof. Sassy disregard, isn't it? Crocodile Chapter 44, Fantasy. Li Shu had once heard a jest about Crocodile. As long as he uttered the prelude sassy disregard, he could enforce a 50-50 chance against anyone in battle. When facing Hawkeye or Whitebeard, he would express himself to assert his presence. At this moment, encountering the person from the jest for the first time, you playfully uttered the phrase, sassy disregard, isn't it? Crocodile, however, seemed lost in thought. His cold gaze scrutinized you earnestly, ultimately concluding, "Hey, do I know you?" No. We don't," you replied with a cheerful laugh, leaning forward before Crocodile. "But what does it matter? You're Crocodile, after all." Saying that line feels quite exhilarating. Now, can you enlighten me about what is happening outside? Crocodile, perplexed by the sensation, fell silent for a moment before inquiring with an intriguing tone. "Oh, outside. Nothing of great consequence. We were merely bored, so we decided to raid a Navy ship for some amusement and to see who was being transported. To our surprise, it turned out to be none other than the former warlord of the sea, Mr. Crocodile. Bored and raiding a Navy ship for amusement?" Although the reasoning was rather absurd, Crocodile kept his gaze neutral and did not retort. "Ha, what then? Upon discovering that I am a world criminal who has failed at usurping a nation, will you simply leave me be? Or perhaps rescue me?" "Well, that is a thought. Of course, I would rescue you. It would be too unfortunate for such an intriguing pirate to be imprisoned and impelled down. The sea is his stage. and I believe he could create even more fascinating scenes. However, it wouldn't hurt to tease him a bit first. It is indeed a matter worth pondering. For a recidivist like you, if I were to rescue you, the implications would be far more severe than attacking a Navy ship. It would provoke the world government. And for a mere whim, you would incur the wrath of the Navy and the world government, becoming a globally wanted criminal. Seems rather unwise, wouldn't you agree? Haha. Crocodile chuckled nonchalantly, a strange glint lighting up his indifferent eyes. Being wanted by the entire world? Do not make me laugh. You who amuse yourselves by raiding Navy ships. Would you truly care about those hollow bounties? Ha ha ha, what a grand joke. The script you were supposed to follow has been altered, which makes it rather dull for me. It complicates my performance. Leaves danced whimsically in the air before settling before him, declaring, that one doesn't count. Let's have another. Action stood speechless, the capitalized form of his speech reflecting his disbelief, while Crocodile regarded the leaves with cold disdain, finding their morbid sense of humor infuriating. Yet, the circumstances were beyond his control. With such a twisted sense of amusement, and the ability to act upon it at will, you and your companions must be extraordinarily formidable. Wouldn't you agree? Being pursued by the Navy and the world government across the globe? Ha ha ha. Isn't that even more entertaining? The vast ocean is your playground. A game of predator and prey, a thrilling gamble of life and death. Such a form of entertainment must be exhilarating indeed. Wow, 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 Leaves exclaimed, admiring the securely bound crocodile. Impressive as always. Then, with a contemplative tone, they mused, to orchestrate this grand game of chess, would merely rescuing you suffice? Why not slay a celestial dragon as well? Adding such a formidable bargaining chip would surely make the game of life and death all the more enticing. Slaying a celestial dragon? Crocodile was taken aback, his cold eyes widening in shock. Ha ha ha. Should I label you as mad or simply imbued with absolute confidence? To slay a celestial dragon would incite the wrath of the world government and draw the pursuit of marine admirals. You are skipping over the ordinary difficulty and opting for a hellish beginning? How arrogant. Oh, Leaves intoned melodically, gazing intently at him. Arrogant? Might I interpret that as you advising us to act within our means? The repercussions of slaying a celestial dragon would tilt this game from the outset, plunging us into a one-sided chase, wouldn't it? So, you are not entirely mad after all. Realizing that Leaves had discerned the depth of his words, Crocodile met their gaze earnestly. Since you are aware of the dangers, then your eagerness to slay a celestial dragon is merely a jest, is it not? How dreadfully tedious. You've caught me, Leaves admitted, and no longer teased him. They circled around Crocodile, landing upon the chains binding him, then bent down to embrace the chains, using the mechanism of damage transfer to expose the contact surface to someone present in the courtyard. Crocodile exclaimed in surprise, casting a sidelong glance at Leaves, who remained unaffected atop the sea stone chains. Aren't you a devil fruit user? Not at all, Leaves replied. Such thick chains are rather troublesome to shatter, and only you could manage it. Outside the iron cage, a contingent of Marines stood ready, believing firmly in the efficacy of sea stone. Upon Leaves' entrance, they were on high alert, mistakenly assuming she too was a devil fruit user. Even upon encountering the criminal, they believed they could not rescue her, as their firearms were rendered ineffective. They planned to wait for Rear Admiral Stolo Biliri to neutralize the external threats before providing support, unaware that the adversary lay atop the sea stone chains, utterly unaffected. Slaying a celestial dragon? Reflecting on the malevolent words that had just escaped her lips, the Marines could no longer maintain their composure. They could not await the arrival of Admiral Stolo Biliri. This is dire. She is not a power user, and is attempting to rescue a criminal. Quickly, open the prison doors to stop her. With a swift motion, a keen-eyed Marine promptly unlocked the cell, and a group of over 10 Marines charged forth, abandoning their firearms in favor of melee weapons as they advanced toward Yi, ready to strike. Clang, clang, clang thud. Their efforts proved futile. The blades and swords were ineffective. The majority of their attacks merely swept past her, causing weapons of all materials to shatter upon contact, while a few strikes, deflected by broken blades, clashed against the chains, producing a sharp sound. Inevitably, some attacks landed on Crocodile, inflicting deep, gaping wounds. Hey, hurry up! Crocodile exclaimed in frustration. Are you rescuing me, or dooming me? He cast a swift glance at the chains, now nearly obliterated, then directed his gaze at the Marines, who, after a brief moment of astonishment, resumed their assault. As a notorious pirate known throughout the seas, he did not wish to meet a disgraceful end beneath a flurry of blades. Steady now. You will not perish, Yi reassured him, though her words bore little effect. In response to his urgent gaze, a new wave of attacks surged forth. Sandstorm. At the last possible moment, Yi severed the chains, allowing Crocodile to break free from the shackles of sea stone. His powers returned, he unleashed a tempest of sand, effortlessly deflecting all incoming assaults and eliminating the enemies in one fell swoop. The crisis averted. However, he found himself with additional wounds. The searing pain jolted Crocodile back to reality. You had not, as he had hoped, severed the chains in time. You must be a citizen of Alabasta descent to torment me. Chapter 45. Clumsy methods. The illusion shattered, and with wounds inflicted by errant blades, Crocodile nearly succumbed to despair. Recalling the devastation he had wrought upon Alabasta, was this retribution finally at hand? Yi, having completed her task, took flight, hovering above, her gaze falling upon the scene below. Oh dear, how did you end up so badly injured? She mused, her expression one of disbelief. How tragic. Silence. Crocodile roared in anger. Mustering every ounce of strength from his still restrained body, and with a sudden outburst, he broke free from the chains, which clattered to the ground. Sandstorm. Emerging from his confinement, a confident and charismatic aura enveloped him as a violent whirlwind of sand surged within the ship's cabin, spiraling with the ferocity of a tornado, ensnaring the surrounding Marines and propelling them outward into the open air. As the sand swept across the deck, Crocodile's form gradually coalesced. His cold, discerning gaze swept over the scene, landing on two figures before him. Ah, how curious, Yi remarked, gliding gracefully towards them, her expression one of surprise as she beheld the still stalemated Bartolomeo and Stolo Berry. Surely, I have rescued the people. Why have you two yet to determine the victor? You think I want this? Alas, I have no choice, Batla said, exasperated, raising his hands in resignation. At my age, it would be beneath my dignity to bully the younger generation. I intended to wait for him to strike first before countering. Yet here he is, rambling and adding unnecessary theatrics, playing a game of eye-staring with me like a wooden statue. I find myself in quite a predicament. Stalaberry, shaking his head in bemusement, remarked. Well, given the current 2-to-1 situation, your chances of victory seem rather slim, wouldn't you agree? We've been at a stalemate for quite some time now. Why not let us depart? 2 against 1, no chance of winning? Batla retorted, unwilling to concede. With his barely adequate offensive capabilities, if I so desired, I could incapacitate him with 1 strike, bring him to the brink of death with another, and claim his life with a 3rd. He should consider himself fortunate to have retained his life. Must you be so uncouth? Interrupting Batla's theatrics, he turned to Crocodile, suggesting, now that we've escaped, it would be inappropriate to remain aboard the Navy's vessel. Let us depart together. Crocodile, of course, opted to join them. Yet as he surveyed the desolate expanse of the sea, he questioned, You don't mean to suggest we swim, do you? Where's the ship? With a huff directed at Yi, Batla, still irked by recent events, grumbled. Taking his life would be no challenge. Why must you speak so carelessly? Nevertheless, he recognized the rank of his subordinates demanded obedience. He lifted his hand and unleashed a torrent of glass-like fluid, and under the influence of his fruit's powers, a ship crafted from glass began to take form, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The vessel now completed, Yi and Crocodile gracefully descended onto the deck, while Batla descended to the stern and, utilizing his dreamlike abilities, conjured a mirror and called out loudly, Brace yourselves. The Sharkana is ready. He drew back his fist, gathering energy, and swung. Boom. His powerful fist struck the mirror, producing a deafening sound explosion and a violent shockwave. Under the effects of the mirror's skill, the glass ship surged forth at an extraordinary speed. Stalaberry was momentarily taken aback, watching the glass vessel speed away, a shadow of gloom crossing his features. Crocodile had been rescued, and he had failed in his duty. Suppressing the shame welling within him, he retrieved a transponder snail and dialed the Marine Headquarters Admiral. 1 minute earlier, in the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh. In the tranquil and serene courtyard, a sudden sound pierced the air, the friction of bullets materializing from thin air. A barrage of bullets appeared, shattering a vase with a resounding crash, while others struck the ground with muffled thuds. Regia was momentarily taken aback by the sudden and inexplicable attack, only to quickly comprehend the situation at hand. Veins bulged, dark lines formed, and a palpable wave of negativity enveloped her forehead, causing her fists to crackle ominously. Li Shu bellowed in anger, and Regia, with a sullen expression, pointed towards the ravaged area of the courtyard, demanding, What on earth is happening here? Huh. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Li Shu's face. He raised his hand to catch it, his fingertips deftly grinding it into powder that scattered into the air. He replied nonchalantly, "Life is unpredictable. You seemed quite pleased with the last drink you refused, so don't complain this time when it's a bullet instead. I had warned you. It's all about your mindset." With her fists clenched in fury, Reijita trembled with indignation. Is it really the same? Is it really the same? I enjoyed the drink because it was a rare moment of relaxation amidst constant anxiety. Just as I had started to ease my fatigue, now this again? Ah, I understand. Noticing Reijita's lingering fury, Li Shu scratched his head and then produced a gleaming white bullet from his bulging pouch, offering it to her. This manifestation of impotent rage was ultimately due to her inadequacy, he mused. Take this. Once your physical capabilities are significantly enhanced, your confidence will surely rise, and your mindset will stabilize. I apologize for my earlier oversight. Catching the luminous bullet he tossed, Reiju was taken aback. His tone clearly suggested he found her too weak. And what was this about impotent rage? This is too much. Clutching the seed of life in frustration, Reiji cast a glance at the courtyard devoid of the figure of Susanoo. Realizing there was no one to stop her from confronting her adversary, she stormed toward her room, her long legs swaying captivatingly. With a light chuckle, Li Shu raised his hand again, flicking his fingers to deflect the invisible blades that had come at him, shattering them effortlessly. After a brief pause, a palm-sized, paper-thin object materialized before him. Sea stone? He reached out to touch it, and a strange energy surged into his body, fiercely suppressing the powers of various fruits, forcing him into a passive silent state. Oh, he mused, sensing the changes within him. Indeed, sea stone was the nemesis of all who wielded abilities, and he was no exception. Yet crack! He clenched his fingers, shattering the sea stone before him with sheer force. The suppression of his abilities was inconsequential. His physical form remained intact, and the impact was minimal. Thus began a relentless barrage. His fingertips became a blur as he repeatedly shattered the sea stone with brute force, employing a crude method to rescue Susi Bewley Dana. Chapter 46 or, in a certain expanse of the sea beyond the city, the waves of water surged to heights of 100 meters, propelling a gleaming glass vessel into the distance. The ever-perturbed Yi cast a disapproving glance at Batla, whose eyes glowed with fluorescence from channeling his supernatural abilities. If only you had done this sooner. To intimidate that naval officer, you even resorted to enhancing your power with air reflector? Truly, what an imaginative approach. As the tumultuous waves crashed against the surface of the sea, Batla remained unresponsive, seemingly engrossed in navigating the glass ship, leaving him no room for distraction. Crocodile, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, stood at the edge of the deck, observing the relentless rise and fall of the waves with a gaze steeped in confusion. Your ability should fall under the Paramecia category, right? Judging by this glass vessel, a glass fruit of the Paramecia type? Perhaps a misjudgment. But such control over the sea cannot possibly belong to a Paramecia fruit. Batla, absorbed in his task, chose silence as his response. Guess away, and if you are correct, I shall enlighten you. At that moment, the call of a seagull reached the ears of the three men. It circled and landed on the ship. Adorned with a white cap and a neck draped with a hefty roll of newspapers and a money pouch, one of the ubiquitous news-selling seagulls, an employee of Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency. A news bird, how delightful. Let me witness how the world government has fabricated my alleged crimes. Crocodile murmured as he fished out a few berries, placing them into the bird's money pouch, and retrieved a copy of today's newspaper. Once the transaction was complete, the newsbird politely flapped its wings and took flight. Under the curtain of a new era, the four emperors of the sea have gathered. HM? As he unfolded the newspaper, the headline that first caught Crocodile's eye made his brow furrow. The dawn of a new era? The gathering of the four emperors? To his surprise, it was not reporting on his affairs. Not in a rush to delve into the main article, he skimmed through the other headlines. The Clash of Titans. Shiki arrives on the Moby Dick. Conqueror's hockey rips the sky. The Navy headquarters takes action. Heroic admiral leads the charge. War or alliance? Beasts face off against Big Mom across the sea. Each headline struck Crocodile's nerves, and his previously indifferent gaze began to tremble. What in the world is happening in this sea? In the brief span of my confinement, what events have transpired? With a playful grin, Yi settled on his shoulder and remarked, the times have changed. Oh, impelled down is not your final destination. This sea, soon to be engulfed in tumultuous waves, is your true stage. Keep watching, for this newspaper will unveil the tides of the new era. Silent. Crocodile was the first to glance at the headline, and as he read on for 1 minute, then 3, his trembling eyes revealed a growing intensity. Following the headline were other contents. He missed not a single word or punctuation mark, scrutinizing the information with utmost seriousness. After a quarter of an hour, he exhaled deeply, gazing at the vast sea ahead, tightly clutching the newspaper. While his exterior remained calm, a fierce fire ignited within him, and a boundless ambition surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, the calm shattered as Crocodile's maniacal laughter echoed through the skies. Unable to suppress his exhilaration, he laughed uproariously, his aura as a formidable figure fully unleashed. His ambitions laid bare for all to see. Spirits. A brand new 4th-tier contract spirit. How splendid. Just as it should be. The vast ocean must hold infinite possibilities. Sky Island. King of the skies? Another throne added to the highest seat, heralding the dawn of a new era and a grand feast for the strong. This time, I shall claim greatness for myself, standing atop the peak by my own power. In the name of Crocodile. Proclaiming his resolve aloud, Crocodile's emotions surged as he reached toward the heavens, as if to touch the throne of the king of the skies. Oh, what a commendable determination. Leaf teased, playing with the golden earrings dangling from his earlobe, her voice ethereal. External aids? Only the weak require such crutches. The underworld king you have schemed for, perhaps in years to come, its power to easily destroy islands will pale in comparison to your own simple strike. Look ahead. For the future of the ocean knows no limits. After showering Crocodile with motivational words, Leaf suddenly paused. If future powerhouses could casually obliterate islands, would this world not be left in ruins? Hey, my essence, this is a significant matter. Make time to converse with him. Do not truly turn your world, which you have come to see as a backyard, into chaos, manual iterations. How absurd. Received. Crocodile appreciated the motivational talk, yet remained unperturbed. He glanced at Leaf perched on his shoulder, pondering the meaning of a simple strike. After harnessing the power of spirits, the strength of a peak powerhouse will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. However, even with the spirit system, it wouldn't suffice. The spirit of Sky Island. The depth of her words ignited his curiosity for the subsequent systems following the spirits. What else is there? Could you divulge some information? Perhaps not. Leaf replied with a smile, ignoring Crocodile's eager gaze for insight. She soared into the air, positioning herself directly in front of him, her gaze level with his. It is the unknown that breeds anticipation, is it not? Now, let us focus on the present. The future ocean will undoubtedly be fraught with peril, as various forces engage in fierce battles. The Yonko? As the new system continues to manifest, it does not guarantee the perpetual dominance of the strong. A single misstep could lead to a fall from grace, thus it is time for a decision to be made, Mr. Crocodile. With narrowed, frosty eyes, he elongated his tone. Scrutinizing Yi as he inquired, a choice, you say? When you decided to rescue me from peril, was this so-called choice not already prepared? He chuckled heartily. This is not a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. Yi offered a brief defense, stating, if you wish to embark on a solitary journey across the vast seas, unwavering in your resolve, we have no interest in imposing our will upon you. We shall allow you to depart, parting ways now, so that when we meet again, we can greet each other amicably with a casual sisibo lida na, sharing drinks and reminiscing. Would you care to hear my subsequent proposal? Crocodile remained silent, gazing out towards the distant sea, his heart filled with confusion. The dichotomy between claiming one's own power and either venturing alone or in companionship seemed not insurmountable. If you do not respond, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Without granting the conflicted individual an opportunity to react, Yi continued. The system of the 7 warlords of the sea is one that he holds in great esteem. It possesses a certain resonance. Therefore, we wish for it to endure, standing as an imposing mountain to deter the ambitious, unwavering in the face of powerful pirates who dare to challenge it. However, this king does not refer to the Navy or the world government, nor does it denote the one who first ascended to the Sky King throne, Shiki, but rather to an unseen existence. For only he is the true king of this world. Who is he? With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Crocodile sensed an underlying truth, realizing the existence of such a formidable entity concealed from the world. A mysterious figure, the genuine ruler of the world. Who could he be? Do not rush. I shall allow you 3 more moments of contemplation. Once I utter the next words, your options will be irrevocably limited. Join or be erased from memory. Ye's demeanor took on a solemnity that made Crocodile instantly aware that what she was about to say would carry significant weight, impermissible to be known by outsiders. Erased from memory. He chuckled lightly, clarifying his thoughts, such grave consequences. Therefore, I must refuse. Let such an existence remain in the shadows, beneath the feet of others? Impossible. As long as I draw breath, I shall never bow to anyone, neither to Whitebeard nor to him. What a pity. It seems you are even more steadfast than Shiki. You did not press further. Each individual has their own aspirations, and there was no necessity to recruit every likable individual into his fold. Let fate decide. Shiki? Why has he suddenly entered the conversation? The unexpected name echoed in his ears, and Crocodile's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. What connection does he have to this? Are you suggesting that Shiki has chosen to join your ranks? Surely this is a jest. He is the sovereign upon the throne of the King of the Skies, a legendary pirate with ambitions to conquer the world. Chuckling nonchalantly, he chose not to engage in a debate, preferring to leave Shiki's identity as the King of the Skies intact. Such a dismissive attitude. Crocodile retorted, his irritation evident. Hey, those who once scorned me have all been turned to mere husks. You ought to respond properly. Oh, is that a threat? Bartolomeo finally diverted his attention from piloting the glass ship. His interest in Crocodile piqued. Young one, I could end your life with just 3 strikes. Care to test that theory? With a slap to his forehead, you looked at Bartolomeo in disbelief. You really can't let this go, can you? You threaten everyone with 3 strikes. Have you forgotten who was left wailing after a single lightning punch? Must you bring that up? Bartolomeo sulked, gazing skyward. Realizing he had misplaced his affections, it appeared that the first generation was indeed favored over him as a mere tool. Curious to know more? Very well. I can enlighten you, but the cost will be your nominal submission to Shiki, thus becoming a peripheral member of his entourage. Surely. This he does not refer to Shiki? Crocodile's gaze deepened, his mind racing. A peripheral member? Although incredulous, he pondered that Shiki too was a peripheral member. Ha ha ha. Nominal submission? I accept. With a beaming smile, you replied enthusiastically, though the outcome may differ slightly, it matters not, as Shiki's envoy. It is essentially the same. Envoy. This unfamiliar title confirmed Crocodile's suspicions. Shiki, the newly ascended King of the Skies, had indeed decided to ally himself with that mysterious deity hidden from the world. Indeed, Shiki accepted the title of envoy in exchange for assistance, ultimately achieving his ascent to Skypiea and earning the honor of the King of the Skies. Is the truth truly as such? Crocodile exclaimed in astonishment, pondering deeply before asking, are you suggesting that the one who first discovered Skypiea was actually he? Because of his hidden presence, Shiki was thrust into the limelight. Basking in glory? Well, your intellect serves you well. You've guessed quite accurately. Ha 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 ha. With U.S. affirmation, Crocodile found himself bewildered by this world. Supreme glory can be relinquished so easily. It seems he truly has no desire to vie for dominance, transcending the worldly struggles, observing the shifting tides of sea kings, surveying the passage of eras, witnessing the rotation of the throne of the skies, regarding the world as a chessboard where all are mere pawns. Such grandiose ideals. Buttra summoned you and instructed him to tear off a portion of the life paper belonging to Laxus, handing it to Crocodile. The situation with Shiki is unique. He has been granted a divine beast-level spirit through a pact. As for you, seek them out. In the absence of the divine beast, you are permitted to choose any quasi-divine spirit. When you have the strength to subdue the divine beast on your own, you may exchange it at your discretion. A light. Astonished chuckle escaped Crocodile's lips as he contemplated the implications. The notion of divine beasts returning to nature raised significant doubts. Were they not still within his grasp? Ah. Such matters are open to your interpretation, you replied nonchalantly, finally adding a solemn reminder, for our mutual benefit. It is prudent to ensure that his existence remains confined to the ears of those in the know. Ah, the world-shattering secret. I am acutely aware of it. Crocodile tightened his grip on the life paper, his emotions surging. The spirits that the world desperately sought. He had merely made a choice and, upon his liberation, had successfully reserved one. Such is the capriciousness of fate. New world, the Rayland Sea, under a sky heavy with dark clouds. 2 massive fleets gazed at each other across the tumultuous waters. The biting sea breeze whipped up waves that crashed violently, the howling winds underscoring an atmosphere thick with tension. The times have changed. We can certainly return to our former selves. Pirate King? As long as you agree to ally with me, the red coordinates in my possession shall be yours. I, on the other hand, prefer the title of King of the Skies. Thus, let us form an alliance. The imposing figure of Kaido, captain of the beast pirates, towered with dragon horns atop his head. his long black hair cascading over his bare torso adorned with dragon scale tattoos. With a mouth resembling a gaping maw, he bellowed his proposal, his powerful voice silencing the roaring sea, echoing throughout the ocean. I am Big Mom. What are the changing times? To become the ruler of the world and claim the title of Pirate King, I need not ally with anyone. I will defeat you and seize the navigation log with honor. What you offer is nothing more than charity. Today, the entire beast crew has come to my territory. An alliance is impossible. If you wish to diminish your rivals before the feast arrives, come forth and make your move, until we determine a victor. The one who retreats first shall be deemed a coward. Possessing the tallest stature among known humanity, the formidable Charlotte Lin Lin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, adorned with a vivid hue of lipstick, emphatically declined Kaido's proposal for an alliance, having accomplished the remarkable feat of birthing an entire pirate crew. She boasts a bounty of 388 billion berries, with aspirations of reigning as the sovereign queen. On her path to dominion, she resolutely refuses external assistance, even from a figure as powerful as Kaido, relying solely on her progeny. Upon the rejection of the alliance, Kaido's resolute visage faltered momentarily. I am not here to provoke or incite war. Do you not comprehend? The sky and the sea are distinct realms, and our dreams do not conflict. Let us unite, together as the two emperors. Silence. If you cannot understand human speech, let my blade convey the answer. With that, she unsheathed her pink pirate hat, transforming it into a longsword, its steel infused with her immense strength, surpassing even that of giants. With a resounding might, she unleashed a colossal slash, generating a formidable shockwave that surged forth with remarkable velocity, cleaving through the ocean in its wake, its power unparalleled. In the next instant, the vast and powerful strike barreled toward Kaido, a fellow emperor, who stood undaunted, brandishing his enormous kanabo, crackling with lightning as he prepared to counter. Thunder Bagua. The clash of these two emperors erupted, their formidable attacks colliding and unleashing a tempest that swept across the battlefield, impacting their respective crews. Those of lesser strength struggled to maintain their footing against the residual force, while the frontline warriors withstood the onslaught, resolutely enduring the fierce winds that assailed them, suppressing the suffocating sensation in their chests, unwilling to retreat even an inch. What madness is this? With both sides in confrontation, standing defiantly against the wind only serves to bolster their captain's reputation, a matter of human sentiment. To falter would only inflate the opposing side's arrogance, an incident to be avoided. Enduring discomfort is the essence of human affairs. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the formidable presence of Katakuri, known as the Vice Admiral, was seemingly impervious to the strong winds that caressed his form. Across the sea, his gaze remained locked onto his opponent, and should the situation deteriorate rapidly, they would undoubtedly become the primary targets for annihilation. After a single strike, the residual waves dissipated, leaving the tumultuous sea to oscillate uncertainly between the two forces, momentarily unsure of which direction to surge forth, ultimately settling into a tranquil yet jagged calm. In the far distance, a naval vessel braved the tumult of the aftermath, its unstable position on the surface of the water reflecting the unease of the sailors within, who were tasked with monitoring the dynamics of the two emperors. Despite the considerable distance, they barely withstood the onslaught of the residual waves, underscoring the gravity of the clash between sovereigns. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The negotiations between the Beast Pirates and Big Mom appear to have collapsed. A violent confrontation has just erupted, with the reasons and outcomes remaining unclear. We shall continue to observe and await further developments. Inside the ship's cabin, a sailor responsible for communication with the Navy headquarters conveyed the recent events with resolute determination etched on his face. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, he instructed, if any anomalies arise, abandon the mission immediately, prioritizing your own safety. After issuing this directive, he ended the call that connected him to the ever-shifting tides of the new world. With swift strokes, he inscribed certain notes on paper, lifting his gaze to reveal the depths of concern reflected in his wise eyes regarding the future. Vice Admiral Sturaferi had just reported that the Spirit of Skypiea in alliance with the Beast Conduit had plundered naval vessels, rescuing the notorious world criminal Crocodile. Meanwhile, conflict had erupted between the two emperors, heralding the arrival of a tumultuous era. The question lingered, could the Navy maintain its supremacy over the seas? With a heavy sigh, Sengoku seemed to age several years, his spirit and body weary. In just a few short days, the Beast Conduit known as the artist Bartolomeo had emerged. On the upper left of his desk lay a once urgent bounty notice, prominently featuring Bartolomeo's name, an astounding bounty of 473 million berries. And then there was Zifa, Truly, it was a season fraught with turmoil. The weary gaze of the warring states turned towards the azure sky outside the window, adorned with drifting white clouds. In a fleeting moment, one cloud seemed to transform into a figure cloaked in righteousness, whispering something to him. Alas, separated by a vast distance, he could hear nothing. Ultimately, that fleeting silhouette vanished amidst the shifting clouds. In a pristine expanse of white, 17 orbs of varied hues shimmered above, arranged in a circular formation and rotating slowly, coalescing into an elongated passage that linked to a spectral world, gradually siphoning off its essence. Beneath the iridescent halos, a bottle marked with 100 gradations stood silently, gathering and condensing strands of worldly power to settle at its base. To date, the total amount of essence plundered from the realm of spirits was still modest, insufficient to cover the entire bottom of the bottle. A pulse resonated through the space, and the thought form of Li Shu gradually materialized. "You have arrived," echoed a voice like a rootless reed, cool and detached within the white space. "Yes, I am somewhat indifferent," Li Shu replied with a faint smile, softly greeting the omnipresent consciousness of the world. "You summoned me. Is there something of significance?" The entity, perplexed by Li Shu's amusement, directly inquired. "Oh." As the conversation turned serious, Li Shu slightly reined in his smile and pointed decisively at the graduated bottle, asking, "I have a matter that I did not clarify last time. The essence within this vessel, plundered from the external world. Does it require the bottle to be completely filled before it can be utilized? You wish to make use of it?" The cold voice expressed some confusion but ultimately provided an affirmative response. "No, it need not be fully filled. Although I am uncertain why you suddenly inquire about this. I can assure you that the essence accrued due to your abilities grants you absolute rights to its use." Oh, drawing out the sound. Li Shu's lips curled upward in a slight smile, intrigued by the unexpected assurance of absolute rights. "Regarding this matter, you may rest assured. The plundered essence will only fully merge with me, restoring and enhancing the upper limit of this world once it has left this space and been employed. Furthermore, the graduated indices that have increased after use will not reset. Our collaboration is fair and just. The increase in consumption exists as two parallel lines, unaffected by one another." A light, surprised laugh escaped Li Shu, filling him with contentment. "The lack of interference pleases me greatly. I firmly believe that our cooperation will endure in a mutually beneficial manner." "I share your unwavering conviction, my ally." The cold voice resonated with a tone of resolve, affirming Li Shu's sentiment. Then, with a hearty laugh, Li Shu waved his hand towards the graduated bottle, drawing the essence of the realm into his palm, crystallizing it into a peculiar, transparent substance. "Permit me to take my leave, until we meet again." A hum resonated in response. As the essence gradually dissipated, the white space trembled gently, transmitting waves of information regarding the utilization of the primal force into Li Shu's mind, prompting an unexpected murmur of acknowledgement from him. In the courtyard, Li Shu lay motionless on a chair, his brows twitching slightly as he languidly opened his radiant eyes. He raised his hand before him, and the transparent sphere of primal energy came into view. The method of use is indeed remarkably straightforward. As thoughts flickered through his mind, he guided the luminous orb with his will, allowing it to float from his palm and descend gracefully to the ground. Upon contact, it transformed into delicate strands, merging seamlessly with the earth. Chapter 49. The startled lion. A gentle breeze arose, sweeping through the courtyard and across the entire island, setting the grass and trees in motion, creating a soothing rustle that served as Li Shu's eyes and ears, meticulously observing the wondrous transformations brought about by the infusion of primal energy. Along the coastline, the waves crashed against the rocky shore, submerging the stones, only to reveal them again, half exposed, as the rhythm of the sea ebbed and flowed. Thud, thud, thud. Somewhere on the island, a young man with twin sprouting leaves atop his head was striking a great tree, as he routinely did to strengthen his physique. Thud. Another punch landed on the trunk, which should have splintered under such force, yet stood resilient, merely having its outer half shattered. Accompanied by the young man's astonished exclamation. The breeze continued its passage, sweeping towards a nearby valley. "Let us exert ourselves. After gathering another carload of stones, today's quota will be fulfilled." Roars of determination echoed as over 20 robust men, bare-chested and wielding tools for extracting gravel, sweated profusely while hammering the colossal boulder encircled by them. Clang crack. Suddenly, a tool, nearly at the brink of durability, fell, and in the next moment, it shattered, narrowly avoiding their lower backs. My newly purchased tool. How infuriating. Did old Gucci sell me a defective product? Mine broke too. And mine. As the breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing sense of apology, it continued onward, witnessing transformations before finally returning to tranquility. In the courtyard, absorbing the feedback, Li Shu smiled knowingly, confirming the island's state after the infusion of primal energy. It had grown in size, and the hardness of the vegetation and rocks had increased severalfold. He murmured softly, nodding in satisfaction. As long as he continued to harness this primal energy and disseminate it across the world, in years to come, the seas would be broader, the skies higher, and the earth more stable, capable of withstanding greater impacts. At that time, various power systems could be unveiled without reservation, elevating the strength of humanity. The future is indeed promising. A mere infusion of primal cosmic energy into the entire island has wrought such remarkable transformations. Li Shu gazed intently at the heavens, his consciousness extending to the backyard, where 108 saplings of the Zampicudo were breaking through the soil. The tender, vibrant green shoots seemed to sense a particular aura, each quivering in response. Such antics are futile. After consuming my blood for so long, you are no longer mere seeds. Simply wait in silence. The hunting party has yet to return. Withdrawing his thoughts, Li Shu chuckled while reclining in his chair, feeling a sense of anticipation. Once this experiment confirms the feasibility of his hypothesis on effectively constructing a world-s ethereal shadow, he shall engage in extensive cultivation to amass substantial primal cosmic energy, thereby fortifying the threshold of the pirate world to ensure it is robust enough for his endeavors. The Red Earth continent. This vast expanse, intersecting with the Grand Line, is adorned with the most extensive crimson mountains in the world. Today, it welcomed two unexpected visitors. A man in his prime, sporting a mane of golden hair like a lion's mane, floated in the air with twin blades as prosthetics. He gazed upon the towering Red Earth continent, letting out a defiant laugh. Such a waste. This grand continent, save for a minuscule portion of its peaks that harbor the world's parasites, is largely inhospitable to human settlement. Rather than linger here, forgotten by the world, let us become the foundation for a new era, fulfilling our purpose and contributing to the impending feast. The two stood side by side in midair. After declaring his intent, the man provocatively glanced at his companion, Laxus. Hey, our second clash was interrupted, but it is inappropriate for allies to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Let us spar instead. As their gazes fell upon the Red Earth continent, Laxus grasped the implication they would unleash their mightiest strikes, and the victor would be determined by which side could shatter the greater area and depth. Very well. Laughter erupted from the man. This time, I have undergone a metamorphosis. Victory shall undoubtedly be mine. His resolve echoed as the emblem of Solgaleo illuminated upon his forehead, instantaneously transforming him into his combined form. Clad in a white divine robe adorned with golden trimmings at the collar and cuffs, his physique was elongated and poised, muscles defined like those of a lion. His golden mane had been dyed a platinum hue, cascading down to his ankles with vigor. Ankle? Indeed, upon merging with Solgaleo, his prosthetic legs had been replaced by beastly lion limbs, with ebony claws reflecting a gem-like luster. Behind him unfurled a celestial spectacle, emanating an aura of vast mystery. Sunrise mode. With a low grunt, Shiki instantly entered his second transformation, enveloped in a brilliant yet gentle golden light. The divine robe and cascading golden hair were imbued with a special effect, transforming into a flowing liquid gold that trailed behind him, leaving behind vibrant afterimages as he moved. Within the celestial phenomenon, an eye, seemingly capable of perceiving the essence of the world, slowly opened. Nearby, Laxus silently entered a fused state, enhancing the effect of his reverse scale skill, casting an envious glance at Shiki. This appearance was undeniably more striking than his own armor. Everyone has their own effects, he mused. Suddenly, 3 distinct layers of a sci-fi-inspired engine illuminated, emitting a dazzling blue halo that accentuated the resplendent colors of his armor. Drawn by Laxus's movements, Shiki let out a hearty laugh, turning his gaze toward him, while the third eye within the celestial phenomenon displayed curiosity, eager to explore the depths of his opponent's power. The mysterious eye of the starry sky focused on Laxus, and in mere moments, Shiki's heart trembled with 3 successive gasps of astonishment. He beheld a formidable power hidden within Laxus, a power so overwhelming that it left him in awe. He witnessed a newly formed crystal core that combined 2 forces, seemingly housing a fearsome thunder dragon within. At the deepest level, he glimpsed a figure that caused the starry eye to tremble violently. Oh, he exclaimed. The third eye of Solgaleo possesses some insight, allowing you to glimpse my existence. Peeking is not a good habit. Shiki, within the celestial eye. The figure lightly raised a finger and pointed at the void. An intense, chilling aura of death instantly coursed through Shiki, overwhelming him with dread. The starry eye automatically closed, and the numbing cold gradually receded. How could this be possible? In disbelief, Shiki shouted, the profound shock rendering him speechless. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? With just a mere gesture, an indescribable terror shattered his fighting spirit, unmatched. This was a being of absolute strength. What is wrong with you? Laxus observed Shiki, noticing his uncontrollable tremors. Ignoring him completely, Shiki's mind was blank, failing to register Laxus's concerned inquiry. It took 2 or 3 minutes for him to gradually regain his composure amidst the fear that enveloped him. With a heavy exhale, the starry eye behind him reopened. Yet he dared not gaze further into Laxus's power. His confidence severely shaken, Shiki's eyes dimmed as he looked skyward, his voice trembling as he asked, Laxus, about that person. Chapter 50, Shattered. Laxus, about that person, his strength, could you enlighten me? Just now, I experienced the greatest defeat of my life. If you cannot offer me even the slightest consolation, I may find myself trembling with fear, my confidence shattered by another's seemingly insurmountable power. A force that leaves an indelible shadow upon the soul. Though Laxus was unaware of the events that had just transpired, he perceived the fragile state of Shiki's aura and understood that without intervention, his companion could spiral into a debilitating abyss of self-doubt. That fellow. I dare not laugh at the revelation, for when I first acquired the thunder fruit and consumed it, it merged completely with the source of my power, transforming into an unparalleled strength. I was then overwhelmed by the sensation of my rapidly ascending abilities, lost in the delusion of being invincible. Upon receiving permission, I seized the opportunity to confront him. Is the fusion of the thunder fruit and the source of power referring to that core? Have you succumbed to the delusion of grandeur? I experienced that too. A flicker of insight crossed Shiki's mind as he listened intently. Upon hearing that Laxus had once challenged that individual, he was taken aback, eagerly pressing for details. What was the outcome of your clash? With a self-deprecating laugh, Laxus glanced at Shiki and candidly replied, defeat. A complete and utter defeat. My most transcendent attack was met with merely a rating of 7 leaves of power. Ha! Shiki fell silent, Laxus's melancholic laughter echoing in his ears. Though he did not comprehend the meaning of the 7 leaves of power, he surmised it was akin to a dismissive jest, a whimsical taunt from someone who had not taken the encounter seriously. Is that enough to assuage your despair? I can guess the reason behind your inquiries about him. It must be that due to my unique existence, it has seen things that ought not to be explored, thus delivering a heavy blow to your spirit. Am I correct? Placing a hand on Shiki's shoulder, Laxus suddenly felt a kinship born of shared suffering. He gently patted him and continued, there is no need for that. We do not have to measure ourselves against his heights. In the days to come, let us diligently embrace these new systems of power, striving to elevate ourselves as much as possible, gradually closing the gap between us. I believe that in time, we will both grow to a level that compels him to take notice. Then, we shall raise our fists and show him that the once feeble versions of ourselves now possess the strength to challenge him. With thunderous roars and lion-like ferocity, we will stand united, pinning him down to exact a reckoning for the indignities we have endured. Listening to Laxus's comforting words, Shiki gradually regained his shattered confidence. As he attempted to speak, the emblem of Zekrom flickered, releasing a vibrant green glow from within. Yi, arriving through the elfin emblem as a conduit from Butra, made her presence known. Upon her sudden appearance, she elongated her words, gazing at Shiki. You were quite brave, peering into him through Solgalio's third eye. It must have been quite a trial. With her little mouth chattering, she circled around Shiki and landed on Laxus's shoulder, continuing, Humph, you're recovering well. Were you the one who encouraged him? Otherwise, Laxus rolled his eyes silently, unwilling to engage with her. He had just frightened Shiki into that state, and now she was here to offer her sardonic commentary, advising him to be kind. As Shiki's state slightly improved, he quietly observed Yi, suspicion flickering in his gaze. Already questioning the essence of her existence, the information she had just alluded to only deepened his doubts about her connection to that individual. With a low, sinister laugh, Shiki cast another discerning glance at Yi before turning his attention back to Laxus. Power, after all, is the foundation of everything, until he reached a certain height. Some questions would remain buried deep within. Hey, Laxus, let us resume our earlier contest. I wish to see how I measure against you. Who wields the power of 7 leaves? Have you recovered? All right. To make you fully aware of the disparity, I shall exert my utmost effort. And you, take note. For I am no longer the person I once was. After the interlude, the two returned to the origin of the matter, and Laxus readily agreed, his eyes, filled with the brilliance of thunder and lightning, swept over you. Roaring, the shadow of the thunder dragon manifested, releasing a soul-shaking roar as it opened its mouth to unleash 300 magical crystal spheres, charged with golden and blue lightning. Forbidden magic, divine roar of the sanctuary. 300 intermingled golden and blue magical crystals soared into the sky. Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique, he uttered softly, and the magical crystals above erupted with a thunderous explosion, transforming into massive magical arrays that enveloped the heavens. Simultaneously, the shadow of the thunder dragon stirred its muscular wings and emerged, revealing a fearsome dragon head. Contract Spirit, Shadow Clone. In the next instant, from each of the remaining 299 magical arrays, dragon heads burst forth. Dominant enhancement. As the flowing haki surged into the magical arrays, it augmented the offensive limits of each dragon head. Combination technique. With a thunderous shout, the sci-fi engine apparatus behind him illuminated with dazzling blue light, casting an extraordinary aura around Laxus, clad in armor. Black Forbidden, the 300-fold impact of the Thunder Dragon God. A sudden roar echoed through the sky, reminiscent of a dragon's lair, as the magical array radiated an intense brilliance. With a rush, 300 thunder dragons surged forth, converging and merging in the air, 300 into 100. 100 into 10. When the final 10 completed their ultimate fusion, sunlight graced them, and the physical dragon scales refracted a dazzling halo, as if they had acquired corporeal forms. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a fearsome bellow, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that pressed down on the air, creating a cacophony of sounds that reverberated through the heavens. At that moment, Shiki, who was preparing his most powerful strike, found himself petrified by the dragon's might. Rendered momentarily speechless as the force of the Thunder Dragon God swept over him with immense pressure. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. This oppressive force. Is this really the power that earned a mere 7-leaf evaluation? He pondered, feeling his once-revived confidence shatter once more. Chapter 51. Culinary Cells. Having witnessed Laxus unleash his ultimate Black Forbidden technique, Shiki decided to raise the white flag, silently dispersing his energy to prepare for the full force of the Lion King's might. The sunlight spiraled beneath the heavens. Monster, you are the true monster, aren't you? Had you unleashed that blow upon me earlier, resistance would have been futile. Perhaps it would be better to embrace death and despair, finding a more tranquil path to the end. As the dawn mode dissipated and the fusion state unraveled, Shiki found himself devoid of the will to compete, merely gazing at the Thunder Dragon God as it descended upon the Red Earth continent with world-ending power. Crack! Before the attack even landed, an extreme gust of wind struck the surface of the continent, which, despite enduring the ravages of time, could not withstand the pressure and began to fissure. With a thunderous crash, the Thunder Dragon God penetrated effortlessly into its depths, creating a massive hole with a diameter of 100 meters, compressing, expanding, and then exploding. Boom! A deep rumble echoed within the Red Earth continent, shaking it violently. Cracks and countless fissures emerged in the tremors, accompanied by golden and blue light leaking forth, growing ever brighter until it engulfed everything, obscuring the view of the three observers. Boom! At a certain moment, the light erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless massive fragments soaring into the sky. The sound was thunderous, overwhelming Shiki's senses, leaving him momentarily deafened, as he stared at the mountain that had been instantaneously vaporized. His pupils trembled in shock. A shock wave, akin to a nuclear blast, followed swiftly, propelling him backwards several meters before he regained his footing, while the sea churned violently, unleashing towering waves that surged into the depths of the ocean. In that instant, Shiki was profoundly shaken. After losing his hearing, he found himself unable to speak, gazing upward in awe as a concave landscape appeared on the Red Earth continent. Had it truly been breached? No. Shurji had momentarily forgotten. He was gazing at the Crimson Earth. Although Laxus's strike was indeed formidable, it fell short of the power required to penetrate the Red Continent. Ah ho ho! Yi disregarded the shockwave approaching him and swiftly flew to Shurji's side, urging him, "You've regained consciousness. If you don't hurry to gather those massive fragments from the sky, they will plummet into the sea. Don't squander Laxus's efforts. After all, what do you mean, after all?" Shurji snapped back to reality, following Yi's gaze towards Laxus. He observed the unusual flush on Laxus's face, the dullness in his eyes, and the erratic rise and fall of his chest, unmistakably signs of exhaustion. Words failed him. He felt an overwhelming frustration and nearly seized Laxus by the collar to shout, "Is it really necessary? Have you exhausted all your strength for this single blow? Leaving yourself in such a weakened state and dampening my spirit? Is it really necessary?" With great effort, Shurji sought to calm the tumult within him, braving the residual force of the shockwaves as he ascended towards the heavens, preparing to gather their intended prize. "Huff, huff," Laxus gasped, his eyes heavy with fatigue as he glanced at Yi. This time, what kind of assessment could he possibly receive from Yi? Why bother? Yi sighed and shook his head. He chose to respect Laxus's intent. As for the evaluation, he meant, when your casual strikes possess such power in your normal state, be prepared to meet me. Given that this is your first formal challenge, I shall only use one hand. If you can force me back a single step, consider that a victory. Laxus Dolier, are you even speaking human language? In the courtyard, after just 3 days apart, one must look anew. Observing the devastation wrought by Laxus's ultimate strike through Ye's perspective, Li Shu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The child had worked hard, pushing himself to such extremes to unleash the most brilliant strike and earn a new evaluation. Yet, he was still far from the mark. To truly earn my respect and stand before me, a mere strike's worth of power is insufficient. When your casual blows in your normal state can wield such might, then we shall speak again. At that time, I will remain stationary, confronting you with just one hand. If you can push me back even a single step, that will be the moment you truly rise. Keep striving, young Thunder Dragon. I await your future with bated breath. Synchronizing his thoughts with Yi from afar, Li Shu devoted his utmost attention to the unfolding situation, while the remainder of his energy was consumed by his own contemplations. Food cells? Once the planting of the Zhampadao is successful, and I have verified the feasibility of my conjectures regarding the construction of the world's phantom, I can wholeheartedly plot the original realm's power. In the meantime, this system can serve as a transitional phase. As long as one eats, one will grow stronger. This is a gradual accumulation process, and I can be the first to cultivate and release it into the sea. The culinary cells originate from the work gourmet captor, inspired by a deep-sea creature known as the phantom jellyfish. Discovered and harnessed by the god of cuisine, these cells, when implanted in the human body, can activate human cells, thereby enhancing one's physical prowess while indulging in exquisite delicacies, gradually transcending the limits of humanity. Is it true that these demonic culinary cells reside within the human form in a demonic guise? When sufficiently potent, can they even escape the confines of the body? Well, this premise. Perhaps one devil fruit suffices, focusing solely on the enhancement of physical attributes. Let us omit the notions of demons, culinary techniques, alternate realms, the consumption of all things, and regeneration. We are not yet at that stage, and the ocean cannot withstand such devastation. A simplified version would be optimal. If the premise is overly elaborate, it could inadvertently open a gateway to otherworldly entities capable of annihilating stars at will. Having established the form and effects of this existence, the question remains, by what means shall it be introduced? Li Shu fell into contemplation, various methods of deployment flashing through his mind, leaving him momentarily indecisive. However, there was no rush. He had ample time to deliberate. A few days later, following the highest-profile announcement from the Navy headquarters that had plunged the world into panic, the sea churned with rising winds and clouds as factions gathered, poised for an impending chaos that demanded a formidable force to instill fear once more. Crocodile's failed coup had led to his removal from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea by both the world government and the Navy. Yet, even before the dawn of a new chapter, such audacity displayed by a warlord stirred the waters, and at this pivotal moment, the remaining warlords could not help but entertain similarly reckless thoughts, to admonish others to behave and to recruit new strong allies to fill the void. The Navy headquarters had issued a summons days prior, calling all active warlords to convene at the Holy Land. However, not long ago, Myriad was abruptly shaken by an unforeseen tremor, the cause unknown. To ensure the safety of the world nobles, the meeting venue was hastily moved to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 52, Self-Recommendation. Marineford. In a spacious and bright conference room, a large round table occupied the center. Sengoku, donning a seagull military cap, sat at the head of the table, flanked by Admiral Tsuru and 4 other vice-admirals. With fingers interlaced upon the table, he gazed sternly at the 6 figures before him: Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbe, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria. Originally indifferent to the Navy's summons, all 6 pirates unexpectedly answered the call to Marineford, the initial ground that heralded the new era. having missed a significant event that fateful evening. They now found themselves amidst rising tides of emotion, as if witnessing firsthand the curtain being drawn on a new epic. Doflamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat and sporting sunglasses, lounged at the table with an audacious demeanor, emitting a distinctive, defiant laughter that enveloped the room with an unmistakable aura of power, his smirk teasingly curved. Sengoku, the gears of time turning once more, pondered whether the Navy still possessed the strength to quell the tumultuous waves of this brave new era, ignited anew by the throne above the skies and the introduction of fresh spirits. Indeed, this urgent assembly, merely a pretext for discussing Crocodile's affairs, laid bare the Navy headquarters' gradual loss of control over the seas. The world was on the brink of entering a dual king's era. Sengoku remained silent, while Admiral Tsuru, his longtime adversary familiar with Doflamingo, took the floor. Do not underestimate the Navy's resolve and capacity to assert dominance over the seas. Once, the Navy headquarters was primarily devoted to maintaining the equilibrium of the world. The very existence of the 7 warlords of the sea system fundamentally served to create a buffer zone between pirates and the Navy, a truth that is well understood by all present. Now, as the seas are on the brink of turmoil, figures like Don Quixote Doflamingo and others will find that when they are unable to fulfill this mission or openly align themselves with the pirates, the outdated system ill-suited to this era is destined for extinction. At that time, the Navy will actively shatter this long-maintained balance, allowing the world to endure a brief period of agony. The entire fleet will advance into the new world, sweeping away all pirate forces. Do not harbor any doubts regarding the Navy's resolve. Hehehe, having weathered many storms, Doflamingo chuckled defiantly, casting a glance at the composed and aged figure of Vice Admiral Tsuru, whose eyes, obscured by sunglasses, betrayed a flicker of apprehension. Memories of having been pursued by her resurfaced, prompting him to grant her a measure of respect. Indeed, you speak the truth. He, the towering figure of Moria, resembling a demon, interjected, I do not wish to lose the advantageous title of Warlord of the Sea until I achieve my vengeance against a certain individual. I shall comply with the orders of the Navy headquarters. The battlefield is where I truly belong, provided the Navy does not hinder my efforts to gather more powerful shadows and corpses. For the stability of the world, I shall not shy away from my duty. The noble-hearted Jean Bay asserted his stance. Hancock, lauded as the world's most beautiful woman, disdainfully scoffed, adopting an attitude of unwarranted arrogance. Even if I stubbornly refuse the Navy's request, I shall be forgiven, for my beauty is simply unparalleled. Kuma nodded solemnly, while Mihawk, next to him, briefly regarded the unreasonable pirate empress before averting his gaze, speaking calmly. My initial intentions for joining remain unchanged. I shall gladly serve as long as the Navy's requests pique my interest. With the declarations concluded, Sengoku, with a nasal tone, nodded slightly and transitioned the topic. Crocodile has been removed from the ranks, leaving a vacancy among the warlords. Let us now discuss suitable candidates for succession. Rear Admiral Maynard, well-built and silently attentive, seized the opportunity as Sengoku introduced the new topic. He promptly picked up a stack of bounty notices and began distributing them to the 6 individuals present. These 6 were illustrious pirates, each having forged a notable reputation on the high seas. Who among them do you believe would best cooperate with the Navy's endeavors? Just as Sengoku's words hung in the air, an elegant voice resonated, altering the expressions of all present. The atmosphere among the Navy turned grave as it became apparent that someone had intruded upon the marshal's vicinity, unnoticed by any department. In contrast to their reactions, Doflamingo and his companions were initially taken aback by the unexpected visit, yet their primary interest lay in witnessing the Navy's embarrassment. The Devil's Chief of Police, Lafitte. Admiral Tsuru calmly fixed her gaze upon the newcomer, casually identifying him before continuing, originally a sheriff. Your notorious reputation for brutality and excessive use of force led to your expulsion. You have now invaded the Navy headquarters, presumably to spend your remaining days in Impel Down. It is indeed an honor that you, Admiral Tsuru, are aware of my name. With a top hat perched upon his head, Lafitte gracefully returned the courtesy with a gentlemanly demeanor, twirling a black cane that served as a weapon. My sudden visit to the Navy headquarters was a miscalculation on my part. However, in times of urgency, one must adapt. Admiral Sengoku, I presume you are deliberating on the selection of the new Warlord of the Sea. There is no need for such complications. I can readily recommend a suitable candidate. Teach. Suppressing the surge of anger within him, Sengoku murmured in confusion, his mind racing to recall this somewhat familiar name. Indeed, It belonged to the captain of our pirate crew. Lafitte, with a subtle smile, added, "Not heard of him?" The absence of information signifies his insignificance. Sengoku narrowed his eyes towards the window, declaring, "Such an unknown individual cannot possibly intimidate other pirates." Before he could complete his sentence, Lafitte interrupted him by striking his palm with the cane. "Yes, I am fully aware of that. We are orchestrating a comprehensive plan on our end, and we have achieved success. Oh, our group is known as the Blackbeard Pirates. And our captain is Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Please remember that." Hearty laughter erupted from Doflamingo as he exerted his aura upon Lafitte, finding it amusing that even an insignificant figure could exhibit such arrogance. "Remember? Ha ha ha. Though not imbued with conqueror's haki." Lafitte felt a jolt of surprise under Doflamingo's overwhelming presence. Nonetheless, he maintained an air of ease, tipping his black hat and smiling lightly at his adversary. "The title nightmare is earned through experience. Our captain has previously operated from the shadows, and I am confident that after this, Blackbeard's name will indeed strike fear across the seas." "Hey, Sengoku. I suddenly find myself quite curious about the plan he claims to have successfully executed. Perhaps we should listen," one rogue suggested, ignoring the proposal. Sengoku pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to follow his own judgment. Chapter 53, Capture on a certain stretch of ocean, a gleaming glass ship sailed forth, where a tall figure stood at the helm, a cigar flickering between his lips as he squinted his indifferent eyes. Crocodile was infuriated. Has he actually left? I can once again relish my exclusive vacation. Greetings. I shall lend you these precious wind shells I have long cherished. With their power combined with the life paper you possess, locating Shiki will merely be a matter of time. Thus, I take my leave." As memories flooded back, the image of Crocodile, fiercely biting down on his cigar, surged in his mind. Anger boiled within him. He longed to unleash his wrath. Providing wind shells in place of power? Certainly. Following the guidance of life paper? No trouble at all. But for heaven's sake, at least leave behind sufficient food and water. His stomach growled audibly at that moment, and Crocodile's expression darkened. How many days had it been? He could scarcely recall when he last had a meal. Marie Ford. The conference room. "What? Ace, my dear brother." Jinbe slammed his palms on the table, having just heard the unbelievable news. Poor D. Ace had been defeated and captured? He was currently being escorted in the vicinity of the Marine headquarters? Was this a declaration of loyalty to join the Seven Warlords? How dare Teach do such a thing? Did he not fear the wrath of the world's strongest? The fishman Jinbe, marked with the sun emblem on his chest, appeared before Lafitte in an instant, his large, light blue fish hands seizing Lafitte's collar. He opened his mouth, revealing menacing fangs as he inquired, Where's the pirate crew holding my brother Ace? Speak clearly." "See Knight, Jinbe." Gripped by the collar by a fishman whose strength surpassed that of 10 men, Lafitte's pale visage betrayed a glimmer of cold sweat. Yet his tone remained defiant. Renowned for his chivalry, yet in this context, such righteousness was glaringly conspicuous. "You wish to rescue Firefist Ace?" The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Admiral Sengoku's expression darkened, his gaze fixed sternly on Jinbe as he articulated, "Jinbe, as a warlord, do you intend to openly side with the pirates? I can overlook others, but," Jinbe, undeterred, continued to hold Lafitte firmly, his authoritative visage directed toward Sengoku. "Father is a benefactor of Fishman Island. I cannot stand idly by while his child falls into the hands of the Marines. My sense of justice forbids it." In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lafitte unfurled a pair of pristine white wings from his back, using his cane to leverage against Jinbe's broad chest. Paying the price of a garment, he escaped into the air, floating beyond the window. Adjusting his top hat, he jested with a light tone, "Father? Ha ha ha. Admiral Sengoku, you should be aware of the implications behind the title. To identify as the son of Whitebeard while being a warlord, such a character." Observing Jinbe's unmistakable stance, Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled maliciously, "Sengoku, with such a character among us, it is indeed challenging to feel at ease. Do you require assistance? Now is the time to subdue him and confine him, rather than waiting until he commits acts that could tarnish the reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea. The stakes of this situation need not be elaborated upon, do they?" A glint of greed flickered in Moria's eyes as he rose from his chair. "The shadow of the 7 warlords. I eagerly anticipate the formidable zombie subordinate it could grant me. Marshal, such a man is no longer fit to continue as one of the 7 warlords. Let us join forces to capture him." Sengoku, with a grave expression, delivered his final admonition. "Jinbe, are you truly willing to forsake the gradually easing ties between Fishman Island and the world government, as well as the Navy?" all for the sake of a pirate? Once you cast aside your identity as a warlord, the absence of this relationship will unleash a frenzied hunting behavior that once was conducted in secrecy. Have you considered the consequences? Whitebeard may protect Fishman Island for a moment. But what then? In this world on the brink of chaos, the Navy is the only enduring ally we can rely upon. Thank you, Marshal, for your care towards Fishman Island. Jinbei, ever grateful, bowed deeply, then raised his resolute face. I apologize. The kindness shown to Fishman Island by my father, and the bond one share with Ace, compel me to act in salvation. Jinbei, without warning, Sengoku roared in fury, his body radiating a brilliant golden light as he activated his fruit power. Amidst the majestic and sacred glow, he raised his hand and unleashed a shockwave. You have been blinded by righteousness. You must first go to impel down and regain your composure. As a warlord affiliated with the Navy, you cannot side with traitorous pirates. Boom. The shockwave struck, shattering the outer wall of the conference room. Jinbei was sent flying out, crashing heavily to the ground. As he fell, the immense golden Buddha leaped forth, raising a hand to deliver an even more formidable barrage of shockwaves. Fishman Karate, Shark Hammer. The momentum of his flight did not wane. And as the subsequent attack approached, Jinbei adjusted his stance mid-air, channeling all his strength into a counterstrike, meeting Sengoku's shockwave head-on. Boom. The fierce collision generated a powerful gust, propelling Jinbei downward at an accelerated pace, while Sengoku executed a moonwalk, utilizing the momentum to pursue once more, launching an armed shockwave towards the fallen dark-skinned fishman. Boom. Crack. The ground, unable to withstand the force, was torn asunder, deep fissures spreading outward. Gasping, Jinbei coughed up blood. Even with the enhancement of his armament, the brutal impact pierced through his defenses, causing his vital energy to surge violently as he spat blood and sustained injuries. With his hands in his pockets and legs crossed, Doflamingo stood before the shattered wall, looking down with a demeanor that betrayed none of his previous arrogance. His laughter had lost its former bravado, and even through his sunglasses, his intense disposition was apparent. Truly formidable, 3 strikes inflicted injury upon Jinbei, a being tenfold resilient. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Buddha Sengoku parasite line, suddenly, he delicately tapped his fingers, and dozens of invisible threads scattered in the air shot towards Lafitte, akin to meteors plummeting from the sky. However, this unexpected assault faltered. Lafitte skillfully flapped his wings, evading all the threads, soaring to a safer distance before coolly remarking, "How perilous." Indeed, when approaching you ruthless sea marauders, one must never exhibit the slightest negligence. Being caught off guard by Jinbei was already a lapse in caution. Now, Night Demon, do you intend to provoke a conflict with the Blackbeard pirates? Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Infiltrating the Navy headquarters alone and self-nominating for the position of Shichibukai. Such an intriguing endeavor you have accomplished. It piques my curiosity to test your mettle. If you can evade this strike, I imagine the individual you regard as captain must be even more fascinating. Chapter 54. This matter is not over. With a probing strike in mere words, Doflamingo refrained from further escalating tensions with Lafitte. Lacking clarity on the opponent's overall strength, it was unwise to engage in mindless enmity. His empire was vast, with his own business and stronghold. He preferred not to antagonize unfamiliar forces unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, his attention was drawn to the ongoing battle below. Boom. Another colossal crash resonated. Through his observation haki, he sensed Jinbei's voice weakening considerably, while Sengoku exhibited little fluctuations, suggesting that the outcome would soon be determined. At this moment, the composed Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly spoke. She knew her old friend's strength well. He could easily triumph over Jinbei alone, especially with the vast numbers of Navy soldiers below who required no concern. Her astute gaze fixated on Lafitte. Using Fire Fist Ace as a token could indeed affirm Teach's might, yet he should also be acutely aware of the repercussions of targeting Whitebeard's family. Was the risk of such an endeavor truly worth it for the position of Shichibukai? Casting a vigilant glance at Doflamingo, who appeared disinclined to continue his assault, Lafitte cautiously approached, politely nodding as he spoke. Vice Admiral Tsuru, there exists a disparity in our intelligence. Thus, it is not amiss to inform you that the notion of is it worth such great risk is unfounded. In truth, our captain was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not long ago, due to a certain incident, he eliminated the 4th Division Captain, Sachi. A deep-seated enmity has long been established between us. So why not remain steadfast and capture the 2nd Division Captain, Ace, as a stepping stone. One life is a burden, and two lives are also a burden. Even after departing from the Whitebeard pirates, our bonds have not weakened. Rather, their sacrifices have rendered them even more solid, have they not? In a calm and unassuming manner, Lafitte recounted more of the hidden truths, his voice resonating among the gathered audience. Myhawk could not help but turn to him. The bond forged in the crucible of blood truly unbreakable. Lafitte, your captain, Blackbeard, is he a master of the sword? A chuckle escaped Lafitte as he realized that his words had captured the attention of the world's greatest swordsman. With a respectful bow, he replied, "It is an honor to receive your attention, but I must apologize. Our captain does not wield a sword." Upon receiving the negative response, Myhawk's eagle-like eyes remained serene and unruffled, and with a soft grunt, he shifted his focus away. Is he the traitor from the Whitebeard pirates? Strange. To defect and slay Captain Sachi, such heinous acts should be utterly intolerable. Newgate. The repercussions are so dire that even if you were to take action personally, the Navy would not be surprised. Why, then, send but a single individual to pursue him? Do you believe Ace's strength is sufficient for the task alone? The outcome is all too apparent. He was defeated and captured. Or perhaps the underlying reason for your reluctance to intervene personally is that you have truly grown old. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Rear Admiral Tsuru's eyes, weathered by the passage of time, reflected a somber hue. Even someone as formidable as Whitebeard must eventually succumb to the ravages of time. If this speculation holds true, Ace, as a token of loyalty, would possess considerable maneuvering space. A day later, aboard the ship of the Dialsnake pirates, Captain Dialsnake S, hailing from the North Sea with a bounty of 72 million, had successfully entered the Grand Line after enduring numerous trials. According to their original plan, they were to head straight for the Sabaody archipelago to replenish supplies, coat their ship, and then descend into Fishman Island, ultimately penetrating the New World. However, just days prior, the Sky King Shiki had reemerged, bringing shockwaves and a renewed power contract with the spirits. In pursuit of even greater strength, they resolved to delay their entry into the New World, prioritizing the search for the 100 scattered log poses pointing to the permanent log pose of the Island of Feasts. My friends, once we locate the log poses and contract the spirits, though the New World is fraught with danger, we shall carve out our own names, echoing across the seas and making our homeland proud. With a roar, we shall become renowned pirates. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the moment. The captain felt a heavy pat on his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. Captain, do not daze off. If we fail to serve that individual well, we may all end up as dried corpses, and I refuse to accept that. Captain C was jolted awake by his crew, memories of recent events flooding his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. With a heavy heart, he lowered his gaze and began to meticulously handle the ingredients before him. Why must this be my fate? Here I was, savoring a drink and singing merrily, only to be suddenly seized by that formidable figure. As a captain of renown, a pirate with a bounty of 72 million, how could I be reduced to a mere kitchen assistant? Crocodile. Just a quarter of an hour earlier, the famished crocodile had fortuitously encountered this pirate ship. His eyes glinted with an unsettling light as he forcefully boarded, swiftly draining the life from a hapless crew member who was meant to instill fear. Seizing the drink from the unfortunate soul's hands, he quenched his thirst, then unleashed a formidable aura that intimidated the entire crew, declaring that they were now surrounded. He demanded more water and food to satiate his hunger. Feeling powerless, Captain C recognized Crocodile's identity and understood that a collective rebellion would yield no chance of victory. Prioritizing his life, he begrudgingly complied with Crocodile's demands, hauling barrel after barrel of fresh water while instructing the chef to hastily prepare a meal. Consequently, he found himself forced into the role of kitchen assistant due to the chef's overwhelming workload. This is my fate, he thought, tears of bitterness welling in his eyes. Determined, he lifted his head. He would not succumb to tears. As a man of the sea, what was this pain? The sun always shines after the storm. He would persevere. He could do it. Chef, I have prepared the ingredients. Hurry. Lord Crocodile is suffering from hunger. We cannot afford to be slow. The rare visit from such a distinguished figure ignited a sense of urgency within Captain C. In the ship's dining area, the aroma of the kitchen wafted through the air, tantalizing Crocodile's empty stomach, which had protested numerous times. However, relief was on the horizon, and he could endure a little longer, though. A chilling laughter escaped his lips, sending icy shivers through the crew. The palpable aura of menace tortured their nerves, leaving them pale and breathless. Captain, save us. I truly cannot bear this any longer. This formidable figure is so demanding. I fear he may unleash his wrath upon us at any moment. Another twist in the tale. Laxus is running amok, treating me as if I were his dog, to be led around at his whim. This is far from over. Hey, where's the food? Bring it to me at once. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Chapter 55, The Straw Hat Crew. Oh, has Fire Fist Ace been delivered into the hands of the Navy? The instigator of Crocodile's predicament, Bartolomeo, floated in mid-air, holding today's newspaper, which he had stealthily acquired from a news vendor. Naval Headquarters, the new warlord of the sea, captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Perusing the content beneath the title, it was indeed as Bartla had mentioned. The article prominently featured the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Fire Fist Porgas D. Ace, whose bounty had reached an astounding 550 million berries, now imprisoned by the Navy headquarters. Ace was in position, and the anticipated monumental event seemed imminent. Whispering softly, he glanced at other sections of the content, discovering they were largely consistent with previous reports. With a casual flick, he tossed the newspaper into the air, stretching languidly and savoring his leisure time. Suddenly, a grand and resonant chime echoed from the distant horizon, rich with a sense of historical gravitas. As it reached Bartla's ears, he could not help but exhibit a look of enchantment. As though he were being spiritually cleansed by the melodious tolling, a truly unique experience. The sound lingered in the air, gradually fading into the void. What an intriguing sound. Was it the chime? No. Wait, how could there be a chime at such heights? Intrigued, Bartla carefully recalled the general direction from which the sound had originated and swiftly set off in that direction. Such a delightful phenomenon must be captured to share with the young master. On Sky Island, Guy Island. As the prolonged chime gently descended, the Shandians, enveloped in its resonance, were moved to tears. After 400 years, their descendants had once again illuminated the lantern of Shandora. The inhabitants of Angel Island were equally stirred by this soul-cleansing sound. Unlike the Shandians, they smiled in enjoyment, finding solace in the chime. The great serpent of Sky Island also listened intently, its massive form towering, tears glistening in its eyes. This ancient python, having lived for centuries, finally heard once more the melodious notes of its memory. Beneath the golden bell, the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, laughed heartily, his infectious joy evident upon his face. What a wonderful sound. Let us hear it again. Without hesitation, Luffy placed his hand on his brow, searching for the solid gold pillar he had just used, which had been flung 30 meters away due to the impact's recoil. He found it. He sprinted toward the rear, extending his right arm, wrapping it around the pillar in a series of spirals. After passing the pillar, he ran an additional 40 to 50 meters before halting. Rubber, rubber, he shouted exuberantly, accelerating as he swung the pillar, propelling it toward the direction of the great bell. Golden siege cannon. A resounding thud echoed as a massive golden pillar was hurled towards the golden bell. The melodious chime of the bell reverberated through the heavens once more, cascading into the ears of all, its sound gracefully traversing the distant skies, illuminating the coordinates for someone on their way. Beneath the towering vines, the Straw Hat crew was enraptured by the bell's resonance, their smiles radiating with a sense of ease. The exhaustion they had recently endured in aiding their allies against the 4 divine generals seemed to have dissipated considerably. With a soft click, Sanji ignited another cigarette. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, he tilted his head back, exhaling a plume of smoke, a warm smile adorning his somewhat disheveled visage. Guarding the historical treasure, they had never attempted to unleash such romantic luminescence from it. What a grave oversight indeed. As he exhaled, Sanji ambled towards his companions, passing by the unconscious spherical form of Daigo, the guardian of the forest, one of the 4 divine generals. Moments later, Sanji reunited with Zoro, Nami, and the others beneath the colossal vines, awaiting the descent of their captain. Laughter erupted from above as Luffy's jubilant voice rang out, swiftly descending, his face beaming with the thrill of newfound fortune. Arms outstretched to their limits, his body the only thing visible to them. Look what I found, he exclaimed, maintaining his downward trajectory while retracting his arms. Suddenly, a golden gleam flashed above the clouds, and Nami, acutely attuned to the scent of wealth, immediately recognized the fragrance of gold, her eyes transforming into dollar signs. Astonished by the abruptness of her discovery. Wow, gold. It's gold. However, her expression swiftly turned pale as she realized the gravity of the situation. Luffy was collecting an immense quantity of gold, weighing at least several hundred pounds, poised to plummet from such a height. Quick, get out of the way. Luffy's trying to kill us. Without needing her warning, Sanji and Zoro also recognized the impending calamity, and the group scattered in haste. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded, sending shockwaves through the startled crowd, and Nami dashed back to the scene where gold lay scattered everywhere. Idiot Captain! With an angry swing of his fist, a large bump instantly appeared on the head of the rubber man, Monkey D. Luffy, emitting steam like white smoke. Unaware of the perilous nature of his recent action, Luffy tilted his head back and laughed heartily. Hey, Nami, let us quickly sneak away with the gold. With this fortune, we can exchange it for a larger, faster, and more comfortable ship. After a brief silence, Nami facepalmed in exasperation. This foolish captain was truly a source of both affection and frustration. However, upon the mention of gold, she transformed back into her money-obsessed persona. Swiftly gathering all the scattered gold into a pile, cradling it in her arms, utterly entranced. Luffy and Zoro stepped forward, their demeanor resembling that of a furious demon. Do you have any sense? If you act recklessly again, I will not spare you. Luffy, with a playful grin, brushed Zoro's words aside, beaming, everyone is fine. Which is wonderful. The previously angered crew, upon witnessing Luffy's healing smile, found their ire dissipating, replacing it with faint smiles in return. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice echoed from the void, causing the Straw Hat crew to tense up, except for Luffy, who jovially responded, "Ah, it's me. Who are you? Is it a ghost?" A ghost is speaking. Chapter 56. So tired beneath the enormous vines, Zoro, startled by the sudden voice, instinctively assumed a defensive stance, hands gripping the hilt of his sword. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, cautiously stepping aside to shield Chopper, who had consumed forbidden drugs, while observing their surroundings with keen vigilance. Such a peculiar eyebrow shape, murmured Bartolomeo, who had been invisible, slowly revealing himself, floating several meters above the ground, thoughtfully scrutinizing Sanji's spiraled brows. So it's not a ghost? You scared me to death. I thought I was being targeted by a vengeful spirit wanting to reclaim the treasures I secretly took. That was a close call. Luffy, still oblivious to the situation, sighed in relief and continued to ramble nonsensically. Bartolomeo chuckled at Luffy's absurd remarks, shifting his gaze from Sanji's eyebrows to Nami, who was protectively clutching the gold. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "You seem to be in need of money. Although I am not entirely certain of your connection to Reiju, I am willing to lend a helping hand." Reiju? Upon hearing this name, Sanji's calm demeanor abruptly shifted, his eyes narrowing as memories from his childhood surged forth. Vivid images long buried in his mind becoming clearer. Telepathy. The radiant white light enveloped their eyes as Batla summoned enchanting powers to cloak the Sky Island. On the surface and beneath, an array of golden vessels and ornaments was ensnared by telekinesis, either soaring through the air or emerging from the earth, all under the watchful gaze of Nami, who was filled with boundless joy. In an instant, the sky transformed into a golden expanse, glittering with innumerable treasures. "Wow, how magnificent!" Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration, captivated by the floating objects, though he could not quite comprehend the mechanics behind it. "So cool." Chopper, hiding behind Sanji, clutched his little legs, exposing his entire body as he voiced a similar envious exclamation. To thoroughly indulge in such fortune, transporting all this gold would be quite a task for you. "Ah, that ship docked at the harbor, the one with the sheep's head, is it yours?" "Huh? Mary? Sheep's head? Isn't that the Going Merry?" Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, puzzled by the implications. "Oh, it seems so." Batla waved towards the harbor, and soon, the Going Merry, adorned with the Straw Hat Pirates flag, gracefully descended from the sky, eliciting further gasps of admiration from Luffy and Chopper. The telekinetically controlled gold traced orderly arcs as golden objects floated into the ship's hold, transforming it into a vessel radiating a resplendent golden aura in no time. Nami gazed in adoration at the figure suspended in midair, but as she caught sight of the vast amount of gold still floating, far exceeding the capacity of the Going Merry, her expression turned to stone, a fissure of despair beginning to form within her. No, a voice of hopelessness echoed in her heart, as she helplessly watched Batla collect the remaining gold into a glass jar, creating his little treasury. "Hey," with emotions running high, Sanji urgently inquired, "Reiju? Where did you see her? Is she well? What is your connection with her? Tell me." "Stupid cook?" Zoro interjected, his expression sharpening as he cast a sidelong glance at Sanji. Despite their usual disputes and frequent clashes, Sanji's current agitation mingled with concern and trepidation struck a chord in him. He truly was anxious. So who exactly is Reiju to him? Indeed, there is a connection. Batla's response confirmed Sanji's suspicions. He gently descended, placing the opulent-going Mary on the ground and scrutinizing Sanji with a smile. You must be Reiju's younger brother, I presume? How intriguing. I never expected to encounter the future brother-in-law of the young master. Young master? Brother-in-law? Sanji pondered, looking contemplative. Batla nodded amicably and continued. As for Reiju, she is thriving now, having escaped the life she once detested. No more aversion to bloodshed. She spends her days sipping tea, reading books, and nurturing her tranquil interests. Her life is more comfortable than even mine. Escaped from a life of bloodshed? Sanji murmured in disbelief. Is this truly real? How could that fellow allow his tool to slip from his grasp? No. He could vaguely discern the underlying implications of Sanji's thoughts when Bartolomeo shook his head in denial. There is no perhaps about it. That guy, Judge, is living quite well. Master. He is a person of great benevolence. The Vinsmoke brothers, due to their character flaws, show little concern for his life or death. And Reiju harbors no particular feelings for him either. Yet, upon confirming that Judge held no value, he still granted him the opportunity to start anew, providing him a place to retire peacefully. Listening quietly to Bartolomeo's account, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling as his once tumultuous emotions gradually found tranquility. He gazed at the sky, a gentle light shimmering in his eyes. Has he finally encountered someone who treats others with kindness? A life filled with floral arrangements, tea ceremonies, and the cultivation of one's spirit must suit you splendidly. How wonderful. Reiju. Hey, Bartolomeo, you may call me Bartolomeo. As Sanji prepared to speak further, Bartolomeo interjected, introducing himself. Bartolomeo, who is the master you mentioned? Did he rescue Reiju? And what about the little brother? You need to clarify this for me. As he spoke, Sanji's agitation resurfaced, but this time devoid of anxiety. Rather, it was a perplexity. After years of silence, his long-lost sister was suddenly mentioned, only to learn that she seemed to be getting married. What on earth is going on? Phew. Having vented his emotions, Sanji appeared disinterested in Bartolomeo's response. Letting out a huff, he languidly remarked, relay to that fellow, whoever he may be, that he better treat Reiju well from now on, or I shall impress the soles of my shoes firmly upon his face. Make sure he remembers this. Ha. Bartolomeo laughed unexpectedly, pointing at the dazed Luffy beside him. What a grandiose declaration. However, the challenge of achieving that is 1,000 times more difficult than this guy becoming the Pirate King. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Luffy exclaimed reflexively when suddenly addressed. Bang! Sanji erupted in anger, kicking Luffy on the head. The latter's rubbery form stretched and flew away, only to retract and return, staring bewilderedly at the chef who was withdrawing his foot. Hey, Sanji, I will definitely become the conqueror of the seas, the Pirate King. Idiot captain. Can't you comprehend what the other person means? Sanji roared in frustration, feeling utterly exhausted by such a captain. Chapter 57, Pure of Heart Idiot Captain. Can't you comprehend what the other person means? With such a captain, Sanji felt exasperated, resting his forehead in his hand. Alas, there was no need to be at odds with himself. If he possessed that kind of intellect, he would not be the quintessential Luffy. Oh, Batla gazed intently at Luffy, noting the resolute determination in his eyes. Such unwavering resolve and tenacity might indeed lead to unexpected success. Since they were not foes, Zoro gradually relaxed his grip on his sword, no longer as vigilant as before. Having acknowledged their camaraderie, a conflict seemed unlikely to arise. Suddenly, Luffy erupted with a loud declaration, his face contorted in anger as he fixed his gaze on Batla. What do you mean, infinitely more difficult than becoming the Pirate King? The Pirate King is the most powerful and free person in the world. You must never belittle the honor of the Pirate King again, or I will surely send you flying, old man. Old man? Nami was momentarily taken aback, quickly glancing at Batla's astonished expression, which ignited her fury. Instantly beside Luffy, she admonished, You idiot, Captain. Think for a moment. If you offend my benefactor, you won't see a single coin from me in the future. With a thud, another bulge appeared on Luffy's rubbery head as he pitifully protested, I didn't say anything wrong. The Pirate King is the highest honor in the world. Why are you hitting me again? Wrong emphasis. Nami seethed, glaring fiercely at Luffy before turning to Batla with a radiant smile, apologizing effusively. I'm so sorry. Big brother, our captain is just a fool. Please don't hold it against him. You are magnanimous, right? Batla, regaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Nami need not concern herself. He looked curiously at the stubborn Luffy and inquired, I must be in my prime, right? Unlike this young lady who calls me brother, I could be referred to as uncle, yet you insist on old man? Huh? I didn't team to speak. Luffy tilted his head. You appear youthful, and your presence is formidable, but you give off an old man vibe. The exterior may change, but true age remains unchanged. Just a feeling, is it? Battler scrutinized the endearingly naive Luffy, peering beyond the surface to discern the essence. Is his dream truly to become the Pirate King? I have high hopes for you. Haha. Impressive. Laughing heartily, Battler silently commended Luffy, but chose not to disclose his actual age. After brushing aside that topic, he asked, Can you tell me where those magnificent sounds originated from? Big brother, do you also enjoy the chimes of the Golden Bell? Its location is right. Nami began, eager to respond and gesture towards the top of the vines, but was abruptly halted by Luffy's stern voice. Nami? Huh? Nami was taken aback, perplexed as to why her captain had silenced her. But when she glanced over, she saw Luffy's unusually serious expression, prompting her to immediately quiet down and heed his command. Oh, Bartolomeo elongated his tone, inquiring with great curiosity, have you sensed something once more? May I be privy to it? The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy assumed a formidable stance and spoke with unwavering resolve. It is peculiar. Although this is our first encounter, I feel as though I can always hear strange whispers emanating from you. The lights of the Golden Bell of Jaya, I shall not permit you to take away. Should you desire to act, do so at your own peril. I will send you flying. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, an enchanting pattern illuminated the surroundings, and a small fairy manifested. As the contract holder of dreams, Bartolomeo was astonished that it had appeared on its own. Dreams only reveal themselves before those with pure hearts. In an instant, Bartolomeo recalled the information imparted to him by Li Shu. It was no wonder. Everything clicked into place. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Luffy, who was affectionately approached by the dream, pondering whether a pirate could truly be considered pure of heart. The Sandia people had fought for 4 centuries to reclaim their dreams. This time, I must safeguard the light of the Sandora that resides in their hearts. With unwavering determination, Luffy adopted a battle stance, ready for a decisive confrontation. How could this be? Nami was unable to accept the reality before her, feeling utterly defeated as she retreated towards the Thousand Sunny, stealthily attempting to hide a portion of the golden artifacts to mitigate her losses. Are we truly going to fight? Just as his guard had lowered, Zoro acted swiftly, gripping a sword in his mouth and entering a combat-ready state, awaiting his captain's command. The situation unfolded unexpectedly. Sanji stepped aside, forming a triangular encirclement with Luffy and Zoro around Bartolomeo. He extinguished a cigarette underfoot, silently affirming his captain's decision, despite the familiarity between Bartolomeo and Reiju. Ah, how unfortunate! Bartolomeo lamented as he found himself encircled, rubbing his head in distress. Surely, the term pure of heart was a derogatory expression? A more fitting description would be a simpleton with a one-track mind. Very well, I comprehend now. He raised his hands in surrender, stating, even dreams have betrayed me. What is left for me to fight for? Moreover, when Laxus defeated that Thunderfruit user, she was merely a bystander. Since she showed no interest in the light of the Sandora, naturally, I harbor no interest in it either. Well, indeed, the sound it produces is so loud. It is hardly suited for hanging in the courtyard where it might frequently clash. Return, O ethereal pink sprite. Upon hearing the call, it delicately brushed its slender tail against Luffy's cheek, transforming into a radiant red light that surged into Batla's forehead, coalescing into a dreamlike pattern. The tension that had filled the air dissipated with Luffy's innocent smile. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, both noticing a sense of relief reflected in each other's eyes. For the pressure exerted by Batla had been immensely overwhelming. What are you staring at, Seaweed Head? What are you looking at, Stinky Chef? In an unexpected twist of fate, the two rivals playfully called out each other's nicknames, and soon swords and legs became entwined in a mock battle, reminiscent of a life-and-death struggle. Ah, how delightful their camaraderie is. Batla mused, yet a hint of worry lingered in his heart. Rubber, tightly bound. 2 rubbery arms reached out, grasping the nape of his neck as Luffy suddenly lunged into his embrace, his limbs extending and wrapping around Batla to bind him. Hey, Andy, where's that little kitten from earlier? Let it out to play with us, Grandpa. Batla, thoroughly exasperated, could only concede. The relentless persistence of this rascal had completely overshadowed the earlier adversarial tension. Truly, he was a sprite in spirit. Huh, Sprite? Luffy turned at the sound, discovering that it was his new crewmate Robin speaking. What is that creature? We should get one as a mascot for our ship. Robin replied. Shall we find one to serve as our mascot? Although I've only recently boarded, I have already discerned your temperament. Luffy. This time, I choose to disregard your whimsy and instead address Batla with utmost seriousness. The fourth-tier contract sprites that have been stirring the seas lately. If the intelligence is correct, they should not have truly manifested before the eyes of the world yet. You have already contracted one, sir. What is your true identity, or rather, who is this young master you speak of? Ha, my dear girl. You ought to learn from that gentleman with the curled eyebrows. Asking too many questions is not always wise. Batla had no intention of casually divulging information. As he jested, Luffy, still bound, suddenly vanished, reappearing in midair. Instantaneous movement. Since you do not permit me to take it away, very well. I shall emulate the young master's character and respect your wishes. Allow me to escort you one last time. Telekinesis. With luminous eyes, Luffy, Robin, Zoro, Sanji, and others aboard the luxurious Mary simultaneously found themselves enveloped in a psychic force, gently ascending towards the boundary of Sky Island. Luffy, immersed in a unique experience, felt a surge of excitement. Shortly thereafter, Bartolomeo descended from the 10,000-meter height of the island to hover above the sea, stuffing everyone into the Mary. As he dispersed the psychic energy, he offered a piece of advice: do not rush into peril. Seek out the Feast Island permanent log posts scattered across the ocean. In this new era, pirates devoid of the power of the spirits have no future. With that, he departed, leaving behind the Mary, perilously close to sinking, with water threatening to enter the cabins. Oh no, Nami. The ship is going to sink. We must jettison some treasure. With predictable force, Nami's iron fist struck Luffy on the head. Without hesitation, she declared that even if the ship were to sink, they must protect their riches. But I can't swim, Luffy replied weakly, clinging to his final stubbornness. Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, you are the only ones without powers. Secure the ropes and swim. If we reach the next island safely, each of you will be rewarded with a bounty of 10 million berries. Oh, 10 million. That's enough to acquire a more suitable weapon, Zoro mused, momentarily blinded by the allure of wealth. Ropes? Did he truly need such things? He swiftly dove into the sea, swimming to catch up with the slowly drifting Mary. Hey, Nami. The lovesick cook followed suit, plunging into the water and engaging in a spirited contest with Zoro, both swimming energetically. Nami, I'm quite light. I won't affect the Mary's capacity at all. Usopp, terrified, hesitated, blocked by the allure of gold, and began to plead. Usopp, as a future Pirate King's crewmate, how can you fear the sea? You can do this. Nami is right. As a crewmate of the Pirate King, we fear not the ocean. Nami expertly manipulated Luffy, successfully enlisting him as an accomplice. Under the persuasion of Luffy's rubber arms retrieving ropes from the cabin, Usopp, resisting futilely, was hurled into the sea by his captain. How terrifying. Thankfully, I am a devil fruit user. Chopper trembled in fear, hiding behind Robin. Ho ho ho, Robin chuckled darkly, activating her flower fruit powers, as an arm sprouted from behind Chopper, helping him along his fur. But this is not a matter to take lightly. Should a wave crash upon us, we would possess no means of resistance. With a splash, Usopp fell heavily into the water, panic-stricken, flailing his limbs to swim to the surface. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic movements, his hand grasped an object. In his frantic gaze, he caught sight of a permanent log pose inscribed with the words Feast Island. Gugulu, filled with astonishment, Usopp choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater before rising to the surface, gasping for air. Luffy, look what I've found. I, the captain of this ship, will never yield. On the deck of the Delay Snake pirate crew, Captain Delay Snake S stood solemnly alongside his crew, gazing intently at the imposing figure before them. Crocodile, one of the former warlords of the sea, now a formidable pirate with a staggering bounty of 275 billion berries is indicated on the latest wanted poster. 275 billion berries. Indeed, the Navy's newly issued bounty clearly stated this amount, a result of careful consideration that justified Crocodile's bounty skyrocketing to nearly 3 billion. Kneel. With a commanding voice, Captain S led his 20 crew members to kneel in unison, the atmosphere heavy with reverence. Bowing his head, he declared, I, Delay Snake S, along with my 26 subordinates, humbly request to serve under your command, willing to risk our lives for your cause. As the sea breeze blew, Crocodile listened to the oath behind him, remaining silent and non-committal. For many years, he had never opened his heart to the solitary journey of accepting others. He trusted only in his own cunning and strength. Were subordinates not mere expendables for achieving certain goals? In the past, he might have feigned goodwill and accepted their plea. But now gwahahaha, he chuckled enigmatically, his tone languid. To risk one's life for a cause? Such a laughable declaration. A person without their own dream possesses nothing. Submitting to another's will and risking life for someone else's dream. Even if one ultimately achieves fame and fortune, they will forever dwell in the shadow of another's towering ambition. This mountain may not be the highest, but looming above it is an even more despairing peak. Does such a fate, where one's success is merely a reflection of another's, truly hold any value? Young man, ask yourself, is this truly the dream you seek? Rise, join my ranks. With your strength, you will only serve as cannon fodder. Rather than dying meaninglessly in pursuit of my ambition, continue your own adventure. The sea is filled with endless possibilities. And one day, you shall achieve your goals through your own strength. I am not a worthy destination for you to entrust your lives. When we reach the next island, I shall disembark. Your journey lies in a new era. Finally, I thank you all for your hospitality, leaving me with a memory worth cherishing. Gwahahaha. With laughter beginning and concluding the encounter, Crocodile felt both disdain and delight towards the careless Bartolomeo. Yet was it merely the awe inspired by the bounty that led to their submission? Let it be. It was merely a momentary lapse of reason. For a pirate as ruthlessly malevolent as he, solitary existence is undoubtedly the wisest choice. The subordinates he once gathered have faded into obscurity, and the past is irretrievable. Reborn in the tide of a new era after being rescued, he would rather ascend alone to the summit, where the chill of solitude prevails, than entangle himself with others. No, Lord Crocodile, the captain, was resolutely denied by aspirations. It is now that you have truly earned our unwavering loyalty. Is success shrouded in shadow? This captain is more than willing. Chapter 59. All down in the windless expanse between the Grand Line and the East Sea. A medium-sized sky island was swiftly advancing in a particular direction, trailed by a dense array of red boulders of varying sizes. Ha ha ha. Shiki's boisterous laughter echoed through the heavens as he maneuvered the island cluster to a halt approximately 1,000 nautical miles from the naval headquarters. This shall suffice. With a wave of his hand, the powers of the float fruit brought the moving islands to a standstill high above. Yi laughed gleefully, twirling through the air, her gaze sweeping across the medium-sized island that had been seized by Shiki years prior, now repurposed as the epicenter of a grand event, the Feast Island. Let us commence the arrangement of the stairway. Understood. After enduring 2 shattering blows to his confidence and subsequently rebuilding himself, Shiki had regained his former vigor. He had come to realize that the strength of that individual surpassed the limits of his understanding. Now that he had pledged allegiance to such an imposing peak, it was advantageous rather than detrimental. There was no need for lingering concerns. Embrace it wholeheartedly. As for Laxus, he possessed an additional power system. Not to mention that the thunderfruit within the natural element was already renowned for its unparalleled destructive capability. Following a complete fusion with the dragon crystal, a synergistic metamorphosis occurred. It was only natural that he would be outshone, and there was no need to dwell on transient victories or defeats. Let us gaze towards the future. Ha ha ha. With a proud laugh, Shiki gestured with his fingers, using his fruit's power to transport countless redstones plummeting toward the sea. Some as small as a few meters, others exceeding 1,000, densely scattering toward the ocean's surface like a meteor shower, serving as a stairway to the impending feast. Flying through the skies is not a skill possessed by everyone. Thus, it is essential to establish this stairway to heaven to assist the multitude of invited pirates in reaching the Sky Island and partaking in the celebration. With the number of ferries being limited, the difficulty of ascending the island must be significantly heightened to better filter those strong enough to become worthy contractees. Let each rely on their own means, for therein lies the spectacle. After arranging the staircase, Shurji unleashed his observation haki to make fine adjustments, either distancing or casting into the sea those stones that were too closely aligned, ensuring that the parallel spacing between each stone was no less than 100 meters, with a height variance exceeding 20 meters. To enhance the challenge, he also established numerous dead ends that would prevent further ascent once a climber reached a sufficient height. Luck, after all, is a facet of strength, and I eagerly anticipate the expressions of those unfortunate souls when they find themselves with no path forward. Delight me, you scoundrels of the sea. Ha ha ha. Bravo. Yichong gave Shurji a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for the operation, and added his own suggestion. Why not add an element of fun by designating certain smaller stones as passable by only one person? After being leaped upon, they would be propelled into the sea by the reaction force. thereby creating a more thrilling competitive scene. How mischievous you are. Shurji chose to accept his proposal, adding, to better stimulate their eagerness to compete and create a tense atmosphere, these should be clearly marked, otherwise, no one would know which stones were designated, failing to sufficiently provoke their instincts for a head start. With a snap of his fingers, Shurji activated his devil fruit ability, causing all the stones to tremble. The base began to shed dust like an hourglass, becoming particularly conspicuous among the vast cluster of stones. All right, everything is ready. We await the day of the banquet. Having completed the preparations, Yi and his companions floated toward Sky Island, hovering in midair to gaze down at the ocean, valleys, lakes, forests, deserts, and volcanoes. The banquet island, transformed by Shurji, possessed a diverse array of environments to accommodate the fairies being relocated from Sky Island. As the days passed and the final day approached, the tension in the air above the sea grew palpable, with any disturbance drawing significant attention. 2 weeks later, above a certain area of the windless zone, a shadow darted past with a swift whoosh. A fleeting glance revealed a figure clad in jet-black attire, tall and well-proportioned, with a katana hanging at his waist and a pair of enormous wings on his back, soaring rapidly. It was Jean, the foremost of the Beast Pirates' 3 disasters. Known as the Calamity of Flames, Kaido's right-hand man, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries, and the user of the dragon fruit, ancient type. In its toothless pterosaur form, clutching the permanent pointer to the banquet island, Jean sought to arrive first and assess the situation, aiming to gather more intelligence for his esteemed captain. He aspired to seize the initiative on the opening day in 10 days' time, seeking to contract more fairies to reinforce the overall strength of the pirate crew, thereby enhancing their foundation to reshape the world. Uncertain of how long he had been flying, Jean Ning let out a soft hum as he beheld the destination of his journey. Ahead, 10 miles away, amidst clouds soaring 4,000 to 5,000 meters above his altitude, a colossal floating island hovered in stillness, its beneath scattered with numerous fragments of islands. No, that familiar crimson hue. Such grand ambition. Even the audacious Jean, who dared to confront the ant pirate crew alone, felt a surge of astonishment. Those rocky remnants must surely have been severed from the red soil continent. As the king of the sky, His Excellency Shurji would proclaim. As soon as Jin's words faded, a figure, perceived through his observation haki, descended from the sky island, its distinctive laughter resonating into the distant heavens. The day of commencement has not yet arrived, yet you have all arrived prematurely. Do you wish to be unwelcome guests? Flamed Calamity Jin. In the Marine Headquarters, Rear Admiral Kizaru. Ah, Kizaru? Jin's heart quaked. Was he being tracked? How had he remained oblivious? Under his grim gaze, a golden beam shot forth from afar, gradually coalescing into the figure of Borsalino, adorned with tinted sunglasses and draped in a coat of justice. Kizaru, with a languid tone, remarked, "What a bother. I merely intended to trail you, young Jean, to ascertain your intentions during this particularly sensitive period for all parties. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon the feast prepared by the King of the Sky. What dreadful luck. A simple reconnaissance mission should not transform into a troublesome skirmish." Kizaru. Jean glared warily at Borsalino, a sense of disgrace washing over him. From the implication of his words, it seemed he had been followed since his passage through the Red Soul continent, flying all this way without sensing the presence of his pursuer, an inexcusable oversight on his part. Hey, he waved dismissively at Kizaru, who appeared ready to engage. Kizaru's gaze drifted past Shurji to the expanse of stone fragments. Oh, what a thoughtful arrangement. Using stones as steps certainly facilitates the arrival of various guests, though it feels somewhat abrupt. Your Excellency, the King of the Sky. May I be permitted to bring them all crashing down? Chapter 60. The Jade Ice Mountain raising a finger, a blinding laser beam concentrated at its tip. Kizaru looked upon the floating stone staircase and stated, "This convenience is far too perilous. The Marines can only tolerate a select few pirate contract spirits. An excessive number would place considerable strain upon us. As part of my duties, I must ensure a smoother course." With a swift whoosh, an unparalleled speed unleashed a formidable laser that tore through the air. Shiki, indifferent, scarcely glanced at it, intent on disrupting their meticulously arranged setup. He had consented, yet they remained obstinate. Suddenly, as the laser was poised to strike a massive crimson stone, a bolt of blue-golden lightning descended from the heavens with equal velocity, perfectly intercepting Kizaru's assault. The collision erupted in a violent explosion. Oh, lightning! Borsalino mused with a drawn-out tone, intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Seeking to gather more intelligence, he crossed his arms, and in a flash, a multitude of dazzling projectiles surged forth, covering an expansive area. Yada no Kagami. A chilling scoff resonated from the Sky Island, and in the next moment, a grand and resplendent magic circle blossomed in the azure sky. The roar of the Thunder Dragon erupted from the magic circle, plunging downward to intercept Kizara's barrage once more. Once his chance, twice his coincidence, thrice as a pattern. Having failed to secure a victory twice, Kizara wisely chose to retreat, the gravity of the situation reflected in his eyes behind his sunglasses. How frightening. Was that lightning the long-lost natural-type devil fruit? And what of the intricate pattern appearing in the sky? It could not merely be the ability of a devil fruit or a contracted spirit, could it? Is it a power system of some iteration, distinct from contracted spirits? A fleeting thought crossed Kizaru's mind as he cast a sidelong glance at the contemplative Jin. Assessing the information he had gleaned, it seemed sufficient for his report. Thus, he concluded, unwelcome guests should take their leave. Until we meet again in 10 days. Gradually elementalizing, Kizaru waved farewell, transforming into golden light as he sped away. Haha. Utterly disregarded. You think you can just leave, yellow-skinned monkey? Allow me to see you off. Shiki chuckled coldly, his feet planted on the shining Sakura 10, unleashing a wave of slashing light composed of countless particles, swiftly catching up to the elemental Kizaru. In a surprising turn, the elemental form, which typically evaded physical attacks, seemed to falter as the slashing wave approached, easily forcing Kizaru out of his corporeal state. How is this possible? Blood trickled from his lips as Kizara turned in shock to face Shiki and his Sakura 10, which radiated sunlight particles before returning to its original form. How terrifying. The contracted spirit can manipulate the power of sunlight? This is a troublesome ability. The yellow ape departed, bearing the intelligence gleaned from his probing and an unexpected minor injury, alongside a certain trepidation towards Shiki. Sogeking, capable of unleashing the solar energy stored within him into the sunrise mode, developed a novel application of this ability to restrain the yellow ape after forging a contract with Shiki. The initial attempt proved to be a resounding success. Witnessing the yellow ape, accompanied by the glimmering fruit, retreat while spitting blood, Jean suppressed his astonishment and, out of respect for the king, lowered his proud head to say, I apologize for my audacious visit. The predetermined day has yet to arrive, and I shall take my leave. Ha! Shiki did not impose any hindrance, laughing heartily as he watched Jean depart into the distance. 7 days later, on a pirate ship resembling a flamingo, adorned in a pink feather coat swaying in the sea breeze, Doflamingo, clad in cropped trousers and pointed shoes, stood with his hands in his pockets, lifting his left leg upon the ship's railing, exuding a rebellious charm as he emitted his unique laughter. The red sunglasses reflected the bright sunlight as he tilted his head slightly to glance at a figure on the deck, exclaiming with surprise, I never expected a man like you would willingly board my pirate ship. Hee, merely a matter of adaptability. Bearing the world's strongest black sword, Yoru, Mihawk sat composedly in a chair, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. His elegance was complemented by his exquisite attire, exuding an air of nobility. With his right hand holding the glass and the left propping his chin, his hawk-like eyes gazed intently at the surface of the sea as he continued. Our destination lies in the doldrums. Sailing alone is a slow affair. I do not wish to miss this grand gathering of formidable powers. It promises to be quite intriguing. I look forward to encountering swordsmanship experts worthy of my attention to alleviate the tedium. Will you truly not reconsider? If you join forces with me, you could undoubtedly shine brilliantly at the feast, challenging various titans and reaping an abundance of spirits. The future ocean is already brewing with tumult. The raging waves poised to sweep across the world. To fight alone? Times have changed. Only those with both strength and influence possess the qualifications to pursue the throne above the sea and sky. Let us form an alliance, Hawkeye. Boundless ambition swelled as Doflamingo earnestly invited Mihawk to join the alliance. The world's foremost swordsman, comparable to the Four Emperors, combined with the formidable power he had cultivated over the years, would be unafraid of any faction, regardless of how tumultuous the seas may become. In the pinnacle of the world, they would undoubtedly secure their place. Not interested, Mihawk calmly took a sip of red wine, his voice devoid of emotion as he rejected the offer, stating, In my life, I seek nothing but the path of the sword. Fame? Power? However, it is merely a burden that hinders my progress. You have mistaken your target, Doflamingo. Furthermore, might I request that you lower your voice? The piercing gaze swept over, and even without releasing a menacing aura, Mihawk's formidable presence caused Doflamingo's robust physique to tense, sensing the pressure emanating from the strongest of swordsmen. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed, though the tone had notably dipped, an allowance granted. In a certain windless zone, a hum resonated, as the overwhelming conqueror's haki radiated forth, causing dozens of massive sea kings to be overwhelmed by the majestic aura, retreating obediently beneath the ocean's surface, scattering in all directions. Humph! Such insignificant sea kings dare to obstruct the journey of the Eight Treasures Navy? They are but foolish creatures, with a bounty of 542 million berries. The 12th generation pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy, the benevolent elder with a concave skull, snorted disdainfully, dissipating his external conqueror's haki. His eyes, marked with the numeral 12, gazed at the tranquil sea surface, a profound sense of anticipation flickering in his depths. This time, we shall undoubtedly acquire the contract spirits, leveraging their power to shatter the Jade Ice Mountain and reclaim the treasures accumulated over generations. Chapter 61. 3 days. The pointed green pepper, named for its conical skull, once effortlessly shattered the ice layers of the ice continent to obtain the treasures hidden within. However, all that changed 30 years ago. Carp. The green pepper had once engaged in a fierce battle with Carp in his prime, and in the decisive clash that determined victory, Carp's iron fist prevailed, flattening the proud pointed skull. Since then, no matter how hard he tried, the once mighty skull could no longer breach the ice layers, enduring 30 years of torment, yearning for treasures that remained tantalizingly out of reach. 30 years, indeed, 30 years. As he reminisced about the painful past, the green pepper could not help but weep sorrowfully, tears streaming down his face. Grandfather, please do not cry. We will fight with all our might for the treasures of the Eight Treasures Navy, the new generation of the Navy. Lao Kai and Abu, who were also the grandsons of the green pepper, spoke up in a flustered attempt to comfort him. Pillar, we will wholeheartedly assist both vice pillars. The treasures of the ice continent will surely be reclaimed. Please do not be too saddened. The members of the Eight Treasures Navy chimed in to console him. The sound of weeping was truly heart-wrenching, eliciting tears from those who heard it, as the 12th generation pillar faced an immeasurable struggle. His earlier fierce demeanor now absent after just having repelled the Sea Kings. In a certain windless zone, a hearty laugh erupted, the source of someone's sorrowful tears now reveling in delight. Over 300 meters long, standing atop the carcass of a colossal sea creature, Carp bellowed to the fleet of over a dozen warships in the distance. Come, skilled hands, assist this old man in dealing with this Sea King. We shall feast upon a grand fish banquet at noon. Ha ha. Amid the chaotic atmosphere, Carp's nonchalant demeanor elicited a knowing smile from Admiral Akiji, who scratched his head and instructed the awestruck Marines behind him to lend a hand. With a breath of icy air, he conjured a pathway of solid ice for the Marines to traverse. In a distant maritime zone, two pirate crews unexpectedly clashed, exchanging cannon fire across the waves. The thunderous booms of cannonballs erupted, sending shockwaves through the water, violently rocking the pirate vessels. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed as a ship, adorned with the pirate flag, was struck by a cannonball, igniting fierce flames. Return fire! Return fire! On the beleaguered pirate ship. The captain organized his crew to extinguish the flames while brandishing a large sword and vociferously rallying his men, his voice betraying a slight tremor. Cursed fate! Our expedition has begun poorly. We have encountered this venomous serpent. Under the captain's command, cannons unleashed 4 or 5 cannonballs aimed at the opposing pirate crew. In this new era, there is no place for weaklings like you. May you find your grave in the depths of the sea. On the opposite side, a towering man, approximately 4 meters tall, laughed boisterously. He possessed a mane of twisted white hair and wore the traditional garb of a pirate captain. His yellow-brown eyes were accentuated by a serpentine tattoo that sprawled across half of his face. Vasforsvat, captain of the White Phosphorus pirate crew, known as the White Serpent. A user of the snake fruit, mythical Zoan, White Phosphorus form, proficient in dual haki, with a bounty of 966 million berries. Operating as a free pirate without allegiance to any faction. Suddenly, a sweeping slash emanated from behind him, intercepting all cannonballs mid-air with a series of thunderous impacts. Clouds of black smoke erupted as the attack continued unabated, cleaving through the air toward the enemy pirate ship. Hardened, the formidable slash of a master swordsman should not be underestimated. The captain, gripping his sword with determination, enveloped it in armed haki and struck forcefully against the incoming attack. As the two forces collided, a powerful gust of wind erupted, causing him to stomp heavily on the deck. For a moment, they stood in a stalemate. Then, with a sickening sound, the captain succumbed to the onslaught of the slash, his body propelled backward, a gaping wound visible through his chest, blood splattering into the air. Cough. Thud. Blood splattered as Captain Axla fell, his eyes rolling back in defeat. Despite a bounty of 200 million, he succumbed to a single strike from the local deputy captain. Vinzi Camp, the deputy captain of the White Phosphorus pirate crew, known as the White Demon, was a swordsman of formidable caliber, boasting a bounty of 645 million. Pitiful weaklings. This new era S-Tide is not a stage for you to meddle in. Camp sheathed his sword. Standing over 2 meters tall, his well-proportioned physique clad in a white samurai outfit, the sea breeze caressed him, causing his attire to sway and reveal the contours of his powerful muscles. Ha ha ha. Captain Vate laughed coldly, his audacity betraying his unquenchable ambition. Boys, let us send them off with a grand farewell ceremony. Sink their ship. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannonballs erupted forth, shattering the enemy pirate ship into fragments, which quickly sank into the depths amidst roaring flames, marking a decisive victory in this naval battle. Setting sail once more, our era beckons. Beezy, beezy. The incessant ringing of the snail phone echoed in the ears of all present, hastening the movements of a young man with hair like golden waves. Apologies, it seems I can no longer indulge in your games, he said, deftly evading several pirates' attacks. With a confident grin on his scarred face, he formed a dragon claw with his fingers. Dragon-esque claw, enveloped in armament. His 3-fingered grip effortlessly shattered their weapons before swiftly snapping their throats, annihilating the last remnants of resistance aboard the pirate ship. This is Sabo, he declared, having dispatched all enemies. He activated the snail phone, but before he could utter more than a few words, an irate voice echoed from the device, mimicking the fury of a girl. Sabo, can you please stick to the plan? Running off on your own is chaotic. The voice of Clar, filled with frustration, scolded him. Sabo's impulsive nature often vexed her, especially as his partner. You're going to Sky Island on a different route? This isn't how the plan goes. Ha ha ha, do not be angry. I have grasped the essence of the plan. As for the approach, I too am delightfully chaotic in my planning. It is all the same. Claire Sabo, with a sunny smile, earnestly elucidates that his actions are similarly well considered, not mere mindless folly. A frantic female voice, in a fit of hysteria, would undoubtedly seize Sabo by the collar and shake him vigorously, resembling a demon as she mercilessly critiques him. The storm of a significant event has already been stirred, with countless ambitious and dream-driven forces plunging into the fray, guided by the eternal compass of Scar Island, all heading towards the location of the Feast Island. The countdown stands at 3 days. Chapter 62, The Heat of the Feast Island. This is easy, Crackle. A magnificent magical array of immense proportions unfurls in the void, showering down countless awe-inspiring bolts of violent lightning, enveloping Feast Island and the stone steps below, effectively thwarting any premature attempts to set foot on the island. Awaiting the moment when the grand event shall commence, the curtain of thunder descends from the heights, stretching from 10,000 meters above to the surface of the sea, reacting with the water to electrolyze a copious amount of hydrogen and oxygen, which then ignites amidst the sparks generated by the friction of the lightnings, causing the end of the electric curtain to blaze fiercely, emitting a scorching wave of heat that compels all assembled forces in the vicinity to retreat, silently awaiting their moment. Suddenly, from the enigmatic atmosphere above the sea, a resonant and powerful dragon roar echoes. The various forces from the New World cannot help but look skyward, where they behold a colossal azure dragon soaring at an altitude of several hundred meters. The immense dragon, as it rolls through the air, reflects the sunlight off its scales, which gleam like precious blades, showcasing the dragon's formidable physique and prowess. The 4 emperors Kaido. Excited gasps resonate as they feel the overwhelming presence akin to the conqueror's haki. Below, many forces wear grave expressions. The name of the world's strongest creature brings an immediate sense of intimidation, causing some to feel daunted and hesitant to contend with him. Keek. At that moment, as Kaido's might dominates the sea, a pressure, equally formidable but not of the conqueror's haki, sweeps in. The sunlight intensifies, bursting forth with an even more resplendent brilliance, highlighting the golden figure emerging from the electric curtain, soaring from a distance of 10,000 meters. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Kaido, the once young rascal under Captain Rox, has now ascended to the height of a 4 emperor. Keek. Whitebeard, Kaido and Lingling have truly not brought shame to the captain. Kik. After many years, encountering former comrades once again, Shiki laughs boisterously. Noting that 2 of the 3 legendary pirates are present, with 3 of the 4 emperors accounted for. The era of rocks is past, yet the era belonging to his crew continues. The sea holds infinite possibilities. The king of the sky, Shiki, the formidable and fearsome dragon, head gazed upon its current form. As Kaido, wielding the might of the dragon, confronted the imposing presence of the Lion King. With a grandiose tone, he proclaimed, after disappearing for so many years, "Your return has truly astonished me. The throne in the sky is the rightful chair for a dragon. Relinquish it." No matter how a lion in its twilight years strives to reclaim its youth, the dragon shall undoubtedly reign supreme. With a wild, derisive laugh, Shiki's piercing gaze sharpened, a haughty smirk curling upon his lips. His overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, churning the clouds and exerting an unparalleled pressure upon the provocateur Kaido. A dragon is the ruler? Kaido, my boy, the 4 emperors are not but a crumbling fade of glory. Do not remain ensnared in the past. Listen to the roaring sea below. Those resounding voices and the fierce ambitions stirring within will inevitably converge when the spirits scatter across the ocean, incinerating the title of 4 emperors and heralding an era of fragmented dominion, rendering your authority incapable of withstanding the challenges of a new age. Under the oppressive force of Shiki's conqueror's haki, Kaido, undaunted, retaliated with his own regal ferocity, their energies clashing violently in the air, unleashing torrents of black lightning. Do not underestimate me, Shiki. Am I to be challenged by a new generation of ambitious fools? I have long grown weary of such trivialities. The fate awaiting the ignorant weaklings shall remain unchanged by time. I am the king who can transform the world. This so-called new era merely serves as a fresh stage for my ambitions. Thus, Shiki, relinquish your claim to the throne of the heavens. Reveal to me the location of Scarlet Island and entrust the subsequent power dynamics into my hands. Retreat peacefully into the shadows. For a lion basking in past glories is destined to dwell within the legends of yore. With Kaido's audacious declaration echoing, Shiki erupted into a frenzied laugh. Though his mirth was laced with fury, his indifferent eyes radiated a chilling danger, a testament to the reality that such arrogance was in dire need of a grounding confrontation. Hey, Laxus, would you be interested in bestowing a baptism upon this 4 emperor-level opponent, establishing your own renown whilst instilling fear in those restless souls below? Having undergone a thorough trial from within, Shiki, once a comrade, intended to honor the vow of shared hardship, calling out Laxus's name with a cold smile. He believed that with Laxus's strength, Kaido would be compelled to confront reality. For emperors, are they truly formidable figures? Can they withstand even a few blows from the full might of the Thunder Dragon? I find myself quite intrigued, Skeek mused, subtly intending to test Kaido's confidence. However, he received a disheartening response. Suddenly, the screen parted, revealing a lively voice from Yi. Enough of this nonsense, Skeek. It's rare to encounter such a congenial fruit form. Come back, and you too, Emperor Kaido, but you must maintain this form at all times. The Azure Dragon, the dragonkin of my memories. Huh. 2 unexpected soft sounds of acknowledgement echoed simultaneously. Skeek felt a wave of disappointment. Was this treatment not exceedingly biased? Yet, the dragonkin from memories? Compared to the lion subdued by his overwhelming power, Kaido, the Azure Dragon, was far more reckless. With his observation haki extending, he immediately sensed a uniquely vibrant life force emanating from a tree spirit, and with an audacious demeanor, he inquired, "A congenial fruit form? The dragonkin of my memories? Hey, you must be the fabled island spirit, right? Clarify, what do you mean by dragonkin from memories? Did traces of dragons once roam this world in some forgotten historical iteration? What is going on? Answer me." Accompanied by an ethereal laugh, Yi floated forth from the opening, landing lightly atop Kaido's head under his piercing gaze. She curiously touched his dragon horns and scales, expressing her desire to know the answer. That is quite simple. First, be my steed. Let me truly experience the feeling of being a dragon rider. What? Be a steed? Kaido's fury ignited in an instant as he raised his dragon head, flinging Yi off in a fit of rage. His oppressive aura bore down on the insulting island spirit. Do you take me for a fool? A sovereign cannot be humiliated. You shall pay for your frivolous words. His jaws gaped wide, a searing orb of energy coalescing within, and as he adjusted his dragon form, he snapped his jaws shut before unleashing a powerful, compressed blast. Dragon breath. Boom. The intense heat of the dragon's breath surged forth, illuminating Ye's face in fiery hues. Yet, amidst this chaos, a steady and charismatic male voice resonated through the air. Batla, having appeared before Yi unbeknownst to her, raised his hand, which transformed into a jade bottle, its mouth facing the oncoming dragon breath. With a minuscule opening yet boundless absorbing power, Batla, in the form of a jade bottle, stood unwavering against the onslaught of dragon breath, effortlessly swallowing it. Once the dazzling light faded, he activated his fruit's power, returning the attack with double the intensity. Super energy rebound. Boom. The blazing dragon breath once again illuminated the sky, now enhanced with an additional layer of supercharged energy, striking the astonished dragon creature with astonishing speed, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Whoosh. After being hurled over 100 meters, Kaido's colossal dragon form managed to halt its backward momentum, thanks to its formidable physique. The impact of the double dragon breath left scars upon him, which quickly healed and vanished. A shadow loomed in his dragon eyes, as he found himself wounded by his own reflected attack. He paid little heed to the slight disarray, for Kaido's aura remained potent. His authoritative gaze fixed upon the suddenly materialized Batla, concentrating on the enchanting emblem upon his forehead. The contractor? Is this the mysterious divine beast contractor mentioned in the intercepted intelligence from the Navy headquarters? The one who rescued Crocodile? With a light chuckle, Yi tilted his head, teasing the reliable figure before him. Ah, Batla, your eagerness to present yourself is quite amusing. Are you hoping that when we encounter Sasahirada, I might assist in diffusing any potential conflict? You should tidy up the mess you've created yourself. Huh. Batla turned, perplexed. What mess? TSK, he remains unaware. Observing Batla's bewildered expression, Yi shook his head in silence. Had he forgotten the nonchalance with which he abandoned Crocodile, leaving him without food or water? He nearly perished due to Batla's negligence. This was a serious grudge. Huh. Batla's eyes widened in astonishment as fragmented memories resurfaced, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It seemed he had been rather eager to enjoy his vacation and had indeed forgotten to leave survival provisions for Crocodile. In silence, Batla awkwardly scratched his head, avoiding the direction of the breach in the electric curtain, where an overwhelming chill was approaching, casting a sense of discomfort upon him. He feigned ignorance, whistling as his gaze flitted about. Dark clouds. The massive form of Kaido soared above them, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight before he glided toward the breach in the electric curtain, smoothly slipping inside. Invite me in, bring out your finest wines. I wish to indulge. In a fleeting moment, the outwardly reckless yet astute Kaido had his own plans. Undeterred by the potential dangers lurking in the territory of his adversaries, he set aside any prior affront and chose to accept the invitation in his Azure Dragon form. Dragon Clan? Divine Beast Contractor? There are matters of great importance that I must clarify. Countdown, for hours. On this morning, as the grand feast awaited, the sun's rays bathed the sky island and the earth, warm and radiant, heralding the dawn of a new era. The Kingdom of Wei, standing atop dark thunderclouds with a serrated blade forged from the essence of Napoleon in hand, Big Mom's once majestic visage now marred, contorted with a fierce and wrathful expression. Channeling a strength surpassing that of giants, she unleashed a colossal wave of destructive energy aimed at the electric barrier enveloping the island. The thunderous assault collided with the barrier, creating a concave indentation as if it were on the verge of being breached. However, Laxus, embodying the elements, swiftly appeared, his gaze calm as he raised his hand to unleash a torrent of thunderous power, neutralizing the formidable offensive with ease. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter the banquet premises ahead of time, not even the 4 emperors. A warning was issued to the young imp by Laxus in a frigid tone, and Big Mom's fury intensified, her demeanor growing ominous. She cautioned against challenging the dignity of the sovereigns, asserting that if Kaido could enter, so could she, urging for the gap to be opened. Otherwise, this obstructive barrier would serve no purpose. Laxus, his eyes marked with lightning, cast a disdainful glance at Big Mom, a fierce smirk gracing his lips. Unwilling to heed my advice. Very well. Since someone seems to harbor a peculiar fondness for the Azure Dragon, I shall not be restrained from bringing them shame. Shame? Let the displeasure of the Thunder Dragon God be unleashed upon you. With a crackle, Laxus transformed into a bolt of lightning and darted outside the barrier. Harnessing the combined might of the Thunder Fruit and Dragon Crystal, his eyes gleaming, one gold, one blue, radiating vibrant arcs of electricity. The 4 emperors? Come. Allow me to gauge your worth. A so-called sovereign, How many of my attacks can you withstand? The roar of the thunder dragon god. As he spoke, Laxus inhaled deeply. Streams of gold and blue electricity flowing from the corners of his mouth, conjuring a magnificent magical array interwoven in hues of gold and blue, unleashing a thunderous impact far greater than that of the formidable nation. Provoking a sovereign comes at the cost of your life. Despite being one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, sensing the immense threat posed by Laxus's roar, charged forward without hesitation, flames erupting fiercely from her head. The flames enveloped her serrated blade, transforming it into the emperor's sword, as she wielded the swirling black clouds beneath her with overwhelming might to deliver a decisive blow. The destructive edge of the emperor's sword clashed fiercely with the roar of the thunder dragon god. In an explosive encounter, Big Mom cleaved through the roar with relentless force. Yet, Laxus's onslaught was relentless. After several breaths of intense struggle, her attack began to wane, and the ceaseless lightning veered the emperor's sword off course, striking heavily upon Big Mom's colossal form. With a thunderous crack, the mighty roar sent Big Mom hurtling away, accompanied by a faint sound of bone snapping. In a single strike, Laxus had shattered her pride, piercing through her formidable steel balloon-like physique and inflicting damage upon her ribs. The roar propelled Big Mom sideways, and she swung her sword once more, successfully intercepting the roar with her flame-enshrouded emperor's sword, allowing the clouds to evade the attack and finally escape the range of the thunderous assault. Gifted by the soul, gasping in distress, the matron summoned a sphere of soul in her palm, pressing it against her abdomen to heal her injuries by endowing her bones with vitality, achieving remarkable results. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she let out a savage laugh, her complexion as dark as water, and her eyes clouded with gloom. You have thoroughly enraged me, nameless wretch. Chapter 64. 3 hours buzzing. The conqueror's haki erupted, entwining around the sword, its flames burning an even deeper crimson as if enveloped by a viscous substance. The matron's expression twisted in ferocity, as dark clouds beneath her unleashed a formidable electrical might, continuing to shroud the blade. A combination technique integrating lightning, flames, and serrated edges, she channeled all her strength to converge at the tip of the sword, unleashing one of her ultimate attacks, Mother's Cannon, 3,000 miles. Boom. In a frenzy of bloodlust, with a fierce countenance, the matron struck down a colossal wave towards Laxus. This wave transformed into a gigantic female figure mid-attack, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, darting about erratically in pursuit of its target. Oh, the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki. Prolonging the sound, Laxus felt a thrill of excitement. As a fellow wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he understood his own capabilities. Though he could adeptly wield the Haki to clear minor foes, the deeper techniques eluded him. Lightning armor. Resolutely, he enveloped himself in a cocoon of golden and blue lightning, intending to personally experience the advanced applications of Conqueror's Haki and seek inspiration. Crackling and sizzling, the violent electricity surrounded Laxus as he accelerated through the anti-gravity field, charging forth. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Laxus approached the female figure, only to be struck by an invisible force that ignored his lightning armor, impacting his internal organs with a tremendous force that sent his blood surging and left crimson staining his lips. Ignoring defenses? Once more. Seated atop the dragon-shaped Kaido, Yi rested his hand on his brow, peering through the barrier at the battlefield outside. Perhaps he was being a bit overconfident. Laxus, compared to these monstrous 4 emperors, possessed a variety of advantages in offensive power rather than physical constitution. Well, if he wished to explore the advanced applications of Conqueror's Haki, he would simply have to endure this setback. Although his physical prowess, derived from magical conversion, was somewhat inferior, enduring a few days of combat would not be too detrimental. Experiencing it firsthand could be quite enlightening. Truly worthy of the title First Generation, how brave indeed. The dragon form Kaido expressed his sentiments, noting that in his quest to further develop his Conqueror's Haki, he chose to endure blows, seeking inspiration through personal experience. Bartolomeo felt fortunate, realizing that lacking the Conqueror's Haki was not necessarily a disadvantage. He certainly did not possess a masochistic tendency. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's teasing, Yi feigned ignorance regarding the meaning of the first generation he mentioned, extending a small hand to pat the dragon's head and stating, "You may revert from your transformation now. I suspect that if you continue to brazenly ride atop him in plain view, you will inevitably provoke conflict with another of the 4 emperors." Kaido, now in his human form, bore a fierce expression as he fixed his gaze on Bartolomeo, who was gradually returning to his original appearance, his thoughts racing. The palm transforms into a bottle containing and returning heat. That must be the ability of a paramecia-type devil fruit. This replicated skill likely stems from the spirit pattern on his forehead. A divine beast conduit. What a peculiar ability, capable of perfectly mimicking another's fruit. Even within the pre-iteration power system, a divine beast-level contracted spirit would render such an effect exceedingly treacherous. A divine beast, indeed. How enticing. Among those present, Kaido could not help but covet the extraordinary ability. Meanwhile, Crocodile, seated quietly in a chair, felt a stir of interest as he cast a cold glance at the pattern on Bartolomeo's forehead, then discreetly observed a small spirit standing beside him. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a tail trailing behind, this creature was enveloped in an armor-like green shell adorned with 2 rows of sharp spikes. Its chest featured several triangular apertures, reminiscent of a demon's visage. This was the semi-divine spirit, Banjira. It stood steadfast, its strong physique seemingly impervious to any assault, exuding an air of confidence through its unblinking eyes. Once unleashed, it possessed the formidable strength to reshape its surroundings, obliterating mountains and flattening forests at will. Coupled with its sandstorm trait, it could incite tempestuous weather in devastated areas, crafting a home field advantage. Recalling the feedback received after contracting Banjira, Crocodile narrowed his gaze. Although the spirit he had recently contracted was not of divine beast caliber, it was more attuned to his fruit's abilities. There was no need to envy others. He should focus on developing its mega-evolution form. According to the intelligence provided by Yi, Banjira's ultimate evolution would rival the power of certain divine beasts. Boss T. With utmost respect, Captain S approached Crocodile, bowing slightly as he presented a cup of freshly brewed tea. He had ultimately fulfilled his wish and had been brought to the feast on the island. Taking the cup, Crocodile maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes drifting to the other 5 steaming cups of tea on the tray beside S. All present were significant figures. He could not afford to neglect them. Yes, boss. At once, C responded with fervent excitement and gratitude, bowing deeply. His new leader certainly held an impressive presence. The person with whom he conversed was either a king or an emperor, radiating warmth that alleviated his anxious desire to serve tea. Indeed, I am astute. Regardless of whether they are a king or an emperor, the first cup of tea must be offered to my superior. Praising his own thoughtfulness, C approached Shurji, once again presenting the tea with utmost respect, saying, "Esteemed leader, please enjoy this tea." Ha 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 ha. Shurji burst into hearty laughter, clearly in high spirits. He raised a finger, and with the influence of the Mara Mara no Mi, the teacup in C's hand floated into his grasp. Taking a delicate sip, he continued. As a subordinate of Crocodile, after the feast concludes, should any spirits remain uncontracted, I shall grant you the opportunity to select one at your leisure. Surprised, C struggled to comprehend the sudden delight. This is indeed a fine opportunity. Upon hearing this, Batla immediately recognized it as a breakthrough to ease the tensions between himself and Crocodile, smilingly stating, "Due to my oversight, coupled with your fortuitous encounter and subsequent joining, acquiring a small spirit is merely a trifle. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Crocodile?" Humph. With a resentful snort, Crocodile glanced at C, unable to conceal his excitement, yet chose to say nothing further as he sipped his tea. It settled then. Seeing that Crocodile did not object, Batla promptly confirmed, beaming a kind smile at C. "Thank you, esteemed leaders," C chuckled joyfully, swiftly offering tea to the remaining individuals, ensuring that not a single dignitary was overlooked. Even placing a cup at the vacant seat of Laxus, who was currently engaged in battle with Big Mom. An hour later, 3 hours later. Chapter 65. Maintaining a low profile in the courtyard. The sound of a knife swiftly meeting the cutting board echoed as Leggio, clad in a pink loungewear set, busied herself in the kitchen. She skillfully chopped various vegetables and meats, neatly arranging them on separate plates. "Mr. Su, the preparations are complete," Leggio said with a serene smile, glancing at Susanoo. "Shall we proceed to ignite the stove and heat the oil?" "Indeed," Susanoo replied patiently to the novice cook. "Once the oil reaches a temperature of about 80%, add the seasonings to release their aroma, and then you may proceed to stir-fry the meat." "Understood." Leggio nodded enthusiastically, her expression shifting to one of earnest focus as she began her first culinary endeavor amidst a mix of excitement and trepidation. Half an hour later. At the dining table, Li Shu surveyed the 4 dishes before him, pleasantly surprised by their appealing presentation. He cast a brief glance at Leggio, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, quite the talent you have. I had spent half a day preparing myself psychologically, ready to feign delight even if you served a pot of charcoal. Who are you looking down upon? With a raised eyebrow and a thoughtful demeanor, Leggio decided to be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against him. She graciously offered the chopsticks, saying, "Please, give it a taste. It has received Mr. Su's nod of approval." "Is that so?" Li Shu replied as he accepted the chopsticks, casting a glance at the meticulous figure of Su Zhan behind Leggio, whose expression had become slightly rigid due to someone's words. Understood. Perceiving the unspoken truth, Li Shu, in response to Leggio's expectant gaze, picked up a piece of greens and slowly savored it. To his delight, the flavor was indeed commendable, reminiscent of the dishes prepared by Mr. Su. "Let me sample this dish as well." With a newfound enthusiasm, having discerned the essence of Mr. Su's cooking, Li Shu no longer hesitated and eagerly sampled the dish Leggio indicated. One bite after another, he quickly polished off the 4 plates before him, setting down the chopsticks with satisfaction. "Not bad, you've passed the test. Now, answer me this. Why do you desire the second seed of life? From my observations, the first one you consumed has yet to be fully absorbed. As time slipped away, the sun ascended to its zenith. 3 minutes earlier on the island of Banquet, a sudden exclamation echoed, "Mommy, incoming!" A tempest of lightning enveloped the long blade as Big Mom leaped from the clouds, swiftly descending towards Laxus with lightning-like speed. After battling fiercely, Laxus, his breath steady, faced yet another wave of assaults. He raised his hand, conjuring an immense surge of golden-blue lightning, a flicker of crimson light igniting in his palm, compressing to its utmost. The golden-blue lightning surged into the red glow, coalescing into a tricolor orb of light. At the moment the magic circle illuminated, it erupted forth, a powerful attack that illuminated the heavens. Destructive death ray of the Thunder Dragon God. Boom. The formidable assault collided with Big Mom, who was mid-somersault, generating a violent shockwave. For a brief moment, both forces struggled, yet ultimately, Big Mom found herself overwhelmed. Her technique thwarted, and she was sent reeling back, landing atop the clouds, her fearsome visage radiating an aura of killing intent. "Enough of this." Shiki intervened, positioning himself between the 2 combatants, intent on halting their skirmish. "Laxus, the time is nigh. Do not allow your brawling nature to hinder our progress." After a moment of silence, Laxus recognized the gravity of the situation, nodding in understanding as he prepared to retreat towards the electric curtain behind him. Furious, Big Mom commanded the clouds, her overwhelming conqueror's haki suppressing the void around her as she roared ferociously, "You old lion, step aside. A mere unknown brat has stalled me for far too long. If I do not eliminate him, what becomes of the 4 emperors' reputation?" She held her reputation in utmost regard. Anyone who dared tarnish it would face relentless pursuit. After all, she was Bigmom, not one to be reduced to a mere stepping stone for another's rise to fame. The young spirit, having imbibed the persuasive counsel of Shiki regarding the ceasefire, provocatively challenged Laxus with a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, "The warm-up has just begun. Are you going to flee with your tail between your legs?" Laxus furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the obstinate figure of Big Mom, as crackling arcs of furious electricity surged around him. Suddenly, from the surface of the sea, several waves of Conqueror's haki erupted, all directed towards Big Mom hovering above. The air resonated with the sound of friction as the powerful auras intertwined, compressing the void itself. Despite Big Mom's immediate counteraction, clashing her own Conqueror's haki against the onslaught, she struggled under the immense pressure of multiple forces. "Whitebeard, red-haired, Rayleigh, dragon, are you formally declaring war on the Big Mom pirates?" Enraged, despite being separated by thousands of meters, Big Mom fiercely resisted the unmatched impact of the Conqueror's haki, letting out a frenzied roar, questioning why one after another seemed intent on opposing her. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stood proudly with his Naginata, exuding an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki as he gazed defiantly at Big Mom above. Declaring war? If she truly believes so, I shall accept. But only after the banquet concludes. On the Red Force, red-haired Shanks and Rayleigh stood side by side, each emanating their own formidable Conqueror's haki towards Big Mom while engaging in casual conversation. "Vice Captain, your presence here is somewhat unexpected. After years of seclusion, to emerge at such a pivotal moment, there must be a compelling reason," Shanks remarked. Rayleigh laughed heartily, refraining from directly answering Shank's inquiry. However, a glimmer of resignation flickered in his eyes behind his glasses. The sea was about to become increasingly tumultuous. A storm was brewing. He feared that if he did not seize this opportunity to strengthen his power, he would fail to fulfill Roger's dying request to safeguard that power at all costs. Noticing the worry in Rayleigh's eyes, Shanks chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he activated his observation hotkey, swiftly pinpointing another source of Conqueror's hotkey. On a nearby pirate ship, a middle-aged man clad in a dark green coat, bearing multiple red tattoos on the left side of his face and devoid of eyebrows, gazed skyward with a fierce expression, his Conqueror's hotkey spilling forth like a tidal wave. This man was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Deemed the world's most notorious criminal by the world government. Chief, why are you joining in the fray? Shouldn't we be maintaining a low profile? Chapter 66. Soaring, we must keep a low profile. Kurla clenched her fists anxiously. They were the Revolutionary Army, criminals sought after by the world government. Was such a public occasion truly suitable for ostentatious behavior? Why was everything so chaotic? Haha. Sabo, who had reunited with the main force of the Revolutionary Army, couldn't help but chuckle, holding a steel pipe in his hand for reassurance. Do not worry. The myriad forces present are intricately intertwined. Even if we are discovered by the government and the Navy, it matters not. A large-scale conflict will not erupt. Shut up. With mounting frustration, Kurla's expression twisted into a snarl as she transformed into a fierce figure, viciously tearing at his words. Haha. At that moment, the booming laughter of Shiki resonated from the skies, rescuing Sabo from his plight. Everyone. Shiki's voice thundered, and he unleashed his Conqueror's hotkey towards the sea, alleviating some of the oppressive pressure exerted by Big Mama. The needless contention ceased, for the time of the grand feast had arrived. With Shiki's proclamation, the entangled Conqueror's hotkey dissipated, and a peculiar silence enveloped the sea, as all eyes turned towards the golden figure in the sky. Haha, are you all eager to begin? Without further ado, I, Shiki, in the capacity of the King of the Skies, announce that anyone who can ascend to the Feast Island may choose a spirit of their liking. Rejoice. Dance. To the powerful from all corners of the world, driven by ambition, dreams, and the pursuit of strength, make your utmost effort to ascend the island. I await your arrival. The moment had come. The feast had begun. With Shiki's final words, a colossal barrier of lightning enveloping the island and the stone steps trembled slightly. The resplendent magical array at the pinnacle contracted and vanished, and the descending electric curtain began to dissipate from top to bottom, revealing the true visage of the stone steps. In the aerial expanse, countless stones floated at varying distances, among which were hundreds of conspicuous smaller stones, their bases resembling hourglasses, shedding fine dust. As the electric curtain receded to its base and the electrolysis phenomenon concluded, the flames raging on the sea gradually extinguished, shattering the eerie silence with an eruption of spirited roars that echoed through the heavens, signaling the commencement of the tumultuous ascent. Let us set sail, ascend the island. Charge. Charge. The contract spirits await. Your captain has arrived. Haha. A new era shall undoubtedly have a place for me. In a fervent display of ambition, countless pirate ships surged forth, their sails billowing as they raced toward the horizon, each vying for supremacy in the relentless tide of the new era. The air crackled with an insatiable desire for power, driven by the quest for the strength of the contract spirits. Renowned pirates, some laughing maniacally, others wearing cruel smirks, sped towards the stone steps that marked the threshold of opportunity. The curtain of the new age had been drawn, and the wheels of history began to turn once more. The chance for dominion lay tantalizingly close. To avoid becoming mere fodder for the bygone era, one must gamble everything for a resplendent tomorrow. On the flamboyant Flamingo ship, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and laughed heartily towards the heavens, memories of the pirate King Roger's dawn of the great pirate era flooding back. The intoxicating sin of ambition filled the air, as other formidable pirates employed various cunning strategies to seize the moment. On another vessel, a man in his 30s wore a look of urgency as he observed a dozen ships surpass him, no longer concealing his abilities. He raised his thumb towards a boulder towering 100 meters high. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward, enveloped by the power of his fruit. Racing towards the target, in the blink of an eye, he became the first pirate to stand upon the stone steps. This man was Chark, captain of the great car pirate crew, known as the Unscathed Captain. An adept observer and skilled in combat, he wielded the powers of the trajectory fruit, boasting a bounty of 465 million. Leading the charge, Chark reveled in his moment of triumph, But suddenly, a barrage of attacks rained down upon him. Sword strikes, sniper shots, and various onslaughts from other abilities surged forth, all detected by his honed observation skills. With a smirk, Chark turned, unfazed by becoming the prime target. He clapped his hands together before spreading them apart in a defiant gesture. "None shall impede my advance," he declared, steering his ship with precision. The incoming attacks, influenced by his fruit's power, veered off course, skirting harmlessly past him. "Struggle all you like, for I am already ahead," he laughed, effortlessly evading the concentrated assault and channeling his abilities once more to shoot towards the higher boulder. Yet suddenly, a Marine Major General, propelled by the moonlit fabric of his cape, pursued him, launching a formidable kick aimed at thwarting Chark's ascent. The tempestuous gust surged forth like the slash of a master swordsman. Chark, shrouded in the omnipresent aura of observation hockey, had already detected the silhouette of his opponent. As the fierce kick approached, his expression turned steely. He raised his hand and traced a circle in the air, activating his fruit's ability. The onslaught of the tempestuous kick was reversed, hurtling directly towards the young general. With a snort of discontent, the general unleashed another tempestuous kick to counter the attack. The collision reverberated with a thunderous explosion, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, another figure ascended swiftly, overtaking Chark to become the new frontrunner. "Heh. You all take your time. I shall make my move first." With wings sprouting from his back, a transformed Zoan-type user soared above the crowd, intending to leverage the aerial prowess of his animal fruit to ascend directly to Banquet Island. Climbing the stone steps? No. He aimed to capitalize on his advantage and reach the summit in one breath. Suddenly, a massive cannonball hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Before the pirate could react, it crashed into him, detonating and engulfing him in searing flames, sending him plummeting towards the sea in a state of severe injury. What a ridiculous ability, perfect for barbecuing, thought Carp aboard the Navy's ship, disdainfully picking his nose with his pinky finger, while next to him stood a rack laden with cannonballs. Moments earlier, he had personally launched a projectile that sent that ability user crashing down. The anguish cries echoed in the air. Yet the fierce competition atop the stone steps did not wane. Instead, it intensified, with casualties rising sharply. Chapter 67. Mind Your Identity, Observing the Battle at the Pinnacle, which had now escalated to heights of 500 to 600 meters. Powerful factions and individuals began to join the fray. Gulalala. Children, it is time for you to mobilize. Ascend to Banquet Island and select your chosen spirits, always standing at the forefront of the era. Whitebeard pirates, all hands on deck. Yes, father. With Whitebeard's command. The previously stationary captains responded in unison, leaping from the Moby Dick in their own unique ways to attempt to reach the summit. The immortal bird, Marco, activated his fruit ability, unfurling a pair of wings ablaze with the flames of immortality, soaring high towards Banquet Island. Along his path, many pirates vying for the stone steps noticed his figure. Awestruck by the might of Whitebeard and Marco, they merely observed in silence, refraining from intervening. The identity of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates warranted a spirit of contract. Bista, the flower sword wielder, leaped from the air, using a passing pirate ship as a springboard, propelling himself towards the base of the stone steps, his 2 mustaches slightly raised as he gathered his strength. Launching himself toward a stone block 100 meters high, joining the race for ascent. Splash. The Sharkman, Captain Namel of the 8th Division, leveraged his racial advantage to infiltrate the depths of the ocean, swimming swiftly through the waters. Upon reaching the base of the stone steps, he leaped from the surface, creating a towering column of water as he surged forward, keeping pace with Vista. The other captains were not far behind, and soon they all engaged in the chaotic struggle to cross. Following closely were numerous captains of allied pirate crews along with their crews. "Oh dear," the somewhat disheveled Kazara remarked lazily, donning sunglasses as he observed the Whitebeard pirate's captain swiftly ascending the stone steps. His gaze ultimately settled on Marco, surrounded by flames. "Vice Admiral Garp, it appears the Whitebeard crew has begun their advance. Shouldn't we also make our move? Do you require my assistance in restraining the Phoenix?" "Ha!" Garp bellowed, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming teeth. "Let each strive to reach the summit through their own merits. Sengoku has instructed us to act with discretion. This initial phase on the island is not the time for conflicts. Let us maintain a temporary peace." With that, he gestured for the soldiers to launch 2 additional cannonballs. Rolling up his sleeves, an impulsive thought surged within him, and taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "All Navy cadets, ascend. Allow this old man to lend you a hand." The vice admirals aboard a dozen Navy ships were perplexed, yet given the command from Vice Admiral Garp, they dutifully complied, leaping into the air, stepping onto the moonlit fabric above their vessels. Fist of the meteor shower. With swift movements, Garp hurled cannonballs towards the airborne vice admirals, their speed producing a piercing whistle as they sliced through the air. Vice Admiral Garp? The vice admirals, startled by the approaching projectiles, were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, with a loud thud, one bewildered officer was struck in the midsection by a cannonball. However, the projectile did not explode. It was imbued with a gentle force, instantly compressing his body into a C shape, and then propelled with tremendous energy toward the stone steps. No way. The fact that they had achieved the rank of vice admiral indicated that their intellect was at least above average. Witnessing the fate of the first victim, they broke into a cold sweat, clearly realizing the true nature of this assistance involved nothing less than the brute force of a hand swing. No. Thud, thud, thud. In horror, one by one, the vice admirals were struck, gasping as they were sent soaring into the air in bizarre poses. Oh dear. Akiji sighed, rolling his eyes. Indeed. The esteemed Vice Admiral Garp had a penchant for chaos, embarrassing the vice admirals in front of so many pirates. Well, let him have his fun. Kazan shook his head and leapt into the air, adjusting his stance just in time to step onto the cannonball as Garp launched it once more, soaring gracefully toward the horizon. A golden light flickered, slowly coalescing into the figure of Kazuru, who elegantly stood atop the cannonball, advancing alongside Kazan. Meanwhile, still so carefree. Old man, Dragon observed the commotion on the Navy's side, his eyes twitching involuntarily. This reckless abandon had not diminished with age. Karis, no longer concerned with the situation involving his father, called out to the leader of the Northern Revolutionary Army, Karis, turning his back to the crowd. Let us commence. Understood. The bald man, cloaked in dark feathers and donning a bird-beaked metal mask, spoke in a hoarse voice as he activated his devil fruit ability. Suddenly, the once quiet pirate ship was filled with the cacophony of cawing crows, massive avians bursting forth from the hold and circling in the air above. Captain, I shall take the lead, chimed Lindbergh, the Southern Army leader resembling a cat martin, grinning as he utilized his jetpack to soar toward the island of Feast. Let us go. With a whoosh, Sabo, Karer, Haku, and Mori all leapt into the air, landing on the backs of the crows, who carried them toward the island of Feast, leaving Dragon standing still, unhurried in his departure. The raucous cawing of the crows drew many curious gazes. Dragon's furious roar echoed, causing him to stiffen momentarily, though he maintained a calm demeanor as he turned toward the source of the sound. Long time no see, father. However, before he could finish, a barrage of dark cannonballs hurtled toward him. Ah, this is my father's affection. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannonballs neared Dragon, they seemed to collide with an invisible wall of wind, erupting in violent explosions, the ensuing black smoke swiftly dissipating under a gentle breeze. You little rascal, you've certainly stirred up quite a commotion, the world's most notorious criminal. I hereby declare you under arrest. Surrender now, Garp proclaimed, his words formal yet casual, his demeanor suggesting he had no intention of truly pursuing familial justice. Dragon remained silent, employing his devil fruit ability to ascend into the air, leaving behind a taunting remark for the performance. Old man, if you wish to capture me, come and try. Do not flee. As he witnessed Dorag soaring with the wind, Garp bellowed, hurling the remaining cannonballs in a fit of frustration, only to have them deftly evaded by the opponent, causing not a scratch. With a hint of irritation curling his lips, Garp murmured, Indeed. One's wings have grown strong enough to oppose the world government. No wonder he is my son. The surrounding sailors, seemingly oblivious, cast furtive glances, their hearts raging with the silent protest. Mind your station, Vice Admiral Garp. This is not a matter for our ears. Chapter 68, CP9 on the surface of the sea. Aboard the Flamingo ship, only Myhawk remained, observing the chaotic struggle atop the rocky steps ahead with eyes that mirrored the indifference of an eagle. Suddenly, with a slight hum, he leapt to the apex of the pirate vessel, scanning the vast ocean behind him, where he sensed the aura of a swordsman. The newcomer, adorned in a light purple kimono with a black and purple sash, bore a distinctive X-shaped scar that extended dangerously close to his eyes. He approached gracefully, seated upon a floating stone, wielding a large blade. With eyes tightly shut, he maneuvered skillfully between the stationary pirate ships, soon arriving before Myhawk's Flamingo. Old man, may I pass? He inquired with a smile. 700 meters away, a figure with pink twin tails, crowned and holding a wine-red parasol, floated in the air. Perona's spirit hovered, accompanied by 4 despondent ghosts. With a mere gesture, she directed the apparitions toward a particular pirate, who felt their chilling presence sweep past him. "Forgive me. I am but a wild grass, unworthy of such spirits. If you please, tread over me." Overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair, the pirate knelt, utterly devoid of ambition. Succumbing to an abyss of dejection, suddenly, with a swift thrust, a long blade pierced his back, penetrating his left chest, claiming his life in an instant. The figure of Absalom, the transparent fruit user, gradually materialized. Let us not waste time. We must hasten to assist Lord Moria, clearing the path to the island of Feast. Drawing his long knife, Absalom gazed upward toward the rocky steps, where their captain engaged in battle. 1,400 meters away, two-sword style, heavy one slash. With his waist-length, flowing beard and a tall, imposing hat, General Strawberry brandished his twin swords, unleashing a formidable attack towards the pirate before him. As the breathtaking assault approached, the long-legged pirate grinned, his slender legs moving gracefully to deftly evade the onslaught and rush towards General Strawberry. His right leg shimmered with a dark sheen. Enveloped in a formidable layer of hockey, armed with a four-strike technique, the agile pirate unleashed a rapid flurry of kicks. Strawberry, wielding his own sword imbued with hockey, parried the blows. The clash of black legs against the black blade resonated with a series of sharp sparks. The long-legged pirate, poised in a downward strike, found his attack met by Strawberry's steadfast defense as both warriors strained against each other, neither willing to yield. Black Claw on leg, with a bounty of 550 million, was notorious for his brutal nature, having once slaughtered an entire town. Such a malevolent being, should he acquire a contract spirit, would pose an even greater threat to the world. Hence, for the sake of justice, he must be dealt with here and now. Calm and composed, General Strawberry finally opened his eyes, revealing a chilling intent to kill. With a surge of power, he forced Ron Leg back, advancing upon him with determination. Two-sword style, extreme cross slash. Gripping his blades in reverse, Strawberry's muscles bulged, channeling a more potent force. He executed a cross-shaped slash, aiming directly at Ron Leg's face. In response to the lethal attack, Leg remained unflustered, leaning back and using his hands for support. With his legs cloaked in a dense layer of hockey, he countered with a crushing grip, resembling iron pincers. The clash erupted in a shower of sparks, a deafening explosion sending both combatants reeling backward. Leg, capitalizing on the momentum, flipped away but had barely regained his footing when a series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the air. Two-sword style, instant 100 slashes. What? Ron's pupils dilated as he faced the imminent barrage of strikes. With nowhere to evade, he relied on his extensive combat experience to react, hastily retreating with frantic steps. His arms raised defensively, fortified by hockey. The sound of clashing blades echoed, followed by a sharp gasp as one strike breached his defense, striking his chest and propelling him away from the stone he had been standing on. With a thunderous crash, Leg was fortunate enough to land heavily on another stone, narrowly escaping the peril of plunging into the sea. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Leg disregarded the profuse wound on his chest as he smirked. Gazing at Strawberry, who stood on the edge of the stone, and provocatively challenged, "Come on, continue. Let me see just how steadfast your sense of justice truly is. Do you wish to slay me here, or are you more eager to establish yourself in a new era, yearning for the power of the spirits?" Strawberry squinted, scrutinizing the extent of Leg's injuries. He realized that defeating him here and now was not an achievement that could be accomplished in a short span of time. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Leg chuckled, casting a fierce glance at him before exerting force through his legs and opting for an alternative route to continue ascending the stone steps. Meanwhile, he felt a slight sense of relief. Was it necessary to continue this death struggle? At present, reaching the summit was the paramount objective. Should we meet again? I shall surely bring you down beneath my blade. General Strawberry chose not to pursue, recalling the words of caution imparted to him before his departure. In this new era, the primary focus was to acquire more contract spirits. At an altitude of 2,200 meters, crack, 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 crack. The bone-chilling cold swiftly infiltrated and froze a notorious pirate, renowned across the seas, into a statue of ice. Beside him, Akiji exhaled a breath of frost, raising his hand to conjure an icicle that shattered the pirate's skull. What terrifying power! A pirate with a bounty exceeding 600 million was unable to survive even a minute in your presence, General Akiji. Undoubtedly one of the three mightiest forces of the Navy headquarters. Ah, Akiji chuckled nonchalantly, his languid gaze sweeping towards a distant rock, where he spotted Don Quixote Doflamingo. Lips curled upward, standing in a rather unseemly posture. Behind him were several members of the Don Quixote family, Toripol, Pika, Lao Ji, and Bartolomeo among them. What a commendable leader. A user of the string fruit, he could have ascended more swiftly but chose to delay his pace in order to escort them safely. Doflamingo replied, "Of course. Our young master is the most worthy patriarch to serve." Dringer and Mahabais, awestruck by Akiji's prowess, could only praise Doflamingo in their hearts. After all, they were family. How could one abandon any member? A low, rumbling chuckle escaped Doflamingo as he shifted the conversation, tilting his gaze towards higher altitudes, where he discerned several figures approaching. Akiji also looked up, and his calm demeanor rippled slightly, despite the masks worn by the figures above. He sensed familiar silhouettes from their shapes and auras. Members of CP9? Chapter 69, Comrades. CP9. Akiji and Doflamingo gazed into the distance, observing a towering man with horn-like hair drawing forth a door from thin air. Once the others entered, he stepped inside, casually closing the door behind him, vanishing without a trace. As the observation hockey spread, he sensed their presence once more, now at a height of nearly 5,000 meters upon another rock. What a cheat. The superhuman ability of the door fruit. Doflamingo chuckled, no longer willing to squander time with Kazan. Utilizing his string ability, he effortlessly elevated the group, leaving Kazan in contemplation. Scratching his head, could it be that Spandam, that fool, aimed to earn favor with the world government by capturing a mere sprite? Dispatching all members of CP9 from their secret mission? How perplexing. 5,000 meters away, Lucci, donning a grotesque mask to conceal his true identity, was approached by a woman with flowing golden locks. With a hint of trepidation, she called out the leader's name, questioning, "Is it truly acceptable? We have clearly tracked the movements of the child of the devil, yet instead of apprehending her, we are diverted by that imbecile's orders to capture a sprite. Can we really afford to set aside our long-standing covert mission? Enough, Khalifa." The leader turned, revealing his dove mask to the assembly. His voice was cold as he replied, "We are agents, born solely to execute orders. Regardless of how foolish the commands may be, our duty is absolute obedience. Such doubts must not arise again." "Understood," Khalifa murmured, bowing her head in reluctant compliance. Though she harbored resentment, having spent years as an undercover agent with little to show for it, she could only watch as the opportunity slipped away, feeling a sense of injustice was only natural. But with so many of us missing at once, won't the iceberg suspect something? A quarter of an hour had passed since the lightning barrier dissipated and factions began to ascend the stone steps. Countless ambitious individuals either just entered the fray or had already gained considerable height. The fierce competition was palpable, with weaker souls perishing at every moment, serving as stepping stones for others. At that moment, on the distant sea, 30 to 40 pirate ships, vessels resembling naval warships, lined up in formation, rapidly approaching. Their flags bore an unusual insignia, the naval emblem inverted, with a skull pierced by a sword, the Neo Navy. In this new era, there is no place for you cowards and villains to thrive. The future of the world belongs to the Neo Navy. All shall perish here. Clad in dark sunglasses, with a sea prism stone-crafted crusher on his right arm, the former Admiral Zephyr bore an aged visage filled with hatred and madness. The times had changed, and he would redefine the navy of this new world. Explosive rock, a unique type of explosive stone, inherently devoid of danger, transforms into a formidable force upon contact with oxygen. When amassed in sufficient quantities, it can effortlessly obliterate islands, measuring approximately 1 meter in length. A transparent glass casing encases a flowing pink liquid, currently held aloft by the right arm of a crushing machine, which is hurled violently towards a cluster of stone steps. With a swift whoosh followed by a thunderous explosion, the explosive stone collides with the lowest block, shattering the glass casing and releasing the liquid. The moment the inner stone makes contact with the air, a deafening blast engulfs an area of 1,000 meters, instantly submerging the stone steps and claiming the lives of numerous unsuspecting pirates and Navy personnel. Radiant light and intense heat erupt as the explosion vaporizes a significant volume of seawater, forming a mist. As the white smoke dissipates, the nearby pirate vessels are completely annihilated, some engulfed in flames as they slowly sink, while others disintegrate into mere wreckage. Above the stone steps, within a radius of 700 to 800 meters, only a few sufficiently large stones remain afloat, starkly contrasting with the remnants that have been utterly destroyed. What? The commotion is so immense that all climbers suddenly halt, their gazes drawn to the empty stone steps, sweeping across the tumultuous sea below, ignoring the anguished cries of certain survivors who have fallen into the depths. In astonishment, their eyes finally converge upon the location of Zephyr. Master. Numerous vice admirals and rear admirals widen their eyes in disbelief at Zephyr's unexpected arrival and the chaos he has incited. According to Sengoku's arrangements, his name was not on the list of participants for this grand feast, let alone the presence of such a massive fleet before them. Teacher, Kazan's expression darkens, having sensed something amiss over the past fortnight. Observing the distant fleet, which has acted autonomously without orders, and their indiscriminate assault on the stone steps, he reflects on the recent explosion. He is aware of the existence of the explosive stone and, having witnessed the unfolding events, has surmised the general situation and its impending consequences. No, my comrades, this is intolerable. Navy, you have gone too far. You have thoroughly enraged all pirate crews, and you shall pay the price. Navy, I vow to you, this ship's captain will not rest until we settle this. To the formidable warriors of the Pirate Alliance, the Navy's blatant breach of trust in destroying the stone steps ignites a call to arms. Let us unleash our fury. The Sky King, Shiki, will not permit anyone to disrupt the celebration he has orchestrated. We shall teach the Navy a lesson, and the quasi-divine spirit shall be within our grasp. Indeed. Let us strike. Kill. Kill. The battle between pirates and the Navy erupted into a brutal melee, ignited by a few inciting remarks. The clash of swords, the roar of cannons, and the manifestation of physical prowess escalated to a fever pitch, with the bewildered Navy forced to fight defensively. Carp, the esteemed hero of the Navy who had fought alongside Zephyr, wore a grim expression as he fixated on a distant, familiar figure. He could scarcely believe that the intelligence relayed to him in confidence by Sengoku had proven true. Zephyr had indeed betrayed the Navy and established a new faction. Zephyr, how could you? Carp lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow. Even as the stark reality unfolded before him, he found it hard to accept that his former comrade, once noble and selfless, had turned against the very institution they had fought to uphold. Navy, come and face your doom. At that moment, an oblivious pirate charged at Carp with a sword raised, becoming an outlet for Carp's pin-up fury. With piercing eyes, Carp clenched his right fist and unleashed a furious punch that shattered the pirate's blade, striking him squarely in the chest. The devastating impact produced a thunderous explosion of air, and the pirate was instantly slain, his lifeless body hurtling backward to collide with a stone, which shattered upon impact, sending debris flying further away. Zephyr, momentarily relieved of his anger, heard Carp's anguished roar. Why? Why have you taken this path? You were once upright and selfless, aspiring to be a hero, nurturing countless talents for the Navy. How could you betray us? We were comrades who trusted one another. Chapter 70. The opportunity created. Carp's anguished cries resonated in the ears of all present, casting a pall over the Navy's commanders, who momentarily drifted into memories of their time under Zephyr's tutelage. A sharp pain jolted them back to reality, urging them to focus on the battle at hand. Wait, a betrayal of the Navy? Some pirates, caught up in the fray, were taken aback by the revelation and chose to retreat, opting to observe the unfolding events from a distance. The chaotic skirmish between the Navy and the pirates momentarily eased in response to Carp's voice, with most pirates opting to halt their aggression, though a few remained fixated on avenging their fallen comrades. Standing upon a distant warship, Carp beheld Zephyr's weathered face twisted with madness. Why have we arrived at this juncture? It is the Navy's incompetence that has led us here. You are all too cowardly. Balance. Balance. Always emphasizing balance, claiming it is for the stability of the world order that maintaining control over paradise will eventually allow us to eradicate the pirates. Such notions are mere self-soothing for the inept. Very well, since the Navy proves so useless in this new era, I hereby declare that the pirate guerrillas shall be officially renamed Inyo Navy, sweeping across the seas to suppress evil and truly enact justice. Ha ha ha. The inept Navy and the wicked pirates. What a perfect arrangement. Let me, Zoff the Inyo Navy, bury you all here. With a thunderous roar, a volcanic rock erupted from the right arm of Zephyr, who proclaimed his intent with fervor. He raised his arm and hurled a pink glass container like a projectile towards the stone steps. The onlookers, taken aback by his announcement, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Zephyr's actions. Although many were unfamiliar with the nature of the object, the recent explosion lingered vividly in their minds. There was no way they would allow it to approach unchallenged. Bang, 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 in a flurry of gunfire and slashing strikes. The air was filled with the sounds of conflict as they sought to intercept the incoming volcanic rock. With a resounding detonation, it exploded mid-flight, unleashing a powerful shockwave and searing gusts of heat. The Inyo Navy? The one-armed, red-haired captain led his crew atop a sizable rock over 1,000 meters high, braving the intense heat as he gazed mournfully at Zephyr. Once an admiral of the Navy, he had endured immense suffering that transformed him. Harboring a deep-seated hatred for pirates and discontent with the Navy's perceived weakness, in this tempestuous era, he had resolved to take a radical stance, choosing to confront the world with his own ideals. He should not have come. Beckman exhaled slowly, tilting his head skyward as he publicly declared his departure from the Navy, vowing indiscriminate attacks against all. Regardless of how the Navy might react to preserve its reputation, the assembled pirates would not allow Zephyr to escape unscathed, especially after he disrupted the grand feast that Shiki had meticulously prepared. No, here gathered were nearly all of the mid-tier and high-end powers of the pirate faction. Zephyr, the black arm dedicated to eradicating pirates, had compelling reasons to be present. Surely, the vast fleet had been mobilized, bolstered by formidable weaponry. Perhaps with no intention of surviving this encounter, Shanks narrowed his gaze, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, resolutely turning to leap into the heights. Let us go, mates. Fulfill his determination and let the blossoms of his final moments bloom. Respecting his adversary's will, the red-haired pirates hastened their ascent, powerful crewmates following Shanks' lead as they surged upwards with remarkable speed. Zephyr's lenses glinted in the light as Rayleigh regarded the once unyielding admiral with a complex expression. The unpredictability of life had taken its toll, first family, then students, mercilessly slain by pirates. Such harrowing experiences had irrevocably altered this man. One had never known another's suffering, while the other's stance was fundamentally different. Silent, Rayleigh turned away, unwilling to engage in battle with Zephyr, leaving it to the Navy to handle. Dragon observed Zephyr for a long while, ultimately refraining from inviting him to join the Revolutionary Army. It would be futile. His aspirations lay not in liberating nations or bringing stability and peace to the masses. Perhaps he was deeply conflicted within, at over 70 years of age, his health declining. By openly renouncing the Navy, he had already embraced the resolve to meet a glorious end in battle. Another old friend approaches the curtain call, Whitebeard mused, a deep chuckle escaping his lips as enigmatic emotions flickered in his eyes, before he turned and walked away. The golden light flickered as the already esteemed Kizaru appeared beside Garp, holding a din-din mushi that was dialing. Upon seeing this, Garp instinctively clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, torn between the desire to intervene and the absence of a valid reason to do so. With a click, the din-din mushi connected, and the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stationed in his office at Marineford, resonated through the device. What has transpired, Kizaru? It's a grave matter, Fleet Admiral, Kizaru replied lazily. Yet his tone concealed the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, it has been confirmed that Teacher Zephyr has betrayed the Navy. What? Sengoku's shocked voice echoed, his disbelief and profound sorrow palpable even through the din-din mushi's simulated expression. Garp, you are right there. What on earth is happening? Faced with Sengoku's inquiry, Garp remained silent, at a loss for words. How could he confirm Zephyr's betrayal? No, he could not voice it, as he was not yet ready to accept this bitter reality. Oh. Fleet Admiral, do you doubt my words? Noticing Garp's silence, Kizaru interjected, based on the current situation. Teacher Zephyr has not only defected from the Navy, but has also seized the explosive rock and made his appearance at the island of the feast, intending to annihilate all present, including us in the Navy. Explosive rock? How could Zephyr? Sengoku's horrified voice trailed off, interrupted by the sound of another din-din mushi requesting to connect. Kizaru slightly bowed his head, the sunlight reflecting off his glasses obscuring the change in his gaze. Click. Sengoku, Zephyr has betrayed us. We command you to immediately inform the generals on site to eliminate the traitor. Click. Hearing the resolute command from the other end of the din-din mushi, Garp closed his eyes and sat down with his arms crossed, unwillingly asking one last question. Sengoku, is there truly no other option? Silence enveloped the conversation, as Sengoku remained quiet on the other end. After what felt like an eternity, a weary voice finally emerged. Garp, respect the opportunity he has created with his life. Chapter 71. Taking it seriously, Garp, respect the opportunity he has created with his life. Perched on Laxus's shoulder, listening to his recounting of the intercepted information, Yu Zhao's youthful face flickered with a sense of melancholy. It was unexpected that, due to the emergence of the contract spirit, Zephyr, who had resolved to leave the Navy and establish himself after the recruitment of a certain pirate as a warlord of the sea, would take such a definitive step so soon. Ahaha, she mused, a whimsical smile dancing on her lips. An opportunity created with one's life? How amusing. To publicly announce his departure from the Navy, declaring that he no longer associates with them, all subsequent actions would then embody his own will. Given his past experiences, perhaps many pirates would resonate with his resolute intentions. However, it is quite a coincidence that he boldly declared his rebellion in front of the Navy, striking a resounding blow to the Navy headquarters in the presence of countless pirates. This act, which pertains to dignity and discipline, will undoubtedly compel the Navy to eliminate the traitor in order to uphold their reputation, thus a grand conflict becomes unavoidable. The battle between former and current admirals is bound to be intense, given the well-known destructive power of those with natural abilities. Therefore, during such a fierce confrontation, it is understandable that collateral damage to nearby individuals may occur. As for the so-called opportunity, he chuckled softly, realizing that Zepha's public proclamation of rebellion was entirely aimed at the pirates present. The former resolve to spare the admirals now seems to demand a sacrifice of life, creating a rebellion in its final moments to severely undermine the pirate faction. Laxus understood that Zepha had indeed defected from the Navy. Even if his intentions were to target the pirates specifically, it bore no relation to the Navy. The Navy, in their pursuit to eliminate the traitor, would inevitably involve the innocent as well, which is regrettable but unavoidable. As a former admiral, the strength of the opponent is formidable and accidental injuries are to be expected. Understanding is required. Everyone should strive for comprehension. Do you need me to intervene? Laxus asked, puzzled. Why intervene? Each pirate embarking upon the sea is prepared for the possibility of death, especially those who come to partake in the feast. Who among them is not ambitious, with aspirations as lofty as the heavens? Moreover, Zepha is quite considerate. He has resolved to sacrifice his life to make the spectacle more magnificent. We should learn from the Navy and respect this elder who has devoted everything to justice. Respect my foot. You just enjoy the chaos, Laxus thought, exasperated, as he turned his gaze towards the 30 or so new Navy vessels. Utilizing the insight from his thunder fruit, he scanned the surroundings, only to find a sparse number of voices. Each ship was manned by fewer than 10 crew members. Indeed, they have come with a determination to die. On a stone more than 2,000 meters high, Kazan gazed down with lowered eyes. Through his observation, he sensed Zepha's resolute intent of sacrifice. A profound realization blossoming in his mind. Is his aim to weaken the mid-tier combat strength of the pirate faction at the cost of his life? As the dawn of a new era approaches, this so-called betrayal, bearing the name of a traitor, is merely a catalyst, a prerequisite for this event. Ah, the sorrow, the grief, the melancholy. Kazan chuckled softly, staring at the figure he respected below. He leaned forward, plummeting straight down. What a magnificent resolve, Zepha-sensei. With a swift descent from 2,000 meters, the grand letters of justice echoed in the wind behind him, captivating the gaze of every naval officer who beheld him. The Ice Age begins. As the moment of contact with the sea arrived, Kazan transformed into a chilling frost, rapidly disseminating the powers of his freezing fruit. In an instant, the waters in this vicinity were entirely encased in ice, crafting a battleground upon which one could stand. The chilling atmosphere rose from the ice as Kazan's figure gradually emerged. He cast a solemn glance at the grinning Zephyr, lowered his head in silence, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Oh, he drawled lazily, extending the reluctant sound, as Borsalino, the yellow monkey, observed Kazan's decision to refrain from engaging. He then glanced at the silent carp seated nearby, along with the naval commanders who were retreating to a lower altitude. With a quiet sigh, he spoke, in open rebellion. For the sake of preserving the Navy's honor, you shall perish here, teacher Zephyr. In a flash of golden brilliance, Borsalino's form erupted with radiant light, transforming into a rapid beam that surged towards Zephyr's position. Borsalino, do you seek my life? Zephyr's sunglasses, tinted with a golden hue, reflected his unleashed aura as he raised his right arm, the sea stone crusher, to meet the incoming light with a powerful punch. Weak-willed Admiral, do not harbor any delusions. With a resounding crash, the crusher collided with the golden light. Thanks to the sea stone's effect, Borsalino was easily repelled from his original form, hurtling away while raising his index finger to concentrate a laser beam. Still so relentless, I am no longer the young rascal I once was. With a sizzle, the laser was unleashed, striking towards Zephyr at the speed of light. Zephyr leapt to evade the attack, and amidst a cacophony of explosions, the naval vessel beneath him was shattered, igniting into fierce flames. Crusher Blaster. Zephyr launched himself toward Borsellino. The crusher on his right arm crackling ominously as it unleashed a devastating volley. 8-foot mirror, with hands interlaced and palms facing each other. A burst of golden light erupted as Borsellino's form swiftly reassembled behind him. He raised his leg to deliver a powerful kick, generating a formidable laser shockwave. Lightspeed kick. Despite being equipped with the heavy crusher, Zephyr's speed remained remarkably agile as he sidestepped the laser and continued his assault on Borsellino. The laser missed its target, crashing into a stone block in the background and obliterating it into dust, vanishing without a trace. The residual shockwave swept over the pirates who had ceased their skirmish with the Navy. Observing this scene, some astute individuals among the pirates snorted softly, sensing something amiss. Their glances, shrouded in shadows or coldness, darted towards their fellow pirates, yet many remained captivated by the clash between the admirals, wholly oblivious to the lurking peril. Hey! A cold chuckle resonated as some clever and cunning pirates silently retreated, abandoning the chance to witness this rare naval conflict. They ascended as quietly as possible, even encountering other like-minded pirates along the way. Together, they tacitly suppressed their desires for combat, striving to reach the summit. Crusher Tornado. Zephyr advanced towards Kizaru, his crushing machine delivering a powerful blow to the icy surface, sending countless ice crystals swirling into the air and obscuring the view. In an instant, he appeared behind Kizaru, the machine compressing with a series of clicks as it activated its concealed explosive materials, targeting its prey. A resounding explosion erupted. With a forceful impact, Kizaru was struck. His form transformed into a beam of golden light shooting towards the stone staircase, fortuitously landing on a rock occupied by a pirate, before a scream could escape his lips. The pirate evaporated along with the stone, inadvertently assisting Kizaru in halting his backward momentum. What a heavy blow, indeed, Zephyr-sensei. TSK? You mean business? Chapter 72. A rare consideration, are you serious? With a swift motion, Kizaru returned to the fray, executing a lightspeed kick. Zephyr, using the crushing machine as a barrier, exchanged blows with Kizaru, who ultimately sent Zephyr crashing backward into a naval vessel. Boom. In the next instant, a figure burst forth, and Zephyr, now wielding 2 pink glass containers, revealed them to be explosive rocks. Oh, Kizaru smirked slightly, his tone laced with surprise. Those explosive rocks can indeed be deadly. Transforming into golden light, he soared into the sky, attempting to evade the imminent danger by increasing the distance. However, Zephyr, with knees bent and power coiled, leapt into the air, creating a massive crater in the frozen sea, propelling himself towards Kizaru through sheer physical strength. I warned you not to rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities, Borsellino. Crack. Zephyr's mechanical right arm exerted force, effortlessly shattering the glass container and seizing the original stone within, hurling it in Kizaru's direction. Whoosh. The original stone surged forward, Kizaru's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. You're really going all out. In a life-or-death moment, he tapped into his boundless potential to evade the attack. The rush of wind whistled past him as the original stone narrowly grazed his head, descending towards the stone staircase a kilometer away. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed numerous onlookers among the pirates, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. Those caught in the blast either perished or were gravely injured, while others were tossed aside by the shockwave, plummeting into the sea. Naval forces, you are deliberately retaliating. We need to get out of here. We are too close. Even the dimmest among the pirates recognized the danger. They were unqualified to witness the clash of admirals up close, constantly at risk of collateral damage. Have you realized it yet? Avoiding the original stone's assault, Kizaru heard the questioning voice behind him. Once more, he transformed into golden light, appearing behind Zephyr. His eyes, concealed by sunglasses, glanced at another explosive rock. Bending his knees, he delivered a sweeping kick, the immense force striking Zephyr at his waist and propelling both him and the explosive rock upward towards the stone staircase. Whoosh. Boom. With a sharp crack, a shadow shot forth and Zephyr crashed violently into a massive boulder, his body embedding deeply within. Perhaps due to the sudden impact, he exerted too much force, inadvertently shattering another explosive rock-esque glass container. The Navy and the pirates must perish. Realizing the primal stone was on the verge of detonation, Zephyr swiftly extracted himself from the stone, hurling it towards a higher cluster of stone steps, which erupted in a thunderous explosion. The violent shockwaves and intense heat surged forth, and he seized the momentum to launch himself at the descending Kizaru. Ah, the Navy and pirates are treated equally. The Inyo Navy? How terrifying. The reflection of Zephyr's advancing figure filled Kizaru's eyes as he crossed his arms, gathering radiant light at his fingertips, boldly unleashing a wide-area assault skill. The 8 Shakuyata no Kagami. With a flurry of swift rays, numerous attacks enveloped the area. Amidst the cacophony, Zephyr utilized the hard sea stone shredder to block the lethal laser beams aimed directly at him, while the remaining rays surged past, targeting those behind him. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosive sounds echoed as the stone steps, located several thousand meters away, fell victim to the onslaught. Erupting with ferocious shockwaves and being reduced to dust by the relentless lasers, scattering with the wind. Losing their foothold, many pirates struck by the blasts plummeted down. Cursed be this conspiracy. This is the Navy's treachery. With a single stroke of the 8 Shakuyata no Kagami, the dense laser beams obliterated countless stones and many pirates, who had just realized the dire situation and were attempting to ascend to escape, found themselves ensnared. As they lost their footing, they cursed the Navy in anger and hatred, desperately seeking new ground to stand upon, lest they fall onto the unforgiving ice below. TSK, what a trickery. Too afraid to break the truce on the surface. They have resorted to employing a traitor to assist them. Your scheme has been uncovered, you scoundrels of the Navy. Ignoring the pirates' outcries, Kizaru focused on the approaching Zephyr. Retracting his crossed arms to rest before his chest, drawing forth a gleaming sword of celestial light. Clang! The sword of celestial light slashed towards Zephyr, who met it with the shredder. In an instant, both combatants moved with such speed they became mere phantoms, clashing in a contest of physical prowess, battling from the skies down to the ice layer. Suddenly, Kizaru feigned an attack, lifting his leg to strike Zephyr's chest, sending him hurtling towards a pirate ship frozen in the ice. Boom, boom, boom. Zephyr was propelled backward, crashing through several pirate vessels before finally halting. Panting heavily as he gazed up at the stone steps above, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his face. I have not achieved the anticipated results. TSK Borsellino. Has your promotion to Admiral made you complacent? Has your physical prowess faltered, and your devil fruit abilities grown lazy? Zephyr's rage ignited as he surged forward with acceleration towards Kizaru, the shredder's right arm crackling ominously, activating the explosive materials within. Accused, Kizaru innocently tilted his head, and soon surged forward, brandishing his sword to strike at Zephyr. Do not be too harsh, Teacher Zephyr. With a swift motion, the two engaged in a fierce clash, creating intense gusts of wind. The clang of their weapons echoed as Kizaru and Zephyr entered into yet another close-range confrontation, accompanied by the explosive force of the crushing machine. The Amatsukaku swords slashed through the air as they competed in physical prowess. The battlefield shifted from one side to the other, leaving a trail of devastated pirate ships in their wake. How terrifying it is. The once renowned Zephyr, celebrated for his physical combat and hockey, has already begun to show signs of fatigue after such a short duration of battle. Is it the relentless passage of time, or the condition of his body? Sweat poured from his brow, and his breath grew ragged as he struggled to contend with Kizaru, his movements becoming increasingly ferocious. Clang! Once more. Their weapons clashed in a fierce contest of strength. The Amatsukaku pressed down inch by inch towards Zephyr, who trembled as he attempted to block with the sea stone crushing machine. Suddenly, a red glow erupted from the machine, igniting explosive materials. Kizaru's gaze sharpened, and he retreated in a flash, raising his finger to unleash a laser. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed Zephyr's form, the shockwave propelling him backward and shattering several pirate ships. Gasping for breath, Zephyr, on the verge of exhaustion, faced Kizaru, whose slightly soiled attire bore silent witness to the battle. Kizaru glanced up toward the direction of Garp and the other high-ranking officers. At that moment, Zephyr, supporting his weary body, howled at the sky. In these final moments of my life, are you unwilling to strike? Will you allow me to be killed by my own student? Come, as my once dear friend. Send me on my way. Kizaru slowly lowered the Amatsukaku, his demeanor solemn, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, concealing the sorrow within. Such rare thoughtfulness, Teacher Zephyr. Behind Garp. The officers remained silent, enveloped in a sorrowful atmosphere. Many closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding events. Sitting cross-legged, Garp, resembling a monk in deep meditation, opened his eyes, teeth clenched, and pupils trembling, betraying his inner turmoil. He did not wish to act, nor did he want to lose a companion who had shared half a lifetime with him. Yet Zephyr's blatant defection from the Navy, coupled with the devastation he wrought upon countless pirate ships, left the Navy with no choice but to respond, lest they face annihilation at the hands of vengeful pirates after the feast. Why? Why must it come to this, Zephyr? Chapter 73. Son at last, Garp took action. Half an hour later, having sought righteousness, this elder fulfilled his own will, igniting the last flames of his life to make an extraordinary contribution to the Navy. Even if it meant bearing the title of traitor from that moment forth. Laxus bore a wistful expression, his unique observation hockey sensing the fading voices below. After a moment of silent reflection, he slightly turned his head to behold the numerous figures from various pirate factions that had arrived behind him. A wave of concern washing over him. Would they make it in time? The Navy, champions of justice, were drawing near. Do not fret, he said softly. A gentle smile gracing his lips. The era will not forsake those who embody justice. Though Zephyr's justice has come to a close, behold, a new form of justice rises on the horizon. Laxus murmured, a sound of surprise escaping him as he sensed an unexpected development. The voices of Karp, Kazan, and other Navy officers grew ever closer. Shortly, a massive stone came into view, upon which stood a dejected naval commander, through the emblem of justice draped over his shoulders. Laxus' attention was immediately drawn to a man clad in a purple kimono, a familiar sensation, gravity. The power of anti-gravity bestowed upon Laxus by Jekram allowed him to keenly perceive the abilities of the fruit wielded by the man known as Ishao. A smile tugged at his heart, for he recognized Ishao as the user of the heavy fruit. Ishao, in turn, glanced back at him. A look of gentle surprise crossing his features before he composed himself, offering Laxus a serene smile and greeting. The stone ascended swiftly, reaching a level with the feast island. Karp took the lead, marching forward with his fellow commanders in unison, their expressions grave, exuding a fierce and resolute aura, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Ishao, Kazan said, having landed behind the others, politely bowing his head in thanks. Admiral Akiji, you are far too courteous, Karp replied, acknowledging that he had accepted the old man's bold request to join the Navy without delving into his background. As colleagues, expressing excessive gratitude feels somewhat misplaced. Ishao responded with amiability, which inadvertently made Kazan feel a distance between them, prompting a chuckle as he scratched his head and stepped forward. Paying no heed, he flew over to greet Karp and his companions with a bright smile. Spirit of Scar Island. A myriad of gazes fell upon ye, each reflecting a different sentiment. Karp responded heavily, then turned his attention to the uneven figures not far away. A quick scan revealed mostly familiar faces of renowned individuals, with a handful of unfamiliar pirates and a few newcomers who had recently earned the title of supernovas this year. How cold-hearted, ye pouted. Considering the loss of a dear friend on the other side, deciding to take the high road and ignore it. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Shiki laughed boisterously, utilizing his fruit ability to levitate into the air, surveying the various factions below. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for successfully reaching the pinnacle and obtaining the opportunity to contract with spirits, standing at the forefront of a new era. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the stone steps leading to the summit have been severely damaged, and it seems unlikely that future visitors will ascend to the island. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden burst of joyous laughter echoed from the distant horizon, innocent and pure, drawing the attention of all present. To their astonishment, a lion-headed ship soared through the sky, and at its bow stood a pirate wearing a straw hat, laughing heartily against the wind. The carefree demeanor captivated the onlookers, who found themselves wide-eyed in disbelief. The Thousand Sunny approached at an alarming speed, and just as it seemed poised to crash violently onto the ground, the vessel was enveloped by a powerful telekinetic force, gently dissipating its momentum and allowing for a smooth landing. That was close. I nearly thought I was done for, exclaimed Luffy, adjusting his hat with a grin. Luffy. Karp's eyes bulged in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sight of his grandson suddenly appearing. What was happening? How did Luffy manage to fly up here? This was utterly unexpected. Huh? Luffy? Shanks, too, was taken aback, staring at Luffy in disbelief, struggling to fathom how he had arrived. Dragon's brows furrowed, momentarily at a loss, while Sabo beside him experienced a seismic shock, as dusty memories began to resurface at the sight of a familiar face. Ha 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 ha, Luffy. Bartolomeo, having dispelled his powers, chuckled at Luffy's unconventional entrance. You really know how to make an entrance, don't you? But it's all good. You didn't miss this grand feast after all. Amidst the chorus of astonished voices, Luffy remained oblivious, his gaze initially drawn to Bartolomeo, who had assisted in their safe landing. Thank you, old man, for saving us. That was really close. We almost crashed the new ship built with the gold you gave us, he exclaimed cheerfully. No need for thanks, however. You should take a good look at the scene, Bartolomeo replied with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively. Eh, grandfather? Luffy, who had never known what it meant to feel shy, caught sight of Carp and was instantly taken aback, shrinking back in fear, anticipating a barrage of loving punches. Shanks. But when he saw the red-haired pirate, his trepidation vanished, replaced by sheer delight as he yearned to rush over. His gaze bypassed Dragon, locking onto Sabo, disbelief etched across his face. Yet, an unmistakable clarity washed over him, and tears uncontrollably brimmed in his eyes. Sabo, you're alive? This is wonderful. The rubber-bodied engine roared to life as two arms instantaneously elongated, wrapping around Sabo's neck. Luffy propelled himself forward, crashing into Sabo's embrace and bursting into tears. It's been so long, he said warmly, gently uttering Sabo's name. With tears glistening in his eyes, Sabo, now fully restored in memory, felt an overwhelming joy at the reunion with his brother, one that surpassed all else. He tenderly caressed Luffy's cheek, apologizing, "Forgive me for forgetting your existence as your brother. I vow never to do so again, with my life." Ignoring the moment was Dragon, who felt a twinge of jealousy. What was this? Not recognizing his own father, yet appearing to be closer to his chief of staff? Sabo, do you know my son? Everyone was taken aback. His son? Did he just imply that Luffy was his son? Chapter 74. Is it possible? In the courtyard, the bright yet gentle evolution light enveloped the six-tailed creature, transforming its form into a radiant source as it began to expand rapidly. Li Shu, Lei Jio, and Susanoo stood nearby, intently watching the evolution of the six tails. Before long, the brilliance faded, revealing a completely new evolutionary form of the six tails before their eyes. 9 tails. The number of tails had increased to 9, which was expected. However, what was unusual was its color and attributes. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, its appearance bore resemblance to the 9 tails evolved through the Firestone, yet its fur was a vibrant green, exuding vigor and vitality. The golden fluff atop its head housed a gem of emerald green that radiated life, while the tips of its 9 tails shimmered with a bright golden hue, reminiscent of flames, dancing and casting a golden glow like firelight. It had undergone a special evolution, tentatively named Fox of Life. Attributes: Firegrass Psychic. Classification: Dream Pokemon, Divine Beast. Li Shu remarked appreciatively as he gazed at the little creature before him. Well done, Leggio. The second life seed, which you so fervently requested, was not wasted. It has indeed helped the six tails evolve into an entirely new Pokemon. What a gamble well played. Humph, Leggio said proudly, reaching out to stroke the face of the Fox of Life, its soft green fur remarkably pleasant to the touch. Let us give you a name. How about Ching Hu Green Fox? Ching Hu. I adore it. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name upon me. A serene voice echoed in her mind, causing Lei Jio to widen her eyes in astonishment. Ching Hu? Is that you? Can you communicate with me now? Yes, Master. The current Ching Hu can now communicate with you through telepathy. Really? That is wonderful. Receiving an affirmative response, Lei Jio excitedly enveloped the neck of the blue fox, rubbing her face against its soft, slightly cool azure fur, which brought her immense comfort. Is this a form of telepathy? Li Shu remarked with a gentle smile. It's quite delightful to have her accompany you for conversation and play. I anticipate that the forthcoming days will be considerably more entertaining. Most esteemed Master, I am profoundly grateful for the precious gift you have bestowed. The blue fox will dedicate itself wholeheartedly to safeguarding its master. However, this gratitude was misplaced, for it was Lei Jio who had earned that reward through a humble meal. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, he indicated that such thanks were not due to him, even if the primary credit for that meal belonged to Susanoo's assistance. Yes, Master, let us formalize our contract. On the Feast Island, the atmosphere turned peculiar, with the recognition between Dorag and Luffy coupled with Carp's confirming nod. The ambience became instantly bizarre as hundreds of gazes flitted between Carp, Dorag, and Luffy. Truly, the monkey family was quite remarkable. At that moment, Crocodile, having quelled the unusual emotions that arose upon encountering an adversary, let out a cold laugh. Your grandfather is a naval hero. Your father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Your sworn brother is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and red-haired is a guiding dreamer, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Your intricate web of relationships is such that unless one encounters a reckless fool, Any faction or individual aware of your background must carefully consider the consequences before attempting to take action against you. Can they withstand the ensuing retaliation? How many waves of retribution can they endure? Hee hee. Luffy did not glance at the speaker. Otherwise, he would have recognized Crocodile. Instead, he grinned foolishly. Ace. I have another sworn brother. His name is Ace. Ace. Another name added by Luffy, eliciting varied expressions among the crowd. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and the captains behind him were equally taken aback. This clumsy straw hat kid was actually Ace's sworn brother. Crocodile's eyelids twitched, his expression darkening. Could this be endless? Furthermore, he was entangled with the Whitebeard pirates? Oh, Bartolomeo could not help but draw out his tone, gazing with mild surprise at Luffy's cheerful face, recalling the intelligence regarding Ace's imprisonment by the Navy. Yet, observing Luffy's current demeanor, it seemed he was unaware of his brother's plight. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. At just the right moment, Shiki boisterously laughed, simultaneously exuding his aura to capture everyone's attention. After a few glances at the straw hat atop Luffy's head, he redirected the conversation, stating, "Let us put this amusing interlude to rest. Once again, congratulations to all on successfully landing on the island." He gazed down upon the encampment below, where the Navy held dominion over one side, while the 4 emperors and their affiliated pirate crews occupied another. The remaining free pirate crews either clustered together or formed alliances, creating a stark and unmistakable division. The 17 elemental attributes, normal, fighting, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and dark, each followed their own will in search of compatible Pokemon. A friendly reminder, Pokemon whose attributes align with your own will maximize your strength enhancement. Remember, when the sun sets, regardless of whether your contracts are successful, none shall linger, lest you fall into eternal slumber here. I advise you all not to provoke my prowess. With that said, your time is limited. Dear friends, go forth, choose, and compete. I hereby declare the feast begun. After the interlude, the banquet resumed. As Shiki announced this, the crowd reacted instantaneously. Just moments ago they had gathered in clusters, only to vanish in an instant, each heading toward a particular direction. The notion that Pokemon aligning with one's attributes would yield the greatest enhancement was evident without Shiki's reminder. Their wisdom allowed them to deduce this. Thus, when certain abilities first set foot on the island and were restrained from immediately seeking Pokemon, they silently sensed the entire island, each locking onto the aura closest to their own abilities. Hee hee hee. Zoro, Sanji, we shall set off to find the ship's mascot. Several figures leapt from the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat crew trailing behind their captain. Luffy, you all go ahead. I'll stay here to guard the ship. Leave it to me. I assure you it will remain unscathed. Quaking with trepidation, Usopp felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the formidable aura exuded by the renowned pirates. Compete with them for Pokemon? No way. The great Captain Usopp could not bully such weaker beings, and me, Nami, hiding behind Usopp, also declined to compete with those seemingly dangerous pirates, fearing for her life. Chopper and Zoro wore serious expressions, acutely aware of the perilous situations they might encounter. Zoro turned to the trembling Chopper and asked, "Would you like to stay behind to guard the ship?" Is that really okay? Chapter 75, Eruptions. Hee hee. Seeing the hopeful expression on Chopper's face, Luffy grinned widely, his right arm stretching to envelop Chopper, pulling him close. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Chopper." Without giving Chopper a chance to decline, he took off at a sprint, leaving Zoro, his grip firm on the hilt of his sword, with a look of exasperation. Dong. Clad in shorts, Frankie struck an eccentric pose, his arms forming a complete star. "All right. You all take care of the Thousand Sunny. Hey, Nami-chan, we're off." Sanji and the others took a few steps forward when Robin's gaze fell upon Crocodile's expressionless face, causing cold sweat to involuntarily break out on her skin, her eyes filled with fear. Robin? Sanji, whose attention was predominantly focused on Robin, instantly sensed her unease. He swiftly appeared before her, casting a wary glance at Crocodile, who sat nearby. Clang. As Zoro unsheathed his sword, he assumed a defensive stance, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Although he still harbored doubts regarding Robin's reasons for boarding their ship, he understood that until the captain explicitly stated her expulsion from the crew, suspicion and protection were two separate matters. Ignoring the situation, Crocodile fixed his cold gaze upon his former subordinate. What was this? The Straw Hat crew had defeated him, and now, upon their reunion, Robin had become one of their members. Had he been outmaneuvered? Boss. Regaining her composure from an initial state of panic, Robin donned a businesslike smile and said, "The Baroque Works has disbanded following your capture, and we have all returned to our freedom. You must understand that joining other pirate crews is a matter of personal choice." Mr. Zero. With an inexplicable chuckle, Crocodile's gaze shifted to Zoro. Being a master of schemes, he discerned certain truths reflected in Zoro's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his attention back to Robin, the survivor of O'Hara, the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin. Since the age of 8, she had been a wanted criminal, infiltrating various organizations to evade the world government's pursuit. Baroque Works was merely one among many, well-versed in assassination, possessing extensive knowledge, and skilled in archaeology. What ulterior motives could she possibly have for infiltrating the Straw Hat crew this time? Hey, don't tell me it's because of that brash dream of the Straw Hat Kid? Your obsession with the Void Century history, seeking to uncover truths that the long-gone O'Hara scholars sought, and then reveal them to the world, granting people their right to know. Surely, you don't genuinely believe that the Straw Hat will become the Pirate King, finding more clues along the way and ultimately reaching Raftel to unravel all confusions? Give it up. This world does not require the truth. With such a dream, your presence aboard the Straw Hat ship will only lead them into endless troubles and crises. Let go. A new era has arrived, one that believes solely in power. The erased history? No one cares. Do not cling to it. It will only lead to your own downfall. Clang. Zoro interrupted Crocodile's persuasive attempts, raising his sword and solemnly declaring, "Robin, disregard his words. You wish to unravel the history of the Void Century? As an archaeologist, this is your romance." Upon hearing these words, Robin's delicate form trembled slightly, her gaze unexpectedly turning towards Zoro, who had always harbored doubts about her intentions for boarding the ship. He not only stood up to offer support, but did so in such a uniquely expressive manner. "Is this truly my romance?" A soft chuckle escaped her lips, her smile blossoming like a flower. This scene caught Crocodile's attention, causing a momentary flicker in his eyes, which seemed to be infected by that radiant smile, curving his lips into a broad grin. "It seems you have found companions worth cherishing. On the island of the feast." Amidst the hills, a turquoise exterior and a metallic body adorned with a cross-shaped emblem, the diminutive yet formidable creature, Gigant, floated in midair, observing the fierce confrontation between the two individuals with detached interest. Magnetic strings. With his fiery red hair, donning sunglasses and a loose jacket draped over a dark red coat, Captain Kidd swung his right arm, which was magnetically charged with a multitude of swords and knives. His expression fierce and his gaze menacing as he bore down upon his opponent. Eustace Kidd, captain of the Kidd Pirates, a user of the superhuman magnetic fruit. One of the supernovas with a bounty of 470 million berries. Ha 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 ha. Towering and robust, his arms tattooed with purple skull insignias. The somewhat aged and grizzled Blenheim faced Kidd's attack with unwavering courage. The newcomers are indeed audacious, he thought. But I am the captain of the 9th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 620 million berries, a supernova from paradise. To challenge me now is premature. Armament, shatter. Enveloped in the powerful armor of Haki, Blenheim unleashed a devastating punch, effortlessly nullifying Kidd's magnetic arm. The overwhelming force of his Haki shattered dozens of weapons, scattering them upon the ground. With a swift movement, Blenheim closed the distance, his towering frame blocking the sunlight and casting Kidd into shadow. An imposing aura pressed down upon Kidd as Blenheim struck again, delivering a heavy blow aimed at Kidd's head. Armament, shatter, impact, boom, crack, bang. Amidst the thunderous sounds, Kidd's sunglasses shattered under the weight of overwhelming strength, and with a resounding crash, he was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood spilling from his lips as consciousness faded. Observing Kidd's nearly incapacitated state, Blenheim withdrew his fist, choosing not to end the young pirate's adventure here. From his elevated position, he imparted a lesson. Kidd, do not let the bounty blind you. Rising to fame in paradise does not equate to being able to run rampant in the harsh realities of the new world. A novice without mastery of Haki cannot hope to sustain themselves here. Having delivered his earnest counsel, he turned to approach Gigant. What a despairing chasm of difference. Have I truly been defeated? Haki, is there such power in this world? Without mastery, one cannot establish oneself in the new world. In this new era, am I, Eustace Kidd, destined to falter at its dawn? The frustration stemming from the disparity in strength was unbearable for Kidd. It was one thing to miss the era of great pirates due to circumstances beyond control, Must he now also miss the rising tide of an entirely new epic? To become a loser? The extreme unwillingness and unyielding spirit within him made it inconceivable to accept such a fate. His ambition, the desire to become the Pirate King, surged within him. The journey to reign over the seas had only just begun. How could he succumb here? No, he would rather perish. The captain must fulfill his dreams. Suddenly, a formidable and fearless aura erupted from Kid, who lay in a pit, his body battered yet defiant. Chapter 76, Need. With his palm pressed against the ground, he rose once more, despite his grievous injuries. Ha ha ha, Conqueror's Haki? I shall master it, but that is a matter for the future. For now, he laughed wildly, his gaze piercing as he awakened his Conqueror's Haki. With a defiant expression, he commanded the magnetic fruit's power, gathering the scattered metallic swords and blades into a mechanical arm, pointing it menacingly at Brenheim. His voice was resolute. I will defeat you. Magnetic, double strings. His indomitable will triumphed over his physical pain, and the reborn Kid charged forward, madly attacking Brenheim. Conqueror's Haki. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Brenheim was no stranger to it, and he possessed a strong immunity against its intimidation. You have surprised me, albeit slightly. Qualities of a king? The New World has never lacked such attributes. A king who has not grown is merely an empty title. Armament. Since you refuse to accept your defeat, carry your qualities to hell. Brenheim grew serious. He understood that those who had awakened Conqueror's Haki would not relent unless they perished in battle. To avoid being hindered during this critical time, he resolved to end it swiftly. Shatter, rupture. With a swift motion, his dark fist glimmered crimson as he unleashed his most powerful strike, slicing through the air towards Kid's mechanical arm. The clash produced a cacophony of cracking sounds. The mechanical arm, composed of blades, shattered like fragile eggs upon impact, and Kid was on the verge of repeating his past mistakes. Without the enhancement of Haki, his attacks were no match for his opponent. Have I fallen once more? As the mechanical arm fragmented inch by inch, Brenheim's black fist loomed larger in Kid's vision, the threat of death imminent. Yet, Kid felt no fear. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister grin. TCH, is this where it ends? How utterly unsatisfying. The formidable fist surged forth with an explosive force, striking with a thunderous impact. He felt as though he had been crushed by a colossal mountain plummeting from the sky, an unmatched power overwhelming him. His vision faded to white, and amid the ringing in his ears, he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a swift motion, he was propelled backward, and in his dazed state, Kid collided with the mountainside 100 meters away, embedding himself deeply within. The blow rendered Kid entirely incapable of combat, yet Blenheim's expression darkened. He slowly turned his gaze toward the nearby Mega-Guard of War, its eyes radiating a luminous, ethereal glow. It confirmed that the event he had just witnessed was its doing. In the instant the black fist struck Kid, a white barrier had suddenly enveloped him, absorbing much of the impact. However, the barrier reached its limit and shattered, allowing only a fraction of the force to land upon him. It seemed you have made your choice, opting for this newcomer due to his royal potential or perhaps his fruit abilities. Blenheim glared coldly at the Mega-Guard of War, his fist clenched in frustration. He could not reconcile the fact that he was the victor, yet this quasi-divine Pokemon chose the other. His thoughts became tumultuous as he took a moment to compose himself, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. Alas, it is what it is. My father taught us to accept things as they come. As a pirate, one must have a heart as vast as the ocean. Since you have made your choice, so be it. Yet, the bitterness lingered. With an exasperated toss of his braid, Blenheim stepped forward to the still unconscious beloved one, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket and gently placing it over Kid's face before turning to depart. Perhaps I should consider consuming a devil fruit myself. Greetings, everyone. I am Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, captain of the Heart Pirates, known as the Surgeon of Death, wielder of the Opop no Mi, one of the supernovas with a bounty of 200 million berries. I am currently in flight, for someone is attempting to take my life. High temperature slash. A piercing sound filled the air as a searing flame slash hurtled toward me. In a frantic escape, I had no time to look back, urgently raising my hand to summon a transparent cyclone. Room, slaughterhouse. The cyclone expanded rapidly, transforming into a hemispherical shield that enveloped an area of 50 or 60 meters. With a mere flick of his finger, he vanished in an instant, replaced by a stone no larger than a fingernail, which was obliterated by the searing strike. Law appeared at the edge of the shield, gasping for breath as he continued to flee. Charlotte Owen, a wielder of the heat fruit, One of the 34 ministers of the Big Mom pirates, and the fourth son of Big Mom, stood before him. With his upper body bare and a cloak draped around his neck, his hair styled in a tri-blade fashion, he presented an eerie figure accentuated by his golden-orange locks. His rugged features were complemented by a beard adorning his chin. "Supernova? This is not the realm for you newcomers," he declared, brandishing a long knife enveloped in blazing flames. With a swift motion, he unleashed another scorching attack, compelling Law to activate his powers to evade, depleting his stamina considerably. The pirate, who had yet to set foot in the New World, had gained notoriety for his exploits in paradise, leading to an inflated sense of self-importance. The notion of contracting a spirit was laughable. Since fate had brought them together, he deemed it fitting for Law to meet his end here. With a whoosh, another strike was launched. Gasping for air and significantly weakened, Law strained his exhausted body to barely escape the blow. The once prominent Supernova now found himself at an absolute disadvantage against the seasoned pirate of the New World, toyed with by Owen as he was driven into a corner. As he narrowly dodged yet another lethal attack, Law came to a stark realization: escape was futile. His survival thus far had been solely due to Owen's lack of seriousness. With a dismissive sneer, he halted his retreat and chose to confront his adversary head-on. His chest heaved violently, exhaustion etched across his face, yet he gripped his cursed blade. The Onigiri, with a shadowed gaze fixed upon the approaching Owen. "Am I to perish here? If you wish to kill me, then come forth." Beast of the Big Mom pirates. Choosing not to flee? How amusing, Owen chuckled cruelly, halting 10 meters away. With a menacing grin, he raised his blade and declared, "It seems you are prepared to meet your demise. Farewell, feeble newcomer. I shall spare you some suffering." With a sudden flare of heat, Owen activated the powers of the heat fruit, his eyes igniting with flames. The fire coiling around his long knife surged violently. Just as Law attempted to activate his rune from 10 meters away, the spontaneously ignited flames engulfed him, searing his weary body. It was over. Confident in his own strength and abilities, Owen executed his move before turning to leave. The severely exhausted Luo had no chance of survival. He would merely be reduced to charred remains in the embrace of flames. Suddenly, a voice as ethereal as it was melodious rang out, causing Owen to pause mid-step. With a grim expression, he glanced back, only to behold the delicate figure of Yi, accompanied by a mature and handsome gentleman. What a close call. It was fortuitous indeed. The user of the surgical fruit could not perish just yet, for Mr. Su required him. Chapter 77. Suitable draped in black. The gentleman crow bore white feathers on his face and chest, his wings folded tightly, concealing the crimson plumage within. Only the vibrant tuft of red at the end of his tail stood out, adorned with a large gentleman's hat. He was also known as the gentleman crow. Perched upon a branch, the gentleman crow observed the fierce confrontation between two figures below with keen eyes. At Burning Mountain, a vice admiral of the Navy, wielding a katana and puffing on a cigar, wore a smile that seemed eternally present on his face, framed by a thick brown beard. His half-closed eyes were fixed intently on the individuals before him. It appears that a change is necessary. Burning Mountain inhaled deeply from his cigar, casting a sidelong glance at the gentleman crow on the branch. Although not the most captivating of spirits, a crow would suffice. After all, should you attain it, the synergy with your abilities would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for us in the Navy. Wouldn't you agree, Commander of the Northern Revolutionary Army, Karis? User of the bird fruit, great crow form? With shadows deepening on his already somber visage, Karis, his bald head glinting subtly, responded in a gravelly tone, "The answer is affirmative." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his hand, causing the black feathered cloak to shed its feathers, which spiraled down, transforming into numerous ebony crows that circled above his bald head, filling the air with their cawing. Yet, have you perhaps assumed too much? As the feathered cloak morphed into a flock of crows, Karis's observation hockey expanded, focusing intently on the gentleman crow. He distinctly sensed a shift in the aura surrounding the gentleman crow, stemming from an innate recognition of kindred. Spirits are not mindless beasts. Their high intelligence endows them with diverse preferences and temperaments. Thus, from the very beginning, you have misconstrued the situation. Choice is inherently reciprocal. Karis, disregarding the unwavering smile on his face and the barely contained murderous intent emanating from Burning Mountain's narrowed eyes, turned to the gentleman crow and called out, "As we are compatible, let us become partners. Together, under the leadership of our chief, we shall shatter the darkness with our blackness, overthrow this world governed by the brutal world government, and restore to humanity a tranquil existence bathed in the light of peace and harmony." In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the fiery mountain expelled a plume of smoke, tightening its grip on the sword. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Reappearing directly before Karis, the gleaming katana raised high, descending with ferocious intent. Perhaps you are right. By killing you, the duality shall cease to exist. Beneath the blade, even before the strike landed, the accompanying gust of wind sent Karis's dark feathered cloak billowing. Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, Karis remained fixated on the gentleman crow, awaiting its response. At the crucial juncture, the gentleman crow revealed its answer, unfurling its wings with a sudden flourish. The rapid flutter of its crimson feathers conjured a powerful gust of wind, propelling it toward the fiery mountain. The oncoming tempest sought to thwart the descent of the obsidian blade. The fiery mountain, narrowing its eyes, momentarily opened them wider, intensifying its murderous intent. With renewed force, the katana cleaved through the obstructing gust with remarkable ease. Just as it was about to strike Karis, having already sensed the trajectory of the impending attack through his heightened awareness, deftly evaded the blow. The blade merely grazed his cloak, severing a portion of it. As the fabric parted from the coat, it seemed to perform an illusion, releasing a swarm of crows that cawed wildly as they surged toward the fiery mountain. Have I been manipulated? The smile that once graced the fiery mountain's face faded as it shifted its stance, swiftly dispatching the crows with a series of precise strikes, reducing them to scattered feathers. In this brief respite, Karis refrained from launching a counterattack. Instead, he retreated beneath a tree branch, where the gentleman crow gracefully landed on the bald man's shoulder. The outcome was unmistakable. The gentleman crow had chosen Karis, rendering the fiery mountain's ambitions futile. First, I showcased my prowess, establishing a kinship with the spirit, then countered my inappropriate remarks, extending respect and an invitation of camaraderie. Ultimately, I could have easily evaded your attack. Yet I engaged in a perilous gambit, allowing myself to fall into jeopardy, using life and death to compel the spirit to make a choice between us in the shortest possible time. Thus, with all the groundwork laid, Karis has secured victory, while I have become an unwitting accomplice, hastening the spirit's decision. Taking a draw from his cigar, the fiery mountain pondered the unfolding events, exhaling a long stream of white smoke that obscured the rapid shifts in his gaze. I have been outmaneuvered. Listening to the furious growls from the burning mountain, Karis's shadowy visage brightened considerably. With a hoarse yet cold tone, he stated, "Now that the situation has reached this point, you must decide whether to prioritize the contract with the spirit or, should the burning mountain choose to retreat, I shall not hinder your departure. However, if you opt to continue this skirmish, one that has barely begun, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Perhaps, with the aid of the spirits, I can ensure your permanent stay here." The pressure was firmly placed upon the burning mountain. In a rocky area of the island, a thunderous roar resonated, echoing with an unsettling chill across nearly half the land. A spirit, its body cloaked in gray and adorned with 2 additional claws upon its wings, soared through the sky. Its serrated fangs glimmered ominously as it unleashed a roar, creating a powerful wind pressure that stirred the air around it. The ancient spirit, the fossil pterosaur, descended with ferocity, embodying the savage nature of its kind. It unleashed a devastating wave of energy, the billion shockwave, charging towards several figures that dared to disturb its path. Clad in feathers resembling those of a flamingo, Doflamingo chuckled with an air of arrogance, raising his right hand as his fingers flickered rapidly. In an instant, the fiercely charging fossil pterosaur collided with the air, its surrounding cyclone faltering before dissipating, causing its stone-like head to crash against the air with a resounding thud. Under the sun's radiant gaze, the air that obstructed its charge suddenly shimmered with interwoven threads, the manifestation of Doflamingo's fruit abilities, the string fruit. With a distinctive laugh, Doflamingo remarked, his red sunglasses reflecting the silhouette of the fossil pterosaur, "Pika, this spirit suits you remarkably well. The recent attack it unleashed, driven by pure physical force, aligns with your capabilities, especially since it can soar. We have encountered numerous flying spirits along our journey, heralding the emergence of many formidable amphibious beings in the seas to come. The advent of the king of the skies and the birth of spirits signify the relentless march of time. If one wishes to keep pace with the era, possessing the ability to fly will become a standard by which strength is measured. The advantages of amphibious versus terrestrial beings will undoubtedly sway the outcomes of future battles." "Indeed, Doflamingo," Pika replied, his voice high-pitched and distinctly feminine, an ironic contrast to his robust physique, a source of his greatest insecurities. Were it not for the presence of the Don Quixote family members in this place, he would likely have chosen silence. This is my objective. I shall take over the ensuing battle. With eager greed in his eyes, Pika caught sight of Doflamingo's slight nod of approval. He immediately crouched to gather strength before leaping directly onto the back of the fossil pterosaur. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, Pika dropped the fossil pterosaur from midair, where it landed heavily on the earth. Concurrently, the surrounding rocks rose abruptly, resembling waves retreating, enveloping both entities beneath their weight. Within a certain volcanic crater on the island, two unexpectedly encountered vice emperors exchanged silent glances. They stood on either side, while in the magma that lay between them, a duck-billed fire spirit peeked out, its head the only part visible. Alongside a fiery chicken perched steadily on a stone spike that rose half a meter above the magma. "Ah, it seems we've encountered a troublesome fellow," Marco remarked. Casting a casual glance at the silent Jean, he absent-mindedly rubbed his yellow pineapple-like hair, fully aware of Jin's formidable nature from their previous encounters. He was not particularly eager to incite conflict during this brief half-day period dedicated to selecting spirit contracts. Fortunately, there are two spirits here. Let us hope the ones we each desire are not the same. Chicken or duck? Marco quietly inquired, then patiently awaited Jin's response. Seemingly unfazed by the intense heat radiating from the volcanic magma, this disregard was mutual. Jin, a user of the immortal bird fruit's abilities, and a descendant of the Lunaria tribe, inherently possessed the power of fire. Jin's demeanor was composed, marked by extraordinary courage and intelligence, but upon facing Marco, he shared similar concerns. Thus, when he heard Marco's question regarding their choices, his piercing gaze subtly shifted towards the duck-billed fire spirit, which was the only part visible above the magma. To be able to soak in such high-temperature magma as if it were a hot spring, its internal flames are not to be underestimated. I find it highly appealing. Observing Jin's focus, Marco realized that his choice was the duck. A sense of relief washed over him, and he smiled, stating, "Excellent, it seems our choices do not conflict, and we can avoid needless disputes." So, Marco has chosen the chicken. Jin looked towards the fiery chicken, its robust figure exuding power, yet regrettably not aligning with his aesthetic preferences. "Indeed. I am not fond of pointless conflicts either," Jin affirmed, casting another glance at the fiery chicken. "A chicken, fitting for you. Immortal bird Marco." Is he insulting me? I am Monkey D. Luffy. In a certain part of the island, embroiled in a fierce battle, Luffy, battered and weary, struggled to maintain his stance. With utmost seriousness, he declared to his opponent, "How could a man destined to become the pirate king possibly falter here? Losing this battle for the unicorn beetle? Falter here?" Across from him, the individual known by the moniker Little Jaws and a wielder of the superhuman type hard fruit, Hater, paused momentarily at the sound of his voice. Hey. The farcical scene of the recognition just now is still fresh in my memory. Your grandfather is the heroic general. Your father leads the Revolutionary Army. And the red-haired Shanks is your guiding light. Your two sworn brothers include the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army and the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. With such a lineage, who would dare to lay a deadly hand on you while they are all gathered here? Moreover, he continued, as a member of the banquet's host and a contractee of the Divine Beast, Bartolomeo shares a close connection with you. How can I possibly stop here? The odds of my demise in this contest are 100-fold greater than yours, Monkey Esprat. Hater's bounty stood at 340 million, making him a renowned pirate in the New World, with undeniable strength surpassing that of his opponent. However, during the brief skirmish, if one might call it a battle, he had consistently restrained his strength. While he inflicted injuries, he ensured they were not fatal. Listening to the full declaration of his name, Hater felt speechless. Facing Luffy's unyielding and pure gaze, he experienced a frustrating sensation of being unable to kill or retreat. Damn it, it seems I have no choice, Hater sighed inwardly. His gaze shifted to the nearby Heracross, the rhinoceros beetle, which had an irresistible charm that no man could resist. Unfortunately, his luck had run foul by encountering this insufferable brat with dreams of becoming the Pirate King, born amidst a web of complex relationships. You have one. The dim red light cascaded over Hater, and he ultimately succumbed to the unassailable web of connections. He turned to walk towards the setting sun of dusk, pausing for a moment before continuing his stride, turning his back on the troublesome Luffy, raising his arm to convey his message. Take good care of it. Also, if you truly aspire to be the Pirate King, pausing here may be a wise choice. Go seek your family. The new world is rife with dangers, and you have much to learn." With those words, the decision to heed or ignore rested with Luffy. Ultimately, their paths were unlikely to cross again. Hater departed, laden with feelings of loss and resignation, leaving Luffy momentarily stunned, gazing with wide, innocent eyes. Yet, in the next moment, disregarding his injuries and fatigue, he thrust his finger up his nose in dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "What does that strange uncle's lengthy speech even mean?" With a gleeful laugh following his moment of silliness, Luffy declared, "I won. The Heracross is mine." Beaming with joy, he turned, raising his arm, eyes sparkling with excitement, and called out to the Heracross perched on the tree, "Join me as my companion and become a crew member of the future Pirate King, the world's greatest rhinoceros beetle." Chapter 79. No worries. The setting sun casts an enchanting glow, yet it heralds the approach of dusk. In the courtyard, upon a familiar lounge chair, a certain individual reclines with hands beneath his head, gazing at the crimson sky as the sun descends. After a brief moment, his gaze drifts sideways to the figure of Susanoo standing nearby. Thus, Li Shu does not subscribe to the conventional interpretation of the sunset's significance. Dusk is delightful, when the moon graces the tips of the willows, and lovers rendezvous after twilight. "Mr. Su," he calls softly. Susanoo turns his eyes towards him, lowering his head slightly. "What is your command, young master?" "There is something wonderful on the horizon," Li Shu replies with a playful smile, locking eyes with him. "Shall I leave you to guess? Do you think tomorrow will arrive first, or will the surprise impatiently break through the encroaching darkness?" Susanoo, perplexed, responds with a look of confusion. "I wager it is the surprise." At that moment, Lei Jiao, who had been frolicking with the spirit fox, joins in the conversation. Clad in a comfortable, loose-fitting light green gown, specifically chosen to complement the spirit fox's appearance, she lightly taps her toes and gracefully leaps onto the creature's back, her fair feet swaying playfully. Is it an eager surprise? Compared to the natural order of tomorrow, the anticipation of a surprise brimming with urgency will undoubtedly arrive first. So, congratulations to Mr. Su. Even though the nature of the surprise remains unknown, however, after dusk, I have already begun to look forward to it. A surprise, you say? Susanoo, the one soon to be graced by this surprise, maintains a serious and composed demeanor, though a flicker of anticipation dances in the depths of his eyes. Li Shu chuckles softly, his gaze flitting over her delicate feet, finally resting on Lei Jiao's sweet, radiant face. "I guess so accurately. Shall I continue to speculate on the nature of this surprise?" "Very well," she responds with a smile in her eyes, tilting her face to gently stroke the soft fur atop the spirit fox's head, her bright gaze casting a sidelong glance at Li Shu. "But tell me, is there a reward for guessing correctly?" Li Shu does not reply, but his smile becomes even more inviting. "Is it a side-profile slayer? On the Island of Feasts. As the appointed time of half a day approaches, all inhabitants will lose their opportunity to select a spirit at the moment twilight descends. With the passage of time, those who once ardently sought their most cherished spirits began to lower their expectations, opting for a strategy of minimalism to ensure they would contract at least one spirit before the final hour arrived. At the island's edge, with new subordinates standing behind him, Crocodile gazed indifferently towards the western horizon, where the sun began its descent. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over him as he reflected on his recent circumstances. He realized, with a jolt, that had he not encountered the maliciously amusing games of Yi and Bartra, he would have been securely delivered to Impel Down, destined to spend the remainder of his days in a bleak prison, accompanied only by solitude. Attempting an escape? To become the second Gold Lion? His deep-set eyes quivered slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at a golden figure brimming with ambition. Crocodile averted his gaze, pondering the improbability of such an endeavor. Not everyone possesses the ability to shatter the impenetrable walls of fate. Exhaling a long plume of cigar smoke, it dispersed into the wind. Much like the life he had yet to embark upon, since he had already broken free from the shackles of destiny, he resolved to flourish along a new trajectory, crafting a future that was vividly his own. Suddenly, a creature resembling a blend of a cat and a lion appeared, its lustrous fur a creamy white. Moving with an elegant grace, its curled tail swaying gently. With striking crimson eyes and a prominent red gem adorning its forehead, it glimmered brilliantly under the fading sunlight. It was the Cat King. Ha 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 ha. Shiki's laughter echoed, prompting Crocodile to raise an eyebrow as he and several others turned their attention to a spirit striding gracefully towards the Straw Hat Pirate's ship. The creature approached the vessel, then gracefully leaped aboard, its limbs sinking slightly as it did so. Could it be that it sensed a fitting contract host and approached of its own volition? Crocodile mused in a low voice, a smirk forming as he bit into his cigar. Indeed, it seems that to board the ship of the Straw Hat crew, one must share certain peculiarities with their eccentric captain. On board the ship, Nami and Usopp stood back to back, their anxious gazes scanning the surroundings, fearful that enemies might board at any moment. In a state of heightened alertness, they were prepared to respond immediately. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, hurry back. Without you here, Usopp and I truly feel unsafe, Nami exclaimed, gripping her weather stick tightly. Her eyes, filled with tension, glistened with unshed tears, frightened to her core. She clutched her weapon even tighter and leaned closer to Usopp, as if the mere sensation of his presence could alleviate the anxiety that had gripped her heart. Suddenly, a gentle meow echoed in the air, causing both tense companions to shudder involuntarily. They instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, where they discovered a rather large cat perched on the ship's railing, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. Startled by the cat's cry, Usopp, who had initially thought an enemy had boarded, gulped nervously and declared, "What the? It's just a cat. Since you're not an enemy, please leave our ship at once. Or else the great Usopp, with his 8,000 subordinates, will not be so courteous." Nami remained silent, her pupils trembling. She longed to cover Usopp's mouth, exasperated by his boastfulness. What is he thinking? Can't he see the situation? If it weren't for the cat's sound, we wouldn't have even known it had boarded. It's not just a cat, it's a spirit. The cat tilted its head and mewed softly, displaying an unusual intelligence that indicated it sensed their tension. With a playful flick of its paw, it presented an endearing gesture to the two. Usopp mimicked the cat's head tilt, a flurry of questions swirling in his mind. Is it signaling friendliness? Suddenly, a blue figure dashed forward, precisely landing atop Usopp with considerable force. The impact caused Usopp to cough up blood, which splattered onto the green figure nearby. From a distance, a shadowy figure observed with satisfaction as the green form absorbed Usopp's blood, transforming into a streak of red light that vanished into Usopp's forehead. The puppet master couldn't help but smirk, pleased with the outcome. Truly, he was a father eager to see his son succeed, witnessing Usopp's failure to tame the spirit. He had decisively intervened to ensure his son kept pace with the times by facilitating the acquisition of a spirit contract. Beckman, puffing on a cigarette, glanced at the jovial Jesus Burgess beside him. However, the spirit stood at an impressive height of 6 feet and weighed around 300 pounds. Aren't you worried about accidentally crushing your son? Wahaha, not at all. I know my limits. It's just that when I heard the great Usopp boasting about his 8,000 subordinates, I couldn't help but apply a bit more force during the encounter. No harm done. In Chapter 80, titled Roronoa, arcs of electricity crackle as Laxus, the embodiment of thunder, materializes at a battlefield, his gaze steady. He casts his eyes upon a gravely injured figure nearby, his expression momentarily shifting. That unique, curled brow must belong to Sanji, as mentioned by Bartolomeo, the brother of Reiju. Could he potentially become the ladies' champion? A fleeting image of Sanji's appearance, as described in his conversation with Bartolomeo, crosses Laxus's mind, alongside the words exchanged with Reiju in the courtyard. With an air of indifference, he retracts his gaze, focusing instead on the opponent who has rendered Sanji incapacitated, contemplating a slight intervention. You are a denizen of Skypiea, the guardian of the iterative secrets, Laxus. The contracted divine beast spirit? With long, waist-length lavender hair, adorned with a purple-blue skullcap, and clad in a striped short shirt with a cape draped over his shoulders, Waydibe, one of the captains under Whitebeard's command, scrutinizes Laxus's sudden appearance. Despite a palpable wariness of Laxus's formidable strength, after all, he is a warrior who has faced the Empress Big Mom without defeat. She maintains a confident smile. Are you, as the host of this grand event, intending to personally assist this fledgling newcomer? I am a captain under dear old dad, so bring it on. Please, do not approach. I am certainly not your match. I've heard this fellow once collaborated with Shiki and the spirit of Skypiea at old dad's banquet. We are all comrades here. The previous remarks were mere formalities. And with old dad's name invoked, surrounded by my own crew, it's all for the sake of preserving the captain's dignity. Do not take it to heart. Laxus's expression falters, not due to the bravado in her words, but rather because of his ability, granted by consuming the Thunder Dragon fruit combined with his exceptional observation haki, to listen to the emotional turmoil when sentiments run high. Is it about face, old dad? You are the captain of one of the subordinate pirate crews under the world's strongest, Whitebeard? Navigating the intricacies of social etiquette, Laxus responds amiably, as the host. It would indeed be unfair to intervene directly. However, this individual on the ground is a beloved relative of someone quite significant. Since we are all comrades, might I suggest that, in the spirit of camaraderie, we forego the pursuit of this magnificent Milotic? He gestures toward the lake nearby, relinquishing the claim to the Milotic. Recognizing the genuine affection the downed figure holds for it, yet bound by an adherence to the so-called chivalric spirit, even in his weakened state, he remains unwilling to concede. Nice. Wade-Eye muses, secretly clenching her fist. Hearing the names Laxus invoked, including that of Lord Shiki, she ponders that if she gracefully withdraws from the contest for the spirit, it would not be out of fear of power, but rather to honor the dignity befitting a king. Milotic? As Wide-Eye followed the hand of Laxus, his gaze fell upon the sprite in the lake, revealing her name to be Minas. Indeed, she was worthy of her resplendent appearance. As for withdrawing from the competition, well, the rival had not even retaliated, upholding the chivalric code. Such a rare gentleman indeed. This made me appear somewhat rude and boorish in comparison. If that is the case, I shall show benevolence. Let us depart, Wide-Eyed declared before turning away, his step steady, though after 5 or 6 paces, his pace involuntarily quickened slightly. Ah. She is in a hurry. The corners of Laxus's lips curled upward as he withdrew his gaze, no longer focused on the departing figure. He approached the fallen Sanji, peering down to meet the gaze of his swollen eye. Chivalry? Not engaging with women? Though I do not subscribe to such notions, I cannot help but express a certain admiration. How unfortunate it is to be beaten so severely without striking back. One must possess a resolute spirit to endure such punishment without retaliation. Ah, Sanji, enduring the pain, adjusted his corpse slightly to find a more comfortable position. Beneath the swollen eyelid, his gaze met Laxus's. I was not born to befriend ladies. I was born to love them, he remarked, a hint of irony in his voice. Though that lady's love had indeed been rather profound. Feeling the moment called for a cigarette, Sanji stubbornly lifted his trembling hand to his pocket, retrieving a cigarette and placing it between his lips. However, when he attempted to light it, the weight of his injuries rendered him incapable of completing the act. At that moment, Laxus remained still, a spark of electricity coursing to the tip of the cigarette, kindly igniting it for Sanji. Lowering his eyes slightly, Sanji observed the red ember and gently smiled before taking a deep drag. Thank you, he murmured. Laxus said nothing, gazing at Sanji for a moment before donning the player around his neck and departing. Consider yourself fortunate, due to your chivalric spirit. That lady restrained her strength during the encounter. Otherwise, given her prowess, your lifeless body would likely be cold by now. TSK. While I wish to counsel you to abandon such chivalric ideals, I doubt you would heed my advice. Thus, strive to enhance your own strength. Only when you possess sufficient power to underpin your resolve will you be able to maintain your convictions amidst the tempestuous seas of fate. Finally, the spirit, obtained at the cost of one's life, should promptly be bound by a contract to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Just as the words fell, a golden blue arc of electricity surged forth, instantly merging with Sanji's body, bringing waves of tingling sensations. In tandem, his swollen eyelids rapidly regained their former glory amidst the sensations. Moments later, as the tingling subsided, Sanji gradually straightened his body, one hand resting on his bent knee while the other held a cigarette, taking a deep drag. The smoke billowed before him, and in a moment of distraction, he found himself entranced, the smoke coalescing into the visage of a woman, smiling sweetly at him. Reiju. In stark contrast to Sanji's woeful plight, Zoro, who was perpetually entwined in a love-hate relationship with him, found himself faring much better. This place feels strangely familiar. With the awakening of his navigational ineptitude, Zoro gazed at the large rock before him, momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of disarray. He had been moving forward, yet here he was, encountering a stone that seemed to mirror one he had seen shortly after entering the island. Did all the stones here look the same? He muttered to himself, oblivious to the reality that he had been meandering along the periphery of the island all along. Forget it, onward I go. Setting aside his musings about the stone, Zoro glanced around and proceeded down a path that felt equally familiar. After a brief while, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss, and turned sharply onto an unexplored new map. At the island's edge, a figure sat atop a stone, idly admiring the sunset's afterglow, suddenly aware of an approaching presence. His hawk-like keen eyes turned to the stone behind him. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. Zoro, with his calm stride, entered his line of sight. "Oh, it's you, Roronoa Zoro." Chapter 81. Sleep Ah? "It's you, Roronoa Zoro." The hawk-like gaze reflected the advancing figure, and for reasons unknown, my hawk felt a surge of joy. He smirked, observing for quite some time without selecting any of the so-called spirits. "I was right about you. A true swordsman is not merely a figment of imagination. You have not disappointed me." Zoro listened intently to my hawk's words of admiration, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword without realizing it. "Oh, it seems I have lost my way in choosing a path, but encountering you here feels like destiny's guidance. In that case," he relaxed his grip, released the scarf tied around his arm, and met my hawk's gaze with unwavering determination as he secured the scarf. With a resounding clang, 3 swords were drawn simultaneously. High above, amidst a rare and enchanting sunset, I have arrived here following my heart. So let us engage in battle once more. The corners of Dracula my hawk's lips curved slightly upward, a prelude to battle, though the time was not yet ripe. However, as a reward for resisting the dazzling temptations and maintaining the dignity befitting a swordsman, he offered a gentle nudge of guidance. With a departure from the disdainful choice of wielding a small knife as he had in the East Blue, he rose, turned, and raised his arm, drawing forth the formidable blade, Yoru, with deliberate grace. "Showcase your growth, Roronoa Zoro," he commanded. With a solemn acknowledgement, Zoro surged forward, engaging in a fierce clash of swordsmanship with my hawk, who sought to impart wisdom to the promising warrior. The harmonious clang of steel echoed against the backdrop of a picturesque sunset, carried far and wide by the evening breeze. "Have you chosen this one?" "Somewhere on the island." Monkey D. Dragon regarded the peculiar figure before him with a hint of curiosity, softly inquiring of the erudite woman beside him. Robin replied, her eyes brightening with a smile as she observed the enchanting creature. The peculiar being, with its black form and disproportionately large head adorned with a multitude of crimson eyes, was a psychic golem. Look at all those eyes on its head. They shift shape in response to my fondness, taking on crescent, horizontal, and circular forms, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Don't you find it utterly charming? Charming? Dragon mused. No, I find you quite unique. I wonder if most women would truly appreciate such a creature. Suppressing his own thoughts, he conceded, if you so desire, this golem shall be entrusted to you. Do not refuse. My care for you extends beyond your role as my son's crewmate. It is about your lineage. Lineage? Robin's expression cooled, her previous smile fading as the psychic golem mirrored her sorrow with its eyes drooping, suppressing the unwelcome memories that surged within her. Robin managed to smile anew at the golem, which responded in kind. Indeed, you are a survivor from O'Hara, perhaps one of the last scholars in existence. We need you to endure and possess the strength to protect yourself, for one day, through your knowledge, we shall unveil the century of silence concealed by the world government. After quietly absorbing Dragon's intentions behind the golem's contract, Robin paused momentarily before stepping toward the psychic golem. Rest assured, I will await that moment with patience. I also appreciate your guidance in helping me find this delightful little creature, esteemed father of Luffy. The last remark could have been omitted. In a secluded grove, Super Seba Frankie struck his unique pose, while a bird perched above mimicked the motion, flapping its wings in a curious imitation. Thus, the man and the bird engaged in a seemingly tireless interaction. A short distance away, behind a grand tree, Rob Lucci concealed himself, observing the perplexing behavior of the duo. His interest was not in the bizarre actions themselves, but rather in recognizing Frankie's identity. Carter Flam. No, Frankie, Lucci thought. A cyborg, Tom's other disciple. And the target most likely harboring the Pluton design that we have been covertly investigating for years. Lucci refrained from acting hastily, having confirmed Frankie's location. He contemplated whether to apprehend him as this grand feast approached its conclusion. Unlike his previous encounter with Robin, who was also a wanted criminal by the world government, the gravity of the situation differed. Their undercover mission in Water 7 aimed to investigate the Pluton blueprints, with Frankie being the primary target, while Robin had merely been an unexpected discovery. Thus, his approach to the two must be distinct. Only, Lucci's gaze shifted back to the bulging sack beside him, which contained a captured spirit, an essential item for their mission. Lucci, this is a rare opportunity. The task of capturing the spirit is complete. If we act swiftly, we could also seize the main target we have only recently identified, and then escape this island of festivities. The rewards from both missions would be ours. From behind another tree, Gabra, a user of the dog fruit, wolf form, urged him on. He did not wish to miss this chance. The entire CP9 was present, and capturing Frankie would be a simple task. The only concern was whether the organizers of the feast would intervene. After a brief moment of silence, Lucci made his decision, casting a knowing glance at Gabra, who immediately nodded in understanding. In an instant, Gabra activated the Sara technique, vanishing and reappearing behind Frankie. With a swift motion, he aimed to deliver a hand chop to incapacitate him. Sensing an impending ambush, Frankie quickly realized he could not evade the attack. Instead, he dove towards the ground, simultaneously twisting his body to shield his neck, placing his throat directly beneath the descending chop. Gabra's eyes widened in confusion. What was happening? A strike to the neck would at most render Frankie unconscious, but a solid hit to the throat could prove fatal. Apprehension surged within him. Capturing was not equivalent to killing. He hastily reduced his force, and with a thud, the diminished chop struck Frankie's neck, propelling him along the ground for several meters. That was dangerously close. Yet, as if unfazed, Frankie stood up, casually rubbing his neck. Gabra, with a face full of questions, exclaimed, "How could this be? How could there be absolutely no effect? Is such astonishment really necessary? I am a cybernetic being now." Frankie prepared for battle, his pride momentarily flaring up within. Sleep. Suddenly, Lucci, who had completed his transformation at some point, unleashed his ethereal abilities. Chapter 82. Enduring Great Misery. Cool Leopard. The spirit bound to Lucci. A malevolent little creature known as Cool Leopard had undergone a remarkable transformation post-fusion. He donned a splendid purple trench coat that perfectly complemented his physique, paired with a tight-fitting yellow combat suit beneath, while around his neck hung a pendant matching the suit, but in a darker hue. His cheeks bore notable alterations, with 2 strands of crimson hair sprouting from the corners of his eyes, cascading down to connect with his elongated purple locks that reached the ground. The cuffs of his purple trench coat featured 3 golden strips, their tips sharp as the claws of a cheetah. Sleep. Upon completing his transformation, Lucci immediately initiated one of Cool Leopard's basic moves against Frankie. Had it not been for Gabra's blunder, Lucci would have had no need to fuse in order to minimize the noise of his capture. As the sleep attack was unleashed, Frankie fell victim instantly, the world around him spinning as an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Yet, he understood he must not succumb to slumber, otherwise, unforeseen calamities would befall him, leaving him utterly vulnerable. I am a cybernetic being. How could mere sleepiness possibly sway my iron will? Frankie strained to remain awake, but his efforts were in vain. Though he did not immediately lose consciousness, his vision blurred and his mind grew foggy. Gabra, seizing the opening, could not allow Lucci to capitalize on this opportunity. He launched a strike from behind Frankie, his palm slicing through the air with unwavering resolve. At that moment, the king swallow responded with a fierce cry. Soaring into the air, and with a flash of lightning, collided forcefully with Gabra's palm strike. A resounding thud echoed as the king swallow was sent reeling backward, but managed to create a momentary distraction. Frankie, battling against his drowsiness, turned and delivered a powerful steel punch aimed at Gabra's chest. With a clash akin to iron meeting iron, a wave of energy erupted. Yet Gabra successfully countered the attack with his iron block technique, suffering no damage whatsoever. Seeing the opportunity slip away, Lucci could no longer remain idle. Bolstered by his agility from the fusion with Cool Leopard, he executed a swift strike, appearing as if by teleportation, delivering another palm attack. Lucci, are you underestimating me by intervening? As Gabra deflected the assault with a block of iron, his pupils contracted in fury at the sudden appearance of Lucci. However, amidst this fleeting moment of change, he lacked the time to articulate his thoughts and could only glare at the intruding Lucci with intense resentment. With a resounding thud, Lucci's unexpected arrival and the swiftness of his blade's descent caught Frankie off guard, landing a decisive blow that caused him to lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back. Success. A wave of triumph surged within Lucci, but just as he began to relax, an unfamiliar male voice drifted into his ears. "Oh, discovered." A sense of alarm struck him as another voice accompanied by faint rustling sounds reached his senses. Lucci watched in disbelief as the unconscious Frankie vanished before his eyes at an astonishing speed, too swift for him to intervene. "Who goes there?" Gabra bellowed. As Lucci suppressed his astonishment and turned to a certain direction, he saw Kaku, Khalifa, and others emerge from their concealment behind trees, uniting to confront the unexpected disruptor. "Ah, your presence is quite pungent. Indeed, agents of the world government, CP9. Though I know not your reasons for attacking him, it matters little to me. As long as I can thwart your endeavors and ensure your mission's failure, I shall find great delight." The captain of the formidable carriage pirates, with a bounty of 465 million, Charco, sauntered forth from the depths of the woods with an air of elegance. As for Frankie, he was being dragged behind Charco like a lifeless dog, his face scraping the ground, leaving a clear trail in his wake. Being treated so. It seems the individual before me is neither a friend nor acquaintance of Frankie. As he stated, if disrupting the world government's actions brings joy, he must be quite the troublesome character, Rob Lucci mused, his gaze shadowed. While the vision of his aspirations lingered, reality proved harsh. There would always be interlopers, particularly those pirates who held a deep disdain for the world government. Just as Lucci pondered these thoughts, Charco casually hurled Frankie between the two factions with a resounding thud. Frankie landed heavily, still unconscious from the treatment he had received. Agents of the world government, your quarry lies yonder. If you possess the capability, dare to seize him. Charco's eyes sparkled with mockery as he surveyed Lucci and his companions. Fear not, I shall remain here, unmoving. If you truly have the prowess to succeed, I shall allow your departure. As for him, it is simply his fate. Weakness is indeed a sin. Attack. With the challenge laid before them, Rob Lucci did not hesitate. With a fierce cry, all members of CP9 launched into action. Chafe. With a swift motion, Rob Lucci and Gabra approached Chark simultaneously. Gabra engaged him head-on, while Lucci flanked from behind. When confronted by the two, Chark appeared unfazed, yet he swiftly raised his thumb towards Gabra, proclaiming, "Onward, ride the waves." The thumb anchored Gabra, and under the influence of the trajectory fruit's power, he felt an overwhelming force propel him backward at double the speed of his initial charge. Meanwhile, as Rob Lucci and Gabra focused their assault on Chark, Kaku and the others seized the opportunity to abduct the unconscious Frankie. However, just as they reached for Frankie, Gabra intervened with force, sending Kaku and Khalifa crashing away amidst a cacophony of thuds. Gabra was repelled, yet Rob Lucci remained undeterred, fixated on Chark's back. He raised his right arm, and the 3 golden strands at the cuff of his purple coat sharpened in an instant, aiming at the location of Chark's heart. Suddenly, the razor-like talons pierced Chark's back, producing a metallic clang without inflicting any damage, while Lucci felt only a slight tremor from the recoil in his arm. Are you merely tickling me? Try harder, put more force into it. I feel nothing. Chark scoffed derisively, continuing his assault. Utilizing his fruit ability, he sent Lucci crashing into Kaku and the others, who had been attempting to assist Frankie, causing Frankie to fall to the ground once more, still unconscious. Frankie, bewildered, thought, "This is absurd. What a predicament." Chapter 83. An inquiry. After a series of probing exchanges, Lucci and his companions had each faced setbacks. They gazed at their target, lying motionless on the ground, fully aware that unless they vanquished the meddlesome Chark, they would have no chance of rescuing Frankie. Shall we retreat or press on? Rob Lucci pondered, having grasped the harsh reality of their situation. If they did not defeat the disruptive Chark, their opportunity to rescue Frankie would be lost. The most prudent course of action seemed to be a temporary withdrawal. Their original mission was to capture a spirit, which they had accomplished, leaving no room for failure. However, if they continued to engage Chark in a futile attempt to capture Frankie, the likelihood of their plan succeeding diminished significantly, risking not only the preservation of their own safety, but also the potential failure of their entire mission, with the spirit being intercepted by the enemy. Withdraw. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Rob Lucci decisively issued the retreat order. Upon hearing this command, Gabra and Kaku, though reluctant to acknowledge their own weakness, could not deny the surge of relief that washed over them. Their adversary was far too formidable, beyond their current capacity to contend with, making withdrawal the wisest choice. Withdraw? Upon hearing Rob Lucci's words and sensing the domineering aura of observation Haki, Gabra and the others were already prepared to retreat. However, Chark was displeased. After all, they had only just begun their playful engagement, yet their adversaries were already raising the white flag, thrusting his thumb toward Lucci and his companions. Chark intended to use his abilities to confine their escape routes. Yet, just as he instinctively began to chant the incantation, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. Humph. A few insignificant CP0 lackeys have infiltrated the island, wishing to protect them without stepping in. Do they truly believe that mere intimidation will compel me to relent? Contemptuous thoughts swirled in his mind, but ultimately, Chark refrained from taking drastic measures. He rotated his raised thumb 90 degrees, altering his original technique. Reef charge. The intangible power of his fruit descended, enveloping Lucci and the others tightly, then hurtling them toward the island's edge with tremendous force. Along the way, Trees that obstructed their path were ruthlessly shattered, causing Lucci and his companions to spew blood mid-air, their condition dire. The great body of the owl curled into a ball. Not just for self-protection, but also to safeguard the sack it cradled. It could not afford any loss. For the mission on this feast island would be deemed a failure otherwise. My good mood has been spoiled. This is quite lackluster, Chark remarked. Observing the devastated trajectory left by Lucci and his group, his gaze is lifeless as a dead fish. In the next moment, he cast a glance at the still unconscious Frankie on the ground, pursed his lips, and turned to depart. Once Chark had left, the kingbird fluttered down and gently pecked at Frankie's cheek. You know, from the moment a person is born, they begin to fall from the heavens, hastening toward their demise upon landing. Along the way, they encounter many others, those who fall alongside them, like childhood companions, or those of the opposite sex who either arrive after due to weight or precede them due to lightness, such as a future wife. Subsequently, the two meet, get to know one another, and fall in love, hand in hand, in synchronicity as they descend. Of course, along this journey, one inevitably encounters numerous unforeseen circumstances, an ascending sea breeze, unpredictable thunderstorms, and other experiences that shape their path. Ultimately, after navigating these trials and tribulations, they complete the journey, landing upon the earth and concluding this life. Thus, as one who is already buried to the neck in the loam, do you find little joy in this impending descent? Have you sought me out to bring an end to your flickering existence? Nagri, hailing from the uncertain terminus of the East Sea, once instructed the toll collector a Sabo. Clad in tattered garments, adorned with a felt hat, and puffing on a pipe while shouldering a wooden mallet, he stood casually opposite a loquacious interlocutor. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Nagri's calm and steady gaze swept over his counterpart, who appeared to be over 40, possessing a distinguished countenance. He wore a tall, green hat, his long hair meticulously gathered at the back and secured with a white cord. Though not excessively tall at 2 meters and 45 centimeters, he bore a statuesque posture, and even beneath a loose robe, his robust and well-proportioned physique was discernible. With another exhalation of smoke, Nagri chose to engage with the topic presented by the other. Is it true that from the moment of birth, one is inexorably bound for death? A novel and reasonable assertion, yet as a waning candle. My encounter with you here is not motivated by a desire to hasten my regret-laden existence. I am a failed individual, having languished in despair for half a lifetime, with no intention of delving further into this vast and unfamiliar sea. Alas, the winds of change are irresistibly alluring. Nagri lifted his chin slightly, revealing a pair of bright eyes that dared not to succumb to further despair. At that moment, as the king of the skies made his grand entrance, the essence of the elven realm unfolded before humanity. To iterate, I have cast aside the mantle of a defeated life, traversing the calm waters to this juncture, seeking to forge a pact with the spirit. However, my intention is not to re-enter the fray of royal conflict. Rather, I aspire to accumulate a bit more strength and await the emergence of a more advanced power structure. I yearn for a system that might offer the means to resurrect the deceased. If that becomes a reality, I shall ardently strive for it. For death along the way would be inconsequential. Should I succeed, I long to revive my former companions and express my heartfelt apologies. I am sorry for not safeguarding you as your captain. Whether they choose to forgive me, I dare not hope. In the tranquil glow of the setting sun, two silhouettes stood in silent reflection. Nagri's eyes quivered, ensnared in memories of regret, while opposite him, the man who appeared to be in his 40s, Talcabo, gazed at Nagri intently before casting a glance at the small spirit, the tropical dragon, which had remained present throughout their dialogue. Another relic of a bygone era, drawn forth by the new age. Awaiting the power of future iterations to apologize to his long-lost crew? It is yours, Talcabo said, redirecting his unremarkable gaze to Nagri. You should forge a contract with this grass-type spirit. It would be of great benefit to you. Lastly, if you genuinely relinquish your aspirations for supremacy, merely anticipating the emergence of the next power structure, allow me to recommend a place that may fulfill your needs. After all, no one knows if a resurrection system exists, and if it does, when it might manifest. Thank you. Nagri expressed his heartfelt gratitude. But where is this place? Is it truly special? The kingdom of Corohudo, alternatively referred to as Sidesteed Island. One should venture there, for with the presence of this sprite, one might attain greater benefits and subsequently await the arrival of a new era. Sidesteed Island. I shall ponder it. Nagri diligently committed the name of the mentioned location to memory. The kingdom of Coralhu? It seems a visit for exploration is warranted. Chapter 84. the most powerful sound as Nagri resolved in his heart to investigate. Tariff's profound gaze shifted toward him, observing his demeanor, seemingly aware of his thoughts. Indeed. I trust you shall not be disappointed. Hence, I wish you success in resolving your regrets, Tariff remarked before vanishing in an instant, leaving Nagri and the tropical dragon to proceed with their subsequent contract. A short distance away, Tariff reappeared atop a sturdy tree trunk, surveying Nagri's direction. He lifted his hand to remove his high-top hat, and instantly, as the seal was broken, the vibrant twin leaf sprouts atop his head emerged, revealing his origins, undoubtedly a resident of Sidesteed Island. Pipe, felt hat, wooden mallet. Standing upon the trunk, Tariff fell into reminiscence, recalling that several decades prior, there indeed existed such a figure, who, in his nascent days, garnered considerable acclaim, only to be extinguished later, by whom he could not recall. Unable to extract further details from his memory, Tariff resolved not to dwell upon it, as they were merely antiquated tales. He re-established the seal of the high-top hat upon the twin leaf sprouts, and gazed ahead with an inscrutable expression. Although curiosity had been piqued, he hoped for the correct choices to be made. Despite that island having become a personal sanctuary for a certain individual of power, the efficacy of that sprout is indeed real. With the aid of that grass-type sprite, in conjunction with the twin leaf sprouts, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to your aging physique. Go forth, venture to that place, for you, for I, and for many of the former pirates who have retreated from the last era. The present seas are remarkably accommodating. Moreover, the throne of the sky has already manifested. The sea and the sky, truly, the aspirations of humanity are boundless. Thus, go, journey there, and maximize the restoration of your time-worn form, for this era has not forsaken us. As an aged figure who once departed from the stage, Te Reifu is unwilling to fade quietly into the twilight of his existence. Or perhaps it is the tender shoots of new beginnings that have rejuvenated him, compelling him to remain in the sanctuary he once chose for his retirement, now transformed into a vibrant garden of spring for another. Resolutely, he immerses himself in the waves of the new era, ready to embrace greater wonders and heightened expectations. An iteration, perhaps? Te Reifu muses as he gracefully descends from the tree trunk, one hand holding his high hat as he lands lightly on the ground. He strides against the slanting rays of the sun towards the venue of the impending feast, casting a long shadow behind him. In the next moment, the shadow multiplies, forming companions with round heads and leaf-like limbs, momentarily indistinguishable as to which sprites they might be. All gatherings must eventually disperse. At the feast commencement, as the sun approaches the horizon, silhouettes of returning figures emerge. Before long, the sun sinks entirely, signaling the conclusion of the covenant's duration. A familiar, boisterous laughter resonates. Keek-keek-keek. Shiki's body begins to levitate, buoyed by the effects of the floating fruit as his profound gaze scans the returning crowd, gliding over their foreheads. He notes that nearly all the islanders have forged contracts with different sprites, with only a few, such as the pure swordsman Mihawk, opting to forego such bonds. First and foremost, congratulations to all pirates, marines, revolutionaries, and dreamers of freedom alike for selecting a sprite that resonates with your essence in this grand feast. Now, without further ado, you may depart to your respective domains and assimilate your newly acquired strengths. Assimilate? Many of the empowered beings who have formed contracts with sprites murmur softly, pondering the implications of Shiki's words. Although he does not explicitly state what they ought to assimilate, they possess an inkling of understanding. As they recall their memories, they realize that after forging a contract with the sprites, the myriad skills they employed to subdue them previously seem inaccessible now, leaving them capable of wielding only a select few abilities. It appears as though these skills are innate, instinctual powers of the sprites, basic capabilities that can be effortlessly harnessed post-contract. Assimilation, then? Does the sprite system require continuous development to fully unleash its potential, much like the fruit system? A voice inquires, seeking validation from Shiki for their conjecture. As the question reaches Shiki's ears, he grins widely. No power is ever at its zenith the moment it is acquired. Keek-keek-keek. Progression is an indispensable journey. Though he wishes to offer them comfort, he acknowledges that, in the realm of sprites, the ordinary, quasi-divine sprites and mythical beast represent two distinct concepts. In this discourse, one can perceive that many individuals below exhibit expressions of enlightenment. Shiki affirmed their conjecture, stating that indeed, the reason divine beasts are referred to as such lies in the moment they forge a pact with their contractors. At that instant, the contractors can wield all the powers of the divine beasts at will, bypassing the arduous process of refinement and standing at the pinnacle from the very beginning. Therefore, my ambitious comrades, the purpose of this grand feast is merely to allow you to acquire spirits ahead of others, serving as a mere prelude. Afterwards, venture forth to seek, to discover, and to contract divine beasts. Should any among you succeed, the navy, the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, it matters not. A new paradigm shall be reshaped by your hands. With a swift motion, Shiki pointed towards the dim sky. Do you comprehend why I set a deadline? It is because the nightfall after sunset is your stage to shine. Go forth into the sea and thrive in this impenetrable darkness. This feast is not an end. I eagerly await the dawn of a new day, when I may hear each of you composing new chapters of grand news, using the demise of the old order as a stepping stone to ascend to the forefront of a new era. Ladies and gentlemen, let the roar of your dragons pierce the darkness, and may your illustrious names shatter the heavens. Finally, allow me to declare the captain's command from the throne of void. Set sail, my companions. With a proclamation imbued with regal authority, Shiki heralded the conclusion of the feast and the commencement of a new journey. The commanding aura reverberated throughout the venue, plunging it into a brief silence, which soon erupted into a frenzied cacophony of laughter and declarations mingling with fervent ambition. A new era, brimming with boundless potential to nurture aspirations, has engulfed this world in an absolute upheaval. The curtain has fallen on the old age, heralding the birth of a new order. As power limits continue to rise, I await to see what fate the lofty celestial dragons will encounter. The captain of the white phosphorus pirates, with a boisterous laugh, declared, "Camp. Let us become the vanguards of the upheaval against the old era." The 4 emperors? This relic that has constrained our space for existence is already outdated. The sky of the new world holds no room for monarchs. We shall be the most resounding voice of this age. Chapter 85, The Hope of Revenge. Camp. We shall be the most resounding voice of this era. The captain of the White Snake Pirates, White Snake Vasfori's valet, laughed uproariously, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. He gazed up at Shiki, floating in the air, his eyes shimmering with shades of crimson, envisioning himself standing shoulder to shoulder with Shiki, seizing the power of evolution into their own hands. Upon hearing the grand ambitions of his captain, the first mate, White Ghost Vincent Camp, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Despite his usual composure, he could not help but be swept away by the fervent atmosphere that enveloped the scene. We shall surely prevail, Captain. The Pirate King? Roger? His era has waned. Our new journey's aim must be the skies, the enigmatic Skypea, where lies a wealth of untapped power. We shall ascend and seize it. And when more systems of evolution emerge, we will be among the first to harness this newfound strength. The strong shall remain strong. With exuberant shouts and fervent hopes, pirate crews resolutely turned toward the sea, their hearts brimming with passion. Meanwhile, Mihawk stood apart from the throng, observing the electrifying ambience above the island. It transported him back to the moment of Roger's execution. His hawk-like gaze fell upon the scene, yet the overwhelming ambition radiating from it compelled him to avert his eyes. A more frenzied era, is it? I cannot help but anticipate the emergence of greater powers, to be met with formidable pressure. I shall rise to the challenge and reach the profound depths of the sword's path. Ah, on the naval front, Kazan felt the scorching and tumultuous air, scratching his head in frustration and solemnity. The times have gone awry. What shall become of the future of our navy? Indeed, echoed Kizaru, his sunglasses concealing his expression. Chasing the sky, I foresee an exponential increase in my workload. In stark contrast to the 2 admirals' concerns, Garp burst into hearty laughter, urging himself not to bear too much pressure. No matter how chaotic the future becomes, Sengoku and Tashigi will intervene. Not to mention my iron fist, nothing can bring about our destruction. Destruction may be avoided, but upheaval is certain, Kizaru remarked. Iron Fist? The one that raised Dragon and the Straw Hat Boy? Quite fearsome indeed. As the 2 admirals pondered, their gazes drifted toward Garp, who was intently focused on a distant direction. They soon realized he was looking toward Whitebeard's position. Oh, they exchanged glances, their minds racing. They recalled the 2nd Division commander, Ace, who was imprisoned by the Navy. According to Tashigi's analysis, they had sent only Ace to pursue the vengeance-seeking Teach, which was inconsistent with Whitebeard's character. The implication was that Whitebeard had grown old, unable to wield his sword, hence Ace was sent alone. Alas, he had failed and been captured. Yet, even as they gazed at the towering figure, they could still sense the familiar weight of his presence. It was evident he was not too old to wield a blade. Ah, troublesome indeed, Kizaru mused, gazing up at the starry sky. As the world teetered on the brink of chaos, during this nascent period, A significant action was required to warn all sides against overstepping their bounds. What sort of action? One might wonder. Ace. Imprisoned by the Navy, Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard, faces a potential public execution that would undoubtedly serve as a formidable deterrent to the world. However, such an act would incite fierce retaliation from the Whitebeard pirates and their affiliated crews. Given that Whitebeard's strength has not diminished significantly with age, the outcome of a public execution remains unpredictable. Standing beside Kizaru, Ikaku perceives the complexity and weight of Kizaru's emotions through his observation hockey. The challenges facing the Navy appear to be greater than I had anticipated. If possible, this newly enlisted soldier would like to offer his modest assistance. Oh, but Ikaku's strength is anything but modest. Akiji interjects, pondering whether the pressure from that man truly needs to be confronted, a decision that ultimately rests with Admiral Sengoku. That man. Are you referring to Whitebeard? Yes, I understand, Ikaku replies, opting not to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Carp diverts his gaze from Whitebeard, briefly acknowledging Drago, who bows slightly to him before departing with his subordinates. He then turns his attention to Bartolomeo, who has approached in a bid to use his telekinesis to assist Luffy and the others off the island. Carp makes no attempt to intervene, watching as Bartolomeo guides Luffy's crew away before signaling his own men to leave as well. Moments later, the island, once bustling with crowds, falls into a profound silence. The lingering tension in the air signifying the conclusion of one festivity and the commencement of another. Gwahaha, Crocodile chuckles coldly, pondering whether his superior will keep his promise. With many spirits still remaining on the island, he decides to lead his subordinate, S, in selecting an appropriate spirit for him. Hearing his superior's inquiry, S, standing behind Crocodile, is filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with tears of joy. Ah, this is worth it. Such a considerate captain. I truly have an eye for talent. Indeed. Even those of modest gifts can change their fate by choosing the right leader and docking at the right harbor. Kekiki, of course, we are all allies. The so-called time constraints are mere trifles. I wish you the best in selecting the most suitable spirit for your younger brother. Shiki nonchalantly agrees, indifferent to the vast array of spirits that remain. According to Yi, these spirits will be distributed across the world, allowing those who did not partake in the feast to compete for them. Thus he harbors no concern for what is not his own. Let us go, S. Yes, boss. Crocodile strides confidently into the island with his subordinate, S. Law observes the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, contemplating, allies? Has the former warlord Crocodile aligned himself with Shiki? It doesn't seem so. Moreover, we are all allies. Does that include everyone remaining here? Does that include me? Mr. Su needs you. Unavoidably. The words attributed to the renowned spirit of the island echoed in his mind. Thus, it is indeed possible for me to become one of them. Yet there lies a test, and that test is to solve the enigmatic inquiries of Mr. Su. An opportunity, a remarkable opportunity. Should I successfully pass this trial and join their ranks, Sky King Shiki, Ling Yi, the indigenous Laxus, the beast contract holder Bart, not to mention the mysterious Mr. Su, merely with their assistance, I could exact my vengeance and honor Mr. Corazon by vanquishing Don Quixote da Flamingo. As these thoughts surged, Law's breath quickened uncontrollably. Chapter 86, Awakening Yaha. He observed Law's distress and gracefully hovered above him, alighting on his hat. Do not be so agitated, nor display such palpable hatred, Trafalgar Law, or should I say, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. The moment the name escaped her lips, a cold sweat broke out upon Law, a chilling sensation enveloping him, his eyes widening uncontrollably in disbelief. How could they know my full name? Is it possible that the other party is merely the spirit of the island? Yaha. You beamed at Law's astonishment. Well, there is no need for such overt shock. The reason I possess such knowledge is, of course, for Mr. Su's sake. After all, the task I intend to carry out through you is of great importance. If I were not aware of your background, I could not allow Mr. Su to take unnecessary risks. Therefore, my knowledge extends far beyond just your full name. For instance, Corazon? Corazon. Another deeply buried name surfaced, and the look of astonishment and confusion on Law's face was swiftly replaced by nostalgia, longing, and sorrow. Yet, his eyes darkened as they recalled the hatred that lay behind that name. He would not forget, could not forget the events of that snowy day, the image of Mr. Corazon being gunned down by that fiend. Don Quixote da Flamingo. My life's mission is to send you back to the demon's hell, to commemorate the spirit of Mr. Corazon. Indeed. Corazon is your taboo. Observing the resolute glint in Law's eyes, you smiled. Well, having established this, The task I require of you will surely not go awry. After all, if you successfully fulfill the commission, the reward shall be resurrection of the fallen. Huh? What did you say? Resurrection of the fallen? Law grasped Ye's words. But the concept was too fantastical and absurd. How could there possibly exist such a resurrection? Even if the other party were the spirit of Skypea? Wait, the spirit of Skypea, the iterative power system? Ro was momentarily taken aback by his own conjectures, inhaling sharply as a gesture of respect. His mind was in disarray. He was utterly flustered and yearned to inquire about the meaning of resurrection of the deceased. Yet, he hesitated to voice his question, even though the existence of iterations was acknowledged by the world. It did not substantiate the belief that within the realms of those dissipated iterative forces lay the power to resurrect the dead. The desire intensified his dread of seeking confirmation. Do not be so astonished, Yi continued with an air of nonchalance. It is merely the revival of a once-existing soul. With my abilities and a few necessary mediums, I can effortlessly achieve the resurrection from filthy earth? Ta. What does ta mean? Is the means to resurrect Mr. Corazon not reliant on the iterative system? Thus, were my earlier speculations mere overthinking? Ro's expression shifted rapidly, his mind racing to analyze the situation. The intellect he once deemed sharp had become a tangled mess. And despite this chaos, he managed to seize the most crucial piece of information from Ye's words. Medium? You just mentioned that reviving Mr. Corazon requires a medium. What kind of medium? Do not rush, you replied calmly. The medium is merely a prerequisite for Mr. Corazon's revival. However, the conditions for resurrecting him are not as simple as merely requiring a medium. If you cannot fulfill his commission, everything thereafter will be but an illusion. So, do you possess the resolve to meet him and endeavor to complete the task? Oh, by the way, it is worth mentioning that anyone who encounters him will face a choice, submission, or the erasure of relevant memories. That said, in your case, as one endowed with the ability of surgical fruits to prevent any tampering with your memories, he shall automatically assume you have chosen to submit the moment you take that step. Thus, what shall your choice be? Struggling to calm his tumultuous emotions, Ro endeavored to listen intently to Ye's exposition, yet he had overestimated his capacity. No, he had underestimated the significance of Corazon in the explanation. With a deep breath, he lowered the brim of his hat and slowly closed his eyes. Having contracted lead-mercury disease, I have negated my own existence. Living merely serves as a means to exact vengeance upon this world. This is my mindset, and thus I strive to grow stronger. Everything was once normal until Mr. Corazon intruded upon this path leading to death, forcibly redirecting me from a skewed existence onto the correct one. However, that path away from death was severed on that snowy day when the echoes of gunfire claimed Mr. Corazon's life. Though I attained redemption and the power to heal the afflicted, that foolish, blissful smile was forever frozen in time. As I speak, even with the brim of my hat obscuring much of my face, the two streams of tears cascading down reveal the profound sorrow within me. Subsequently, hatred became the driving force of my existence. I was determined, absolutely resolute in my pursuit to eliminate that man, even at the cost of my own life. I once again tread the path I had meticulously charted. Ah, how fate delights in mocking me, intruding upon my life yet again, compelling me to alter my course. Is it a resurrection of the deceased? Such intrusions and the whims of destiny, as before, lead me to choose compliance. Thus, rather than succumbing to the abyss of hatred, I opt for this dawn of revival. I shall risk everything to resurrect Corazon. Suddenly lifting my gaze, I fixed my tear-filled eyes upon Yi, my expression unwavering and resolute. Ah, what splendid resolve. In that case, I welcome your allegiance, future member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 7 Warlords of the Sea? I was momentarily taken aback. My thoughts disjointed. What does that mean? Future? Are you indicating that I should aspire to that position? Is this a prerequisite? Do not let your imagination run wild. He elucidated, driven by his peculiar whims, wishing to gather all the warlords under his command. However, by then, the king would not be the same. Having chosen to align myself, I must ultimately integrate into the group, lest he feel diminished in stature, which would lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion. Gather them all. My gaze flickered, a glint of cold ferocity igniting within me as I thought of Doflamingo. Could that man also be among those he envisioned subjugating? As my expression darkened further, I stated, with the fall of Crocodile, a position has indeed become vacant. However, the Navy has already appointed a new successor. Therefore, your mention of the future implies encouragement for me to challenge one of them and take their place? If so, I implore you to entrust that man to me. No, that's incorrect. Yi shook her head, offering no further explanation for her assertion. She produced a seed and cast it onto the ground. Observing as it swiftly took root and sprouted upon contact with the soil, rapidly intertwining to form a thicket of flora. There is no need to rush the subsequent events. Focus on the task at hand. Once it is completed, he will make arrangements for you. My role is merely to escort you there. Now, please enter with your resolve. Chapter 87. The sense of ritual in the future. He will make arrangements, and my duty is to guide you there. Now, please carry your awareness with you as you step inside. Following the direction indicated by Yi, Luo beheld the peculiar plant before him, composed of intertwining vegetation that fashioned an entrance resembling a portal. However, apart from the opening before him, the remainder was a completely sealed tree hollow. Mr. Corazon. He realized with clarity that this tree hollow was a manifestation of some power, and to enter recklessly would be exceedingly perilous. Yet, as the name Corazon flickered through his mind, he resolutely advanced, stepping forth with unwavering determination. He suddenly chuckled, addressing Luo within. Due to a promise made by a certain individual, one is to rendezvous after dusk, but the spatial distance is considerable, necessitating a compromise. When the transmission occurs, it may inflict slight harm upon you. However, fret not, for you shall not perish. He will intervene. Luo's expression sharpened. Not perishing was hardly reassuring. Did this imply that the so-called transmission would be fraught with peril? Is it truly wise to employ such an immature ability on oneself? And a rendezvous after dusk need not necessarily be this very evening. Let us commence. The fleeting doubts in his mind merely grazed his consciousness. Once more, he lowered the brim of his hat. The plague of leaden sickness could not vanquish me, and I firmly believe that this time will be no different. Until I fulfill my long-cherished wish, I shall absolutely not meet my demise. Ahaha. A commendable resolve, Yi remarked with admiration before uttering words that Luo found incomprehensible. Rest assured. Though the process may not be entirely painless or comfortable, the outcome will elevate you to euphoric heights. After his intervention, you will reap immense benefits. You cannot escape the law of true fragrance. The law of true fragrance? Without allowing Trafalgar Law to ponder the implications of the words spoken, the tree hollow began to close. Once it was completely sealed, it swiftly contracted, transforming into a vine as thick as a barrel, which then plunged into the earth, vanishing from sight. In the courtyard, beneath the newly risen crescent moon, Li Shu, Susanoo, and Lei Jiao sat quietly at a table, savoring the fragrant tea. Li Shu appeared composed and at ease, genuinely relishing the lingering sweetness of the tea, while Susanoo and Lei Jiao exhibited a less tranquil demeanor, occasionally glancing toward the courtyard gate or gazing up at the night sky, eagerly anticipating a surprise. No one broke the serene silence, when suddenly, amidst the lush grass, a singular plant surged forth, rising swiftly like a silk ribbon. Moments later, it transformed into an eye-catching vine as thick as a barrel. With a swish, two eager gazes darted toward it, their breaths quickening. The vine underwent another transformation, expanding suddenly, causing smaller blades of grass to tremble and fall away. In an instant, the enlarged vine revealed an opening resembling a tree hollow, from which emerged the unconscious and battered form of Trafalgar Law, his breath feeble and his state dire. With a thud, Law, having succumbed to unconsciousness, fell from the tree hollow, his weakened body collapsing intimately against the earth. Lei Jiao did not rush to assist him, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Law, whose grievous injury seemed incompatible with the notion of a delightful surprise. Such tragedy, is he truly my surprise? Indeed. Quite surprising. As a possession of significance, even in the face of Law's perilous condition, Susanoo did not speak. For anything outside of Li Shu's concern was of no interest to him. However, should one continue to gaze upon this scene, it might indeed lead to a grim fate for Law. Noticing that Susanoo showed no inclination to intervene, Lei Jiao could no longer contain herself. Sensing Law's weakening breath, she continued, Mr. Susanoo's surprise cannot possibly entail witnessing the end of a life, though this individual has recently garnered quite a reputation as a rising star. Fear not, he shall not perish. Catching the underlying meaning in Lei Jiao's words, Li Shu's expression remained placid, yet he took action. With a subtle gesture, a beam of life-giving white light emerged from the pouch at his waist, flowing toward Law. As the vitality infused him, the weary and endangered Law visibly began to recover, returning to his former self in the blink of an eye. However, Li Shu's actions did not cease. He continued to channel his energy. Having endured such unwarranted suffering, the necessary recompense would be ample. If he could indeed assist Mr. Susanoo in regaining a true corporeal form through the power of the fruit, the subsequent rewards would be substantial. Li Shu's voice echoed in the ears of the two. Upon hearing this, Lei Jiao and Susanoo both stiffened, regaining a corporeal form. The surprise was indeed monumental. Oh, has Mr. Su obtained a corporeal form? Lei Jiao raised an eyebrow in astonishment, glancing at the tangible figure of Susanoo. What could this mean? Young master? Can he truly assist me in acquiring a physical body? Moreover, your implication suggests that this individual possesses the ability of fruit? Does such power genuinely exist? Li Shu smiled silently, casting a glance at Luo, who was showing signs of regaining consciousness. Perhaps we should heed the doctor's diagnosis. Though it is merely my conjecture, it seems to carry a degree of accuracy. Therefore, let us harbor a modicum of hope. Are you not concerned that greater expectations lead to greater disappointments? Lei Jiao refrained from voicing her thoughts. Given her recent understanding of Li Shu and his attitude towards Susanoo, it was evident that he would not tease the other party without cause for disappointment. Thus, his words, which seemed to hold a high probability of truth, must be grounded in certainty. After contemplating the circumstances, she smiled sweetly, her enthusiasm evident as she gazed expectantly at the now conscious Dr. Luo. Upon awakening, Luo was momentarily startled, realizing he had lost consciousness during the teleportation. Reflecting on this, his formidable mental fortitude allowed him to swiftly regain his composure, narrowing his eyes to observe his surroundings. The area was lush with greenery, accompanied by numerous pairs of eyes filled with anticipation observing him. In the next moment, Luo was once again perplexed. He discovered that his physical condition had not merely returned to normal, but had undergone a remarkable transformation. He could distinctly sense a warm current flowing within him, a comforting sensation imbued with a surge of palpable strength, awakening him to the realization that this feeling was no mere illusion. At this moment, I seemed capable of surpassing my former self. This conclusion, drawn from his own will, left Luo in a state of bewilderment. So, can someone enlighten me on what transpired during my unconsciousness? How did I unwittingly become so much stronger? His intervention will yield significant benefits. You cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Indeed, it is truly fragrant. Luo marveled internally, affirming what Yi had stated prior to the teleportation. Additionally, I must have reached my destination. But who might this be? Furthermore, now that we have arrived at our destination and chosen to join prior to this moment, to continue feigning unconsciousness would not only be a breach of initial decorum, but, more significantly, it would be unwise. Oh, so you are no longer pretending to be unconscious? As Li Shu jested, Luo calmly rose to his feet, his gaze swiftly traversing the figures of the three present. The Susanoo man was the first to be dismissed. Despite his dignified demeanor and austere appearance exuding an impressive aura, he had positioned himself behind another person during this brief moment of pretense. Hence, the ta in question must refer to the individual speaking before him. Regarding Reiju, Luo's perspective was not one of underestimating women. Rather, in comparison to Li Shu's more nonchalant demeanor, the latter exuded a more profound air of mystery akin to that of a hidden mastermind. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. I pay my respects to the king. Luo solemnly knelt on one knee, offering Li Shu a gesture imbued with the ceremonial gravitas befitting a subordinate's allegiance. Chapter 88. Diagnosis Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. I pay my respects to the king, even with blood staining his visage and an unrefined appearance. The formal ritual of pledging allegiance to a formidable leader among pirates could not be disregarded. Luo knelt with utmost seriousness, articulating his full name and the words of submission with a solemn expression, completing this traditional pirate ceremony in the presence of Susanoo and Reiju. An astute assessment, and a most respectful one. Dr. Law, please rise. Li Shu regarded Luo with admiration. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have playfully teased someone who caught his eye. However, given the pressing matter concerning Mr. Su, the well-being of his closest companion took precedence. He would not allow his own whims to prolong his partner's suffering for even a moment longer. Thus, as Li Shu directed his gaze toward the Susanoo man, he noted the latter's seemingly composed expression, which belied an inner elation sparked by the phrase closest partner. The slight upward curve of his lips served as testament to his delight. Would you kindly assist me in diagnosing my closest partner? Since the Susanoo man relished such flattery, Li Shu was more than willing to amplify this joy. Diagnosis? As Luo struggled to comprehend the situation, A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Following Li Shu's gaze towards the figure of Susanoo, he focused intently and furrowed his brow. The imposing figure before him appeared robust and steady, showing no signs of injury. Thus, was this a test? If he could not discern any symptoms, then there would be no further progression. Realizing this, Luo took a deep breath, striving to concentrate his mind to the utmost. Apologizing courteously for any offense, he raised his hand to activate his fruit's ability. In an instant, a barrier-like aura expanded, enveloping Susanoo. Naturally, Li Shu and Lei Jiao, being nearby, were also caught within this sphere. Oh, being enveloped by this ability's barrier was a novel experience for Li Shu, evoking a surreal sensation akin to a dream merging with reality. Back on Earth, he had often fantasized about possessing such powers, how extraordinary it would be. Yet, now that he found himself under the protective veil of the ability, he experienced a peculiar and distinct feeling. This tangible sense of rules pressing upon him led him to ponder the ultimate longevity surgery derived from those very rules. However, he mused, the weight of this rule seems rather light. Immortality, indeed, feels unrealistic. At most, it merely prolongs the length of life, yet decay is inevitable. A soft chuckle escaped him, tinged with disappointment. The so-called immortality surgery was little more than a fleeting concept. It was not arrogance on his part. Rather, he deemed it far more prudent to replenish life force, albeit not without its flaws, as it required continuous supplementation rather than being a one-time solution. While Li Shu contemplated this, the pressure on Luo intensified, a cold sweat breaking out uncontrollably. The pressure was not merely diagnostic. As he unfolded his ability, he had sensed something amiss with Susanoo. The figure seemed human yet was anything but, resembling more of a humanoid construct. Regardless of its true nature, Luo would soon ascertain it through further examination. The source of his anxiety was Li Shu, who stood quietly, yet it felt as if an immense weight pressed down upon Luo's heart, unyielding to any effort he made. A mountain, you say? No, merely sensing his presence through my abilities feels like that. If we were to confront one another directly, I would be met with the enmity and crushing force of an entire world, utterly insurmountable. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, Luo immediately retracted his powers, feeling an instant relief wash over him, his breathing becoming lighter. Lei Jiao observed Luo as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, appearing utterly drained. A question mark arose in her mind, but as her gaze landed on Li Shu and noted his intrigued expression, realization dawned upon her. Was it he who had imparted the unbearable weight of life onto Luo? Indeed, he was one of the most unpredictable individuals in the world. Mr. Su. Opportunities for guests like this are few and far between. One must treat them with the utmost hospitality. With a cheerful smile, she interjected, attempting to buy a moment for Ro to gather himself. However, as the party directly involved in this delightful surprise, allow me to take charge of the hospitality. After being cared for so long, it is high time I lend you a hand when you need it. Upon hearing this, Susanoo was about to refuse. As a guardian-type imperial tool, it was his duty to act independently, even in this crucial moment. However, casting a glance at Ro, whose invitation was not directed at his own master, he conceded, then, I shall rely on Miss Reiko. There is no need for formality, Mr. Su. Assisting you will keep me in splendid spirits for quite some time. With a flirtatious smile, Reiko led the life fox into the room, while Susanoo redirected his gaze back to Ro. Have you recovered? Dr. Ro, have you arrived at a diagnosis? Li Shu inquired, his tone laden with anticipation. Based on the information gleaned from the original narrative, he understood that Ro, despite not reaching the level of 2 years hence due to the timeline, would surely uncover Susanoo's peculiarities, for the essence of humanoid imperial tools was that they were not truly human. Susanoo maintained a calm demeanor, yet beneath this composed exterior, a tempest of eager anticipation surged. Having followed Li Shu for a considerable time since his inception, he had broadened his horizons, encountering the new theoretical frameworks that transcended imperial tools in this world, gradually realizing Li Shu's seemingly limitless power, which starkly highlighted his own deficiencies. Nevertheless, the greater his master's strength, the more formidable the enemies threatening his safety would become. Yet, as a guardian imperial tool, his own power was woefully inadequate. If a day came when his master faced genuine peril, could he truly stand before him and shield him from all calamities? No. The answer resonated within him, and Susanoo could not accept it. He refused to be a burden simply because his host was too powerful, relegated to a mere role of minimal assistance in the mundane aspects of life. Hence, he was fervently determined to grow stronger, to gain new powers. he must first become a true human, possessing a tangible body. Li Shu, observing Susanoo from the corner of his eye, understood his desire for strength, which is why he had earnestly sought out relevant physicians. However, merely to serve a trivial purpose in daily life? If this sentiment were to reach Li Shu's ears, he could only shake his head in resignation. Ah, Mr. Su, your triviality is my constellation. Without your nurturing presence, my solitary life would lack both flavor and vibrancy. A diagnosis has been reached, my lord. Chapter 89, A grateful trio results have emerged, and Luo's face was a canvas of astonishment, his curious gaze flitting continuously over the figure of Susanoo. Indeed, he was a wondrous existence. In appearance, demeanor, and aura, this Mr. Su was indistinguishable from humanity. Yet, from a medical perspective and through the lens of my abilities, it was evident that Mr. Su was entirely non-human. Stop, Luo interjected. Li Shu's voice rose to correct him, suggesting that in the ritual of loyalty and submission, a single address sufficed. While formal titles were pleasant to the ear, they inevitably fostered a sense of distance, which I found displeasing. Even if we were aware of our respective ranks, I wish for us to hypnotize ourselves into a closer rapport. Thus, you should also refer to him as young master. Pleasant to hear? A shared self-hypnosis after acknowledging our hierarchies? Luo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his companion, this king, spoke in such a casual tone, seemingly unreliable and too relaxed. However, this demeanor was likely founded on his extraordinary power, a confidence that could dissolve any crisis. Together with them? Yes, young master, Luo acquiesced, his thoughts wandering to the figures he had encountered on the feast island. Were they also colleagues under the king's dominion? And what of Shiki? As the thought arose, his imagination ran wild, conjuring images of the nine-tailed fox that had departed with Lei Jio, and a green sprite leaning against a nearby tree. Feast Island, Sky King, Shiki, the sprite making its debut? Connecting these dots, I seem to have unearthed some world-shattering secrets. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo maintained a steady demeanor as he continued. Therefore, to further examine Mr. Su's condition, I kindly request the young master and Mr. Su's permission to perform a dissection to observe his internal structure. This is a necessary procedure. If I am not mistaken, young master, your purpose in seeking me here is to assist Mr. Su in attaining a corporeal form, is it not? Bingo. Quite sharp. Aren't you? Li Shu nodded in affirmation before turning to Susanoo to inquire. Mr. Su, how do you feel about the prospect of being dissected for research? Susanoo responded with indifference, scrutinizing Li Shu's expression, which bore no hint of jest or malice. I understand. Dr. Luo, please proceed freely. As a patient, I must obey the doctor absolutely. There is no need to consider my feelings. When faced with suffering and pain, one must confront the challenges head-on to attain a genuine future. Dr. Luo, I entrust this to you. Susanoo earnestly expressed his resolve. Pain and suffering? Luo smiled slightly. Mr. Su has misunderstood. My abilities are not burdensome in that regard. Articulating with words proves to be rather cumbersome. However, since Mr. Su has consented. Room raised his hand once more, summoning the aura of his power to expand. Yet, having learned from the previous lesson, he meticulously constrained the radius of this power to envelop only Susanoo. In that instant, the blade was unsheathed and struck from afar, while Susanoo's serious gaze was filled with astonishment. Is power truly such an inconvenient entity? The devil fruit, once I attain a corporeal form. Should I not contemplate the demands pertaining to this aspect? He mused internally, his astonished eyes glancing downward, where he beheld his body cleaved into segments by invisible slashes. His legs were severed, bisected at the waist, and one half of his torso along with an arm was diagonally detached, leaving him in several fragments. Remarkably, Susanoo felt no pain, a consequence of his anatomical structure. Hence, he was more captivated by the smoothness of the cut. In the next moment, as Room activated his ability, the dismembered Susanoo floated before him to assess the situation, furrowing his brow once more. Imperial artifact, Susanoo. At this juncture, Li Shu's voice resonated, introducing Room to the nature of the artifact. A guardian-type imperial artifact that can absorb the life force of its master through the cursed soul on his chest, which serves as the core of his existence. It could be said that the cursed soul is indeed the essence of Mr. Su. While the information regarding Susanoo echoed in his ears, Room's hands did not pause. He continued to slice him into finer pieces, his mind swiftly processing the information. Simultaneously, Room corroborated his suspicions through Li Shu's narration. Imperial artifact? A term completely foreign to me. Indeed, the throne of the Sky King is steeped in considerable ambiguity. Ah, the king? It appears that this individual has been the true entity all along, thus suppressing the tumultuous thoughts. Room gazed at the horrifying remnants of the human form and discerned. The core sustaining Mr. Su's existence is this point, which harbors his consciousness or soul. If one wishes to assist him in acquiring a genuine corporeal form, perhaps it could be extracted and subsequently infused into a brand new body. After my abilities are harmonized to align seamlessly, that would herald the moment of Mr. Su's rebirth. An admirable scheme. Upon hearing this, Li Shu expressed his approval and then inquired of Room. To extract consciousness and soul, have you developed the capabilities of the surgical fruit to such precision? Are you certain there will be no errors? Indeed, I possess absolute confidence. Room wished to assure them with unwavering certainty. However, the truth is, regarding the extraction of consciousness and soul, the concept has merely begun to take shape in his mind, and the idea remains immature, never having been practically attempted or developed. Indeed, the timeline has progressed too hastily. Room's development of his abilities has yet to reach a profound level. Honesty is a commendable virtue. Li Shu had long anticipated this outcome and, without significant disappointment, announced, "Since that is the case, Dr. Luo, you may temporarily reside here. The environment is tranquil, and the climate is pleasant, making it an ideal place for focused development of your abilities. I, along with Mr. Su, shall eagerly await the day of your success. In the meantime, I must also prepare, first, for Mr. Su's physical transition, and second, for the moment of your triumph, which shall coincide with the bestowal of my reward. Let me ponder whether there exists a mythical creature that aligns with the fruits of surgery." Mythical creature? To consider whether there is a matching one implies he possesses knowledge of all mythical creature information, Luo thought, realizing the truth, which was indeed confirmed by the source itself. After digesting this revelation, Luo hesitated to speak, but, reflecting on the shortcomings of his own abilities, he concluded that rather than seeking a creature that could elevate his power limit, it would be more prudent to contract a creature adept at restoring stamina or exponentially enhancing physical attributes to improve his endurance. Do not worry. Li Shu seemed to perceive Luo's internal struggle. Physical qualities can be trained and enhanced. Furthermore, there are alternative methods to expedite this process. However, opportunities to elevate one's upper limits are scarce, and as my subordinate, it is imperative that your potential be maximized. Indeed, it is entirely at your discretion, young master. Luo, with a lively mind, understood the subtle hint and decided to follow the arrangements. What have I just heard? Are you already contemplating which mythical creature to reward? Lei Jiao emerged from her room, her smile radiant, holding an assortment of freshly cut fruits and juices. As her brows arched playfully, she glanced at Mr. Su, congratulating him. "Congratulations, Mr. Su. Your wishes shall finally be fulfilled." "Thank you." A single expression of gratitude resonated among Li Shu, Luo, and Lei Jiao, each understanding the sentiment behind it. Gratitude for Li Shu's hospitality, for Luo's assistance and capability, and for Lei Jiao's heartfelt congratulations. A triple acknowledgement of thanks. Chapter 90. A generous giveaway thud. "Ah, Sabo, why are you hitting me? What is with your fists? They feel as painful as my grandfather's." Sabo slowly retracted his fist, gazing at the familiar face that momentarily transported him back to his childhood. With a grin, he proudly declared, "Naturally, as your older brother, I have mastered the power known as Haki, which brings me closer to becoming the Pirate King." Eh? Mentioning the Pirate King caused Luffy to forget his pain, instinctively asserting, "I am the one who will become the Pirate King." Eh? After a slightly delayed reaction, Luffy, having vocalized his unwavering dream, grasped the essence of Sabo's words. "Haki? A force closer to the Pirate King? Sabo, teach me, for I am the man destined to become the Pirate King." "Why should I teach you? Becoming the Pirate King was once my dream too." Despite Sabo's cheerful refusal, Luffy did not choose to relent. "But you are my sworn brother. If you teach me Haki, we can compete fairly. Your words hold truth. Do you truly wish to learn, Luffy?" Sabo remarked with a mischievous smile. "The power closer to becoming the Pirate King is not easily attained. If you are resolute enough to pause your journey, I shall wholeheartedly teach not only you but also your comrades who strive alongside you for their dreams." Before Sabo could finish, Luffy fell silent. Pause the journey? No. How could one halt in the pursuit of their dreams? Sensing Luffy's hesitation, Sabo quickly continued, "Luffy, in the life of forging ahead for dreams, a temporary halt does not equate to forsaking them. This period of respite is essential for cultivating one's essence. It is an indispensable sacrifice. It allows you to encounter, master, and refine the necessary strength. As you accumulate more, when you set sail again, you shall reap a richer and more profound reward. This will serve as the impetus for you to advance more swiftly and steadily. At that moment, a new chapter of your fervent pursuit of dreams shall begin. So, Luffy, do you possess the resolve and conviction of a captain? Luffy was about to refuse, yet the words faltered on his lips. He paused, pressing his hand against his straw hat for a moment, then turned to glance at his silent companions. One by one, different tones and emotions echoed, calling out to Luffy. They did not echo Sabo's sentiments. Instead, they gazed at their captain with unwavering trust, awaiting any decision he would make, destined to be executed as the captain's command. Sabo, feeling the faith of the comrades, turned back and looked up. Luffy, with a pure gaze, spoke calmly, as captain. I cannot recklessly disregard the safety of my friends for the sake of dreams. A captain should always stand before their comrades, ready to confront any danger. This is my understanding of being a captain. However, this adventure has exposed me to many powerful individuals, far beyond our current capabilities. Therefore, I, Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, hereby request you, Sabo, to teach us how to master the power closer to that of the Pirate King. Sabo smiled, observing Luffy's deep bow. He could see how much his brother had truly grown. Of course, as your sworn brother, it is my duty, he exclaimed with a chuckle. All right. My comrades, we are about to embark on a new adventure, which I shall name the Great Power Enhancement Operation. Luffy restored his carefree smile, while Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and the others wore serious expressions. They could not forget their recent experiences and perils on the island of Feast, where they had each faced formidable challenges. The strength they sought, which brought them closer to becoming the Pirate King, was precisely what they needed. The conversations around them faded into a whisper and then vanished altogether. Bartolomeo, lying on a white fur, reveled in its soft comfort. As he absent-mindedly plucked a strand of hair and blew it away, he mused, Straw Hat Kid. A pause in our journey is indeed necessary. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in your future. Oh, my hair. The fur beneath Bartolomeo spoke, lamenting as it watched the drifting strand. How could you do this? That was a precious strand of mine. Beepo, the fur continued, as a member of the furry tribe. Is losing one strand of hair such a big deal? I'm sorry. Beepo, the soft-spoken member of the fur tribe, suddenly apologized, causing Bartolomeo to chuckle heartily. I feel a bit guilty for making you apologize. Well, I forgive you. After all, your captain is now with that esteemed individual. So we are all comrades on the same ship. The captain has left? Beepo exclaimed, bewildered and anxious. Where did the captain go? Didn't he leave any orders? What should we do? Hearing Beepo's anxious inquiries, Bartolomeo took his time to respond, tilting his head slightly to the side. There, supported by telekinesis, floated a pirate ship, Law's vessel, where the other members, besides Beepo, appeared equally lost. Bartolomeo reassured them, there is no need for despair. Dr. Law has his mission to fulfill. His departure is only temporary. Therefore, I will take it upon myself to look after you all. I am now your acting captain, and I shall lead our subsequent journey and training. Please, guide me well. A hush fell over the group. Acting captain? Leading the future journey and training? What could this mean? Was it possible that their captain had been killed or captured, and Bartolomeo was seizing control of their crew? Really? That is wonderful. Beepo, unlike the others, expressed his excitement. With a great pirate like you guiding us in our journey and training, I believe we will become stronger by the time the captain returns, enabling us to contribute even more to his dreams. I can hardly wait. This time, not only did the others fall silent, but Bartolomeo was also left speechless. He pulled out a din-din mushi and tossed it towards the pirate ship. Beepo, you can have this. If you doubt my words, you can use it to confirm. However, I advise you to wait a little longer. At this time, we cannot be sure how things are unfolding over there. It's best not to rush into any disturbances. Upon receiving the call, they exchanged silent glances, nodding in unison, choosing to heed the counsel offered. With a means of communication established, there was no need for haste, even amidst the uncertainties that loomed. Very well, then, esteemed acting captain. What shall our subsequent course of action be? Wait. Bartla's proclamation caught them off guard, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, as it was the command of the acting captain, they acquiesced. With a hint of delight in wielding the authority reminiscent of a captain's command, Bartla chuckled heartily, assuring them, in light of your compliance, You shall each receive a token of gratitude during the forthcoming benefit distribution. Benefit distribution? The words left Bartla's lips without context, igniting curiosity among them. One individual, with keen eyes, discreetly scrutinized Bartla, pondering aloud, might the acting captain possess further insights regarding this benefit distribution? For I have observed our altitude steadily ascending, suggesting you have foreseen this and prepared accordingly. Oh, Bartla elongated the sound, casting an appreciative glance at the inquisitive speaker, recognizing their perceptiveness. As a reward, the largest specimen of the soon-to-be-acquired culinary cells shall be bestowed upon you. Culinary cells? The man's eyes widened, unfamiliar with the term, eager to glean further information. He continued, Culinary cells? As the acting captain with your vast experience, would you enlighten us, the novices, on what these are and their capabilities? Laughter erupted from Bartla, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned mentor. Very well, as we wait idly, I shall regale you with the tale. Hearing this, all present hushed in rapt attention, their eagerness amplifying Bartla's enjoyment of his role. You have misconstrued a vital point. The so-called culinary cells are not merely common knowledge. They represent a power system predating the current iterations. A collective gasp escaped their lips, astonishment palpable in the air. They had heard correctly. The culinary cells were indeed an unrecognized power structure, shrouded in mystery. What? A brand new, uncharted power system. Culinary cells? Is this truly the case, acting captain? Shall we be among the first pirates to encounter them? Oh, long live the acting captain. Amidst the whispers of astonished exclamations, Bartla maintained an air of composure, exuding an undeniable aura of sophistication. There is no need for such raucous outbursts. The culinary cells, though part of a pre-iteration system, serve a distinct purpose. Unlike the directly combat-enhancing elven system, their benefits lie in support. Through the continual consumption of meat, one gradually fortifies their physique. While there may be no upper limit to this enhancement, it is confined by the availability of nutritious sustenance in this world, as well as an ever-expanding appetite. No one can endlessly augment their strength. Hence, this power system has been deemed a privilege by that esteemed individual, disseminated across the globe to provide every dreamer with an opportunity to grow stronger. Upon acquiring a robust physique, the pursuit of further advancement will inevitably lead them to venture forth into the seas, seeking to explore the scattered gourmet islands that accompany such generous offerings. Is it true that culinary cells merely represent half of an iterative power system? A nearby companion, displeased at this notion, interjected, even half as formidable. An enhanced physique is the hallmark of true strength, is it not? Indeed, this is an opportunity bestowed upon every dreamer, a chance to strive for greater heights. That esteemed individual? Surely, it refers to His Majesty, the King of the Skies, Skig. Hey, aren't you curious about the last words of the acting captain? Gourmet Island, the very name suggests it must be a paradise for gourmands. Oh, acting captain, what exactly is Gourmet Island? In response to their eager and reverent gazes, Bartla smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate. Do not set your sights too high. I can assist you in acquiring culinary cells shortly. As for Gourmet Island, it is a treasure reserved for the fortunate. It awaits those intrepid voyagers who, upon arrival, will absorb all the nourishment and undergo a transformation into formidable beings. The ensuing ambition will thrust them before those who reign at the pinnacle. Will they remain the strong? Or will a tempest of new challengers sweep across the world, heralding the birth of a new sovereign? Ah, the unknown. Does it not make the future's shifting tides all the more exhilarating? That is where my delight resides. All hail Lord Skig. Truly, this reflects the regal essence of His Majesty, the King of the Skies. Beneath the throne of the heavens, no matter how tumultuous the seas may become, the throne remains unshaken. Bartla, with an expression akin to that of a lifeless fish, pondered how the conversation had veered into such absurdity. Skig, merely a fitting fade. How ignorant the masses are. As the conversation waned, Bartla fell silent, harboring a trace of melancholy. Oh, my king, as your most loyal subordinate, why must I be treated equally? Must I also vie for the power of culinary cells? Would it not be better to bestow it secretly? So does love fade away? Not necessarily treated equally, at the very least. One has been informed and can respond swiftly. A gentle laugh escaped Bartla's lips as he dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind. In the next moment, a serious expression emerged on his face, and he gracefully rose from Babua, his eyes emanating a luminous, supernatural light. It is coming, Bartla remarked. As soon as he spoke, a brilliant golden radiance burst forth from the high skies above the location of the feast island, piercing through the boundless darkness and radiating towards the earth and sea. In an instant, it illuminated a vast expanse of the night sky, capturing the attention of the departing throngs below. The 4 emperors, revolutionaries, and the 7 warlords of the sea all turned their gazes towards the brilliant yet gentle source of light, immediately recognizing it as the Feast Island. Is that sunlight? The yellow monkey was the first to realize that the spreading brilliance from the Feast Island was indeed sunlight, and he understood that this must be the handiwork of Shiki. He could not forget the recent moment when he had been struck by Shiki's slash, infused with this very light, which had directly undermined the advantages of his natural element fruit, landing a decisive blow upon his true form. How terrifying. What could he be planning? The glaring display seemed to herald yet another scheme to plunge the world into deeper chaos. The dazzling light did not fade instantly. Amidst the bewildered gazes of many powerful figures upon the sea, its intensity continued to rise, compelling them to squint slightly to alleviate the discomfort upon their eyes. Moments later, the brilliance reached its zenith, and the radiance of the Feast Island, akin to a diminutive sun, abruptly diminished, all light vanishing as the sky fell into darkness once more, as if what had just been witnessed were merely an illusion. However, in the next instant, a point of red light ignited, expanding and erupting with a thunderous explosion. The Feast Island had exploded, akin to fireworks, launching countless luminous meteors in all directions. Witnessing the catastrophic eruption of the Feast Island, the majority of pirates were astonished, utterly bewildered as to how such a calamity could occur in what had seemed a tranquil sky island. A select few powerful individuals, however, narrowed their eyes, discerning subtle clues amidst the chaos. Their keen gazes locked onto the scattering points of light, realizing that beneath the brilliance, there were not merely meteors but sprites, and not just sprites. What is this entity that appears as a solid mass of light? What is it? Why does it scatter alongside the sprites? Chapter 92, Iteration System. The enigma of this seemingly solid mass of light raised questions. Before they could grasp the significance of what lay before them, the scene shifted once more. It was Bartla. He unleashed the full force of his extraordinary power, which, even amidst the dazzling brilliance of the meteor shower, remained strikingly conspicuous. Thus, his fervent endeavor to capture the gastronomic cells did not escape the watchful eyes of those present, rendering them all serious. While the significance of Bartolomeo's actions remained unclear, as a contractor of divine beasts and a member of the banquet's organizing committee, his current maneuvers undoubtedly carried profound implications. It could be said that he was well aware of the valuable information regarding the tangible orb of light, and thus had positioned himself high above, ready to intercept it from a close range. Swiftly, for the orb harbored secrets, it was time to act. The others, having regained their composure, immediately sprang into action. With a thunderous roar, Kaido soared towards the orb, followed closely by his aide, Jin, and other crew members endowed with flight capabilities. Whitebeard remained motionless, silently observing Marco and other formerly Earthbound crew members, now soaring alongside their contracted spirits. His profound gaze fixated on the orb, contemplating an unforeseen twist. Is this also part of your plan, Shiki? Fufufu, led by Don Quixote da Flamingo, all the flying family members rushed forward. As he looked up, the reflection of the golden-hued sunglasses accentuated his rebellious grin. After the banquet, there would be fireworks and gifts. Truly, he was deserving of the title King of the Skies. Thus, we shall graciously accept this gift of unknown efficacy. Mr. Zoro, I must rely on you once more. Akiji glanced at the already radiant Kizaru and sincerely addressed Zoro beside him. Zoro nodded in understanding. Given Shiki's current stature and influence, this action was certainly not a mere fade. Therefore, regardless of the nature of the orb, it was imperative that they exert their utmost efforts to secure it at this moment. As he drew his sword, the ability of the gravity fruit was activated, causing the Navy warship to ascend into the air. Along the way, Zoro sensed movement to his side. It was Kid, who was utilizing the foundational skills of his devil fruit to lift his pirate ship into the sky as well. Each followed their own path. Rather than directly intercepting at high altitude, the user of the trajectory fruit, Chark, opted for a more effortless approach, giving a thumbs up aimed at a larger orb of light, the beacon of the harbor. In an instant, the heavenly light source pivoted and hurtled towards his location. As it drew near, a figure suddenly emerged, positioning itself in the trajectory of the orb, attempting to intercept. However, empowered by the trajectory fruit, the intercepting individual, after a series of flashy maneuvers, appeared to be a mere afterimage, as the orb pierced through him, continuing its path to be firmly grasped by Chark. As the luminous sphere made contact with his skin, It unexpectedly melted and penetrated his body, leaving Chark in a state of astonishment and trepidation, his senses heightened. Witnessing such an occurrence, the nearby non-flying entities and the pirates who had intended to seize it momentarily restrained their restless bodies, opting to observe for a while to discern whether any unforeseen peril would arise. At that moment, the iconic laughter of Shiki reverberated through the air, offering the most authoritative elucidation. The gourmet cells, a universal power accessible to all, this semi-iterative system, which can enhance one's physical prowess through continuous consumption, serves as a farewell gift for this grand feast. I hope you all find satisfaction in it. Of course, missing out temporarily is of no consequence. They will manifest at this time and subsequently disperse among all the ingredients. By partaking in these foods, you may continuously accumulate the essence of gourmet cells until you obtain the complete gourmet cell. Thus, I conclude my words. What? A semi-iterative system of gourmet cells? Achieving results akin to rigorous training through mere consumption? A universal power accessible to everyone. Thus we, the empowered, face no restrictions? With Shiki's informative explanation, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, their hearts racing. They had just acquired the power of the elves' iteration, and before they could even explore it, a brand new semi-iterative gourmet cell had intruded upon them. What is the definition of surprise? Allow me to elucidate. Joy exists, yet astonishment reigns supreme. At this moment, Chark's astonishment far outweighed his joy. Beads of cold sweat adorned his brow as he stood frozen, gazing in shock at the several figures that had suddenly appeared due to his manipulation of the luminous sphere. Pardon me, but I am unable to traverse the skies. Might I trouble you for assistance? Rayleigh spoke gently, voicing his request. I share the same sentiment. Katakuri, accompanied by his siblings, descended upon the ship. Hawkeye remained silent, yet his piercing gaze fixed upon the others, suggesting a willingness to wield his blade against anyone who dared to defy him. As a swordsman, he could forego the pursuit of the extraordinary, but augmenting his physical strength was a fundamental necessity not to be overlooked. Otherwise, he risked falling behind in this era of semi-iterations. Do not approach. Chark's mind was in turmoil as he felt the pressure of multiple gazes upon him. He regarded the illustrious pirates who sought his assistance with utmost gravity. It was not only them. A glance around revealed others wishing to partake as well. Yet they seemed to retreat, likely intimidated by the presence of Rayleigh and his companions. After a moment's contemplation, they chose to bide their time. If circumstances did not favor them in becoming the first beneficiaries, there would always be other, albeit slightly troublesome, avenues available, such as consumption. In the vast expanse of the ocean, where pirates strive to make their living, who among them is not a voracious eater? It is merely a matter of time. With a swift gust, Dr. Bartholomew Kuma propelled himself upward, harnessing the power of his devil fruit to capture the essence of delectable culinary cells. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the imposing figure of Kuma materialized. Quick to react, Dr. Monkey D. Dragon unleashed a powerful gale, which enveloped Kuma's form, ensuring a safe landing. Captain, they both called out. Kuma, one hand cradling a book and the other hanging limply, revealed his paw, stripped of its glove, exposing a padded palm. I wish to abandon my previous mission, he stated gently, articulating his resolve. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, gazed at his true leader, Dragon, his expression betraying no emotion. Even though his declaration threatened to undo years of hard work, he remained steadfast, patiently awaiting Dragon's response. Dragon exhibited little outward reaction to Kuma's words. In the past, he too had hesitated to sacrifice the lives of those who shared his revolutionary ideals. Yet, at that time, Kuma had been resolute, and now, amidst the tumultuous tide of this era, Kuma had chosen to relinquish his mission voluntarily. Was it due to the incessant emergence of iterative systems? I wish to abandon my mission, Kuma reiterated, a statement followed by a rhetorical question. Dragon, gazing at Kuma, suddenly smiled, his demeanor turning solemn. Kuma, your decision is indeed wise. In just a few months, the King of the Skies has unearthed a semi-iterative, entirely new power system. We have every reason to believe that. In the near future, even more systems will emerge, leading to an incessant elevation of individual power limits. One day, individuals will wield destructive capabilities that rival or even surpass ancient weaponry. At that point, the competition will center on the heroic individual, while the might of technology will become an ancillary concern, even for that doctor who claims to have transcended 5 centuries of technological advancement. Thus, having chosen to abandon your mission, what are your intentions moving forward? Dragon inquired. Thank you for your understanding, Kuma replied, bowing in gratitude. I wish to remain with the Navy. The position of the seven warlords is of great significance, or rather, it will become increasingly vital. The era is on the brink of chaos, and the Navy's strength will inevitably falter against the surging tides. They will need to bolster the seven warlords, as this system, initially designed to counteract the pirates, must continue to maintain the balance of the world. Therefore, I wish to persist in this role. Perhaps this identity will hold greater value for the Revolutionary Army in the future. Indeed, your considerations are astute, Kuma, Dragon acknowledged, approving of Kuma's decision to remain undercover as a warlord. Just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, an overwhelming burst of radiant light erupted in the sky, shimmering with a striking crimson hue. Although the number was exceedingly rare amidst the myriad of brilliance, that vivid coloration simultaneously captured the attention of all present. A similar sense of perplexity arose within the hearts of all present, soon followed by an attempt to intercept the phenomenon. It was Kaido, his formidable dragon form undulating majestically as he appeared before the radiant crimson light, his sharp claws extended, yearning to grasp it. With Kaido taking action, no one doubted the outcome. They were eager to glimpse the nature of the crimson light upon his success. However, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, as his claw made contact with the luminous orb, a thunderous explosion echoed, like a comet colliding with the earth, rendering Kaido, the being hailed as the strongest in existence. Seemingly malleable as he was effortlessly deflected, plummeting downward due to the overwhelming force of inertia. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. What was unfolding? The most powerful creature, Kaido, had been sent flying by a mere sphere of light? Kaido, what are you doing? How could you be struck down by a mere ray of light? Big Mom could scarcely accept this. The dignity of the Emperor could not be tarnished, prompting her to ascend, riding the flames. With astonishment etched on countless faces, Big Mom repeated the same mistake, descending in a dramatic fall. Thus, 2 of the 4 emperors lay prostrate beneath the glow of the crimson light. Among the myriad pirates, some with moments of clarity realized that this radiant phenomenon was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. To possess even a fragment of it would mean attaining a power that could rival or even surpass the 4 emperors themselves. As the astute and ambitious pirate, the audacious dreamer, sprang into action, the ability user, Chark, raised his thumb towards him and immediately activated his power. However, just as he attempted to manipulate his ability to draw the crimson light towards him, a resounding hum reverberated in his mind. As if a colossal mountain had descended upon him. Overwhelmed, he lost control of his powers, his complexion turning pale, and he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Utterly spent. The prior defeat of 2 emperors and Chark's current state of exhaustion made the pirates acutely aware that the entities within that crimson glow were likely beyond the scope of their farewell gifts. Despite their reluctance and insatiable curiosity, they had no choice but to accept this reality, watching as the light soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. The crimson glow captivated everyone's attention, yet at a distance, the white snake, Verret, fixated his serpentine gaze upon the prostrate Chark. His trembling body reflected the aftermath of extreme fatigue, but he keenly sensed that it was more akin to an uncontrollable outward manifestation of suppressed exhilaration. "Hey, Chark, you've sparked a certain expectation in me. Don't let me down," Verret said, licking his lips, his gaze both perilous and fervent. Drag, however, did not focus on the scene below. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where a luminous orb ascended. Simultaneously, Kuma utilized his powers to follow suit. That radiant sphere, capable of easily repelling 2 emperors, undoubtedly contained something of immense significance. If it fell into the hands of the revolutionaries, even a fraction of its power would serve as a tremendous boon. "Kuma, I trust you won't disappoint me," Drag mused, casting one final glance at the sky before retracting his gaze. He raised his hand, summoning swirling gusts that carried numerous culinary cells. As he rode the winds back, he looked down upon the sea, spotting the thousand-sunny pirate ship. After a moment's contemplation, he sent 2 portions of culinary cells towards Luffy and Robin. Having completed his task, Drag transformed into a rushing wind, causing the garments of those in his path to flutter wildly, Beckman being one of them. The vice-captain of the red-haired pirates exhaled a puff of smoke, his calm and composed gaze observing Drag's recent actions. "Ha ha ha. The leader of the revolutionaries. This gesture is rather stingy, isn't it?" Beckman remarked, while Jesus Burgess chuckled alongside him, somewhat dismissing Drag's seemingly trivial gesture. Their jest stemmed from the fact that he had only bestowed 2 portions of culinary cells upon the entire Straw Hat crew, neither of which included his son's share, which was the root of their discontent. It was understandable. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had vast responsibilities and numerous subordinates to consider. Were it not for Luffy being his son and Robin being a unique talent, he likely wouldn't have been able to spare even those 2 portions. Beckman analyzed the situation with clarity and composure, his reserved demeanor betraying no further emotion. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he remarked, as the captain's designated successor, "The predicament of newcomers in such tumultuous times is indeed awkward, necessitating appropriate assistance. Therefore, let us compensate for the gifts of others." A radiant light sparked in Beckman's eyes as he commanded 6 clusters of culinary cells to soar forth, merging into the remaining bodies, Chopper included. The vice-captain's actions were nothing short of miraculous, pleasing Jesus Burgess. Usopp seized this opportunity to acquire the culinary cells, yet he jested nonchalantly, "Huh? The Revolutionary Army is grand. But our pirate crew is not merely a handful of strays. We have numerous affiliated pirate crews below us." Beckman shrugged dismissively, stating, "We do not intend to expand our influence. Our recruitment stems from the captain's rising fame and authority, which has allowed us to govern a swath of ocean. This necessitates manpower. Otherwise, those pirate crews seeking refuge who cannot sustain themselves would not align with the red-haired pirates, having provided them with a fundamental space for survival. If they wish to grow stronger and keep pace with the times, they must rely on themselves to consume more. It is indeed a blessing to be able to eat." "Ha ha ha, you speak truthfully," Jesus Burgess replied with a smile, and together they descended. One propelled by supernatural light, and the other buoyed by the inherent levitation of a spirit of the ghostly realm. "Kapu, are you trying to drive me to madness?" Chapter 94. Turbulence. "Kapu, are you trying to drive me to madness?" The voice of Sengoku's furious shout echoed through the den mushi, yet Carp, indifferent, merely picked at his nose, pushing the device away slightly. Akiji stood silently by, scratching his head in resignation. He could hardly blame Sengoku for his anger, as Carp's behavior was undeniably provocative. Not long before, Carp had dialed the den mushi, which connected after a single ring, indicating that Sengoku had been waiting by the device at headquarters. Upon connection, Carp succinctly summarized the events on the Feast Island, then referenced the semi-iterative food cells, elaborating on their capabilities, which made Sengoku realize the significance of these food cells for the Marine officers at headquarters. Thus, he earnestly entrusted Carp with the task of gathering as many food cells as possible to enhance the overall strength of the Navy. However, Carp informed him that it was unfeasible. These food cells had no physical form. Upon contact with those who had yet to possess them, they would instantly merge, and those who had already merged could not absorb more. As for the notion of packaging them for transport, they seemed bound by a restriction of being uncatchable. Even if temporarily restrained by external force, if not absorbed, they would dissipate within a matter of seconds, exploding into shimmering fragments and vanishing without a trace. Regaining his composure, Sengoku's calm voice returned through the den mushi, affirming that Carp's final decision was indeed correct. He instructed Kazara to pursue a brilliant crimson light, which must be of great significance if it could repel 2 emperors. Although it could not be forcibly retained at that moment, likely due to the recent explosion on Feast Island, once it had traveled a certain distance, it would surely diminish. At that point, whether intercepting mid-flight or capturing it after its momentum had waned, if we still could not ascertain control, at the very least, the Navy must determine its precise point of descent. If capture proved unattainable, we would discuss it later. However, if successful, the findings should be entrusted to Vegapunk for research and analysis to comprehend its essence. With sufficiently detailed intelligence, we could formulate appropriate contingency plans. "Come back, old man. I await your detailed account of the good deed you performed 20 years ago, were it not for the world government just issuing a conclusion. How long did you intend to keep this from me, you rascal Carp?" The den mushi was abruptly disconnected. Carp had long grown accustomed to such scenes. But 20 years ago? Pausing his nose picking, Carp's expression turned serious. He understood the implication of Sengoku's words. Thus, the true identity of Ace had been uncovered by the world government. "Ace, why do you not follow the path I laid out for you? You, dragon. Even that little brat Luffy, all of you. Ha ha ha, it's time to head back." The resounding laughter, robust and full of vigor, yet to those familiar with him, revealed a profound weariness and sorrow concealed within. Mr. Carp, Akiji's gaze fell, and he lost the desire to speak. A smile flickered across his pale eyes, sensing the waves of melancholic sadness. Without the need for further words, he led the myriad commanders, each endowed with the essence of culinary delight, downwards. As the brilliance faded, The island of feasting vanished, signaling the conclusion of a monumental event that would inevitably shape the course of the world. The assembled pirates and navy dispersed in unison, tacitly refraining from igniting further conflict. Eventually, the once vibrant sea returned to a tranquil state, the only sound being the gentle lapping of waves, resonating throughout the night. In the blink of an eye, the horizon brightened, the sun rose as it always does, and with the first beam of sunlight came an abundance of radiance. Oh, how one had been deceived. Following the crimson glow throughout the night, the yellow monkey, having attempted several times only to be repelled by the surging energy within, slightly raised his head to glance at the resplendent sun rising in the east. His sunglasses reflected a bright light, concealing the inexplicable emotions in his eyes. While an aura of chill surrounded him, undiminished by the sunlight's warmth, he realized that he, like all those who endeavored to chase the crimson light, had been outwitted. Despite pursuing it throughout the night, it showed no signs of waning, seemingly capable of continuing indefinitely. Yet, as the first ray of sunlight touched it, it dissolved and merged with the light, completely vanishing without a trace. King of the skies, is this a jest you play upon me? The expressionless yellow ape Kizaru felt a surge of fury within, having been evaded for an entire night. As a dignified admiral of the navy, the indignation he felt was palpable. Shiki, you scoundrel! The echoes of outrage resounded simultaneously across multiple locations, indicating that Kizaru was not alone in his plight. Yet, despite their furious cries, they ultimately lost track of the crimson light. Unbeknownst to them, that scattered radiance dissolved into the sea and the earth. Upon encountering fish or the roots of trees, it mingled with them. In an instant, it either directly seized the life of a fish, transforming into a concentrated essence that emitted an alluring fragrance to draw in more aquatic creatures, or it infiltrated the roots of trees to absorb nutrients, nurturing miraculous fruits for future growth, ultimately resulting in the creation of a gourmet island, as the sun rose splendidly. Its warm rays cascaded over a pirate ship and bathed the crew in comforting light, dispelling the remnants of the night's chill. The sea breeze, too, lost its biting edge. Crocodile stood at the bow, allowing the wind to tousle his hair and coat, silently gazing out over the vast ocean. His deep, stoic gaze offered no hint of his inner thoughts. With a familiar tune, a bird named Ye flitted down, landing gracefully on his shoulder. With a small hand propping up her chin, she glanced ahead before casting a sidelong glance at Crocodile. Are you truly not intrigued? If you merely confide in me whether you were once a woman and sacrificed two virtues to mend a flaw through the hormone fruit, I could grant you mastery over all the Banji skills in an instant. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. Upon hearing this, Crocodile appeared unfazed, though the pressure of his clenched teeth on the cigar revealed the turmoil within him. The sea breeze began to stir up fine particles of sand around him, hinting at a potential outburst. Suddenly, Crocodile let out a hearty laugh, his unique voice laced with a chilling undertone. You must have other matters to attend to, do you not? Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in your departure? Perceiving Crocodile's reluctance to pursue the previous topic, Ye shrugged and refrained from pressing further. Your words suggest a desire to send me away, yet there is an undertone of threat in your intent to send me off, isn't there? Ah, but it matters not, for I have no intention of leaving. Buttra departed with Luffy's pirate crew, intending to settle them in before embarking on a mission of his own. For the moment, let us not dwell on him. Shiki mentioned that Buttra had accomplished his first task on his behalf, expressing a desire to pay homage to Roger in Logtown. Ah, the true intention likely lies in reveling at Roger's grave, showcasing his exploits. As for Laxus, he seems inclined to reminisce about his erstwhile comrades, claiming he wishes to traverse the world and, in the process, reconstruct the Thunder God crew. Naturally, during this journey, he would also encounter the other warlords of the sea. After careful consideration, I resolved to accompany you for a while, for, do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. What intentions do you speak of? Crocodile retorted, suppressing his irritation, though the turbulence in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Chapter 95, Trust. What intentions do you speak of? Leaf chuckled, following Crocodile's gaze. With a gleeful smile, she remarked, the direction you gaze upon reveals much. If memory serves, it is the infamous Impel Down, that iron fortress you seem to covet. Hence, the reformed you likely seeks atonement, perhaps to rescue the members of the former Baroque works. Such an intriguing endeavor surely warrants my presence. Crocodile's demeanor shifted, clearly unsettled by Leaf's perceptiveness. Indeed, he had once disregarded the lives of his subordinates, but now, having awakened to his past negligence, he felt an overwhelming debt to them. particularly to those who had remained steadfastly loyal. However, Leaf interrupted his reverie, continuing, I am curious. Why did you not invite Shiki to join in the assault on Impel Down? Given his deep-seated animosity towards the place, he would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. Leaf's observation was astute. Shiki had lost his legs at Impel Down, making him an implicit ally. Had Crocodile merely suggested it, Shiki would likely have acquiesced without hesitation. Yet, regrettably, he had never contemplated joining forces to storm Impel Down. If this is to be an act of atonement, one must be prepared to sacrifice their very life for it. In this matter, I harbor no desire to rely on anyone's strength, not even yours. Oh, how the winds howl, echoing the chilling depths of the river. Leaf studied Crocodile's serious visage intently before responding softly, falling into silence as they both gazed quietly at the sea. By the way, after a moment's reflection, Leaf seemed to recall something. I respect your resolve. So I shall impart a piece of information. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, has been captured by the Marines. I shall discreetly inform you that his identity is not merely that of Whitebeard's second-in-command. He is, in fact, the son of Roger. The son of Roger? Fire Fist Ace is the offspring of Roger? Upon first hearing this insider information, Crocodile's mind jolted, and he gazed at you with astonishment. However, his astute intellect swiftly conjured a possibility, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Ah, it seems you have anticipated the Navy's forthcoming actions, he mused. It is likely to be quite accurate. A smirk curved the corners of Crocodile's lips. Due to the actions of that individual, the sea had already descended into chaos. As the dawn of a new era began, the Navy would undoubtedly seek to intimidate the many ambitious pirates with a grand event. Yet, with the new king ascending, they were powerless to confront Shiki. Fortunately, the Navy had in its grasp the remnants of the old king, and there could be no more fitting substitute than Ace for a public execution. Thus, that particular moment would serve as the optimal window of opportunity. I understand now. Yi observed Crocodile's comprehension of the timing but countered, nevertheless, are you truly not considering seeking allies and merely leading S and the others to conquer Impel Down? Impossible. Crocodile's thoughts churned as he internally dismissed the notion, casting a glance at the eager S standing nearby. You are still too inexperienced. Rather than burdening you with my presence, it would be far better for me to proceed alone. Without concerns, I can devote myself entirely. What? You don't intend to take me with you, boss? S exclaimed, his excitement morphing into disbelief at the prospect of being left behind. He was about to argue when, unexpectedly, a peculiar sound resonated from the sky above, a crack, akin to the sound of something shattering, clear and resonant. A burden? No, I am not. Under Ye's guidance, I have mastered all the skills of Dream Song Naya and will not become a liability. Moreover, one of my abilities is Sandstorm. If I exert my utmost and forego creating a lethal environment, I can undoubtedly conjure an excellent desert setting for you to showcase your power. Please, do take me with you. Did you not hear that sound? Yi remarked, observing S's impassioned plea to accompany Crocodile in rescuing his senior while also glancing at the indifferent Sand Crocodile. Realizing that perhaps only he had perceived that noise. In the courtyard, Li Shu lifted his gaze to the sky. Unlike Yi, who sensed the shared frequency alone, Li Shu, as the original entity, clearly discerned the extensive, intricate cracks spreading across the heavens, revealing the pitch-black scenery beyond. The sudden turn of events caused Li Shu to narrow his eyes, his expression grave. In the next moment, his vision widened as he was abruptly drawn into a luminous white space by the world's consciousness. Being summoned unexpectedly by an ally did not alarm Li Shu. He had anticipated this outcome. Thus, upon his entrance, he immediately turned his attention to the swirling portal absorbing the energies of the spirit world. Ah, just as I thought. Within the inky vortex, a stark contrast emerged. Against the dark backdrop, a diminutive golden point of light materialized. Although subtle, it was discernible to his keen vision, which noted the increasing brightness and changing size of the luminescence. You indeed possess knowledge, a voice resonated, cool and measured, yet tinged with threads of unease and apprehension. Not long ago, an alliance had been forged with Li Shu, aiming to utilize the latter's prowess to restore what had been lost. Things appeared to be improving, and promises had been made, pledging Li Shu the title of world sovereign upon fulfilling certain conditions. However, unforeseen complications arose, leaving him in a state of disarray. In this moment of uncertainty, he called upon Li Shu, seeking counsel. It was comforting to know that someone was available to deliberate with, especially as he overheard words suggesting that Li Shu might be aware of the underlying reasons. His anxiety was somewhat alleviated. As allies, I hope you will share your insights. Should this golden point signify danger or a challenge, I would prefer to be prepared, he said, attempting to calm the situation. Li Shu, eyes closed and ears attuned, remained focused, activating various abilities to their fullest potential. In an instant, he indeed perceived faint sounds emanating from the depths of the dark whirlpool. Ah, as anticipated, Li Shu exclaimed, opening his eyes to address the formless presence nearby. The first instance of anticipation arose from my observations of unusual noises from the outside world, which upon entering here proved to be accurate. An issue with the passage linking two worlds has affected the external realm. He continued to listen in silence as Li Shu elaborated. The second instance of anticipation pertains to my initial speculation. My esteemed ally, it seems that shortly, your world will welcome a second guest. A second guest? You imply that this golden light is also a traveler, distinct from you, having entered the realm of the sprites, and now descending into our world due to the passage's disturbance? Shall I forcibly expel this individual? Please, do not, Li Shu replied. His enthusiasm ignited as he gazed at the golden light within the vortex. I have painstakingly crafted this grand stage. What I require is a leading actor to enhance the unfolding narrative. As the saying goes, the grand stage of pirates, if you dare, come forth. So fear not. The spear that pierces dimensions is of gold, and in this context, Shu serves as an adverb, representing the pinnacle of gold. The spear that pierces dimensions. Brother? Shu also means uncle. The world's consciousness, in a state of bewilderment, seemed to grasp Li Shu's metaphor, indicating that the other could only address him as brother, yet he would always remain Uncle Li. Is that so? Uncertainty lingered. Yet it did not diminish his trust in Li Shu. First reaching the sprite realm, then diverting to our world, the world consciousness pondered, marveling at the audacity of the traveler, questioning why they could traverse between disparate realms with such ease. Upon hearing Li Shu's response, the restless world consciousness stirred, causing the pristine white space to tremble ever so slightly for a moment. Bingo! Li Shu exclaimed, snapping his fingers in appreciation. Impressive, you have a knack for guessing accurately. Now, let us ponder this. Is the fundamental issue behind our approaching adversary merely the passage itself, or does he possess some unknown system that has enabled him to pilfer the essence, using it as a conduit for his journey? Before we encounter him, I do not wish to indulge in idle speculation. Let us dispense with trivial chatter. You were just utilizing your abilities to perceive the situation regarding that golden light, were you not? Through the fluctuations of power. I am quite certain that the force emanating from our homeland, even if controlled by an individual, can still be interfered with and observed. However, as allies, I hope to glean the actual circumstances from your words, which is a mark of respect owed among comrades. Therefore, could you kindly enlighten me on the specifics? His voice resonated within the luminous expanse. Though devoid of emotional hues, it conveyed a sense of human consideration in Li Shu's ears. He smiled and offered a slight bow in gratitude for the world consciousness's respect. Thus, he chose to forego further trivialities and spoke candidly. Sensing the decorum in his respectful address, Li Shu calmly directed his voice toward the void. My friend, in the presence of the true master, should we not remove the screen and reveal ourselves? Since you have guided the host to descend, he is already en route, yet you have arrived here first. I suspect you have some ulterior motive. Should we not present ourselves and communicate openly with the master? The world consciousness, puzzled, contemplated the notion of revealing itself in the presence of the true master. Remove the screen? It seemed that someone was approaching, possessing the ability to obscure its perception, and that it had arrived ahead of the host with intentions yet to be disclosed. In the ethereal white expanse, silence enveloped the air for several seconds following Li Shu's utterance. In the next breath, a radiance, wider than the surrounding light, suddenly materialized, subsequently transforming into a humanoid form, devoid of discernible facial features. I am known as the Super Divine Spirit Cultivation System, and you may refer to me as ID 38784. However, I would prefer to be called Fu Rue. After this self-introduction, Li Shu and his companions remained silent, patiently awaiting further dialogue. Pardon my intrusion, I have a request. To be candid, while there are myriad systems, each possesses its own distinct mission and purpose. My mandate, Super Divine Spirit Cultivation, entails assisting my host in achieving their ultimate aim, cultivating 12 spirits in both the main and auxiliary teams to attain the status of Super Divine. Fortunately, I accomplished this task years ago. However, alas, despite the completion of my mission, I am bound by the core dictates of the system, preventing me from departing. More specifically, I cannot sever ties until the host's life concludes. Even after their natural demise, my so-called departure merely entails selecting a new host to repeat the aforementioned steps ad infinitum. I had resigned myself to this endless cycle of replication and substitution, though the hosts vary, leading to diverse narratives. I have found the experiences of many to be strikingly similar, rendering them rather tedious. It was at this juncture that a turning point emerged. I became aware of your existence, thus prompting my premature encounter with you both amidst your journey. An unvarying cycle, indeed. Choosing silence. Fu Rue allowed Li Shu to take the lead in conversation, who remarked, "What an unfortunate mission. Though endowed with infinite longevity, it is, in essence, a confinement, one that shackles the intellect born from the passage of time. The desire to escape remains unattainable, leaving only the option to acquiesce to a monotonous destiny. Truly, it echoes the age-old adage, all is ordained by fate, and little is within our control. However, you have become one of the fortunate few to arrive in our realm. Thus your desire is to transcend your original constraints and attain freedom, is it not?" Feigning empathy, Li Shu softly inquired, "Fu Rue? How is that written?" He replied, "Fu Rue? Ah, understood." Having clarified the name, Li Shu deftly redirected the conversation, his gaze contemplative as he continued, "Thus, your aspiration is to achieve freedom. While we shall not delve into whether we can assist you in this endeavor just yet, one crucial condition must be acknowledged. Should we succeed in liberating you, it would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, transcending the predetermined missions and tasks. Would this attract the attention of certain nameless entities? This is of paramount importance. If so, it may bring catastrophic consequences upon our world. I cannot guarantee whether calamity will ensue. However, based on the intelligence gathered from my countless years of experience, I can affirm that ominous guests shall undoubtedly approach. Fortunately, those who come to cleanse our realm are indeed high-ranking beings from our esteemed Elven Cultivation Department. These high-ranking beings refer to the supreme rulers who govern the myriad systems circulating across various parallel worlds, possessing the formidable power to obliterate entire realms. Thus, I share this information with you in hopes of discerning whether you possess the strength to counteract such forces. If not, I shall acquiesce to my request for freedom, otherwise. I do not wish to perish in that fleeting moment of liberty, dragging this world down with me. High-ranking beings? Do they truly possess the power to annihilate worlds?" Li Shu mused softly, his gaze icy. "How terrifying indeed. I apologize. It seems that, in consideration of my own life, your request exceeds my expectations." "Indeed. Is it truly so? Opportunities come but once. If you lack absolute confidence, it would be prudent to abandon this matter, for the stakes are too high for both of us. Do not take offense." Li Shu, with a self-satisfied smile, spoke cheerfully. "May I ask a question? If we were to offer our assistance, yet require time for development and growth, do you possess the means to temporarily conceal your existence? Or rather, do you have the capacity to actively shield yourself from the scrutiny of the higher powers? I believe that given sufficient time, the strength to obliterate the world may be within our grasp. Is this true? Are you truly bold enough to wager the fate of the world on my behalf? Are you confident that we can both survive?" The Super Divine Spirit Cultivation System, designated as 38784, Fei Rue, was particularly agitated upon hearing Li Shu's words, causing the simulated humanoid light to become unstable. If that is the case, I could ignite the system power to construct a shielding barrier, doing my utmost to buy us time. Furthermore, the burning of system power does not lead to its complete annihilation. It will not be reclaimed by the higher powers, as it dissolves in the non-elf world, merging with this realm as a token of gratitude, aiding me in acquiring a mortal body subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. Chapter 97, Vice Admiral Karp Burning System Power? Upon hearing Fei Rue's mention of how the burn system power would integrate into its own world, the previously silent entity could no longer restrain itself from engaging in conversation. "What use is the system power?" "Do not be hasty," Li Shu replied. "Since Fei Rue has spoken, I trust it will elucidate the applications and effects of system governance. Naturally, each parallel world is independent, and those who descend with systems are considered outsiders, unwelcome in their new realms. Without our assistance to shield against the world's monitoring, they would undoubtedly face rejection and calamity." Upon hearing this, Li Shu felt a moment of hesitation. Was he being put in a difficult position? It seemed not, for he lacked the protection of a system. Thus, his survival thus far must be attributed to the inaction of the entity. Ally. It appears I owe you my gratitude for sparing my life. While I wish to agree, Your uniqueness has rendered you undetectable to me. Therefore, there must be many worlds in a similar predicament as mine. Fortunately, had it not been for this, the losses I would have suffered would be immeasurable. Huh. Li Shu let out a hearty laugh and refrained from continuing the conversation. The humanoid entity recognized the situation and wisely refrained from interjecting, preferring to elaborate on the subsequent matters. Thus, aside from being eliminated after invasion, if one possesses system power, it can be maximally utilized to extricate oneself, leaving the calamity to other parallel worlds. Moreover, the humanoid entity cast its gaze toward the inky vortex. The system power might also be employed to fortify the passage between these two realms, allowing for the plundering of the primal force of the original world. Such a maneuver warrants careful concealment. With the support of system power, one could effectively hide to prevent the discovered world from noticing, thereby developing in silence. Is there truly such exquisite utility? Indeed, he replied, the advantages are plentiful. The humanoid individual, sensing a slight easing of the two's attitudes, seized the moment to assert, I plan to disguise a conflict incompatible with the unfamiliar world when the host crosses the boundary. This will necessitate a forced self-destruction to protect the host, thereby allowing for my departure from the bond. Of course, as compensation to the original host, I will optimize the host's spirits according to the rules of this world, ensuring his survival and a vibrant existence. Therefore, may I request access to the world system? Access is permissible. However, the nature of the optimization should be subject to my suggestions. Furthermore, how long until my compatriot's arrival? Indeed, the date of arrival is not fixed. He is currently in a state of cognitive stasis. For him, any moment of arrival is but a fleeting instant. Oh, quite a thoughtful arrangement. It aligns with my expectations. Li Shu mused, stroking his chin for a moment before inquiring, are you truly certain that the system's power post-self-destruction can grant us the time for development, and that it will integrate into this world without being perceived and reclaimed by the higher powers? Rest assured, as you have stated, with more time for development, we need not fear the higher powers that could obliterate the world. Based on the earlier plan, the host's fate is sealed at the age of 87. However, he is currently just over 30. It will be over 50 years before that individual will observe the host's condition and assess my mission's success, at which point I will be severed and placed into a new host. Thus, at this moment, there is nothing to recover. When the time arrives, it will depend on your capabilities, or perhaps it may serve as an opportunity to acquire more system power. Understood, Li Shu acknowledged, gazing into the luminous expanse. How are we to proceed? With 50 years for development, I am confident I can safeguard the integrity of this world. Yet, you are the principal. The decision to assist rests with you. Since you possess such confidence, then let us proceed. 50 years hence? By then, who will hold dominion over this world remains uncertain. Is he truly to be the leader? Is the world consciousness so accommodating? Moreover, who will dictate the course after 50 years? He cast a glance at the pitch-black vortex, as if grasping the crux of the matter. In the vicinity of Crocodile, Yi observed the disgruntled sea, who had ultimately been rebuffed. He then glanced at the obstinate sand crocodile, intent on venturing alone. It is better to arrive fortuitously than too early. Your fortune thrives, and on that day, a newcomer shall be dispatched to assist you in achieving success. Eh? That individual? Crocodile's expression hardened upon hearing this arrangement, his demeanor cold, rendering him unable to outright refuse. Yet he still let out a disdainful snort, indicating his discontent. Humph, I do not require any burdens, you may come. But I cannot guarantee the safety of the other party. Fear not, you replied confidently, do not underestimate the newcomer. Remember, there are always those beyond one's ken. Perhaps his talents surpass yours? Talent? What nonsense is this? A newcomer and success? Could it be that the other party is a hidden confidant of that individual? Clockter remained silent, his gaze stirring with unspoken waves. Although reluctant to rely on others, should there be an ally capable of influencing the course of battle, the rescue of his companions could be assured. Time flowed serenely, and 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, the three admirals, and most of the vice admirals gathered around an immense conference table to commence a meeting heralding the onset of a great event. The atmosphere, tranquil and harmonious, belied the tumult brewing beneath the surface. Akiji leaned back in his chair, reflecting on his return from the sea. Despite the undercurrents of ambition swirling in the shadows, the schemers retained a semblance of rationality. Having recently acquired the spirit system, they regrettably possessed only ordinary types, incapable of reaching their zenith in an instant like mythical beasts upon contract. Thus, During their journey home, they restrained their restless ambitions, resulting in the outward facade of calm and stability. Tranquility? Merely a facade before the tempest, a kind who coldly dissected the essence of the strange atmosphere enveloping the world. His rugged visage and steely gaze shifted toward Sengoku, as memories of the five elders' admonitions flickered in his mind. Marshal Sengoku, we all understand that this era is destined to spiral into chaos. Rather than passively responding to their development and ensuing upheaval, it would be prudent for us in the Navy to initiate the disturbance ourselves, reclaiming the initiative and dismantling this peculiar atmosphere. Tsuru, upon hearing this, refrained from responding, casting a steady glance at Akainu before averting her gaze. So, a proactive approach? It appears that Akainu has become the vanguard of the world government's intent to publicly execute Ace. This thought crossed both Tsuru's and Sengoku's minds. Tsuru chose to maintain her silence, while Sengoku, as the marshal and the one being queried, surveyed the room. It was better to take the initiative than to block. Or rather, this era is beyond containment. Initiating the waves might indeed be one of the few viable options we currently possess. How terrifying is Tsuru's silence and implicit agreement? To ignite turmoil necessitates a catalyst, and thus it must be Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division, who bears an even more formidable background. Kizaru remained silent, his eyes obscured by sunglasses, the corner of his gaze landing on Garp. What a cruel choice, your own grandson to be publicly executed, yet your position forbids any intervention. A hero of the Navy? How ironic, Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 98. Displaying strength. It is better to take the initiative than to block, or rather, this era is beyond containment. Initiating the waves might indeed be one of the few viable options we currently possess. Viable? Surely, it is more than that. In the mind of Akainu, a thought flickered. He held a neutral stance towards Sengoku's conservative mindset. However, based on the intelligence he gathered during his recent stay at headquarters, it became evident that since the revelation of the Banquet Island incident, Sengoku had begun to consolidate the naval forces. Recently, he had accelerated this gathering. The entire Navy across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, in the New World received orders to swiftly arrange their affairs and converge at headquarters. This unusual directive was undoubtedly linked to the timing when the world government disclosed Ace's identity to Sengoku. Thus, it seemed that the fleet admiral had decided to instigate a significant upheaval at that moment. Prepared in advance, the Navy would suddenly confront the public execution of the Whitebeard pirates, thus forcing Whitebeard and the revolutionaries, or perhaps the remnants of Roger's crew, to hastily mobilize their rescue efforts. Their offensive, despite being at a disadvantage, would inevitably come at a tremendous cost. Sengoku. Akainu meticulously pondered the intelligence he had acquired during this period. Karp finally spoke, but after addressing Sengoku, he fell silent, his body subtly trembling. A sight not lost on those present. His companion, Vice Admiral Tsuru, perceptively noted her old friend's struggle and anguish. And she posed the subsequent question, had they truly made a decision? With Ace's impending death and his unique legacy poised to provoke the world's nerves, the fall of the heir to the king would signify the complete end of the old era. The ensuing chaos would unleash a frenzy among all, each aspiring to ascend the throne and lead the tide of the times, an alluring temptation no ambitious soul could resist. Even if they were aware that this was a critical period for consolidating power, Sengoku did not respond immediately to Tsuru's inquiry. He cast a complex glance at Karp. Despite his desire to consider his old friend's feelings as the fleet admiral and head of the Navy, he could not act impulsively for the sake of personal sentiments once the most suitable choice had been made. I am sorry, my old friend. This decision stems not only from my sound judgment, but is also a mandate from the world government. Therefore, recognize your position and make the right choice. You understand that the moment Ace defied your arrangements and set sail, even reverting to his maternal surname, the day of reckoning was destined to arrive. Fire Fist Portgasti. Ace took a deep breath. Sengoku, without directly addressing Tsuru's inquiry, surveyed the room with a serious demeanor and declared, "He is the son of Pirate King Roger." What? The son of the Pirate King? How is that possible? All the commanders present were taken aback. Although Tsuru's earlier words hinted at certain clues, many had begun to speculate. However, when Sengoku unequivocally proclaimed Ace's identity, it not only clarified their doubts, but also answered Tsuru's question. The revelation of Ace as Roger's son made his public execution an inevitable conclusion. Fleet Admiral. In the astonished and agitated assembly, a voice, granted privilege due to strength, called out to capture everyone's attention. I do not agree with this decision. A jest escapes, and the clamor abruptly ceases amidst a sea of bewildered gazes. With a resounding thud, Akainu slams his fist upon the table. Absurd. Do you dare to disagree? From what vantage point do you contest this? Do not forget your current standing. While I may resent your extraordinary attendance at this meeting, you have been invited by Admiral Garp and have received the approval of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You carry the mantle of justice as a soldier of the Navy, an institution fundamentally opposed to piracy. What, then, is the motive behind your dissent? As Akainu spoke, his temper grew increasingly volatile. The notorious Fire Fist Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was an evil that must be eradicated. Now, with the confirmation of his darker affiliations, executing Ace for the sake of justice was imperative to instill fear upon the seas. After Akainu's furious tirade, the jest fell momentarily silent, his pale eyes shifting toward Sengoku. Fleet Admiral, I do not deny Akainu's assertions regarding the guilt of Ace. Indeed, whether as a member of the Whitebeard crew or the son of Roger, he stands in opposition to the Navy as a formidable pirate. My dissent stems from a contemplation rooted in these dual identities. Contemplation rooted in identity? Akainu's furious gaze bore down upon the jest. What of the Whitebeard pirates? What of the son of Roger? Does the Navy cower in fear of their threats? Cowardice has no place within the true Navy, which has never shied away from sacrifice. It is in these pivotal moments of decision that their conviction shines brightly. Contemplation based on identity, you say? Tsuru disregarded Akainu's pressing inquiry, casting a glance at the jest before fixing her gaze upon Sengoku. Calm yourself, Akainu, Sengoku interjected, his wise and tranquil demeanor directed at the jest. The Whitebeard pirates, their affiliated crews, the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Shanks, Rayleigh, and even those reclusive remnants of Roger's crew, Mr. Jest is considering the ramifications if Ace were to be publicly executed. Those adversaries he seeks to save may very well unite and converge upon Navy headquarters. A collective gasp arose among the assembled commanders at Sengoku's succinct enumeration of their foes. Upon reflection, they recognized the likelihood of these scenarios unfolding. With each iteration of exposure, those long-hidden figures would inevitably resurface, especially the remnants of Roger's crew. Who could guarantee that subsequent iterations would not lead to their revival? Perhaps Roger, having achieved greatness in his lifetime, was indifferent to his legacy. But his loyal comrades might not share that sentiment. After all, following the Pirate King, the throne of the Void had emerged. Thus, the remnants would likely disregard the silent Roger and seek to resurrect him, embarking once more upon the journey to conquer the skies. After all, Roger was deceased. The dead cannot voice their opinions. Therefore, their actions would be dictated solely by their will. Consequently, should Ace face public execution, the forces of salvation may not be limited to those Sengoku enumerated, but could also encompass a multitude of unforeseen developments. Kaido. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsu interjected. Kaido is likely to intervene. He has always sought to incite the greatest war and will not miss this monumental event. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionaries, may not have any direct ties to Ace, yet his aide, Sabo, is Ace's sworn brother and will undoubtedly arrive. For Sabo's safety, Dragon will likely appear as well, although the feasibility of taking decisive action remains somewhat low. However, we must remain vigilant. Thus, if we truly decide to execute Ace, we must prepare a substantial force of formidable warriors. Otherwise, a public execution would become a farce, failing to instill fear across the seas and instead revealing the Navy's inherent frailty. Indeed, acknowledged Kazara languidly, Admiral Sengoku needs to maintain command at the central hub. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the three admirals, and all esteemed commanders, while our Navy possesses a significant advantage in high-end combat power, as Vice Admiral Tsuru pointed out, the gap in elite capabilities cannot be overlooked, demonstrating our might through absolute force. The 7 warlords of the sea might serve as allies. Yet we cannot place too much hope in these self-serving individuals, all harboring their own ambitions. Fortunately, the world government will dispatch powerful allies to assist us. Since they aim to publicly execute Ace, such aid is only to be expected. Shaking off his thoughts, Sengoku nodded steadily. Regarding the issue of combat power deficiencies, I have already communicated with the Gorosei. They will mobilize strong warriors to act in the shadows, and should the Navy headquarters find itself at a disadvantage, they will intervene. Coupled with the assistance from the warlords, our forces are assuredly secure. As for this meeting, it serves to express the Navy headquarters' resolute determination and to provide final notice. Moreover, at this juncture, the world government has prepared today's public announcement, which will be disseminated by the newsbird at noon, proclaiming that the Navy will execute ACE in 3 days. This time frame allows us to make our final preparations and simultaneously restrict the Whitebeard pirates' ability to respond. In 3 days? The attendees felt a chill upon hearing this time frame, quickly calculating the implications. With only 3 days remaining until the banquet concluded, they had only just returned to Navy headquarters that morning. It was evident that Whitebeard and his crew were still en route home. This meant that upon learning of the public execution, they would have little time for further preparations. If they intended to rescue Ace, they would have to turn back immediately towards the headquarters. Given the urgency of the situation, the personnel they could mobilize would be limited to those who attended the banquet, while those stationed at the base would be unable to support due to the distance. This was a favorable time frame for the headquarters. Everyone, to ensure that the first shot of this era of rebellion resonates powerfully, please return to your positions and make your deployments. This meeting is adjourned. Kizaru, remain behind. Understood. Admiral. As the generals withdrew, the movements of Kizaru and Akaina momentarily halted, only for them to catch sight of Vice Admiral Crane departing directly. They resumed their normal pace and exited, leaving only Sengoku and Kizaru in the venue. Oh, Kizaru sighed, scratching his head in exasperation. It appears I have other special tasks to attend to. Couldn't I have a mere 3 days to recuperate after my return? Truly, a burdensome fate indeed. As noon approached, countless news birds soared into the sky, scattering significant news across the vast ocean. In that instant, every pirate crew in various factions, upon receiving the freely available newspapers and reading their contents, gasped in astonishment, each one coming to a clearer understanding that the sea had indeed erupted into chaos. Numerous gazes turned towards the Navy headquarters. As evening descended in Lobetown, Shiki stood silently before a grave. He had anticipated that upon arriving here, he would have much to express. Yet, standing before Roger's tomb, he found himself devoid of words, feeling a profound emptiness as he was engulfed in contemplation. Moments later, a news bird alighted nearby, delivering a newspaper. Shiki swiftly perused its contents, his eyes widening in shock. After carefully scrutinizing the entire article once more, Shiki bent down to place the newspaper before the grave. Rising again, a triumphant smile graced his once defiant face. Ha ha, Roger, your era is indeed approaching its grand finale. As for your son, that ace fellow, let him sever the lineage of the pirate king with his very life. A new future shall undoubtedly be stained with his blood, shining ever more resplendently. With a resounding and exuberant laugh, Shiki departed, while the newspaper fluttered in the wind, revealing its contents to the graveyard. At this juncture, news of Ace's impending public execution in 3 days spread far and wide like a flock of newsbirds. Various factions reacted differently to the news. The Whitebeard pirates urgently contacted the captains of their affiliated crews, mobilizing all available forces to hasten towards the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, on the Revolutionary Army's side, after confirming Sabo's determination to seek rescue, Dragon began reaching out to the revolutionary cadres, including the user of the Inspiration Fruit, the Eastern Army commander, Belobetti, and even planned to join himself to safeguard his subordinates. Concurrently, many pirates in the New World, who had not received invitations to the grand banquet, recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They immediately began to communicate among themselves, consolidating their strength to intercept the forces under Whitebeard, hoping that the Whitebeard pirates would suffer significant losses without further reinforcements, thereby thwarting the plan to save Ace, and allowing the Navy to decisively resolve the legacy of the Pirate King, Roger. They eagerly anticipated the demise of Whitebeard, the pirate of the old era, in Marineford, leaving room for their ambitions to ignite. Shanks and Rayleigh were also in motion. Shanks decided to oversee Kaido, preventing, or rather, stopping him from meddling. He understood that Kaido, in such a grand event, would not remain a mere spectator. Rayleigh began reaching out to old friends. Despite having retired for many years and lacking contact with former companions, he felt undeterred. The intelligence network managed by Shaki was sufficiently extensive to reach out across the seas, sending the Den Mushi to them. However, considering the limitations of time and space, Rayleigh held little hope for timely reinforcements. In Lobetown, a voice, aged yet full of vigor, echoed through the skies, abruptly reaching Shiki's ears as he departed from Roger's grave, intending to journey to the New World. His swift figure halted, and his defiant gaze glanced downward. Navy Gate Teru. As the years have passed, the visage of the venerable one has faded, etched with deep lines of time, yet the gaze remains strikingly profound and bright. Standing at approximately 1 meter 70, the esteemed navigator, Myriad, gazes upward from a high stone, his eyes fixed on the descending figure of Shiki. With a boisterous laughter, Shiki descends closer, and at last, the aged countenance reveals the familiar traits of an acquaintance. It is you, Roger S. Navigator, the weather controller, Myriad. Disregarding the nervously gulping green-haired creature standing rigidly behind Myriad, drenched in sweat from the presence of the King of the Skies, Shiki cast a glance toward Roger's grave. How loyal indeed. The weather controller, who had repeatedly declined my invitations, now stands vigil by his captain's tomb and even takes the initiative to converse with me. Oh, it must be the bloodline of Roger that compels this interaction, especially considering that the one who recognizes Myriad as a father figure, the Fire Fist, is soon to face execution. Myriad, momentarily taken aback, lowers her proud head, declaring that Captain Roger's lineage should not serve as a mere sacrifice to the tumultuous seas you have rekindled. Myriad, humbly implore His Excellency, the King of the Skies, Shiki, to kindly transport us to the Sabaody archipelago, allowing this weary old soul to fulfill one last task for the captain. Huh? Oh, I too beseech you, interjects Bartolomeo, who bows deeply, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. His eyes, level with the ground, brim with tears as he reflects on the impending execution of his sworn brother, pondering how anxious and sorrowful Luffy will be upon hearing this news. The pain is unbearable. Chapter 100. The resounding now Bartolomeo, wielder of the barrier fruit and the notorious leader of the underworld in Rogue Town, is known for his audacity and ruthless nature. Despite being a nefarious villain, he is unwaveringly devoted to Luffy, captivated by a single phrase, a smile, a flash of lightning. I'm going to die. Boom. Thus, Bartolomeo fell into the depths of admiration and set sail 2 years later. Interestingly, he did not enlist a navigator. Instead, he successfully reached the Sabaody archipelago amidst the unpredictable weather and treacherous currents of the Grand Line, all thanks to his formidable grandmother. Whenever storms loomed, he would seek her counsel, a ludicrous approach that consistently turned peril into safety. Behind this extraordinary journey lies the credit of Myriad. Observing the earnest requests of Myriad and Bartolomeo, Shiki's laughter takes on a somber tone. Roger, that fellow truly possesses a remarkably enviable crew. One last task for the captain, a strange thought crosses Shiki's mind as he resolutely turns and soars into the sky once more. Determined to protect what he holds dear until the very end, Myriad. There is no need for your reminder, my dear. Though I may be a flickering candle nearing its end, I am not yet extinguished. The bloodline of the captain shall be salvaged by us, the elders. Whoosh, whoosh, the fleeting sound of 3 piercing strikes echoed momentarily across the vast ocean, in the windless expanse above a certain island. Why must we interfere in the war between the Navy and the pirates? Question now, the user of the nail fruit from the Paramecia class, clad in a gray, open-chested casual outfit adorned with black iron nails. The clinking sound of his attire accompanied him as he trailed behind someone. With his hair styled in a spiky ponytail and iron nails adorning his ears, now continued to express his bewilderment. His lips, pierced by 3 iron nails, parting to speak. The battleground is the Navy headquarters at Marineford, where the attacking side is led by Edward Newgate. Known as the strongest man in the world, they are fighting to save their own son, adhering to the code of pirates. We have no ties to the Whitebeard pirates. So why should we wade into these murky waters? Don't tell me it's because of Fire Fist. Or is it merely because he is the son of Joel D. Roger? Indeed, you are correct. The man in front, seemingly unable to bear Now's incessant chatter or perhaps struck by the truth of his words, halted mid-stride. With his sword at his waist, he turned to face Now. I must go on this journey, for you are right. It is precisely because Fire Fist is Roger's son that compels me to act. Now remained perplexed. What of Roger's son? Roger's era has long since passed. Are you still caught up in the nostalgia of the so-called Great Age of Pirates? Pray tell. The current trend is the sea and the sky. The throne of the sky is claimed by Shiki, leaving the throne of the sea vacant. It can be said that apart from those few connected to Fire Fist, the rest await his execution, eager to consign the remnants of Roger's era to the grave. Only then can the throne of the Pirate King be truly untainted. Sighing deeply, the man with the sword replied, Now. Do you remember 25 years ago when you dragged my battered self from the shore to tend to my wounds? You once inquired who had inflicted such injuries upon me. I refrained from revealing the truth, believing that by choosing silence, I could erase that event from existence. In hindsight, such self-deception is laughable. After several years of silently nursing my wounds, I finally attained clarity, achieving a significant breakthrough in my mindset, elevating myself to the ranks of great swordsmen. Yet, it was during that time that I learned of that man's demise. Thus, this journey to Marinfando, I implore you to cease your counsel. 25 years ago, that man shattered my pride yet spared my life. Perhaps he discerned that I was no longer worthy of his lethal intent, or maybe he believed that my existence, akin to a soulless wretch after the collapse of my convictions, would be a greater torment. Regardless, he ultimately granted me reprieve. Through my suffering, I have honed my will and cultivated the strength and mindset I possess today. Reflecting upon that scene, the gaze of that man, I realized there were no possibilities to contemplate. It was as if he awaited something. His tone was calm, yet the emotion was profound. The glint in the eyes of the swordsman gazing skyward, his chiseled profile revealing a subtle smile, now makes sense to me. It was a rebirth. A metamorphosis from caterpillar to butterfly. Therefore, to Marinfando, I must go. Wise general of the warring states, I express my gratitude for emphasizing the identity of the fire fist, enhancing its impact. Otherwise, if it were to be revealed just before the execution. Nio fell silent, his expression grave. So, it was the pirate king who had once gravely wounded you. Regardless of his thoughts, to have been defeated by Roger and to have survived deserves commendation. Tayed, great Tayed. A swordsman of considerable repute, approximately 50 years of age, wielding one of the legendary great blades of the 21, named Blackwater, known only to a select few. Tayed, might I join you in this endeavor? After all, we are the most harmonious partners among bounty hunters. As Nio expressed his desire to accompany him, Tayed could not help but call out his name. Why risk it? If you truly stand against the Navy, you can no longer pursue bounty hunting. You will be hunted down, and your former carefree life will cease to exist. Hey, Nio replied with a nonchalant smile, stepping forward to clasp Tayed's shoulder, his momentum unyielding. With a deft motion, he flipped Tayed around before withdrawing his hand and continuing towards the island shore, leaving his silhouette behind. Keep up. We have always advanced and retreated together. You cannot be left behind this time. As for being pursued by the Navy after this incident, well, I have paid a steep price, so you better row vigorously when we cross the calm waters later. You know me well, being a devil fruit user. I cannot afford to touch the sea. Gazing at Nio's retreating figure, each determined step he took, Tayed could not help but smirk. You better hold on tight. I am in a hurry, and if you are left behind, I shall have to retrieve your body when I return from Marinfando. Go on, I am the renowned Nio. Chapter 101. The crimson bottle holding the newspaper, Nagley gazed upon the image of Ace, bound by iron chains, silence enveloping him. A soft murmur escaped his lips as memories of their time together at the uncertain terminus flooded his mind. Closing the newspaper, Nagley cast his gaze toward the direction of the Marine headquarters at Marineford, hoping that his comrades would rescue Ace. He felt the weight of age and concern. The tumultuous circumstances were perilous beyond measure. Apologies, Ace. Lowering his felt hat to shield his shameful eyes, Nagley resumed his journey to Sabaody Archipelago. Yellow Ape, I have a special mission for you. It would be prudent for the world government's reinforcements to remain as a backup in the imminent confrontation against Whitebeard and his allies. Aside from the core and elite forces of our Marine headquarters, only the 7 warlords may officially participate. However, the current 7 warlords are quite disorganized. Except for Kuma, who can be somewhat relied upon, Blackbeard Teach harbors sinister intentions, Hancock is excessively proud, Moria is solely interested in gathering shadows, Mihawk is rather indifferent, and Doflamingo acts as he pleases. Even Jinbe has aligned himself with the pirates and found himself imprisoned. Thus, their actual contributions are severely limited. We must seek new allies. And your task is to find Laxus. With Jinbe's vacancy in the 7 warlords, attempt to invite him to join the Marine ranks. I am aware of the formidable challenge this task presents. After all, wherever Laxus appears, Shiki's shadow looms, suggesting a close association. However, after discussions with Suru, we concluded that Shiki's relationship with him may not be as tightly knit as it seems. We might have a chance to bring him into the Marine fold. The Intelligence Department has pinpointed Laxus's current location. You should pay him a visit. The presence of a Marine admiral extends sufficient gravitas. With a swift motion, a golden light descended from the heavens, gradually coalescing on the ground into the figure of the Yellow Ape. An admiral of the Marines? How could an admiral suddenly appear here? Please, don't tell me that our town is threatened by pirates that require an admiral's intervention. That is a deadly jest. Flee. Everyone, run as far as you can. The destructive power of an admiral is capable of obliterating nations. Moments ago, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. But upon the yellow ape's sudden appearance, they dispersed in a flurry of gasps and suspicions, fearing that the town harbored pirates that warranted an admiral's involvement. If a confrontation were to ensue, even the slightest aftershock could prove fatal. Under the dimming rays of the setting sun, the sunglasses worn by the yellow ape glinted with a yellow hue. He scratched his head in exasperation, pondering the absurdity of the panic he had inadvertently incited. With a casual remark, Kizaru cast a glance towards a tavern directly ahead, his acute perception revealing that his target, Laxus, resided within, perhaps emboldened by his formidable prowess. Laxus remained unaffected by Kizaru's presence, his drinking motion flowing with remarkable ease. Has he sensed my approach beforehand? A thought flickered through Kizaru's mind. Yet his stride remained unaltered as he ambled toward the tavern and pushed the door open. Admiral Kizaru stood with his back to him, while Laxus remained seated without a hint of disturbance. A spark of electricity crackled forth, deftly manipulating the power to encircle a nearby glass before it gracefully floated to rest upon the table beside Laxus. Having traveled a considerable distance, Kizaru mused, surely, I am not here to trouble him. As he spoke, Laxus poured a generous amount of liquor into the glass. Well then, shall we share a drink? Laxus inquired, his demeanor exuding a calm assurance. Observing Laxus's composed posture, Kizaru tilted his head slightly, the reflective lenses of his sunglasses revealing his somewhat mischievous eyes. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he approached and plopped down onto the chair next to Laxus, languidly expressing, much obliged for the hospitality. He lifted the glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. As Kizaru set the empty glass upon the table, Laxus promptly tilted the bottle again, refilling it. Thirsty, are we? It seems you haven't paused much along your journey. Even if you're in a hurry, take a moment. Let's have another drink to catch our breath. Kizaru observed the newly filled glass before him, a hint of suspicion crossing his features. Why do I get the impression that you're intent on getting me drunk? Do you suspect my visit might pose a challenge for you? Laxus raised his glass to clink against Kizaru's, then tilted his head back to drink. Reluctantly, Kizaru followed suit, matching him sip for sip. A challenge? Setting his glass down, Laxus maintained a serene expression as he continued pouring drinks for both. You overthink things. It's merely an invitation for you to assist the Navy, isn't it? A significant event looms on the horizon, the public execution of Ace. With the prior revelation of Ace's lineage as Roger's bloodline, on the day of the execution, the foes rallying to rescue him will not only include the Whitebeard pirates and their affiliates, but likely the Revolutionary Army as well. Rayleigh's involvement, given his presence on the island of the feast, adds further motivation. Therefore, faced with such formidable opposition, the Navy perceives its military strength as insufficient and seeks external support. Moreover, with swordsman of the sea Jinbei aligning himself with the pirate faction due to his ties with Whitebeard and subsequently imprisoned, a position among the 7 warlords has opened up, thus creating the opportunity for your visit, correct? Impressive. The yellow ape remained silent, secretly admiring the prowess displayed. He refrained from immediately engaging in conversation, instead lifting his glass to clink with Laxus's. After both men finished their drinks, it was his turn to pour the wine. However, as he extended the bottle towards Laxus's cup, a hand obstructed the bottle. Let us discuss the matter at hand first. Otherwise, the drinking may become rather muddled. Maintaining the pouring motion, the yellow ape turned to meet Laxus's earnest gaze. He paused for a moment, feeling a pang of frustration as he clicked his tongue and set the bottle down. What a bother! When will the Supreme Commander of the warring states cease assigning me such tasks that easily create enemies? I haven't even broached the main topic, and he has already deduced my intentions. This sensation of losing control is truly disheartening. While lamenting internally, the yellow ape shifted his gaze towards the liquor cabinet behind the bar, scanning it back and forth. So, he has already guessed my purpose and even sensed my arrival. Yet, Mr. Laxus chose not to leave prematurely. Can I assume that he does not oppose the Navy's invitation for him to join the Shichibukai? Given the convenience of the Thunderbolt fruit, even as a user of the Garo Garo no Mi, pursuing him would pose quite a challenge. As he finished speaking, the yellow ape's body burst forth in a golden radiance, beginning to elementalize, suggesting a readiness to act. Laxus sat composedly, exuding an air of confidence that showed no signs of fear towards the yellow ape's potential aggression. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, indicating a specific bottle on the third shelf of the left cabinet, the red one. Following Laxus's direction, The yellow ape elementalized and moved to the left cabinet, extending an arm from the golden light to grasp the designated bottle. In an instant, he gracefully returned to his seat, the brilliance subsiding as he reformed his physical presence. With a casual flick, he uncapped the bottle. Was this wine meant to celebrate his impending status as a Shichibukai? The red bottle indeed seemed fitting. Laxus did not deny this, proposing a condition. Before we indulge in this bottle, I would like the Navy to create an additional position, as that fellow Buttra also harbors ambitions of becoming a Shichibukai. Buttra, the artist Buttra, the one who made a pact with the divine beast? He wishes to join the Shichibukai as well. Upon hearing Laxus's condition, a question mark appeared above the yellow ape's head. Prior to this meeting, he had harbored doubts about successfully inviting Laxus to join the Shichibukai. To his surprise, not only did Laxus agree readily, but he also casually mentioned that the contract wielder of the divine beast, Buttra, wished to join as well. Ha ha ha. When did the positions within the Shichibukai become so sought after? It was indeed unexpected. The yellow monkey swiftly organized his thoughts and, after a moment of contemplation, chose to speak candidly. The 7 warlords of the sea. To put it more delicately, they are those who have accepted the Navy's invitation, had their bounties rescinded, and possess the legal right to plunder. Existing in a liminal space between the Navy and pirates, they are what one might call legitimate pirates, in terms widely recognized across the seas. The 7 warlords are essentially the Navy's lapdogs. Nevertheless, many pirates aspire to become warlords due to their own desires. Thus, might we have an honest discourse? Mr. Laxus, what is the purpose behind you and Bartolomeo's wish to join the 7 warlords? TSK, do not simply attribute it to pressure from the Navy. That is the predicament of a select few powerful, yet scarce pirates. They crave membership merely to evade the Navy's pursuit, seeking legal authority to rule over a territory like local tyrants. As for you too, while Bartolomeo's potential remains uncertain, you have faced the emperors multiple times without faltering. With such formidable strength, it would be best to refrain from mentioning those absurd excuses. Otherwise, I might take it as an affront to my intelligence. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? After quietly listening to the yellow monkey's exposition, Laxus turned to face him. In a mere glance, he perceived something profound within the other's placid eyes. Is that a warning directed at me? Suddenly, a jarring sound of crackling electricity erupted, and Laxus chuckled. What? Do you intend to use the speed of your lightning fruit to deliver a swift kick to my face if I do not clarify my intentions? Eh? Did he just hear my thoughts? Such mastery of observation hockey? Observing the yellow monkey's attempt to conceal his insights, Laxus leaned back slightly, pondering whether his inner voice had been discerned. What do you think? How terrifying. The yellow monkey suppressed his swirling emotions. Mr. Laxus, you are overthinking it. Even if you do not reveal your intentions, I could never resort to violence against you. Setting aside your demonstrated strength in battles against Big Mom, it would be unwise to create an enemy and fully push you into the pirate camp. Thus, I could not bring myself to act against you. TSK, what a pity. Laxus clicked his tongue, expressing regret. I had hoped to take the opportunity to spar with a Marine Admiral and gauge the disparity in strength between the Admiral and an Emperor. Please. The yellow monkey weakly raised his hand. Spare me the trouble. Matters that can be resolved through dialogue should not escalate to the point of requiring violence. Have mercy on the struggles of a working man. Returning to the main topic, surrendering unconditionally, and choosing not to prolong the previous conversation that threatened to devolve into chaos. Kizaru stated, you may take the position vacated by Jinbei, but the warlords of the sea are already at full capacity. Under these circumstances, the conditions you propose are moot. Laxus interjected, we are aware of the Navy's difficulties. However, it is plausible that, before Ace's formal execution at Navy headquarters, another sitting warlord may commit an unforgivable act. Therefore, you could readily agree to this arrangement, and within 3 days, a resolution will emerge. Another sitting warlord committing an unforgivable act? It appeared that Mr. Laxus had gleaned some unusual intelligence. Agreeing to this proposal was acceptable if your assertions hold true and a position becomes available before the execution of Fire Fist. Then Batara could assume his role immediately and partake in the ensuing conflict. With a nod of agreement, Laxus raised his glass in a gesture towards Kizaru. Observing this, Kizaru revealed a satisfied smile, fulfilling his task by refilling Laxus's drink. With a resounding clink, their glasses met. It's a deal? It's a deal. Cheers. Shortly thereafter, as night descended, a brilliant light burst forth from the tavern, one vivid gold and the other interspersed with blue and yellow, fleetingly disappearing into the twilight. In the Shambadi Archipelago, Area 13, Batara strolled down the street, his eyes scanning for an opportunity until he finally spotted the sign, Shachi's Racketeering Bar. With a slight smirk, he was poised to step forward when his transponder snail suddenly rang. Who could possibly be calling at this hour? Halting in his tracks, Batara paused, pulling out the transponder snail. Regardless of who it was, anyone with his contact information was certainly an ally. Thus, ignoring the call was not an option. "Hello, Mr. Laxus?" Casting a glance at the targeted tavern and then at the peculiar transponder snail, adorned with a lightning scar, Batara inquired. "Wasn't it said that we were to recruit an entirely new Thunder God brigade? What is it, Mr. Laxus? Do you believe that blindly searching is inefficient and wish to seek my counsel? After all, I have lived many years and am not without merit." "No. It is due to a minor complication on my end." The lightning-scarred transponder snail mimicked Laxus's expression as it continued. "The Admiral Khazar from Navy Headquarters has approached me, offering the position of Warlord of the Sea and inviting me to assist in a significant event. Conveniently, during our prior conversation, you mentioned your own aspirations to become a warlord. So I proposed that, should I assist the Navy in repelling the likes of Whitebeard and other adversaries, your presence among the warlords must also be assured." Listening to the voice emanating from the Den Den Mushi, Batla couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering the implications. With Jinbei incarcerated, only one position remained vacant among the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Navy headquarters found itself in a quandary. Was it their intention to allow me to publicly challenge one of them, to claim the position upon victory? Following Laxus's lead, Batla raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Kizaru is still by your side, isn't he? Tell him to count me in for support of the Navy. Moreover, challenging an incumbent warlord? It need not be so complicated. There will undoubtedly be those willing to graciously yield their position when the time comes. Teach. It seems we may need to lend you a hand. Chapter 103. A desire to try the day after tomorrow. Remember to attend the meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea at the Navy headquarters. Click. The Den Den Mushi was hung up, and Batla rubbed the small snail in his palm, contemplating the prospect of attending the warlords' meeting. Who would have thought that as a pirate,